Hashtag C897 Savage Domain. Beimingkong of Barbarian Region, please meet Emperor Xuanhuan. Outside, there was a respectful voice. Barbarian people. Qi Lingji's face changed. He whispered a few words to Xuanhuan, and then said, VIP guests from the Barbarian Domain, please come in. Beimingkong has seen Emperor Xuanhuan. Two people walked in, both tall and strong, with an ancient and wild taste. One of the young men had cultivated to the immortal body. Seeing the majestic Xuanhuan, he performed an ancient etiquette. Behind him, there is an old man as tall as a mountain. The Barbarian Domain is also an extremely powerful force in the cosmos' starry sky. There once appeared a barbarian god of war, who fought in the starry sky and led the Barbarian Domain to glory. Unexpectedly, the people in the barbarian field are actually actively asking to see Xuanhuan. Guests from the wild domain. Xuanhuan nodded. The Book of Enlightenment had already told him that the barbarian god of war came from the Beiming clan in the Barbarian Domain, and was also the strongest clan in the Barbarian Domain. However, the barbarian god of war has not appeared in the starry sky for a long time. The last time he appeared was in the period of the gods. It seemed that there were some problems in himself, and it was difficult to reproduce the world. Old man Beimingshan, the barbarian realm is immortal, the guardian of Beimingkong. The old man said. Taoist guardians are found in some ancient and powerful forces. This Beimingkong is very young, and he has cultivated to the immortal body. There is hope for immortality in the future, so Beimingshan will shelter him to cultivate until immortality. In this way, the genius of the clan can be prevented from falling due to some force majeure factors, such as encountering an immortal assassination. I have seen the great emperor in the temple of the origin of the universe C. I am a true martial artist, and I can overcome immortality, but I have never had the opportunity to ask for it. After I learned that your majesty is also in Wish City, I came to ask for a meeting. Don't disturb your majesty? Beiming Mountain was also in the Temple of Origin that day, but he did not take action and hid in the dark. Don't bother. Xuanhuan smiled. This is the City of Wishes after all, and I also welcome friends from the barbarian realm to visit our empire in the future. He could see that now the Ascension God dynasty is fighting the starry sky, and the barbarian realm will inevitably be involved. This Beimingshan came here not as simple as chatting with him, but wanting to express his kindness and become Xuanhuan's friend through the meeting. After all, the chaos was at the head, and the might of the Ascension God was overwhelmed by the major forces. It was not a bad thing to have more friends, even if it was on the bright side. Naturally, Xuanhuan would not refuse. Now he is the enemy of the world, and it is not him. The power of the emperor, it can be said to shock me now. Beimingkong looks rough, but in fact his mind is delicate, and his eyes sparkle with wisdom. If anyone treats him as a brainless person, it is a big mistake. The barbarian god of war also shakes the starry sky. Xuanhuan smiled. Master Barbarian God. Beimingkong shook his head. Master Barbarian God's current situation is a bit special. He didn't deny anything either. Many people in the starry sky know about the status of the barbarian god of war. It's not a secret. This time the great emperor came for the great wish of heaven and earth, but the great wish of heaven and earth is special, and sometimes it depends on fate. This wish is very special, but the price of making a wish is too high. Beimingshan said. To make a wish with a lot of price, this transaction is not equal. Xuanhuan smiled, but I have never seen the great wish of heaven and earth, and I am looking forward to it after half a month. Our purpose is also this, and I also hope that Beimingkong will become a destined person and be able to prove immortality. Beiming Mountain Road. Everything will wait until the day of the great wish of heaven and earth. The road to immortality will be difficult. Beimingkong said, we will not disturb the emperor. If there is a chance, Beimingkong will invite the emperor to be a guest in the barbarian realm. The two leave. This time they came, not to say anything to Xuanhuan, but to get to know each other. Immortal, what did you sense, this Emperor Xuanhuan? After leaving, Beiming Kong faced Beimingshan Road. It's very strong and mysterious. In front of him, my immortal mana is suppressed, but I can't see through him. I can conclude that his strength is stronger than when he was in the Temple of Origin. Beimingshan said solemnly. The Xuanhu Empire has never heard of it before, and Emperor Xuanhu became famous after the Temple of Origin. This emperor is very young and domineering. Yes, now the universe is turbulent, and there will be more mysterious characters than ever before. Beiming Kong said, then the great Emperor Xuanhu is also very ambitious, but the current enemy is the Yuhuashan dynasty. You can choose to befriend the great Emperor Xuanhu, which is not harmful to my barbarian realm. I heard that there are people on the other side of Shenzhou. This is not a place to be messed with. When attracting some powerful beings to the other side, the god of war is very taboo on the other side. Beimingshan's eyes showed admiration for Beiming Kong, saying, however, although the world is chaotic, it is also a prosperous world, and there are more opportunities to break through immortality. There will be a time when the Ascension God dynasty will rise. Waiting for the great wish of heaven and earth. Your Majesty, even the people of the barbarian region have chosen to befriend the empire. It seems that the Ascension dynasty has really put too much pressure on them. The Book of Enlightenment respectfully said. Chaos, seek opportunities in chaos. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and he said indifferently, I am looking forward to creating a new order in a chaotic world. The Book of Enlightenment, you have reached the limit of the fourth step, and you should prepare to break through immortality. Immortality is too difficult. The Book of Enlightenment sighed, I'm less than 10% sure. The Empire will help you. Xuanhuan said. Half a month later. When the wish is opened, the great wish of heaven and earth will come out. You can go to the wish time and space. Whether you can obtain the great wish of heaven and earth depends on your own good fortune. A voice resounded throughout the City of Wishes. As soon as this voice fell, the City of Wishes immediately boiled, and in the sky above, a hazy world appeared. This is the wish time. Okay, the great wish of heaven and earth has finally opened. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Innumerable wishes can only be exchanged for the opening of a great wish of heaven and earth, and the price to be paid is too great. Yeah, if it weren't for the magic of the great wish of heaven and earth, how could so many immortals come here today? Go, enter the wish time and space. With the opening of this special world, many masters have entered the wish time and space under the guidance of the power of desire. Many people are looking forward to this great wish, and sometimes getting the benefits of the great wish depends on luck. There have been several times when some cosmic gods have encountered the gift of the great wish. Has it started? Xuanhuan stared at the place of wish. There were already 3 figures in it. They were the 3 ancestors of wish, and then said, let's go, follow me into this wish time and space to see. The great wishes of heaven and earth are so powerfully spread, I have to take a good look. He stepped out 1 step, and his strength was wrapped in Shangguangxian and the Book of Enlightenment. After entering the wish time and space, he really saw the appearance of the mouthpiece. #C898 Conspiracy, Sacrifice. This is the Well of Wishes. Wishing time and space is a vast world. In the chaotic light, an ancient well appeared. It looked similar to the mundane, and the whole body was a gray color. This ancient bowl was shrouded in thick airflow, and only one wellhead could be seen. And the wellhead is deep, and there is a sacred brilliance rushing out, condensing the world's great wishes. Sacred and mysterious, this is the greatest intuitive feeling of wishing bowls. You can now make a wish to gather stronger power for the great wish of heaven and earth. The strongest of the 3 ancestors said, his name is Xian Song. You can make a wish. Xuanhuan looked at the entire wish time and space, and there were many people. He also saw Beiming Mountain, but nodded and smiled from a distance, but he wouldn't come up to say anything at this time. "What do you wish for?" Xuanhuan asked. "I don't have any big wishes. I directly wish for immortality. I can't pay the price. I will use the treasures that I don't need to see if I can make a wish and get some more ancient books." The wish of the Book of Enlightenment is simple: he needs ancient books. "My concubine's wish is to stay by your majesty's side forever and serve his majesty." Xuanhuan Xiandao. "It's that simple?" Xuanhuan said. "It's as simple as that. Any immortality is a fake. Only by forever accompanying his majesty, I know that only the eternal existence of Shenwu can make it possible for a concubine to become immortal." Shang Guangxian knew very well that Xuanhuan was her biggest heaven and could protect her heaven. Her eyes flashed and she asked, "Does your majesty have any wishes?" "I have a lot of wishes, but this donut can't be fulfilled." Xuanhuan shook his head. Shangguan Xian, the Book of Enlightenment, nodded. "They naturally know His Majesty's wishes. Respect the world alone, the starry sky is invincible. But this kind of wish can't be fulfilled by this mouthful, otherwise the three ancestors of the wish would have been invincible in the world, and even the great wish of heaven and earth could not be controlled by themselves." At this time, the Book of Enlightenment made a wish. He looked at Gujing, and seemed to have entered a mysterious world. In a short while, light spurted out from the bowl of wish, and there was a little gray ancient book before the Book of Enlightenment. "Wish come true." The Book of Enlightenment was delighted and said, "These ancient books are from an extremely ancient period, and they are hard to find now. I didn't expect that they still exist in the wish book, but I paid a great price for making this wish, but the cost worth. Chan and concubine also come to try." Shang Guangxian went to make a wish. "Make a wish." Xuanhuan stared at the bowl of wish. His spirit was suddenly pulled into a mysterious void, and there was no one else around. He looked up and saw only the ancient well in front of him. "Pay sacrifices, make a wish, how much you give, how much you get." A voice rang in Xuanhuan's ear. "Can you fulfill my wish?" Xuanhuan scoffed at this. "How much you give, how much you get." Wish Jidan was still repeating this sentence. Xuanhuan smiled. If he could really sacrifice a large amount of immortality, he would have already swallowed and refined it himself, and he still needed this wish. He took out anything at random, made a wish, and completed the task. The great wish of heaven and earth can be opened. At this time, the third ancestor of wishes was talking, and they stared at everyone in the wish time and space, and there was an extremely sinister light in their eyes, flashing cold light, and smiling coldly. "Heaven and earth are willing to open," they said. Together, with a force, to hit the wish bowl. "It's time to open the world's great wish." Everyone is engrossed, staring at the great wish of heaven and earth, and everyone wants to be that lucky one. As if the spring water erupted, the seal on the wellhead was broken, and a dazzling divine light filled the air, and then rain fell on everyone's bodies. This is the power of desire, a pure energy. Many people take the time to absorb. What? 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 But suddenly there was a shrill scream. Those who absorbed the power of wish were like being poisoned. Their bodies turned into blood and were swallowed into the wish bowl. Pieces of people are disappearing. How is this going? Why is the wish bowl devouring my power? No, don't sacrifice me. The screams came one after another. It was originally a wish, but at this moment it became a purgatory on earth. Those with strong cultivation could resist for a while those with weaker ones would be sacrificed directly into it. Sacrifice all beings. There are mortal eyes looking at the third ancestor of wishes, and shouted, "Three ancestors, what are you doing? You are actually offering sacrifices to all living beings. Do you want to die, and the city of wishing is raised?" Some of the descendants they brought were also sacrificed. These immortals are also very surprised by the sudden change. The great wish of heaven and earth is not once or twice, but this has never happened. You must give us an explanation. This is the immortality of the ethereal Forbidden Land. Just now, a member of the royal family was sacrificed. Explain what? Not only them, including you immortals will be sacrificed, and they will all die. Ming Chen, one of the three wishing ancestors, laughed and said coldly, you know, you have already stepped into the wish formation, and you can't escape. This is where all of you will die, and none of you will survive. His voice was very loud, and the three ancestors took the wish bowl as the core, and urged the wish array to the strongest, making this place a closed time and space. Clearly, this is a conspiracy against all immortals. To sacrifice all immortality, you want to die, with the three of you? Although they were shocked, they were immortal and still calm. A light of death hit the wish time and space, but his power hit it, and it was immediately resolved. At the same time, there was a divine light that penetrated from the wish bowl and hit him fiercely. This immortal retreat, his face is extremely ugly. This wish time and space cannot be beaten by one or two immortal powers. He said. There is a big conspiracy behind this. There is immortality. You choose to sacrifice everyone, even immortality, for the sake of a stronger heaven and earth, but immortality can be sacrificed so easily. Wishing the third ancestor, you are playing with fire. An immortal opening. Immediately, all the immortal forces present at the scene were united and turned into divine light to impact the wish time and space. They are not afraid of the wishing third ancestor, but they are afraid that there are other conspiracies behind them, and all of them are counted. This is always neutral and does not participate in any disputes. The wishing third ancestor dared to do such a thing. It's already there. Xiansong said fiercely, you have guessed right about some things. We do need to sacrifice you in exchange for the power of greater desire. After all, ordinary vows, where the sacrifice of immortality is strong, today you are all sacrifices taste. We are all sacrifices? Immortal angry. Suddenly an immortal shouted loudly, no, don't talk nonsense with them, they are deliberately delaying time with us, the real terror is not them, but from the outside world, quickly break the wish time and space. Where did the third ancestor of this wish explain to them? It was clearly delaying time. I only reacted now, it's too late. The three ancestors shouted at the same time, please come, my lord, to control the time and space of wishes, and sacrifice all immortality in blood. Hashtag C899 Feather Sad Wind. What else do you have behind? These immortals were all terrified, and said in shock, could it be? Ascension God Dynasty, Ascension Ascension. Feathering is coming. The dazzling rays of light swept in, and the thing that most frightened these immortals appeared. A large number of powerful people of the Ascension God Dynasty entered the land of desire, and joined forces to shoot the ocean of ascension, trapping these people in it. Ascension God Dynasty. A strong man shouted angrily, wish the three ancestors, you actually joined the Yuhua divine dynasty and are willing to be their lackeys. We have long been people of the dynasty of God. Xiansong said indifferently, the Emperor Yuhua will rule the heavens. We have been the people of the divine dynasty from a long time ago. We obeyed the divine decree of the divine Emperor Yuhua, and the City of Wishes has long since become the nail of the divine dynasty standing in the universe, continuously supplying resources. Now that the God Emperor will launch a big campaign, the entire universe belongs to the God dynasty, so there is no need to hide it. It turned out that the third ancestor of Wishes had long been courtiers of the Ascension God dynasty, but they were so well hidden that they were never discovered. Only the third ancestor and the Emperor Yuhua knew this secret. Hopefully the third ancestor was a member of the divine dynasty, and he lied to us for a long time. Many immortal faces turned pale. I can also tell you a secret, the plan of sacrificing you has been implemented for a long time, the melee of undead time and space has attracted too much immortality, and too much power has been contained there. Xuanhuan said again. They're still stalling. An immortal was killed in anger and rushed forward, but as soon as he started, a breath of sky swept out, an indifferent figure in divine armor, slashed him out with a knife, and his body was suddenly dripping with flesh and blood, and you could see it. To the bone. A knife is immortal, and the strength of the person who shoots can be imagined. My lord, the three ancestors returned to the throne of Yuhua divine dynasty. Wish the three patriarchs respectfully. Feather sad wind. When the people saw this man, all startled. The man was indifferent and expressionless. His face is middle-aged, but he has snow-white hair, even his pupils are white, and he seems to have no emotion at all. He is holding a long sword, a sword that slays the sky and kills the earth. Why is he here? Some people know Yu Beifeng. He is the younger brother of the Emperor Yuhua. He suffered great hardships when he was young. It is rumored that he watched his loved ones die in front of him and was helpless. He knelt in the starry sky, his hair turned white overnight, and his eyes became white. He begged the Emperor Yuhua to avenge him. But at that time, the Emperor Yuhua, who was not yet a god emperor, only threw him a knife and said that he wanted to take revenge, so he used his own knife to kill the immortal. Yu Beifeng finally killed the immortal, and since then he has lost his feelings, and turned into a knife in the hands of the Emperor Yuhua, killing wherever he points. My lord, His Majesty the God Emperor has instructed to sacrifice all immortals here today, and help you to break through the realm and enter the third heaven. Xuanhuan respectfully. Your third ancestor urges the wish to sacrifice everyone in blood, and this god will lead the Ascension God army to personally strangle them. Be sure to keep none of them. Whether today's battle can be successful or not depends on the next big plan of the God Emperor. Yu Beifeng's voice was cold, as if it came from a machine. Yes. The three ancestors have prepared for today for many years. The so-called great wish of heaven and earth is to use these people as nourishment and sacrifice to the gift of wish, in order to drive the power of the great wish to an extremely strong level, as the power of Yu Beifeng's breakthrough. The Ascension God dynasty strategy is too deep, the land of wishes is laid, and the immortal time and space are opened. You have to sacrifice us here. You have no choice. You don't want to die. If you don't want to be sacrificed by them, just follow me and fight. Yu Beifeng is coming, this is the intention to kill, we have been calculated by Yu Huashan dynasty. If you want to sacrifice us, it's not so easy. Immortal anger will break the sky. These immortals are shouting furiously, and some even start to burn immortal substances. They are very clear in their hearts that the situation has reached the most critical time. If they don't fight, they will all die and become the wedding dress of Yu Beifeng Triple Heaven. Started desperately. This is not in the Temple of Origin, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, but a bad one that really will kill you immortal. Ascension God Army, kill. Yu Beifeng's faint voice revealed an infinite will to kill. They used the land of wishes as the bait this time, and after preparing for so long, how could these immortals escape easily? At the moment when the Ascension God army came over, the drums sounded, the horns sounded, the killing intent began, and the feathers dyed the starry sky. They were all elites of the Ascension God dynasty. Clang clang. The bells are ringing. A bright big bell appeared, and every sound of the bell made people's soul tremble. This is the feathering divine bell, and falling in the ears of the feathering divine army can boost morale, but for the powerhouses who are besieged in the land of wishes, this is the magic sound that reminds them of their lives, and some people have already feathered. The feathered people have all absorbed the wish bowl. Yu Beifeng, I'll fight you. A powerful immortal anger, his demonic energy is soaring to the sky, and the power of Gengjin tore the sky. It is actually a tiger, holding a golden halberd, sweeping out a violent force. Yu Beifeng is blocked by this demon, but I can't stop him for too long. You break the land of wishes, and go out. The big demon roared. Don't work hard at this time, when will it be? The big demon of the tiger knows clearly that Yu Beifeng is too strong, but there are not many people who can Yu Beifeng among the immortals, so they can only stand up bravely. After all, if there is no strong person to stop him, everyone will die. Yu Beifeng didn't care. He slashed with a knife, the white tiger monster shook his arms numb, and his body cracked with blood stains. He's too strong. The big white tiger demon has begun to burn the immortal material, and the opponent is just a knife, and he feels that he can't compete, and the gap in strength is too huge. They didn't expect this time that the third ancestor of wishes had long been reduced to a running dog of the Ascension God dynasty, thinking that it was just the same as before, with a mind and no intention, so they were calculated by them and fell into a trap. I'm here to help you too. Although they fell into the trap, their number of immortals was more than that of the Yuhua divine dynasty, but there was a heaven-defying existence called Yu Beifeng. Shouting to kill Zhentian, this is a desperate battle, the feathering god army is killed, and it is under the immortality. Many of the people who come here today are the arrogance of various forces. Those who have the hope of proving immortality are all powerful. They also kill. But the god of feathering bell rang loudly, making them very uncomfortable. This time, the Ascension God dynasty was too cruel. In the past, Wish City held the great wish of heaven and earth, and also held various auctions, various benefits, and repeated actions attracted too many hopeful and immortal powerhouses, so that they all benefited. The most exciting thing is that there is a record of heaven and earth's great wish, making a cosmic god immortal. Over time, a kind of inertia has formed, and every time the heaven and earth make a great wish, there will be many characters who are expected to be immortal. And now, in this troubled world, there are more people who want to seize the opportunity to become immortal, and there are more people than ever before. The Ascension God dynasty will not only sacrifice immortality, but also sweep away these promising immortals, so that they will become immortal and cause them bigger and more difficult troubles to deal with. #C900 Sacrifice Immortality. The Wish Plane has become a place of immortality. They also want some future cosmic gods who are expected to be immortal. There are many immortals in the Ascension God army. These immortals have never been seen before, and there are some who know them. They think that it is impossible to be the powerhouse of the Ascension force. Emperor Ascension has been planning since when, and many people are actually his subordinates. The faces of many strong men were gloomy. God Emperor Yuhua secretly arranged, if it is not for God's sake, I am afraid that he has long been another cosmic supreme after the Emperor of Heaven, and some immortals have long since surrendered to Yuhuashan dynasty, and it was not until this time that he gradually appeared. Although the Heavenly Emperor and the Ascension God Emperor both call themselves emperors, their personalities are completely different. What Tiandi likes is to push horizontally, sweeping the heavens and the universe with his invincible power. And the Emperor Yuhua is proficient in various conspiracies and calculations, and it is much more insidious. For example, this time in the Land of Wishes, it was clear that the third ancestor of wishes had long since taken refuge with him, and they had been treated as neutrals in the reincarnation of the universe, deceiving others to trust. Break the wish time and space, this is our only way out. The crowd roared. Kill, kill, kill. The feathering god army charged, and they were soldiers of the god dynasty. They united their momentum to form a large formation, and they burst out with strength to emerge as a strong man. The Ascension God bell continued to ring, and a stalwart true spirit stared at the world. Immortal, what do we do? Bei Mingkong's face was also very pale, but he did not lose his panic. He is not afraid of one or two immortal battles, but so many immortals fight in one wish time and space, the power is turned upside down, it is too terrifying, and no genius can stop it. Only kill it. Bei Mingshan was very calm, his eyes suddenly looked in the direction of the great Emperor Xuanhuan. We are approaching the great Emperor Xuanhuan. Can you see that his expression is still calm, He seems to have the trump card, not afraid of siege, follow him, we may still escape, it's possible to go. Roll. The Book of Enlightenment is released. Kill some of the feathered gods who are in front of you. You are Emperor Xuanhuan, fight me. At this time an immortal wearing a golden divine armor strode to kill, and the breath was soaring to the sky. The battle in the universe C made them understand this Emperor Xuanhuan, and the immortal came to fight him. In the wish time and space, the plan of the Ascension God dynasty is also very simple. Trap these immortals first so they can't get out. Then dispatch Yu Beifeng, a powerful killing weapon, to dominate the battle situation and kill the strongest ones. Then let the Wish 3 ancestors sacrifice the weak immortals one by one, and finally gain an absolute advantage and decide this battle. Yanjia Yanwu, you have also become the lackeys of the Ascension God dynasty. The crowd shouted loudly. His Majesty the God Emperor will definitely rule the universe, but unfortunately, you are not even qualified to surrender, you can only be used as sacrifices. Yan Wuran was proud, even if it was a lackey, it was a lackey of the Ascension God dynasty. He bombarded with his big hands, his hands were a pair of cyan gold gloves, and when he pulled it, a violent and boundless wave of vitality swept out. He directly killed Chu Yuan, and knew that this person was a bit weird, but he would eventually be sacrificed. Chu Yuan was expressionless. The avenue is yin and yang, and the heaven and earth are heaven and earth. Two strands of vitality slammed into his hands, rumbling loudly. He dominated the time and space with a domineering aura, and he struck with both hands. Suddenly Yan Wuzhong's mana was shattered, and it rushed directly to him, exploding again and again. Yan Wu immediately retreated continuously, and the strong impact made his blood surge. But before he could stabilize, this man actually came to him in an instant, his fingers snapped open, the air was cold, and the 5 cold beams cut, and a stroke on his body immediately left 5 bloody wounds. Yan Wu's face changed greatly. According to the information, it was not that he didn't know that Emperor Xuanhuan was powerful, but he was so powerful, far beyond his expectations, and the intense pressure was also coming against him, making him fearful. Yan Wu, I'm here to help you. There is an immortal wielding a longa to kill. Humph. You really don't take us seriously? Emperor Xuanhuan, you can rest assured to deal with Yan Wu, this immortal, I will block it. Baiming Mountain came out, so that other immortals could not interfere here and create opportunities. Good opportunity, immortal war, we break the wish time and space. When the other immortals saw the melee, they all glowed, took out their immortal artifacts, shot into the sky with a blow of burning immortal matter, charged fiercely, and killed the wish. The power of desire. The 3 ancestors of wishes sat cross-legged around the bowl of wish, and when they saw the eruption of many immortals, their faces were disdainful, and the 3 of them immediately urged their strength. It's not broken. Their faces were ugly. An immortal statue is enough to turn the world upside down, destroying the infinite universe and time and space, but this place of desire is sturdy and terrifying. That wish, the 3rd ancestor, doesn't care. Since a long time ago, they have been constructing the time and space, and with the secret blessing of the Emperor Yuhua, this place has long been solid as a rock, and the mana of their 3 ancestors is continuously consolidating the time and space. Wish dawn, I exchange sacrifices for greater power. The 3 ancestors urged, a large number of treasures in a space and time were poured into the wish bowl, and suddenly the wish bowl spurted a sacred light, combined with the mana of the 3 ancestors, and a giant hand of light grabbed it. Their target is me. This is the immortal from the misty forbidden land, and his face is horrified. He hurriedly displayed the ethereal time and space, but this giant hand swept everything, and he was suppressed too much in the wish time and space, shattered his mana, and grabbed him directly. Swish! He was immediately caught in the wish bowl. Originally, his power was on the same level as Mingchen and the 3 ancestors. How could it be possible for the 3 immortals to join forces? Sacrifice me, you will die. The misty Forbidden Land powerhouse was extremely frightened, his body sank into the wish bowl bit by bit, and he felt a demon-like power draining his life. He couldn't help but glance at the bottom of the well. The depth seemed to have no limit, and it seemed like there was a terrifying existence inside. His Majesty, the God Emperor swept the universe, let alone you, even the misty Forbidden Land has to be leveled. The loser of Misty Ancient Emperor has already failed twice, the so-called matter is only 3, this time is destined to be beheaded by the God Emperor, casting no god's power. The 3 ancestors were unmoved. Save him. The other immortals quickly pulled away and slammed into the wishing bowl, knowing that every immortal who died would be weakened by 1 point. But before their powers killed the wish, the power of a God Emperor broke out, and the rune of the Ascension Sutra appeared. The Emperor of Feathering had already been placed here under many restrictions, which would give him a chance. What? After all, the immortality of this ethereal forbidden place did not persist, and the whole person sank into the wish bowl, only the sound of mourning resounded in the well. #C901 Kill me. Everyone gave birth to a feeling of sadness. Although it was not them who died, an immortal statue was sacrificed, as if they saw their fate. That Yanwu was also right, even if they knelt down and begged for mercy, Xuanhuan dynasty would not let them go. Because they are sacrifices. Not even qualified to be a dog. These immortals are despairing, and when they are forced to be in such a situation? On the other side, Yu Beifeng slashed away with a knife, grief-stricken, and the tiger monster suffered a knife that day and let out a mournful howl, but the desperation in his eyes made him fight to the last moment even if he burned all the immortal matter. They have no way out, only death battle. The war continues. Chu Yuan pressed Yanwu. As soon as he raised his hand, it was like a huge cannon bombardment, and the catastrophe of heaven and earth came. The white brilliance clashed, and Yan Wulian was defeated and retreated. In this violent attack, he was not an opponent at all. I just need to persevere. When this immortal statue is cleaned up one by one, it will be his death. Yanwu knew that his advantage was that he wished that time and space had become trapped and could trap them all to death. Chu Yuan knew their thoughts, his eyes were like electricity, and he was invincible. His palms swayed, thunder swept across, and the ocean of thunder descended, like the god of thunder, striding forward, and there was a rare crushing situation on the battlefield. Yanwu's whole body was scorched black and extremely angry. Before he could fight back, the power came. Chu Yuan's thunderous palm exploded on him, and Yanwu suddenly screamed. One more person. After the sacrifice of the ethereal Forbidden Land is immortal, the power of the wish is greatly increased. A beam of divine light shot out and enveloped the body of an old man, immediately suppressing him with the power of Dizwang-Xing, sinking him into the gift of wish. I am not so easily sacrificed by you. Forget it. This old man has dense runes and spells on his body, forming a strange clothes. Bang bang bang. At the same time, a large number of runes exploded against the suction from the wish bowl. The immortality of Shenfuzong. Shenfuzong, a rather peculiar sect. They focus on cultivating runes and refining all kinds of runes. If you meet someone from the rune sect, it may be just an inconspicuous one. But if you underestimate them, it is a big mistake. They will suddenly take out a lot of runes and bombard you to death. I see how many runes you have, sacrifice you, and sacrifice all your runes. Wishing the third ancestor is also ruthless. Symbol. A character appears. There are thousands of immortal talismans made up, and the old man is guarded inside, but their condition is still not good. Ah. Some immortals are going crazy and want to save the old man, but there are also immortals in the Ascension God dynasty, and just a few immortals cannot be broken at all. I have experienced the era of 10,000 laws, the era of heavenly emperors, and the era of gods, spanning multiple cosmic cycles. Are you going to die here today? No. I am unwilling, I am not convinced. How can this universe be turned into a god-emperor like this? The insidious and despicable villain dominates, rather this universe has no owner. The old man of Xuanhuan shouted angrily. Insult the god-emperor, add one more sin, and you will suffer a more cruel death. Wish the three ancestors were cold and severe. Haha, as long as the immortal sacrifice of Xuanhuan is required, and the two immortal powers are blessed on Lord Yu Beifeng, the outcome of this battle will be determined, and Emperor Xuanwu, your so-called great emperor, will also die. Yan Wu said excitedly, ascension into the divine dynasty, sweeping the heavens, who would dare not follow? Chu Yuan did not speak. He was using his actions to tell Yan Wu that today he was going to kill an immortal. Immediately, the divine light attacked and slashed Yan Wu's body, leaving a scar that was deeply visible to the bones. Invincible by gods and martial arts, supreme in humanity, and suppressed by the emperor's will. Yan Wu looked at Emperor Xuanwu walking towards him, and was extremely frightened in his heart. Then he glanced at the wishing bowl, and shouted, his immortal body burned and rushed over. Don't burn, save the immortal matter. Although Chu Yuan's face is cold, his blood is boiling. Today, he will take advantage of the chaos to cut immortality, seize power, and build his immortal foundation. The divine slaughter technique, the palm of the hand like a knife, slashed over and over again, hitting Yan Wu to roll in the void, blood splashing everywhere. Yan Wu couldn't bear the fierce power of Chu Yuanshan at this moment. He reigned in the world, waved the door of flames, and swept the glazed flames, burning on Yan Wu. What? Yan Wu let out a painful cry. Emperor Xuanwu, is this going to kill immortality? Baiming Mountain was terrified. But he also knew that if he wanted to go out alive today, it would be useless to rely on others, and only Emperor Xuanwu could become a breakthrough. The irresistible pressure breeds. Yan Wu originally wanted to stop Chu Yuan with an explosion, but he also saw that, if he continued to fight, he would die. His body slammed, and he would not fight against Chu Yuan, and wanted to say goodbye to him. Of immortality. Hand of God. How could Chu Yuan let this Yan Wu go? He had injured Yan Wu before, and now was a good opportunity to be beheaded. Suddenly, a hand of God appeared, and in the wave of his hand, the power that dominated the time and space exploded, and Yan Wu was blasted back. Is there going to be immortal? This person is Emperor Xuanwu. The eyes of the desperate Tianhu Deyao suddenly burst into a gleam of light. Someone is going to behead the immortal, and we will do our best to stop them, and don't let them interfere with Emperor Xuanwu. Those who can cultivate to immortality are all wise people. As long as one side of the battle situation is broken, they will have a chance. Now there is such a situation, many immortals are actively trying their best to create a place where no one interferes with Chu Yuan. This is going to kill me. Yan Wu's fear could no longer be added. He rushed out of the wish time and space, but he was stunned to find that the wish time and space had been locked for a long time. Not only the immortal who was trapped here could not escape, but even he could not escape and was trapped here. Wish the third ancestor, open the wish time and space, he wants to kill me, I can't die here. Yan Wu growled. Damn, how strong is this Emperor Xuanwu, forcing Yan Wu to a desperate situation, but the wish can't be broken in time and space, even if it is an instant. This group of people will seize the opportunity to escape, and then it will not be completed, His Majesty the Emperor. What was told? Yes, even if you sacrifice Yan Wu's immortality today, you will not hesitate. Continue to close the wish time and space. As for Yan Wu, just ask yourself for more blessings. If you don't want to die, just hold on for a while. The three ancestors of wishes will never open the wishing time and space for a Yan Wu. Ah. You are killing me. Yan Wu was also desperate, knowing that he would not open the wish that the third ancestor sacrificed, and turned to look at Chu Yuan. Emperor Chu Yuan was very powerful, and he fought against Yan Wu, fighting thousands of moves in just a few breaths, which was extremely violent. All kinds of avenues of supernatural powers, and Yan Wu's whole body burst, and there is no intact place. Kill. Once again, Xuanhuan slapped his body into the air with his 5 fingers, and the Emperor sword appeared. With a single blow in the air, he killed the immortal, splitting his head and body into 2 halves. #C902 Savior. Heroes of the world. Invincible. This scene is even more shocking than the terrifying scene of the immortal sacrifice in the ethereal Forbidden Land. This person held a supreme sword, slashed the immortal, cut Yan Wu into 2 halves, the broken body was still squirming, all revealing bloody cruelty. He grabbed it with a big hand, the 2 halves of the body fell into his hand, and his eyes swept across. Immediately, he used the great devouring technique, directly swallowing Yan Wuji, whose soul had not yet been completely annihilated. This is a living immortality, and it is not comparable to auctioning a little immortal material. All the essence, immortal matter, flesh and soul, all belonged to him, and immediately let him exude a strong immortal majesty, sweeping all directions. His strength is stronger than before. However, an immortal still cannot allow him to truly break through immortality. It can only be used as a material for condensing the immortal body. The amount of immortal matter he needs is too amazing, but with the condensing of a stronger immortal body, the strength will also increase at the same time. Immortality is hard to kill, so it can be said that half of this Yan Wu died in the Ascension God dynasty itself. If the Land of Wishes hadn't trapped him, he might have escaped when he went mad. However, the situation here made him unable to run away, so he could only choose to work hard with Xuanhuan and cause his tragedy. Speaking of which, this immortal beheading is also thanks to Yu Huashan dynasty. Haha, beheaded an immortal, okay. The big demon of the tiger roared excitedly. It seemed that only an immortal died, but the meaning behind it was too great. This was definitely not the wish of the 3 ancestors to refine them by means of conspiracy, but to kill them head-on and kill them with great strength. I still have hope. The immortal eyes of the trapped Shen Fuzong shone brightly, and the hope of birth emerged. Damn, Yan Wu is such a useless waste, how could there be such a waste in the God dynasty? He didn't even insist on it for a while, he knows that his death was simple and light, and it brought so much to our plan. Hidden danger. Wishing the 3rd ancestor was angry at Yan Wu's uselessness. At this moment, Xuanhuan is independent here, and his sword is still dripping with immortal blood. Some immortals of the Yuhua divine dynasty, that majestic majesty, dare not come forward alone to provoke the majesty of Emperor Shenwu. It can't be delayed here. Xuanhuan's eyes turned to the wishing bowl. This time, he beheaded Yan Wu and defeated Yu Huashan dynasty. He was caught off guard, and the plan that he had prepared for so long was not so simple. With a turn of his palm, he raised his sword into the sky and slashed towards the place of desire. I remembered that he ripped apart the Ascension God with a sword in the Temple of Origin, and killed Yan Wu with another sword. Now, is he going to smash the wish time and space with one sword? No, the people from the Ascension God dynasty are madly blocking it. Fight. Create a chance for Emperor Shenwu. If he can't break the time and space of his wishes, we can't even think of leaving here alive today. Yes, this is our last chance. These immortal faces are determined, and each immortal body burns more intensely, from all directions, resisting the feathering powerhouses that come to kill. My lord, he can't break the Land of Wishes. The 3 of us have blessed several cosmic reincarnations by the order of the God Emperor, and the power of the God Emperor is suppressing them. This person wants to tear the Land of Wishes apart. He thinks too much, but it is stupid approach. The 3 ancestors are very confident about this, and they have planned for too long for today. The 3 ancestors jointly exerted the power of desire, and even gave up the immortal suppression of Shen Fuzong, and specially mobilized the strongest force to suppress Xuanhuan. The vigorous fluctuation swept out, and the wishes were bright. This force was like a tsunami, and it rushed over and drowned Xuanhuan in an instant. Great wish, my 3 ancestors sacrificed Emperor Xuanwu to you, depriving him of everything. Wish the 3 ancestors condense wishes. Boom. Inside the wellhead, there was also a powerful wave, a brilliant light, pulling towards Xuanhuan. It looks holy, but it's actually bloody. Tiao slapped on Xuanhuan, standing still. He emerged from the divine light of wish, a divine sword, and ripped directly to the topmost time and space. He can't break it. The 3rd ancestor, Xian, said, "Humph. We will shoot him into the wish bowl." They are very confident in their desired time and space. But the moment Xuanhuan's sword slashed past, it was endlessly shattered, and a sword light ripped apart the sky and swept in dazzlingly. The entire time and space were easily torn apart by a huge gap. Wish time is broken. In front of the human sovereign sword, no matter how strong this wish is, it is still fragile, unable to withstand the divine power of the supreme artifact. Emperor Xuanwu broke the wish time and space. This is too easy. The Ascension God map was also torn by him. It is unbelievable. Go. They can't block us anymore. Surprise is boiling. These immortals don't want to fight to the death with you Huashenqiao at all. At the moment of breaking open, many figures rise into the sky and fly wildly towards the outside. Our wish time and space are broken. Sanzu's face was distorted, and he looked at Xuanhuan angrily. It was all because of this person, otherwise their plan today would have been perfectly implemented. Emperor Xuanwu, today's life-saving grace, if the old man can escape here alive, he will definitely repay the Xuanwu Empire. You are my savior. Divine Rune Zone, Immortal burst open multiple immortal runes in a row and rushed out. I also thank Emperor Xuanwu for his life-saving grace. Beimingshan also took Beaming Kong to kill a bloody road. Don't let them run out easily, stop them. Messed up. Everything was messed up, the plan was broken, and Yu Huashenqiao was also preventing these people from escaping. In the tragic war, the Tianhu Great Demon had his arms cut off, but he just dragged his body and escaped. In this shopping battle, not all immortals can escape. The breaking of the Land of Wishes only opened an escape channel for them, and several immortals were still beheaded. Yu Beifeng is too strong, these immortals are all killed by him. However, although immortals were beheaded, it was better than being wiped out. These people escaped with a strong hatred of the Ascension God dynasty. My lord, we didn't complete the orders given by the God Emperor, and let them run away most of the time, and ask the Lord to punish us. After this battle, the 3rd ancestor of Wish came to Yu Beifeng to plead guilty. This time it has nothing to do with you. Yu Beifeng's expression did not fluctuate, it was a machine, and said, the failure of this plan is mainly because of Emperor Xuanwu, whose sword broke through the space and time of desire. This person is a very mysterious character that even I can't see clearly. Yes, it's all to blame for the Emperor Xuanwu, we hate it, we failed because of him. Mingchen hated. Although they have run away a lot this time, the wishing bowl has also accumulated a lot of energy. I wonder if it can help the adults to enter the 3rd heaven? Xiansong asked cautiously. The failure of the plan is irreversible, and now it is only possible to make up for the loss. Enough. In the gift of wish, the power of a great wish of heaven and earth rushed out and irradiated Yu Beifeng's body. His breath was sublimating, and he entered a world of triple heaven. #C903, the Gate of Heaven and Earth. Ding. The host completes the side quest, goes to Wish City, makes a wish, and returns to the Xuanwu Empire to get 900,000 fate points, Supernatural Power Fruit X1024, Cosmic Artifact Advanced Card, Small Chaotic Universe X2, Sea Covering Mirror X1, Gate of Heaven and Earth X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. As soon as Xuanhuan returned to the Empire, the voice of the system came. Although the process was tortuous this time, Xuanhuan's harvest was equally great. Kill an immortal and take all his substance. The side quests also gave him such a generous reward. Shang Guangxian benefited a lot this time, and when he returned to the empire, he also retreated and practiced, striving to reach the immortal realm as soon as possible. The Book of Inspiration also returned to the book universe. Xuanhuan sat in the kingdom of the emperor and went to check the rewards. The Gate of Qianquan is an extremely ancient and heavy portal, like the Gate of Heaven, with heavy and vast power. Xuanhuan urged a force, which swept out a vast storm. The Door of Yin and Yang. The Gate of Heaven and Earth. Yin and Yang Universe. Hold Yin and Yang, hold the universe. This portal can form a good match with the Gate of Yin and Yang, providing him with more powerful power. Very good. Xuanhuan nodded. And the sea-covering mirror is an immortal artifact. Its single-unit lethality is not strong, but it is very suitable for group attacks. It has little effect on Xuanhuan. Swept countless armies. I need too much immortal material to break through immortality. Xuanhuan knew the horror of breaking through the immortal realm. He exudes an aura of immortality, and the blood in his body is rushing like a frenzy. Although Yan Wu's beheading failed to make him take this step, it is of great help to him, making him feel completely gradually transform into immortality. Cosmic situation. All forces were also alarmed by the drastic changes in Wish City. Who would have thought? The wish that the three ancestors of multiple universes are neutral in reincarnation has long been a dark chess set by the Emperor Yuhua. If it was not for the Emperor Shenwu, he would tear the wish time and space with a divine sword, and all immortals would be sacrificed. But even so, several immortals died. You know, the immortal time and space have been fighting for so long, and there is no immortal death. The Emperor Yuhua is too sinister. He deliberately made people think that the main force of the Emperor Yuhua was in the immortal time and space, and let the three wishing ancestors spread the news of the great wishes of heaven and earth, almost annihilating many immortals. He is even more terrible than the Emperor. In addition to the anger of the major forces, they were also frightened by the Emperor Yuhua. This kind of extremely strong, and good at insidious calculations, people who are omnipotent are even more terrifying. After all, in the era when the Emperor of Heaven was fighting, it was always a bright and dignified means, not to play with you, but to crush the past with great strength. And Emperor Shenwu himself became more famous in the first battle of the Cosmos Sea. After this time, the name of Shenwu was passed on to the major forces. Being able to deal with immortality is nothing, but being able to kill immortality is terrifying. After the incident in Wish City, Misty Forbidden Earth was angry, and the Misty Ancient Emperor even issued a declaration that he would form a cosmic alliance, send troops to crusade against the Yuhua Divine Dynasty, and avenge the strong men who died in Wish City. The declaration of the Misty Ancient Emperor immediately caused many forces to echo. The Emperor Yuhua was too ruthless, so terrifying that he had to eradicate him. Once such people become the supreme ruler of the universe, they are more terrifying than the Heavenly Emperor, and there will be no way for them to survive. To gather troops to attack the Ascension God Dynasty? The momentum is very large, but it is not so easy. Immortal time and space is an important node, and it is not yet time to make a real shot. After Xuanhuan learned about it, he was naturally happy that the universe would be in chaos, so that he would have the opportunity to compete in the chaotic world and become his great cause. He disappeared and appeared in front of Ning Shouchen. Ning Shouchen was cultivating with the Gate of 10,000 Demons, and he had already reached the cultivation base of the God of the universe, and he would soon be able to reach the fourth step of destruction. His demonic energy was billowing, and countless demonic shadows flickered at the Gate of 10,000 Demons, as if countless demons were about to come out. His Majesty. Ning Shouchen hurriedly saluted. I cultivated through the Gate of 10,000 Demons. Although my mana has advanced greatly, I also feel a kind of terror. Behind this gate of 10,000 demons, there seems to be a terrifying world of demons, where there are countless the devil head, to rush out from the portal. It's okay, you continue to practice with it. Xuanhuan said, this gate of 10,000 demons does communicate with a world. Next, he checked the practice of some Imperial people, and there was a sound of announcing. Your Majesty, there are mortals outside the Empire asking to see you. Announce them into the temple. Xuanhuan smiled, not surprised. These immortality are all due to his grace, and take this opportunity to come to the Xuanhu Empire. Of course, these immortals come mainly because of his strength. Inside the Temple of God. A few more immortals. I am extremely grateful for your Majesty's life-saving grace. After returning to Shen Fuzong, I brought a gift from Shen Fuzong to your Majesty. To say these immortals, who is most grateful to Xuanhuan, is that this god Fuzong is immortal. He was about to be refined that day, and it was Xuanhuan who ripped apart time and space and let him break free from the well of desire. The set of gifts he sent was 36 immortal runes, which formed a perfect rune array, which was stimulated with power to block the immortal attack. Of course, when the power is exhausted, this set of talismans will be abolished. Thank you very much. If I didn't have many colleagues to block me, I would not be able to tear apart the time and space of my wishes. Besides, saving you is also saving myself. At that time, I was on the same front as you. Xuanhuan laughed. Anyway, your Majesty is my savior. The Tao of Immortality of Fuzong. Yes, without His Majesty, we would have been sacrificed long ago. How could we stand here? Several other immortals. After they came to the Xuanhu Empire, they were also secretly shocked. This empire was like fire, and everyone was heroic. Regardless of their strength, the people of this Xuanhu Empire were very belligerent, and they were not afraid of anything. Belief. The main purpose of their coming is to win over the relationship with Xuanhuan. After all, this great emperor can kill the immortal. In the chaos that follows, it is good to have powerful allies, even if it is only superficial. Moreover, this Emperor Xuanhu is also very ambitious, and it is impossible to be the chess piece of the Emperor Yuhua. Speaking of which, I have something to ask Shen Fuzong to do. Xuanhuan said, I have heard that Shen Fuzong is good at refining all kinds of talismans, so I hope that Shen Fuzong can refine talismans for me. Don't dare to say that. In terms of refining talismans alone, no one of the forces can compare to my god Fuzong. Shen Fuzong Immortal is very confident about this, and said, Your Majesty needs Fuzhuan, just tell me. He would be happy to exchange some runes for the friendship of the Xuanhu Empire. The quantity I need is too large, so I will make a transaction with the rune sect, and I will provide the materials for refining the talisman. As for the hard work of the rune zone, I will settle it with medicinal pills. Xuanhuan said. This emperor has to make big moves. Shen Fuzong Immortal secretly said, and then responded, It's easy to say that refining talismans is our housekeeping skill. If your Majesty pays the medicinal herbs, we will naturally refine the talismans for your Majesty. I don't know how to make pills, I don't know how to make talismans, I only know how to fight. If your Majesty has a war, I, Beimingshan, can help you. Beiming Mountain Road. I heard that your Majesty is collecting all kinds of ancient books. We have nothing to give to His Majesty. These are some ancient books that we have collected, especially for His Majesty. #C9049 Reincarnations. These immortals meet Emperor Xuanhu, naturally, not to come when they want to, but to say hello in advance and make an appointment before they come. Ordinary people want to see immortality as difficult as going to the sky, but these immortals know that Emperor Xuanhu is not an ordinary existence. And they naturally can't come empty-handed, they can't afford what Emperor Xuanhu needs. Could it be that he killed himself and refined it into immortal material and sent it? This is also impossible. In this case, they sent some ancient books that recorded ancient epics to the Xuanhu Empire. This is also in Xuanhuan's mind. To be honest, even if they sent an immortal artifact, it would not have a great effect on him, and what the Xuanhu Empire lacked was the understanding of the age of the universe and the changes of many reincarnations. Although there are many collected in the book universe, the Book of Enlightenment is not immortal after all, and many have not been collected. You guys are mindful, Xuanhuan said with satisfaction. These immortal existences are ancient, and they themselves are living fossils that witness history. There are a lot of them collected by the Zongman forces. If it is not a special magical power technique, they can be reproduced for the Xuanhu Empire. Xuanhuan waved his hand. My friends are also tired. I have prepared an immortal banquet today to wash away the dust for you. Thank you, Emperor Xuanhu. These immortals are polite. They don't care about the banquet, they care about winning over allies. The turmoil in the world today made them feel fear too. Only by making more friends can we have a greater assurance of getting through. This Xuanhu Empire is really extraordinary. The country's fortunes are in full swing, and the people are warlike and not afraid of war. Everyone wants to make meritorious deeds. In the future, there will even be a divine dynasty. These immortals stayed in the Xuanhu Empire for a few days, and Xuanhuan let them see. They could see things, and they were shocked. Now our enemy is the Yuhua divine dynasty, which is more terrifying than the Emperor of Heaven. The Tao of Immortality of Fuzong. Na Beimingshan replied, the Emperor of Heaven is domineering. Dominate the starry sky with hegemony, and everyone who fights is trembling. In his era, everyone in the universe is submissive. As long as we are honest and don't make trouble, there is still a way to survive, but the Emperor Yuhua is cold and cold. If we are conquered, I will definitely be lifted up by his Yuhuan, be his sacrifice. Feathering sores. Several immortal faces were cold and severe. They naturally know that the ascension of the Emperor Yuhua is not to let them soar, but to sacrifice everyone's power to achieve his own hegemony. That god Fuzong immortal said, how is the situation of the barbarian god of war? The god of war is a world-shattering and powerful, and his strength is sky-high. He has fought with the Emperor of Heaven and with the gods. Even a person who was so overbearing back then had to praise him for being a god of war. Yeah, if the god of war can make a move, he can fight the Emperor Yuhua. The god of war situation is complicated and difficult to take action. Beimingshan sighed, but if anyone dares to covet my savage territory, the god of war will definitely make a desperate move and fight for his own annihilation, which can also make those Xiao pay a painful price. Many people know the situation of the barbarian god of war, because the battle in which he finally appeared in the universe was too shocking. Therefore, Beimingshan did not hide it. But his last words were telling everyone that the god of war was still there, and that terrifying combat power could still erupt. I hope that the god of war will be fine soon. These immortals leave the Xuanhu Empire. Your Majesty, they are gone. Luo Yueying appeared beside Xuanhuan with a dreamy light, looking at the man beside him. Yeah, gone. Xuanhuan smiled and looked at Luo Yueying. After obtaining the Golden Island, drawing on the power of the primordial spirit, Luo Yueying's cultivation base has reached the fourth step of shattering, and began to condense the immortal body, and the dream world was given to her, making her linger in a kind of dream. It is like a fairy in the sky, dreamy and hazy. Although His Majesty showed the world-shattering power in Wish City, letting the world know about the Xuanhu Empire, but he also rescued these immortals, making these people feel grateful and take the initiative to move closer to our empire. Luo Yueying said gently. Any kind of gratitude is false. What they value is our strength. Now that the turmoil in the universe has swept everyone, it is natural to draw all the forces that can fight against the Yuhua divine dynasty. This is human nature. Emperor. Xuanhuan saw through everything. Among these immortals who come to visit, the most important thing to His Majesty is the Divine Rune Sect. Luo Yueying said. Of course, Shen Fuzong is good at refining talismans, and there are no people in our empire who are proficient in this way. It would be great if this Shen Fuzong could become part of our empire. Chu Yuan understands that if he can possess the Divine Rune Sect, the strength of the empire will rise to a great level, which is more important than having one or two more immortals. Your Majesty has an idea. Luo Yueying said. The forces of all parties are calculating, and the misty ancient emperor will take the lead. He will bring the immortals in the universe to attack the Ascension God dynasty. The war will start after the undead time and space exploration. In fact, this is also a period of preparation. Chu Yuan said, if the world is in chaos, there is a way. Your Majesty's purpose is also to establish a dynasty of gods. Luo Yueying is also looking forward to this day. Is it a dynasty of gods? I have seen Your Majesty, I have seen the Empress. At this time, the Book of Enlightenment had a happy face. These immortals have brought him many ancient books. He doesn't care about those magical powers, but from the ancient books, he has seen too many secrets, which are even good for his immortality. What did you find? Chu Yuan asked. Luo Yueying listened quietly on the side. Listening to these ancient histories also made her immersive. Your Majesty, I have discovered a rule. There are 9 cosmic cycles in the Age of the Emperor, there are 9 cosmic cycles in the Age of Law, and there are also 9 cosmic cycles in the Age of Demons. Except for the special gods, these supreme and invincible powerhouses are all dominated by them. 9 universes are reincarnated, and then disappear. There is no way to know whether it is dead or alive. The Book of Qiling has been consulting the ancient books, and reported to Chu Yuan as soon as he achieved something. And in every era, the other side of Shenzhou must run through it. Your Majesty, it's a little weird. This seems to be a law that is difficult to break. Luo Yueying said. It is indeed a law, but I don't think these supreme beings are dead. Chu Yuan said indifferently, it's good to push a universe horizontally and become the overlord of a universe, otherwise these strong people would not be crazy about it, but this kind of benefit, I don't know the specifics, it's a bit certain, and the strength it should be like this. The officials in the ancient books also saw references to the great calamity of reincarnation and the mysterious world, but the records are very vague, and it may be difficult to record them. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you feel the shock. Let's talk about the Book of Enlightenment. Chu Yuan had already heard this from Jiuyo's mouth. And the Cosmic Sea God's tomb is also a mysterious place. There are some immortals sleeping there, and there are even immortal beings. Some have even experienced the great calamity of reincarnation. What? The Book of Enlightenment mentions the Tomb of the Gods. Chu Yuan was not surprised. He came to see an old man during the blood moon. And there is a magical thing there. Although it is a dead place, there is actually a thing called the blood fetus of the gods. It contains a lot of vitality and is a treasure of the gods. #C905 God Blood Fetus. The Tomb of the Gods is mysterious. There are all kinds of incredible things, although it is a place that represents death, but there are ancient immortals sleeping here. God's blood fetus. Chu Yuan Sifu then said, go on. This God's blood fetus is a very magical thing. When the living beings die, their flesh and blood are attracted by the god's tomb, and they gradually condense into a placenta-like thing, which contains a strong god's power. This is from the records of the barbarian domain. The barbarian territory has existed for a very long time, and there have been such tyrannical existences as the barbarian god of war, which can compete with the gods and the emperor of heaven, and Baiming Mountain has also sent many ancient books from Chu Yuan. In the last battle of the barbarian war god, he also captured the blood of the gods and absorbed the power inside, so he still survived. Although his condition is still not good, he is still alive. The Book of Enlightenment said, therefore, this minister believes that this thing may have an effect on your majesty. The blood fetus of the gods, according to your description, is the condensed flesh and blood of the strong, and contains a strong energy, which may really have an effect on me. Xuanhuan said slowly, this time, I broke the wish space and time in Wish City, and let those immortals escape, more or less, they have inherited some favors from me. The ancient books they sent may not be anything to them, but they are very important to the empire. It's very useful. You have to study the Book of Enlightenment, and understand your immortality from it. I know. The Book of Enlightenment nodded, some ancient books are worthless, but if you don't have this kind of favor, no one will give it to you. In their power, there are more. The minister suggested that this kind of favor be used well. With His Majesty's divine power, they will not refuse, expand the background in the book universe. I leave this to you. Xuanhuan said. The tombs of the gods, there are graves everywhere, with dead air, withered vines, and old trees, and crows hovering, making the cry of death. There are too many graves here, and there are countless strong people buried. Some strong people buried themselves in order to avoid the catastrophe, but they buried themselves forever. A figure with infinite power, ignoring the danger in the tomb of God, descended here. His eyes were like electricity, piercing through the layers of void, but within this divine tomb representing death, there were many immortal breaths. God's blood fetus. Xuanhuan arrived here. His purpose is precisely for the blood fetus of the gods. There are not many records about the blood fetus of the gods, and Xuanhuan is not sure whether it will work on his immortal road, but he is currently lacking a lot of immortal substances. And he has indeed reached a bottleneck, and he will not give up any possibility. His power radiates, swallowing the breath of the divine tomb. Although Xuanhuan had also been to the tomb of God last time, his cultivation was far inferior to what he is now, and he only went to the marginal area. According to records, the blood fetus of the gods is in the core area of the god's tomb. Xuanhuan's speed is very fast, and he has arrived at the core of the tomb of the gods. There are very few tombs here, but those who can bury themselves here are all immortal level beings, some are dead, and some are still alive in the world. This place was originally a dimly lit place, but a dazzling divine light suddenly appeared in Xuanhuan's eyes. The next moment, he saw a huge flesh and blood in front of him, as if it was a placenta, actually wriggling, a blood emanated, and there were streaks of divine light flowing and spreading on the flesh and blood. This is the blood fetus of the gods. Xuanhuan looked directly at the blood fetus of the gods. This flesh and blood fetus is centered on it, and there are things that are very thick and similar to blood vessels spreading out around, just like an old tree, digging its many roots deep into the ground, absorbing nutrients, and growing itself. This god's blood fetus absorbs the energy of the strong, and gradually grows itself. The more people die in the god's tomb, the stronger it is. Like a fruit, it can grow every time and become a strange place in the god's tomb. Things. Xuanhuan saw that although the blood fetus of the gods is not an immortal substance, if it is refined, it can also be transformed into his cultivation. However, although the blood fetus of the gods is wonderful, it just appears in front of you, but if you move it, it will inevitably cause a chain reaction, and the immortal shot in the tomb of the gods. When little people come to the tomb of God, these ancient immortals will not care, they are like flies, they will kill if they want to kill them. I want this thing. Xuanhuan's words seem to be speaking to himself, and it also seems to be a declaration of immortality in the tomb of the gods. He analyzed that the time of the blood fetus of the gods is calculated by reincarnation, absorbing endless blood food, and the energy contained in it is more violent than the Yanwu he killed before, and it is even enough for him to condense more than half of his immortal body. The temptation is great. He grabbed the hand of God suddenly, with great power, the majestic force shook the sky, and the entire divine tomb was shaking. Someone shot in the tomb of the gods, and his goal was the blood fetus of the gods. Who dares to touch the blood fetus in the tomb of the gods? This is the immortal treasure in the tomb of the gods, whoever touches it will die. You are so bold, do you have the consent to make a move here? Even if you are immortal, you are arrogant here, and also die here. Kill him, integrate into the blood fetus of the gods, and make this blood fetus more perfect. Xuanhuan's action with such a mighty force naturally disturbed the immortal tombs of some sleeping gods. The tombs exploded, and in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 immortals, with cold expressions appeared. When they saw the hand of God descending from the sky, an immortal in ancient costumes rushed forward. Boom! Unparalleled volatility. This force spread, many graves were blown flat, and the immortal who countered Xuanhuan suddenly suffered a huge force, his body sank, and half of his legs were suppressed into the ground. It's him. The old man who appeared in the blood moon looked at Xuanhuan from a distance, his face changed suddenly, and then he said to himself, this emperor actually came to the blood fetus of the gods, his goal is the blood fetus of the gods, but I will join in the fun. Already. Who are you? An immortal in a blood-clothed figure walked out, his eyes surging with blood, making the blood in his body violent. You want to stop me? Xuanhuan is tall, hidden you, supporting the sky, the dark emperor robe moving in the wind, domineering and cold, just like the gods swept over these immortals. This person is Emperor Xuanhuan. An immortal had a cold light in his eyes, and said coldly, I know who he is, the great emperor of the Xuanhuan Empire. Because of him in the City of Wishes not long ago, the conspiracy of the Yuhuashan dynasty was defeated, and the immortal was able to escape, and he also killed one. Immortal, he actually came to my grave, no wonder he is so overbearing. The name of Emperor Xuanhuan, even these immortals in the tomb of the gods know. Although these immortals rarely leave the tomb, it does not mean that they know nothing about the outside world. By killing people who come to the tomb and capturing their memories, they can know some real big things in the outside world. It is also because Emperor Xuanhuan's recent deeds in the cosmic starry sky are too shocking, and his reputation has spread in the immortal circle. #C906 Immortal Tomb. Xuanhuan stood here, the strong light swept across, and ignored these immortals, only the blood of the gods was in his eyes, and he grabbed it again with his big hands, and the terrifying power shook the tomb of the gods. He's ignoring our warnings. This man is determined to take the blood of the gods from under our noses. If he takes it away, where will we put our face? Yes, although he has beheaded the power of immortality, but this is the tomb of the gods, and it is not a place where he can be arrogant. Let's take action together and punish him. We have all lived in multiple universes and have experienced the existence of many eras. How can we not see any big man before? Afraid of him? The immortal face of the tomb of God is gloomy. Emperor Xuanhuan's actions made it clear that they did not take them seriously, but although he felt uncomfortable, he also knew that this person was powerful, and he was definitely not an immortal who could fight alone. A sword light shot up into the sky. This is an old swordsman, killing with a sword. The sword light is fierce. This old swordsman didn't take good care of him, and he took action. What is there that he can't see through? Why bother? That old man was in the distance, sitting on the grave, just like in the blood moon, watching the play and being a spectator. Xuanhuan's eyes froze, his hand of God swept away, the huge power shattered the sword light, and counterattacked on the old swordsman. The old swordsman swung his sword horizontally to block the move, but the sword body trembled wildly, making his chi and blood are madly turbulent. The sea of blood is boundless. The man in blood made a move. This man's reputation is called Shui Wujiang, which is very ancient. Immediately, he waved his hands, and the boundless sea of blood shrouded in it. Among them, a god of blood appeared, and one of them was absorbing blood madly. You dare to stop me? Xuanhuan is domineering and arrogant, interpreting the emperor's domineering to the extreme. He stepped out, punched out, thunderstorms rang, the sky rumbled, and endless thunder and lightning filled the air, turning into a sea of thunder and lightning. In his fist, a terrifying fist crushed it with the most ferocious posture. This divine tomb will be submerged by lightning. Shui Wuzhong's face changed drastically, his sea of blood evaporated wildly in the thunder and lightning, and in just an instant, a fist in his eyes rapidly expanded and fell on him, and the whole person was blasted out. After he flew away, he landed on the edge of the old road. Blood is boundless, don't waste your efforts. I have seen this great emperor before, he will surely take the blood of the gods this time, you can't stop it, you might as well give it to him directly and sell him face, after all, the blood of gods the fetus doesn't belong to you alone, so why bother? The old man persuaded the blood without boundaries. Stop talking nasty things, don't help out, you are still watching the show here, and you will be careful to dig your grave, so that you can't sleep. Blood is boundless. But he also knows that this old way has existed for a long time. When he went to the tomb of the gods, he heard about his reputation. This man sought good luck and avoided evil, and he did not fight for anything, just to live for a very long time. He is stronger than I heard. An immortal tomb of a god has a solemn expression. Of course, Chu Yuan devoured Yan Wu, and then retreated for a period of time in the kingdom of the emperor. Boom! The will of the supreme humanity spread out, and when Chu Yuan came, the heavens and the earth rang, and his power swept everything, forcing these immortals to retreat again and again, and suddenly a huge hand fell on the blood of the gods, and it was about to be uprooted. He thinks too much. The old swordsman said sharply, the blood fetus of the gods is rooted in the tomb of the gods and absorbs endless blood energy. Its own power is huge. Even us, we only draw blood energy around the blood fetus of the gods, slowly strengthen ourselves, and take him directly without this ability. Boom! There was too much modeled will in the blood fetus of the gods, and immediately there was a tyrannical force fighting back. Kill! These immortals saw that Chu Yuan wanted to suppress the blood fetus of the gods, and he was distracted to deal with them. They all saw that there was an opportunity, and besieged them. But Chu Yuan grabbed his hand, as if he was about to draw a sword, and immediately shocked these immortals to retreat continuously. Be careful, he has to draw his sword has torn through the Ascension God map, beheaded the immortal, and shattered the wish time and space. The old swordsman reminded him that he obviously knew that Chu Yuan had a very powerful sword, which surpassed the immortal artifact too much. But Chu Yuan's sword did not pull out, which made these immortal faces angry again, which was to scare them. At this time, the blood fetus of the gods was in Chu Yuan's huge power, as if a tree had been pulled up, and the countless blood-colored tendons were rooted like dragons, with flesh and blood tissue on them, which looked very strange. Go! These immortal statues still will not give up blocking Chu Yuan, and moving the blood of the gods is moving their taboos. The mighty, terrifying vitality is bombarding. Chu Yuan's eyes swept to them, he counterattacked with one hand, and cast out various magical powers. The two portals appeared at the same time, it was the universe of Yin and Yang, and at the moment when it exerted its power, it had the power to reverse the universe of heaven and earth. Their power has been disintegrated by Yin and Yang universe. What a powerful artifact! The old swordsman slashed at the two portals with one sword, his arms were shaking, and the blade was twisted and almost broke. Although it was only a few tricks to fight against the great Emperor Xuanhuan, they also learned the terrifying power of this person. They are unique in singles and will definitely be killed by this person. A black hole appeared, shrouding the blood fetus of the gods. Chu Yuan's move was to directly refine the blood fetus of the gods. He didn't have the heart to play with these people slowly, and he immediately absorbed the boundless blood of the gods. It can indeed be quickly transformed into immortal matter. In just an instant, after drawing these blood chi, Chu Yuan felt that his immortal body was rapidly condensing, and the speed at which he swallowed was terrifying, and the blood fetus of the gods was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. His breath is getting stronger and stronger. No, this is the great devouring technique. He is devouring the power of the blood fetus of the gods. What kind of terrifying big swallowing technique is this? Why he swallowed it so fast is simply incomprehensible. This emperor seems to be the god of swallowing, who controls the power to swallow everything. You can't let him continue to swallow it. The blood fetus of the gods is the treasure of our common people. These immortals are screaming. Swish! Suddenly, a dim light of the sword came to kill, cutting everything in reverse, and the layers of time and space were shattered, directly in front of Xuanhuan, and beheaded against his head. He shot. Lao Dao's face changed, and then returned to normal, but will you be able to block him if you make a shot? Xuanhuan also saw this sword light, and counterattacked with the two portals of yin and yang, and countless powers of control poured out, slamming on it fiercely, and did not achieve the desired results. The power of yin and yang. There is a sound coming out. At this time I finally saw the appearance of this person. It was an old man in grey clothes. He was ordinary, with many wrinkles on his face. He looked very old, and even his back was hunched. He is holding a knife, and this knife is not bright, there are many rust on it, and there are many bloodstains. It seems to be immortal blood. There are still cracks on it, and it seems to be broken at any time. #C907 Bone God Immortal. This man looked crumbling, in a state of old age, but the power hidden in his body was more terrifying than the ones that appeared, and a knife in his hand could shatter the sky. Obviously an old monster in the tomb of God. However, Xuanhuan also saw that this person could not erupt with the strongest power, otherwise his immortal foundation would be severely damaged or even fall. He appeared. Lao Dao said to himself, but why talk about this muddy water? Being kind to others means being kind to yourself. Look at Lao Dao, I have lived through cosmic cycles in this way. The appearance of this person made blood boundless, and the old swordsman looked respectful and fearful. Dao Zun, your shot is too good. Shui Wujiang said. What Dao Zun is just an aging body, and the combat power can't be exerted. It can only survive in the tomb of the gods. If it wasn't for your too much movement, I wouldn't wake up. Dao Zun kept looking at Xuanhuan when he spoke. This person gave him the feeling that he couldn't see through. The blood fetus of the last god was captured by the savage god of war, so that he could survive a mortal danger. Dao Zun said slowly, this great emperor, if the blood fetus of the gods in front of you is generally not fully mature, even if you seize it now, you will not get the best benefits, and forcibly seize it, you will also risk offending many gods' tombs. Immortal risk. I don't have time to wait, it doesn't matter. Of course Xuanhuan could see it. The blood fetus of the gods has not yet reached the most perfect state, and he does not have the time to wait. It is good. When Dao Zun spoke, his knife was cut out again, and a bright blade light swept out, shocking the past, present and future, with a kind of indomitable arrogance. His rickety old body suddenly straightened up, regaining a mighty stance, a terrifying sword intent, and even the immortal could be cut into two halves. This is Dao Zun's mad knife slash. In the past, Dao Zun used this knife to cut immortality, to prove his way. Blood Wujiang and others were amazed. Even if the state of Dao Zun is no longer the same as before, his knife cut is still terrifying. Crazy slash? The sword of the sword master is domineering. But Xuanhuan was more domineering. He struck out with a sword, and the will of the emperor shook the sky. Two equally domineering forces fought fiercely in the void, and then both were annihilated, and no one could gain the other. The emperor's will. Dao Zun's eyes are bright. Even Dao Zun's knife couldn't shake him. They shook. At this time, the swallowing black hole has been completely enveloped, and the boundless blood energy has been refined into Xuanhuan's body. Dao Zun originally wanted to shoot, but he felt Xuanhuan's rising momentum, and finally shook his head, making the blade dim again, and did not shoot again. The blood fetus of the gods was swallowed and disappeared. In front of Dao Zun, Xuanhuan left the tomb of God directly. This divine tomb is not simple, it's weird. When Xuanhuan left, he looked at the tomb of God and made such a sound. Master Dao, just let him take away the blood of the gods and leave? Shui Wujiang is extremely unwilling. After the blood fetus of the gods is condensed to perfection every time, these immortals of the gods will draw blood together. The blood fetus of the gods was taken away by the barbarian god of war last time, and this time it was directly taken by the Emperor Xuanhuan. Walk. What else can I do if I don't let him take it away? Dao Zun said calmly, I can't stop him. But your sword has cut immortality. My sword was immortal, but it was a very long time ago. My current state is like a candle in the wind. I have no madness. I can only use the breath of the gods to maintain my balance. Power, otherwise it cannot be stopped. Dao Zun said, I am too old after all. Knife Lord. Shui Wujiang and others are sad. They all know that Dao Zun once went to the great calamity of reincarnation. Although he was not dead, he was dragging his breathless body and slumbering in the tomb of God. Shui Wujiang suddenly said, if the sleeping statues in the tomb of the gods wake up, this Emperor Xuanhuan cannot be arrogant. After all, the tomb of the gods can exist forever, and he is also afraid of those terrifying existences. Do you want to die? Dao Zun suddenly gave him a stern look, if you dare to wake up those few existences on this trivial matter, you will die. Even if the universe is destroyed by the outside world and the era restarts, as long as the gods are not pushed and the balance is broken, they will not wake up. Thinking of the most terrifying existences, these immortals also shook violently. It's another era of reincarnation. I don't know who can reach the top this time. Unfortunately, as an old man, I have no way to compete. Dao Zun sighed. Xuanhuan Empire. After Xuanhuan captured the blood fetus of the gods, he returned to his empire. This god's blood fetus is a treasure, and Xuanhuan is refining it. His immortal body is more complete, and he is not afraid of the so-called immortal catastrophe. The most troublesome thing is that he needs to plunder enough power to convert immortality. It's still a lot of immortal energy, unless it's hunting immortality. Xuanhuan was murderous, only by killing the real immortal can we quickly replenish energy. He is already planning to hunt and kill immortal things, but immortality is difficult to kill. The last time he killed one in the wish time and space, it was also because the immortal couldn't escape. But no matter how difficult it is, Xuanhuan has to do it, otherwise how long will it take to become immortal? Now he has already felt a taste before the coming of the war. Don't think about being alone, as long as he is in this universe, he will inevitably be swept into it. See your majesty. One day in the 36th year of Xuanhuan. The bone wind represents the bone god who came to the Xuanhuan Empire. Master Bone God is already impacting the immortal catastrophe. The master said that he will become immortal this time, so he set up an immortal banquet and invited His Majesty to attend his banquet. Gu Feng said a shocking big news. Oh? Is the Bone God going to achieve immortality? Well, the Bone God was immortal in his previous life. He combined the experience of the two lives, and he has no shortage of insights. He has also captured enough resources in the universe. It is indeed time to achieve immortality. When Xuanhuan heard the news, he was also happy for the Bone God. The Bone God is his most staunch ally. Once he becomes, even though he is not a member of the empire, it will be of great benefit to the Xuanhuan Empire. I have said before that when the Bone God achieves immortality, I will personally go to celebrate him, and I will also prepare gifts. Bone Wind Messenger, I will let the Empire Messenger follow you first. What Xuanhuan promised will naturally be done. Everything is subject to His Majesty's arrangement. Bone Wind has no objection. The Bone God is very confident this time. It seems that the immortal catastrophe will definitely be able to break through. This time he has achieved immortality, and the gift I sent can't be shabby. Just when he picked out gifts and sent messengers to go first. Outside the Xuanhuan Empire, a huge halberd shattered time and space and came madly. Bone God's great skybreaker halberd. Xuanhuan suddenly looked at the great skybreaking halberd, and then brought in, what happened to the Bone God? Is it a failure to break through immortality? The Bone God has become immortal, but he encountered the siege from the other side of the Shenzhou and wanted to take the master's immortal substance. There is an artifact spirit in the Dadian broken halberd, and he is also a strong man. He said anxiously, critical. Crisis. Crisis. Only the great emperor can save the master. #C908 Shenzhou appears. 100,000 urgent. The Bone God has broken through immortality, but he encountered an attack from the other side of the Shenzhou, which the Bone God himself never expected. Xuanhuan is no stranger to the other side of the Shenzhou. He has played against the other side of the powerhouse, and the secret method is indeed strange. And he also has the imprint of the other side of the Shenzhou, a small boat, which can accurately locate the location of the other side. Let's go. The big sky breaks the halberd. The Bone God is my friend. I won't save him, the strong man on the other side. Now I will go to the Bone God sect. Xuanhuan knew that the matter was critical and could not delay for a moment. It was a waste of time for the Dacian Chibuji to come to the Xuanhuan Empire, and now he did not know what the situation was at the Bone God. As soon as he grabbed the great skybreaker halberd and opened the door to the void, immortals couldn't match his speed, and he quickly went to the God of Bone sect with shocking means. And the appearance of the other side of the Shenzhou this time also made Xuanhuan have some other hunch in his heart. What does this mean? Is the other side of Shenzhou about to start their plan? His speed was too fast, he rushed at full speed, and it didn't take long for him to see where the God Bone sect was. However, after Xuanhuan saw the God of Bone sect, there was no war as he imagined, instead it was peaceful. There was no war at all, but Xuanhuan keenly captured the smell of war in the air. The Bone Shenzhou was devastated on all sides. Dadian broke the halberd and flew into the God Bone sect. Great Emperor, you are here. When the Bone God saw Xuanhuan coming, he flew over suddenly, and said with a sigh of relief, the strong man on the other side of the Shenzhou had already left a quarter of an hour ago. It turned out that the Great Emperor came. They must have felt the Great Emperor's power and left in a hurry. In one night, my divine bone sect will be breached by them, and even I will be plundered of all immortal substances. The Bone God has reached immortality. He did encounter the attack from the other side of the Shenzhou. Just when he broke through to immortality, and he didn't even consolidate his mana, he was suddenly approached by several strong men from the other side, saying that they would lead him to the other side of the Shenzhou. Naturally, the Bone God would not go, and those strong men on the other side used forcible means. But fortunately, he was already immortal in his previous life, and he has a lot of experience. He does not need to slowly experience the transformation of his power after immortality, and he has set up many restrictions to persist until now. This kind of thing. It's not the first time in the universe that this has happened. Xuanhuan said, according to the information I collected, several immortals have been assassinated on the other side of the Shenzhou, and some succeeded and plundered the immortal material. I've heard of it too, so I'm extra careful this time. The Bone God Lian welcomed Xuanhuan into the sect and treated him as a guest of honor, saying, the battle in the immortal time and space was fierce, some immortals were injured and retreated, they encountered an attack inexplicably and disappeared completely, and I am no exception. The speed of Xuanhuan's rescue was indeed very fast, and the strength of the Bone God made them unsuccessful. The other side of Shenzhou is still very vigilant. Once it is difficult to solve the opponent in a short time, it will immediately retreat. I also met a strong man on the other side during the blood moon. Xuanhuan said casually. The mysterious Shenzhou beyond is in front of him, there is no mystery. Humph. This group of people has chosen their time so well. Relying on their inability to be found by others, they are unscrupulously hunting and killing in the universe. I have lived for a long time, and if I know some information, once they appear, there will be no good things. The Bone God said fiercely. He was very hostile. It was true that he had broken through immortality. He was very happy and invited Xuanhuan and people from Mingguang, Shenzong. Who would have encountered such a thing? And he was extremely shocked by the strength of Xuanhuan. Regarding his beheading of an immortal in the wish time and space, the Bone God also heard about it, which really shocked him. Xuanhuan's strength will change earth-shattering every time he meets again. Don't look at him, he has already broken through to immortality, but he knows that it is not enough to see in front of Emperor Xuanhuan. If he fights alone, he will definitely be killed by him. He knew even more that the retreat of the powerhouse on the other side was not because of him, but because of Xuanhuan. The universe is chaotic, and the other side of the Shenzhou will appear. Xuanhuan said. Yeah, the other side of Shenzhou has never been a bright place. Bone God approves. Bone God, the other shore has appeared. The words Xuanhuan said made the Bone God's complexion change, and then he suddenly looked at the void, piercing with his immortal eyes. Just like a mirror, there are internal and external points. It seems that inside the mirror, there are surging sound fluctuations, layers of time and space are torn apart, and the endless Black Sea water has evolved into a sea of suffering on the road of spiritual cultivation. This is a sea of suffering, all living beings suffer, and the path of cultivation is even more difficult. Sea of bitterness. The Bone God was shocked and said, in the rumors, the Sea of Bitterness is now, and you can go to the other side of the real Shenzhou, through the Sea of Bitterness. There is no catastrophe, no death, and the universe God will not die in the reincarnation of the universe again and again. It is extremely mysterious. The fluctuation of this Sea of Bitterness was already sensed when Xuanhuan went to God Bone sect. There is no other shore of the Shenzhou, but it was created by man. Xuanhuan looked at the sky again. Time and space are distorted, presenting a mysterious place. In the fluctuation of the ocean of bitterness, there is a huge ship. It is difficult to estimate its size. It is only known that it is infinitely huge, and the interior must be a huge space and time. This Shenzhou shone brightly, sailing in the Black Sea of Bitterness, and the infinite thunder and lightning struck it. The other side of the Shenzhou has appeared. Bone God said heavily, when the battle is about to come in the universe, the other side of the Shenzhou appeared, this is to kill, I don't believe their so-called reception, it's all fake, conspiracy, and a big conspiracy. This giant ship is sailing slowly, and the position of the bitter sea has been moving with it, to transmit the fluctuations to every corner of the universe. Xuanhuan did not rush back to the Shenwu Empire, but in the Bone God sect, together with the Bone God, was observing the movements on the other side of the Shenzhou. Many people are looking for the other side of Shenzhou. Bone Shinto. A month after appearing on the other side of Shenzhou, many people arrived at the time and space of the Sea of Bitterness, but they were basically the gods of the world and the gods of the universe. Their purpose is also very simple. The cosmic war is about to start, and the fluctuations will sweep the universe. They don't want to die in the big melee. And there is no cosmic reincarnation in the other shore, and they can go there without dying. However, there is such a good entry on the other side of the Shenzhou. There are also a few immortals who are looking for the other side of the Shenzhou. They are not to be brought in, but to know that the other side is mysterious and has existed for a long time. If they can find the right path and attack it, they can get countless treasures. If the other side of Shenzhou can be found, Xuanhuan believes that the war in the universe will temporarily stop, and the major forces will join forces to attack the other side. However, the appearance of the other side of Shenzhou is not once or twice. If they can be found, they will not appear boldly. As soon as the other shore of Shenzhou appears, it will definitely target immortality. Xuanhuan observed and said indifferently, if I guessed correctly, the other side of the Shenzhou is Maverick, and navigating the universe also requires a price. They should need immortal power to maintain the sailing of this giant ship. #C909 Shape Mystery. Immortality is needed to keep the great ship sailing. The Bone God recognized, yes, such a mysterious Shenzhou exists in the world, how can you not pay a huge price, since you can't attract it, then kill it, and every time you kill an immortal, you can get their treasures, this other shore, it seems to be detached from the world, but in fact, the demonic nature is deep and terrifying. I can't control what they are going to do, but if they offend me, they will pay the price. Xuanhuan's indifferent tone made people horrified. Gus Hen heard the murderous intention of Emperor Xuanhu on the other side of Shenzhou, and said, Lord, look, in the past few months, countless people have been attracted to check in that sea of bitterness, but the huge ship seems to be in front of you, as if it is in front of you. It can be seen in every corner of the universe, but it is like a mirror, and there is no way to accurately enter it. Someone can't hold back anymore and is going to take action on the other side of Shenzhou. Xuanhuan immediately left the God Bone sect. The Bone God immediately followed. When they came to the Sea of Bitterness, they heard the sound of the waves of the Sea of Bitterness. Seeing that the other side of the Shenzhou is right in front of them, they don't know how many layers of time and space they have to penetrate to find the right path. What a strong qi! Suddenly, the heaven and the earth changed drastically, and a great majesty swept out. A figure reigned over the world, and the light of feathering swept over. If the Supreme Overlord came, he turned out to be the Emperor of the Yuhua Divine Dynasty, and the Yuhua Divine Emperor projected his mana into the Sea of Suffering. Emperor Feather, can't you bear it? Another misty breath came, and it was also an ancient emperor figure, the misty ancient emperor of the misty Forbidden Land. The other side of the Shenzhou, reappearing in the world, bringing slaughter, several immortals have already died in their hands, and there are immortals hunted and killed in my demon realm. In the world, what do you want to do again? An old man appeared, his demonic aura was strong, and there was boundless coldness in his eyes. This is a ruler from the demon realm. He lived for a very long time, and was a figure of the same era as the demon god, but the demon god has disappeared, and he is still in charge of the overall situation in the demon realm. Emperor Feather. Although there is bound to be a war between us, the other side of the Shenzhou appears. If we want to get a bargain, we might as well put down the war and see if we can find the existence of the other side of the Shenzhou. I have been curious about them for a long time. One after another, ancient and powerful figures appeared on the bitter sea, surrounding the other side of the Shenzhou. It is good. The Emperor Yuhua only responded with one word. Great Emperor, they want to attack the other side of Shenzhou. I wonder if they can find a way to enter Shenzhou. Bone God shook, but the other side is too weird. From ancient times to the present, how many powerhouses have been able to deal with them? The Heavenly Emperor fought against them during the Cosmos period, and they did not find them, and the Shenzhou on the other side will only appear when the universe is the most chaotic. They don't stand a chance without confusion. Xuanhuan said indifferently, they can't kill the Shenzhou. This boat seems to be right in front of us, but it is not in the same time and space as us. He still didn't say a word to the Bone God. He already knew where the other side of Shenzhou was. Going to do it. The world shook, and the sky swept across. Many ancient beings condensed their power and bombarded the other side of the Shenzhou. The power of the gods was like the sea. The power of this group of people will overturn this sea of bitterness, and the infinite space and time will be shattered. Ascension God Emperor, the Ascension Divine Sword ripped apart the sky and the earth, and his sword fell on the other side of the Shenzhou. Boom! Time and space were broken into pieces like a mirror, and the other side of the Shenzhou was twisted and shattered, but soon, like a phantom broken in the water, it stood still, condensed again, and appeared in the sight of everyone. The other side of this Shenzhou is too weird. They shot again, breaking the other side of the Shenzhou again and again, and condensing them again and again. They are looking for a way to enter the other side. Bone God said. Indeed so. Xuanhuan nodded indifferently. They obviously also know that the other side of the Shenzhou that appears here is like a mirror, a projection-like thing, but they also hope to find a flaw by breaking it. It's a pity. What a pity. Gushan felt that Xuanhuan knew a lot. It's a pity that the laws on the other side of the Shenzhou are different, and it is different from the world we are in, and the weirdness itself comes from the Shenzhou itself. I speculate that the interior is like a universe, with its own rules. Xuanhuan said. This time, Emperor Yu Hua and other powerhouses broke the Shenzhou on the other side thousands of times before they stopped shooting. The strong man in the demon domain sighed, I still can't find the right way to enter the other side of the Shenzhou. I have seen several supreme beings who dominate the universe. They have all shot, time and time again. No matter how many times, they can't find it. Humph. It's not that I couldn't find it, but that I didn't find the right way. The misty ancient emperor saw it very clearly, but as long as it appears here and dares to send people to hunt and kill the immortal, there will be flaws to be found, unless it never shows up again, but this is impossible, it needs the immortal. Matter can sustain itself. Emperor Feather, are you leaving just like that? The misty ancient emperor looked at the feathering god emperor again. His eyes were burning with fighting intent. Although he was a powerful ancient emperor, in the eyes of many people, he was an unfortunate loser. He lost the battle with the emperor and the gods. He was just lucky and not dead. But the misty ancient emperor himself knew that the two failures made his misty method great, and he wanted to win the real victory this time. The Emperor Yu Hua did not answer him. The emperor was very indifferent. He just shot to deal with the other side of Shenzhou, to tell the world his strength, and no one can stop him. His feathering god emperor strength is invincible in the stars, and anyone who dares to oppose him will be ruthlessly killed by him. The misty ancient emperor waved his hands and shot two beams, which directly penetrated to the feathering god emperor. Emperor Yu Hua didn't care, he stood there, and he didn't see any movement. The power of the misty ancient emperor came to him and collapsed naturally. This time, you will still be a loser, the emperor. God has given you a chance to live, but this emperor will not give you a chance to live. The Emperor Yu Hua turned around, stepped into an empty door, and left. Do you really think that I can survive in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor and God? Is it the chance they gave me? That's because of my strength, they can't kill me. The misty ancient emperor was very calm and unmoved. 3 worlds are complete, and my strength has become invincible. It is still unknown who will kill the deer. Although you are strong, you are too sinister and despicable. You are not as magnanimous as the Emperor of Heaven. It will work. These ancient beings lead the sea of misery. Although there is no real place on the other side of Shenzhou, it is also warning them that if they dare to do things that threaten them, they will not easily forgive them. And the other side of Shenzhou naturally knows that if it appears, it will cause the prying eyes of the strongest, but if it does not appear, how can it create the mystery in the other side only by relying on rumors? Just like now, even the powerful such as the Emperor Yu Hua can't find it, which will make more people yearn for it. These ancient beings have been cultivated to the extreme in the realm of immortality. Bone God said solemnly, Your Majesty, what are we going to do next? This time it's not that a few immortals from the other side of the Shenzhou will deal with you. Come with me, this time to hunt them. #C900 Envoy. In one time and space, the surrounding brilliance is bright, like a mirror, reflecting different time and space. 2 people appeared here, with a strong sense of the other side, and they were actually strong men from the other side of the Shenzhou. My lord made Shenzhou appear on the other side of the boat, and the Emperor Yu Hua, ancient Emperor Piao and others also shot, but unfortunately, without my lord's guidance, they will never find the right way. Even if we go back, we have to rely on the invitation of my lord. A strong man on the other side made a cold voice. He observes the external time and space, and has a strong belief in the master of the other side. An order can even make him willing to die. Only the other side can be immortal and avoid all kinds of catastrophe. God Emperor Yuhua and the others are just doing useless work, trying to find where the other side is. This is something that many Cosmos Supremes have not done since the reincarnation. They are wasting their efforts. That's it. Another humane. The universe is in chaos, the heaven and the earth are in turmoil. My Lord sent us to be the messengers, to guide these struggling creatures in the universe into the other shore, and there is no need to go through the torment of the catastrophe. This is a good deed, but some people just don't understand. My Lord painstakingly insists on going against the other side of Shenzhou. The strong man on the other side said, "That bone god, we are so hardworking, we are willing to lead him, and we dare to refuse us. If the great Emperor Xuanhuan hadn't come, we would have died prematurely with the resistance of the bone god. The great Emperor Xuanhuan is extremely mysterious and has strange methods. Of course, I have fought against him before, and he was able to break my secret technique on the other side and cut down on my deity. This is absolutely something that ordinary existences can do, and he can see through me." The one who spoke was the one who appeared in the blood moon that day. Such a mysterious and terrifying person must lead him to the other side of the Shenzhou, believe in my lord, become my lord's subordinate, and strengthen my strength on the other side. The two people on the other side said, "Only by going to the other side can we survive in the chaotic world. Not everyone is eligible to be accepted by my lord, and the Emperor Xuanhuan should feel honored." Within the time and space, two figures suddenly walked out. One of them was powerful, and looked at the two lightly. "There is an existence on the other side." "Who?" The expressions of the two powerhouses on the other side suddenly changed, and they looked at the two who continued silently, and said in surprise, "Bone God, and you are Emperor Xuanhuan, you actually found our existence." The two of them couldn't be surprised. The place where they are is the time and space constructed by the secret method of the other side. Almost hard to find. The day you learned of the great Emperor's rescue, you ran away in a hurry, but you didn't know the great Emperor's terrifying means, and found you easily. What the other side? I don't believe a word of your words, and I will kill you today. The bone god carried the great skybreaker halberd and was murderous. You did catch two big fish. Xuanhuan said indifferently. On that day, he wounded a strong man on the other side, got his blood, traced his whereabouts with the supreme origin, and could find him directly. It just so happened that he hunted and killed these two immortals today, and became the nourishment for his immortal body. The means are terrifying. However, although the two powerhouses on the other side were surprised, they did not panic, but said to Xuanhuan, "Emperor Xuanhuan, the other side of Shenzhou heard your name, and wants to lead you to the other side of Shenzhou. When you get to the other side, you don't have to worry about your experience. Any doomsday, one by one, reincarnation has passed, and many strong people have disappeared, only the other side of me exists forever. I don't need your help." Xuanhuan's voice just fell. The bone god killed him. Originally, the other side shot him, which made him unhappy. Now that Xuanhuan found their existence, how could he not retaliate violently, and immediately suppressed by the halberd, the power of immortality oscillated. "Emperor Xuanhuan, we hope you can find your way back." The two strong men on the other side shouted loudly. Xuanhuan ignored them. His fists were vertical and horizontal, shattering this piece of space and time, and a violent collision slammed into the body of a strong man on the other side. Float up. His strength. This person had fought against Xuanhuan before, but he didn't feel so invincible. But today, when he and Xuanhuan played against each other, he felt a strong feeling of being at the top. Looking at the other person, he was also struggling to support the attack of the bone god. Great Emperor, have you noticed that their strength is a little weaker than immortality? The bone god made a sound transmission at this time. I noticed it. Xuanhuan's palm shook again, hitting the man's whole body to pieces, repairing himself with immortal matter. Leave here, this person has been enchanted, and it is difficult to pick up, unless a stronger pickup envoy is sent to deal with him. The two powerhouses on the other side knew that Xuanhuan was invincible, and they would not fight to the death at the moment. Their bodies suddenly turned into a ray of light, and they were projected directly away from here. The sealed door. Xuanhuan runs the sealed gate. Their projected power slammed into the air and was bounced back, with an ugly expression on their faces. This is the power of the Great Sealing Technique. Your seal actually sealed our secret technique on the other side. Those who oppose the other side will eventually be punished by the other side. A strong man on the other side shouted fiercely. Still talking nonsense. The bone god shouted. He swept the halberd, and knocked him flying. Although they were proficient in the secret techniques of the other side, in Xuanhuan's Great Seal Technique, all kinds of secret techniques related to time and space also failed, and the bone god felt that they were really inferior to what he knew. Of those immortal. This immortal was beaten and vomited blood, but his face was still not afraid. Even if we kill us, we are immortal. They really seem to be immortal and immortal. Although Xuanhuan and Bone God joined forces and fell into an absolute disadvantage, they are not afraid of death at all. To deal with Emperor Xuanhuan, leave this bone god alone. In this closed time and space, they also know that they cannot break it with their own strength, and the bone god is really nothing in their eyes. Only Emperor Xuanhuan is mysterious and unpredictable, so they must try to find out more of his methods. The bodies of the two of them are glowing, dazzling, and time and space are swept away. No, they are burning the immortal body. The bone god was shocked. The most powerful means of immortality is burning immortality, launching a decisive blow. He was also a little surprised. The two powerhouses on the other side burned too fast and resolutely. What do the people on the other side want to do? Bone God shouted. But Xuanhuan saw the two people burning immortal matter. His face was calm, his fists slammed, endless thunder and light intertwined, and he killed an immortal body, and the matter on his body was shattered and exploded. What? An immortal explosion on the other side. He seems to be a lot weaker than his normal immortal strength. How could he be Xuanhuan's opponent after refining the blood embryo of the gods, and the rolling immortal substances were absorbed by Xuanhuan and swallowed into his body? I am immortal and immortal. You are not the real me. I will reappear in the other side. Those who want to fight against the other side will definitely be punished by the other side. The other immortal beyond was killed by Xuanhuan, but his face was calm. He knew that what Xuanhuan killed was just his immortal body, and the real him was still reborn in the other side of the society. Great Emperor, it seems that these two are not dead. Although their bodies are destroyed, their souls are still there. #C901 Shenzhou Order. I understand, this is not their real body. Seeing Xuanhuan beheading and refining the two strong men on the other side, the bone god woke up and said, this is just a fake body condensed from immortal matter, their will is attached to it, and their real body soul is still on the other side of the Shenzhou boat. Inner, no wonder they say that they are immortal. Indeed, the great emperor was only a fake body, and did not let their souls annihilate. He was also a little fortunate. There were also many strong men on the other side to deal with him that day. If it was the real body, he would have insisted that he would not be able to come out of Xuanhuan. It's true that they didn't kill their deities, but these two bodies still contain a lot of immortal substances. Xuanhuan said lightly. He refines these immortal substances and greatly increases his cultivation. Yeah, this method is actually not difficult. It is rare to have a large amount of immortal material. With so much immortal material, I have already transformed it into my own cultivation. How can I play this method so luxuriously, and it is only in the other side of Shenzhou, other people can't find them, they dare to play this method. Bone God sighed. No wonder it is so weak, not as immortal as ordinary, but has a body comparable to immortality, but does not have a real soul. However, this method also has advantages, it can't die. Even if Xuanhuan killed them, he would only make them pay a little price, and only a few forces such as Shenzhou beyond could afford it. The other side of the Shenzhou is quiet again. Xuanhuan looked to the other side of the Shenzhou in the starry sky. Countless people were looking for a way to enter the other side, and some people who were destined suddenly appeared in front of a rainbow bridge of light, and walked on this road to enter the other side of the Shenzhou. Finally entered the other side of Shenzhou. These people who were brought in were extremely excited, and they all knew that even if it was a universe god, as long as the heaven and earth on the other side were not destroyed, they would not be affected by the external catastrophe, and they would be calm inside and would not be affected by the war. Is it really that good on the other side of the Shenzhou? The bone god is also guessing, he has never entered, and there is no record about it, so he doesn't know what is inside. But he thinks that there is nothing so cheap in the world. There is always a price to pay for what you get. That's it. The bone god was looking at the other side of the Shenzhou and exclaimed, "Immortal movement, there are immortals who are willing to enter the other side of the Shenzhou." Brilliant, there was an immortal who stepped into the sea of suffering, and suddenly the light was brilliant, and the power on the other side of the Shenzhou led him into it, becoming a model for everyone. Shenzhou appeared on the other side for several months, and finally Immortal entered. The timing of their choice is also very good. The universe is in chaos, and the Ascension God dynasty is competing for the Supreme Overlord. It is the moment to be bloody. They appeared just before the war. It's more chaotic. Bone God said. Bone God, what are you going to do? Xuanhuan asked. The other side of Shenzhou is now, and the Yuhua divine dynasty has set off a war. Although I am immortal, I also feel that my strength is weak. I will let the Bone God sect get close to the Xuanhu Empire. This way, if there is a war on the Emperor, I can also help immediately. The opposite is true. The Bone God must first approach the Xuanhu Empire. Can. Xuanhuan said lightly, he and the Bone God left here. The Bone God quickly moved the Bone God sect to a place very close to the Xuanhu Empire. Pay close attention to the latest news in the universe, especially the other side of Shenzhou. Xuanhuan issued an order. Although he has the mark of being able to enter the other side of the Shenzhou, he still knows very little about this force, and a lot of information can only be distinguished by his own guesses. As for the other side of the Shenzhou, the ascension of the divine dynasty, and the misty forbidden land are all helpless to them, unable to break into their old lair. It is difficult to deal with them, just send people to kill them when they meet the strong on the other side. However, although the powerhouses on the other side do not show their true bodies, they only condense their immortal bodies, but if they do not have immortal strength, they are not their opponents. Time is like water, and it has been 3 months since the appearance of the other side of the Shenzhou. Great Emperor, there are thousands of cosmic gods in the universe recently. Tens of thousands of world gods have been led to the other side of the Shenzhou, and there are a few immortal statues. It can be said that they are taking advantage of the chaos in the universe and wanting to attract strong people. Seeing Xuanhuan on the Bone God's face, his face was solemn. Now it's just a prelude. The most active period on the other side of Shenzhou is before the competition for the Supreme Being, because only in turmoil will people be willing to be invited. When the war burns more intensely, more people are willing to enter the other side. Xuanhuan said. Yes. Gushen sighed, there is another news. There have been many ancient powerhouses recently, some of them are immortals in ancient times, myths and legends, and they have also appeared, as the messengers on the other side of the Shenzhou, they are in the lead. Some lonesome immortals enter the other side. This is the big kill. Many people have doubts about the other side of Shenzhou, because they are afraid that after entering the other side, they will be caught in the urn, and they do not know how to die. However, when these ancient powerhouses appeared and said, using themselves as an example, they conveyed a truth. Entering the other side of the Shenzhou is really immortal, and living in the world forever is enough to make some immortals excited. These people contacted those immortals personally and persuaded some immortals. If you go to the other side of the Shenzhou, even if you can avoid all kinds of dooms in the universe, I am afraid you have to obey the orders of the owner of the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan saw through everything. A truly firm mind and great ambition, the immortality of the great cause, will not enter the other side of the Shenzhou. There is also terrifying news. There are more powerhouses on the other side of the Shenzhou than we thought, but the strange thing is that the master of the other side has never appeared, and he has not competed with many powerhouses for the position of cosmic hegemon. Bone God doubts. There is always a purpose. Xuanhuan said, maybe it is saving? Only when you really enter the other side of the Shenzhou can you have a chance to see what it is. Now, of course, he will not be on the other side of Shenzhou. He doesn't even know what's going on inside, unless he has an immortal state. Your Majesty, Bone God. Lu Qianfu hurried over and said, this minister has just inquired about a terrifying news that an ancient great sect was picked up by the other side of the Shenzhou. I heard that the ancestor of this sect appeared and was instructed to enter the other side of the Shenzhou. While inquiring about the news, I also encountered an attack from the other side of Shenzhou. The other side of the Shenzhou is attacking the people of the Empire. Xuanhuan's murderous anger came out. Yeah, I met a few, but I took the 7 divine artifacts with me, mobilized the power of immortality, and returned directly to the Empire. Lu Qianfu also knows that the situation has changed recently, and the universe is very chaotic. So every time he leaves the Shenwu Empire, he will bring the 7 artifacts with him. Fortunately, their immortality is a condensed fake body, otherwise it will be dangerous, but they are elusive, and it is very troublesome to be targeted by them. Bone God worried. If the other side of the Shenzhou is really a pure land, then you can still take refuge, but obviously not. They are courting death. Xuanhuan said coldly. Master of Shenwu, take the order of Shenzhou. Suddenly, there was a small boat mark, which turned into a Shenzhou decree, and appeared outside the empire. I wanted to enter it directly, but was cut off by the power of the national fortune. #C902 Hunting. This Shenzhou order fell outside the star field controlled by the Shenwu Empire, suspended in mid-air, with a mysterious chi machine. The brilliance is bright, the fluorescent light is flowing, and a supreme blurry figure appears. He is in charge of the giant boat and shelters the people in the giant boat to pass through the cosmic cycles. Cannot help but worship him. There is another light and shadow projected, and there is an indifferent figure, the messenger of the other side. Emperor Shenwu, my lord is merciful, seeing you are extraordinary. I don't want you to be destroyed in the war in the universe, so let me issue a Shenzhou order to personally lead you to the other side of the Shenzhou, and enjoy eternity. Take it, this is your great chances are, the other side of Shenzhou welcomes you. This figure is just a projection of mana irradiated. He didn't dare to appear directly, for fear of being destroyed by Xuanhuan. Listening to the meaning of his words, the Shenzhou order was issued, and the envoy received it, as if Xuanhuan was going to receive some great honor from the master on the other side. It actually issued the Shenzhou order directly. Bone God said in shock. It seems that Emperor Shenwu has been valued by the owner of the other side. Of course, this is not surprising. Xuanhuan's sudden rise, his record is amazing, everyone knows that he has a big secret, but he is so powerful that it is difficult to deal with it by ordinary methods. The rise of the Shenwu Empire is not a secret. After all, an empire has risen from a weak and humble body, and some things cannot be concealed. Anyone with a heart will know just by asking. Especially in the few battles that Xuanhuan became famous, the sword in his hand was known to be a terrifying divine weapon. The owner of the other side wanted to bring him in. Obviously, this was because he saw his secret and tried to capture it. Of course, if you don't accept it, a large number of envoys will come to invite you to the other side. The man added. The so-called please means to threaten. The owner of the other side must let Xuanhuan enter the other side of the Shenzhou because of his will. Go ahead, Shenzhou order, not everyone is qualified to let my lord issue this order. Don't go against the will of the other side of Shenzhou. This man is indifferent. Xuanhuan did not answer. With just a big wave of his hand, the Shenzhou order was shattered with a bang. He didn't even have to think about entering the other side. He owned the boat and wanted to find their whereabouts as easy as the palm of his hand. The messenger on the other side of the Shenzhou did not expect that Xuanhuan would make such a decisive move. He said angrily, you go against my lord's will, and a large number of ambassadors will come soon, and your end will be even worse. Boom. As soon as Xuanhuan pointed it out, his projection was also broken. The other side of Shenzhou will not give up. A large number of envoys are a large number of immortals. Even if it is that kind of fake body, but the number is too large, it is scary enough. Bone God worried. The selection of the other side of Shenzhou appeared at this time, not to compete with Yuhuashan dynasty to dominate the starry sky, but to annex the powerhouses in the universe. I never like to be beaten passively, I prefer to take the initiative to attack and create opportunities in the attack. The other side has already paid attention to me, focusing on the secrets and wealth of my body, which is just right, and I also need a lot of immortal material, so take their use of fake body to help my cultivation break through. Xuanhuan's face was indifferent, these envoys from the other side are seeking their own death. He continuously refines immortal substances. In fact, his cultivation has reached a limit that will be broken before, but he is still missing a stronger force to completely help him break through this limit. Originally, he was still calculating how to hunt the immortal and break through the realm. And the appearance of the other side of the Shenzhou this time just gave him a chance. Although those fake bodies are powerful, they are not afraid of death, and they can be reborn on the other side of the Shenzhou. Their strength, which is weaker than normal immortality, just gave him a chance. If Xuanhuan hunts other immortals, it will definitely cause backlash, which is not good for the current state of the empire. But beheading these messengers on the other side of Shenzhou will make some people who are unhappy on the other side of Shenzhou applaud. This is an opportunity. As soon as Xuanhuan spoke, he had already left the empire and appeared on the edge of the surging sea of misery. The bone god quickly followed. The other side of the Shenzhou often spurted a rainbow light, which turned into a hongqiao that broadened some people. Xuanhuan looked at the other side of the Shenzhou and built a void of eternal exile, and then sat down, very patient, like a hunter catching prey, waiting for the prey to appear. A month. 2 months. He waited for 3 months. Suddenly his eyes opened, and a terrifying light shot out, and another rainbow light shot out from the huge ship. The light and rain were colorful and brilliant. There were several figures in the light, which were being led to the other side of the Shenzhou. Another immortal was taken to the other side of the Shenzhou and took refuge in them. Since the appearance of the other side of Shenzhou in this era, 2 or 3 immortal statues have been received. Yeah, the universe is in chaos, and it is rumored that the reincarnation catastrophe is about to begin. These are immortal deaths, but if you enter the other side of the Shenzhou, you can avoid these calamities, but there will always be a price to pay for entering the other side. I don't want to pay this price. No matter how good the other side is, I won't go in. Not everyone is willing to be led to the other side of the Shenzhou, and they also know that it is not the real Pure Land. But in the face of a place where they can avoid the catastrophe and chaos, they still envy them. That is the ancestor of Taishi sect. He is entering the other side, and there is an envoy by his side to accompany him. There are a lot of people watching here. This is already the place that has been watched the most except for the undead time and space. Swish. At this moment, a man calmly stood up from the bitter sea. He held the sword beside him, and stared at the bridge. A sword suddenly slashed out, and a supreme sword light slashed directly over it. Cut off the way of reception and lead, so that they can't get in. The sword light illuminated the entire sea of bitterness, which was unimaginable. Someone is slashing the light of reception on the other side of the Shenzhou. There is another strong man attacking them, but how can the light of the lead be broken? There were strong people who tried to break them before, but they didn't succeed. Instead, they were besieged by people from the other side, and the end was terrible. These people thought that this sword could not cut through the rainbow light. But the fact was beyond their expectations. When the sword light slashed away, the infinite time and space were torn apart, the supreme artifact, extremely terrifying, and a shocking scene appeared. This rainbow light was actually broken, cutting off the receiving power from the other side of the Shenzhou. Hongguang was broken, and the connection was interrupted. Those who paid attention here almost swallowed their tongues. It's so unbelievably scary. Who is interfering with the other side of the Shenzhou? The other side of my Shenzhou is our enemy, damn it, eternal depravity. Receive the envoys, kill this person. The strong man on the other side of the Shenzhou was furious. The reason why they are unscrupulous is that the power of receiving and attracting is cut off by relying on the strangeness of the other side of the boat. In fact, this kind of thing has also happened. Some ancient overlords such as Heavenly Emperor and God have exerted their power to make them unable to receive and lead. Laugh. A figure stepped directly over, pierced through the layers of time and space, and appeared in the rainbow light. #C903 Walking Immortal Matter. You, Emperor Xuanhuan, dare to interrupt the reception on the other side. Naturally, these envoys from the other side would not be unfamiliar with Xuanhuan, they were simply too familiar. A few months ago, the Shenzhou order was issued to his empire. Not only did he not accept it, but he directly destroyed the Shenzhou order. But today, this person used a divine sword to cut off their connection, which shocked them and made them even more angry. You wanna die? Although these envoys felt the breath of Xuanhuan's worldwide shock, they were not afraid. They were all fake bodies, and they were not afraid of death at all. Even if they were destroyed, they could reunite as long as they consumed the immortal material on the other side of the Shenzhou. There are a lot of fakes, plus a real immortal material is enough. Xuanhuan was absolutely indifferent, his eyes swept away, and he counted the prey in front of him. If it was really immortal, it would be extremely difficult to join forces to deal with it, but although these fake bodies have powerful power, but the real body does not come, it is not enough to see in front of Xuanhuan. And their immortal substance is what Xuanhuan needs most. As long as he has enough immortal matter, he can hit the realm of immortality, and the appearance of the other side of the Shenzhou is the best opportunity for him to break through. The realm of immortality, he has waited too long and will not let it go. This person is already crazy, not only should he not be called by my lord, but he must deal with the other side, suppress this person, and imprison him in the other side of the Shenzhou. A middle-aged man walked out and looked at Xuanhuan coldly. I'll deal with him, you wait to contact other envoys, and today I want to show the people in this universe, not everyone on the other side of Shenzhou can offend. Who is this envoy? The fluctuations are violent, and many strong people in the universe have paid attention to the sea of suffering, but now more people come. Someone looked at this man and said in surprise, this person is the immortal elder of Tianyu sect. Tianyu sect has long since disappeared in the long river of history, and his son Hong is still alive, so he went to the other side of Shenzhou. The other side of Shenzhou is indeed mysterious and unpredictable, and some ancient existences have joined there. You will never know the mystery of the other side of the Shenzhou, the power of the master on the other side. Between Sun Hong's words, Tian Yu fluctuated, his strength condensed, and suddenly a swift and violent force approached Chu Yuan. It's not the real body, and the fake body is also presumptuous in front of me? Chu Yuan's elegance is peerless, and he holds a peerless power. His powerful big hand squeezed and blasted out, booming. The whole sea of bitterness was violently subverted. Just as Sun Hong's strength touched him, his whole body trembled violently, and he retreated repeatedly in the air. With Sun Hong alone, it is difficult for him to be his opponent. He can't exert his immortal and strongest power in disguise. This person's methods are secretive. Ancestor Taishi, you just joined the other side. In order to show your loyalty to my lord, Yuzhu, his true body joins us against him. These envoys from the other side stood together and looked at Chu Yuan coldly. This is natural, only the lord of the other shore can help me through this catastrophe. The old man, Taishi, was a gray-haired old man. He had no confidence that he could survive this war that swept the universe. When the envoy found him, he agreed without hesitation. Chu Yuan has no interest in talking nonsense with these people. His eyes locked on the fake body and Taishi's ancestor. A terrifying aura rose from Chu Yuan's body, and his strength was so bright that in an instant, endless thunder and lightning flooded from a portal. Join us to suppress him. At the same time, the powerhouses on the other side mobilized the power, overwhelming the sea, and suppressed them. Moreover, they were able to mobilize the power in this sea of bitterness, which increased their power. Chu Yuan soared into the sky, his divine light was expansive, his eyes were radioed, and they exploded in all directions. There is nothing to stop Chu Yuan. At this moment, his will is strong to a limit. He pushes one person horizontally and attacks violently. These people are suddenly affected by this force, the formation is scattered, and they retreat towards the surroundings. Swish swish. The fluctuation of the sea of bitterness. Then several other envoys from the other side rushed over from all over the universe and joined the battlefield. They all looked at Chu Yuan with an angry look. This emperor dared to destroy their reception. Continue to receive the other side. Together, they exerted their power, which made the power transmitted from the Shenzhou on the other side again. Boom. Chu Yuan is not easy to provoke. In his eyes, these immortal avatars are immortal substances that can walk, like ginseng that grows legs, waiting for him to harvest. He stretched out his hand and waved, and the 7 divine artifacts appeared, imitating his appearance, and Lu Qianfu and other imperial powerhouses existed in the divine artifact and urged them together. A messenger from the other side rushed in front of the 7 divine artifacts, but the 7 divine artifacts grabbed the seal of suppression and directly suppressed it. It's getting more and more lively. The Bone God is the most staunch ally of the Xuanhuan Empire. He held a halberd and said disdainfully, "Everyone dares to use a fake body to shoot, even the real body does not dare to show. Is it afraid that he will be killed in the universe and can't be resurrected again? Too afraid of death. If we are real, you can't resist." A strong man on the other side said coldly. "What are you talking about? I can beat several fakes like you. The Bone God is truly immortal, not the 7 divine artifacts that simulate immortal power." He waved the halberd, and the violent power erupted. As expected, he blocked several immortal bodies with the power of one person. He is also creating opportunities for Chu Yuan to kill him one by one. The battle on the Bitter Sea broke out. Extradition them to the other side of Shenzhou. Many strong men on the other side shouted loudly, their bodies were glowing, the immortal matter was burning violently, and a divine boat order appeared in their hands, and the power was immediately combined, causing a ray of light to wash over Chu Yuan. Bone God's face froze. This force is too strong, and he is in a sea of misery. If he is, he will definitely not be able to resist it, and he will be taken to the other side of the Shenzhou. At that time it will really be my life and he will not be controlled by me. Emperor Xuanhuan, enter Shenzhou, repent and make atonement. The strong people on the other side shouted loudly, and Xuanhuan dared to stop them from taking people in, which was a big taboo. But Xuanhuan's body stood still, like a peerless existence supporting the universe, and the power of the divine might poured out on him, but he didn't react at all, and he still had that calm expression. I can't even catch him. If this person doesn't have any means, my lord will not issue a Shenzhou order to him. Don't worry, we burn immortal matter, immortal and immortal, enough to suppress him. Yes, the other side of the Shenzhou is transmitting power to us. This space-time influence is for the chaos of the other side, and he can't move. I have a hunch that if he is suppressed on the other side of the Shenzhou, it will be even bigger than the 10 immortals. Immediately, these other powerhouses attacked with stronger power again. Other immortals regarded burning immortal matter as a desperate means, but these people did not have these scruples at all and burned at will. And this piece of time and space is mysterious, although many people have seen their battle, but due to the influence of the other side, they have left the original universe, and no one dares to set foot here. I have no interest in fighting with you guys any longer. Xuanhuan swung his fist, the world turned pale, countless ancient gods set off his existence, worshipped him as the supreme emperor, carried the glory of the gods, and swept the past with the most brilliant rays of light. #C904 Immortal God. As soon as the glory of the gods came out, Xuanhuan was brave and invincible, dominated by the gods, and continuously shattered the secret methods of these strong men on the other side. Just a soul living in the fake body, what kind of terrifying power can erupt? He vaguely guessed that the master of the other shore had attracted so many immortals, and he didn't want them to work hard, just walking in a fake body. It was a big plan. But these have nothing to do with him now. In Xuanhuan's eyes, he could only break through to the realm of immortality immediately. He punched it. The fist that dominates the gods is earth-shattering, countless figures of gods move with him, the face of a strong man on the other side changes dramatically, and his aura is shocking. He desperately tries to get out of the shroud of the fist, but no matter how he dodges, he is always blocked by Xuanhuan. Shrouded in. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, he simply killed him directly. He was a fake, and it didn't matter if he died. But his resistance was in vain, the fake body was too weak in front of Xuanhuan, and he was torn apart with one punch. Bastard! The other strong men on the other side saw that one person was torn apart, and shouted angrily, "You are so unscrupulous, my lord will not let you go, my lord will surely suppress you from generation to generation, you will never be born, you will bear the anger on the other side of Shenzhou." No. Xuanhuan didn't speak, or he didn't want to talk nonsense with this group of walking human-shaped immortal substances. He continued to walk out, and the phantoms of the gods continued to surround him, creating his brilliance and brilliance. He activated the brilliance of the moment, and suddenly came to the front of a strong man on the other side, and the thunder and lightning swayed and grabbed his head. His power at this moment is too strong, and he has long reached the limit of the universe god. Even the real immortality can be beheaded, let alone these fake bodies. When the hand of thunder fell, he was the strongest ruler in charge of the thunder tribulation. Boom, this strong man on the other side roared, and his entire body was shaken to pieces. Not enough, not enough. Xuanhuan made such a sound. He continued to strike, and the emperor was ruthless, slaughtering his prey. The Bone God and the 7 divine artifacts blocked some of the other side powerhouses who were about to surround them. Create a place for Xuanhuan where he can kill as much as he wants. The Gate of God appeared in front of a strong man on the other side, and the hand of God appeared from it, directly destroying a fake body. A large amount of immortal matter is also pouring into Xuanhuan's body at this moment, so that he can't wait to hit the immortal realm immediately. Retreat, retreat quickly, don't entangle with him, unless a large number of immortal real bodies come, this person will not be able to obliterate him. These powerhouses on the other side shouted, and they no longer wanted to continue fighting with Xuanhuan. With the fake body being killed too many, they couldn't fight anymore. Although they can be immortal in the other shore, it is also distressing to consume so much immortal matter, and it is not endless. On the other side of Shenzhou, more envoys will be sent to suppress you. The faces of these strong men on the other side are fierce, and they are no longer as indifferent as before. A token appeared in their hands, radiating light, and asked the owner of the other side to lead them back. Immediately, they were connected to the other side of the Shenzhou in the virtual spacetime, so that they suddenly turned into a divine light and rushed out fiercely. Surrounded by gods, Xuanhuan was in charge of the supreme authority, and the gate of sealing turned into a huge stone gate, allowing these people to impact on the stone gate and forcibly cut off their connection with the other side of the Shenzhou. At this time, unless the master of the other shore personally guides them, they will never be able to break through by themselves. The other side of the Shenzhou is also shaking at the moment, and the rays of light are radiating, and it seems to be showing its anger. However, the owner of the other side of the Shenzhou did not do anything. He also knew that at this time, if a lot of power was transmitted in an instant, it was very likely that the position of the other side would be exposed and let some ancient existences perceive it. Once the other side of Shenzhou is found, they will no longer be mysterious. If the fake body is consumed, it will be consumed. The mystery on the other side of the Shenzhou is the most important. Haha, the master of the other shore does not dare to attack, afraid of exposing himself. After Xuanhuan wiped out several fake avatars in succession, their strength was greatly reduced, and the bone god became fierce. He gradually recovered his peak strength, and the halberd smashed on one's head, directly shattering it. The peerless attack was once again smashed out, Xuanhuan's palm smashed out, yin and yang were in chaos, the universe was reversed, and a fake body was directly smashed with the strongest force. Xuanhuan's great devouring technique also made everyone feel the terror of being irresistible at this moment. These powerhouses from the other side came here, and they originally wanted to use various means to attract the powerhouses in the universe, but they did not expect that they would attract the killing god Xuanhuan. Their faces were not fear, but anger. I fought with you. A strong man on the other side rushed to Xuanhuan. He condensed a long sword with immortal material and slashed in anger. Even if he knew that he could not stop Xuanhuan, he would leave an unforgettable injury on him. Great devouring technique. Xuanhuan's eyes are like a black hole, and he will let the strong man on the other side sink, and the whole person will become smaller and smaller, and will be swallowed by the black hole. Xuanhuan was domineering and boundless, his black robe fluttered in the wind, wherever he went, where he swallowed, until in the end, only the ancestor Taishi was left. Ah! Don't kill me, I have nothing to do with the other side. Ancestor Taishi was terrified, he wanted to escape from the catastrophe, but he never expected to encounter such a terrifying existence. He is not one of those fake bodies, and he is not afraid of death. This is his real body, and if he dies, he will die. But Xuanhuan didn't plan to let him go. No matter how much you kill with a fake body, it's just a fake body. This time, he has to directly sacrifice the blood of Taishi's ancestors, so that he can successfully break through the realm of immortality. Once he entered immortality, then he was really qualified to join these hegemony competitions in the universe. Ancestor Taishi saw that Xuanhuan would not let him go, and in desperation, a killer move broke out. He is the real body, and his strength is much stronger than those fake bodies. To knock him back. However, although Patriarch Taishi is strong, his strength is similar to that of Yan Wu. That day, Xuanhuan was able to kill even Yan Wu, not to mention him now. Ancestor Taishi's counterattack was useless, Xuanhuan grabbed his arm at once, and then the swallowing force devoured him brutally. A sword split this chaotic space. Xuanhuan left here after swallowing the Taishi ancestor, and returned to the Shenwu Empire. As soon as he left too many shocks in the universe. What a terrifying scene. The receptionist on the other side was smashed in front of this Emperor Shenwu, and even a real immortal was also beheaded. Kill. Of course Xuanhuan knew. He made such a shocking scene today, which will be remembered by the people on the other side of Shenzhou, and Yuhuashan dynasty will also pay more attention to him. But as long as you can break through to the realm of immortality, these are not problems. In the face of absolute strength, all dangers will be easily resolved. The realm of immortality can be broken through. The immortal substance in Xuanhuan's body has accumulated to a limit, when it is time to have enough ability to break through. He did not hesitate, returned to the Shenwu Empire, and immediately broke through immortality. #C905 Reincarnation. The immortal realm, Xuanhuan, has been waiting for too long. Only immortality can have the power to fight in the great world of the universe. Even if he had the strength of immortality before, but if it is not in this realm, there will always be something wrong. And he continuously beheaded the other side of the fake body, plundering enough power to satisfy his breakthrough. Immortal realm. In the Shenwu Empire, heaven and earth suddenly changed dramatically. The infinite number of calamities gathered together to condense the most ferocious will in the universe. Immortal doom, too strong. Before immortality, a universe will die after the cycle of reincarnation is over, but when it reaches immortality, Xuanhuan is immortal and can exist forever. Therefore, this kind of existence that wants to escape from the control of the universe will be strangled by the force of the universe, preventing him from escaping from the control. Each of these calamities fell, it was earth-shattering, and it was even more huge than some immortal breakthroughs, a treatment that only those who defied the sky could enjoy. This, the great emperor, is really only the god of the universe, and he is attacking the immortal doom. Heaven, before immortality, has such terrifying strength. I can't imagine how terrifying the great emperor will be once he really breaks through to the realm of immortality. Seeing this fluctuation, the bone god widened his eyes. Even now, he is far from being able to bear the power of this doom. However, when such terrifying doom came, Xuanhuan didn't care. Instead, he used the great devouring technique to actively devour this doom, and turned into immortal divine light over and over again to wash himself and sharpen his mana. Immortal realm. Doom became an obstacle that could not stop Xuanhuan from breaking through. The bone god's eyes widened. He had lived for so long, and he had never encountered such an existence that regarded God as nothing. Immortal realm, immortal gods. As soon as he broke through to this realm, Xuanhuan immediately felt a completely different feeling from the universe god. He was detached from this world and could break the universe with just one hand, but at the same time he felt a force that isolated the universe was blocking the world. Let me break through to the realm of immortality. On the other side of Shenzhou, I would like to thank you very much. Xuanhuan's voice was cold. Ding. The host breaks through the immortal god and gets 1,000,000 fate points, supernatural power fruit x 2048, immortal artifact advanced card, immortal god crystal x2, world shaking Rigo x1, door of light x1, control of the supreme supernatural power reincarnation, random lottery chance x1. Ding. The current branch line has been released, breaking through the immortal god double heaven. The division of immortality is only the third layer of heaven, and the Ubeifone that day is the existence of the second layer of heaven. Although the division of the immortal realm is simple, it is difficult enough to achieve immortality, and it has been killed among countless people, so the gap between each level is also very large, even larger than the four-step division of the universe gods. And the powerhouses like the barbarian god of war are standing at the peak of the triple heaven. With the blessing of the Emperor Sword, I can be compared to the immortal god's second heaven. Xuanhuan said. Before he could check this reward, the sound of the completion of the main story also came out. Ding! The host completed the main quest, obtained 3 million fate points, the 7th level construction blueprint of the space battleship, the Immortal Artifact Advanced card, the Supernatural Power Fruit X2048, the Immortal God Healing Potion, the Slayer X1, the Immortal God Crystal X2, the Tianmen X1, the God the Magic Pool X1, the Random Chance to Draw the 3000 Avenues X1, and the Chance to Draw the Random Draw X1. Ding! The current mainline has been released, Lisan Dynasty. Lisan Dynasty. Xuanhuan stared at the new main quest on the system panel. Lisan Dynasty is naturally the next step for the Xuanhu Empire. After all, an ambitious existence like him wants to dominate the universe. The only god dynasty in the universe now is the Yuhua god dynasty. But Lisan Dynasty is not just talking about it. You are a god dynasty, you have no strength, and you dare to call yourself a god dynasty will not only be ridiculed by others, but will also be targeted by many people, and they will unite to destroy you. If you establish a dynasty, you must have the strength to conquer the universe. If you don't have enough strength, you can't stand up to God. Let Yuhuashan dynasty continue to be targeted by the major forces in the universe now. Xuanhuan is very clear. I have already broken through to immortality, and it is time to open the last seal of the Emperor Sword. Xuanhuan said, System, unseal the 9 attributes of the human Emperor Sword. The human sovereign sword was the supreme artifact he obtained when he first came to this universe. As he became stronger, the attributes of one after another were unsealed. Now that the last one has finally arrived, Xuanhuan is also very much looking forward to it. The human Emperor Sword Attribute 9 is being unsealed. Human Emperor Sword Attribute 9 has been unblocked. When Xuanhuan heard this prompt, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately looked at the last attribute. Attribute 9, Reincarnation of Heaven and Earth. The reincarnation of heaven and earth goes back and forth, from destruction to new life, and there are reincarnations of living beings. This is the power of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The divine light in Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and he said, Everyone has his reincarnation, even the universe is reincarnating itself again and again, repeating it again and again. The power of this reincarnation is incomparably mysterious, it is the sword of the Emperor. The last attribute. In an instant, the 9 attributes were completely unlocked, and the human Emperor Sword burst out with the true power of its supreme artifact. The immortal light of the human spirit made Xuanhuan supreme and majestic at this time, and he is now immortal. At every turn, the human sovereign sword in his hand can cleave infinite brilliance. Reincarnation, the supreme human sovereign road, is the last attribute of the human sovereign sword, such as the Emperor among men, the supreme indestructible, the host, the 9 attributes of the human sovereign sword. Unsealing is not the end, but only the beginning. This sword gathers the power of countless living beings. The more creatures believe in the host, the stronger the human sovereign sword will be. This is a human sword that becomes stronger and never ends. The system said, control fate with the power of reincarnation. It's really just the beginning. The human Emperor Sword is constantly getting stronger. The Empire is used to accommodate living beings. The stronger the Empire, the stronger the human Emperor Sword. Only when the 9 attributes penetrate, can the power of the human Emperor Sword be fully released. Xuanhuan deeply knew the horror of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. This can be used not only for cultivation, but also for fighting the enemy. Time flows faster in the kingdom of the Emperor. One day in the outside world is 10 years in the kingdom of the Emperor. Xuanhuan silently calculated the new time flow rate in the kingdom of the Emperor. This speed is too terrifying. One day is equal to 10 years in the human sovereign sword, and it takes a lot more time than others out of thin air. Even after the ascension of the gods, I am afraid that he cannot achieve such a terrifying time acceleration. If the entire universe can be controlled, the flow of time can be changed by me. Xuanhuan sighed, however, now I have twice as much time as before, which can be used to do more things. He put the human sovereign sword in front of him, and he called out the 9 attributes. Attribute 1, wearing the equipped human emperor sword increases the combat power of the realm by 1. Attribute 2, the source of belief. Attribute 3, heaven and earth oven. Attribute 4, humanity is a long river. Attribute 5, the kingdom of the emperor. Attribute 6, human sovereign fury. Attribute 7, time and space. Attribute 8, civilization. Attribute 9, reincarnation of heaven and earth. Hashtag C906 light and dark. 9 attributes, emitting 9 supreme brilliance. The hazy and dazzling divine light runs through the sword body, and finally exudes the majesty of a supreme artifact. Xuanhuan's power to circulate the reincarnation of heaven and earth can immediately set up a reincarnation domain, allowing everyone to rise and fall within his reincarnation. Even the power is so powerful that it can dominate the reincarnation of the universe. Holding the emperor sword, he stood up, mighty and domineering. This is the sword representing the supreme emperor, possessing supreme overbearing majesty. The starry sky is invincible. I am the only one on the road, how can I be without the Shenwu Empire? Xuanhuan's eyes were sparkling, and he had infinite confidence. After he broke through to the immortal cultivation base, he did have the qualification to compete for the starry sky. The killer has seen the emperor. At this time an existence representing slaughter respectfully appeared beside Xuanhuan. He knelt down on his knees, holding a broadsword in his hand, which was stained with blood. It was an existence in charge of slaughter. Killer, immortal cultivation base. At first glance, this person, Xuanhuan, is like a fierce general who is fighting and charging on the battlefield, like a god of killing, with killing as the core, and his hands are bloody and cruel. And the gods, the sky shakers have also broken through to the 4th step of the universe god, and now they are also attacking the realm of immortality with all their strength. The slayer is very good. You will be the sword in my hand, pointing to where to kill. This slaying god map belongs to you. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with the slaughter. He raised his palm, and the slaughtering god map floated in front of the slaughter. The slayer thanked the great emperor for the divine weapon, said the slayer. For immortal crystals. Only then did Xuanhuan have time to check the treasures rewarded by the system. The immortal god crystal is dazzling and the size of a human head. It is condensed from the thick, immortal material, and it is extremely pure. It is very suitable for the realm of the universe god to absorb and consolidate its cultivation to the realm of immortality. With these 4 immortal crystals, there will be immortal gods in the empire. Xuanhuan has already figured out how to distribute it. The 2 immortal artifact advancement cards were also used by Xuanhuan to advance the grip of the god of war and the steel of suppressing the prison and sealing the gods, so that the realm of the 2 leaders was upgraded again. This is good. Xuanhuan lacked the immortal god the most. Now the killer, the war god commander, and the prison commander can exert immortal power. The supernatural power has advanced the great devouring technique to a level consistent with immortality. At this moment, he also had a thunder-colored long ge in his hand, which was powerful and domineering. This is a world-shaking ray, with the power to shake the world. Only the most divine beings can exert the power of this war. Very good. Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. The human sovereign sword represents the supreme humanity. And this world-shattering Rigo is the most powerful weapon in the hands of the emperor. Start the random 3000 Avenue lottery. Ding. The host obtained the Great Darkness technique of the 3000 avenues through a random 3000 Avenue lottery. Great darkness, darkness comes, and there is no light in the night. Great darkness. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly flashed. Look at a portal in the system space. The Gate of Light. This is a portal of infinite light that communicates with a long river of light. As soon as Xuanhuan waved his hand, an infinite breath of light swept in. His face also became interesting. He knew the Great Light technique, and he had the Gate of Light. This time, he drew the Great Darkness technique from the 3000 avenues. The power of light and darkness is like the opposite of yin and yang. Undoubtedly, mastering the two extremes will make you stronger. Gods and demons pool, infuse energy and blood of gods and demons, and refine the liquid of gods and demons, which can enhance the mana of the body. This god and devil pool is a blood-stained giant pool with ancient patterns. Xuanhuan knew that the magic pool was very useful. Filling it with magic liquid would allow the soldiers of the empire to enter and build a foundation. This was specially used to train a large number of soldiers and make them as powerful as gods and demons. Moreover, the more cherished the materials you use, the more effective the magic liquid will be. For example, if you kill the immortal, the liquid of the gods and demons dissolved can promote a large number of world gods to the realm of universe gods. Even if it is immortal, as long as you cherish the materials you use, it will be of great benefit to their cultivation. God and Demon Pond. This is the artifact of Xuanhuan. Tianmen. He looked towards the system space. The so-called Tianmen is two huge Tianzhu, separated on both sides, boiled in the middle of the fog, the cloud spewed, and the dazzling divine light swept out, which could stand in front of their own capital and build a channel representing majesty. Boom! The Tianmen appeared in front of the imperial capital, and anyone who entered the imperial capital had to pass through this majestic Tianmen. Outside the Tianmen, two tall giant spirit generals appeared, both of whom had reached the realm of the cosmos gods, holding halberds specially made for them, guarding the Tianmen. The control of reincarnation, the supreme ancient supernatural power, in the reincarnation of the day and the earth, it is necessary to self-control the power of this reincarnation, so that the changes of heaven and earth are under its control. Moment. In Xuanhuan's eyes, a vague and ancient existence appeared. He was like the controller of reincarnation, detached from heaven and earth, watching the fluctuations of the universe's reincarnation, all under the control of his hands. The control of this reincarnation is too overbearing to control life. The other side of the so-called Shenzhou is just reincarnation in this universe. Xuanhuan said indifferently. The immortal god healing potion, he glanced at it. It looks similar to the previous healing potion, but the effect is terrifying. As long as the cultivation base does not exceed the realm of the immortal triple heaven, any injury can be recovered immediately. When the host establishes the dynasty, the super mall can be opened, and more treasures suitable for immortal gods can be refreshed. The system prompts. It is good. Xuanhuan nodded. At this time, he looked at the door of the curse in the system space. Since only 8 artifacts were collected, it was not perfect. Ding. The current branch has been released. Gather 9 cursed artifacts and condense the complete cursed door. The system released the task. New branch. Xuanhuan took out the door of the curse and stood in the Xuanhu Empire. Suddenly, under his control, there was a call to make the last divine weapon come. And Xuanhuan also knew that it would take some time to summon him. He didn't want to wait, and then came to the place where Jiuyou practiced. Jiuyou is cross-legged here, the light of Jiuyou is spreading on her body, but there is still a looming blood-colored vitality. This is the power of the Blood Moon Queen, intertwined with her crazily, to seize the control of the body. 9 secluded. Xuanhuan smiled. Emperor Xuanhu. Jiuyou also opened her eyes. She practiced very fast in the Xuanhu Empire, and she knew that it was the power of the human emperor kingdom that was helping her. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for her to resist the Blood Moon Queen. She looked at Xuanhuan, suddenly startled. Immortal. You feel good, I have reached the realm of immortality. Xuanhuan said. It seems that I will never be able to catch up with the Emperor's cultivation, and I can only look at his back. I am still a little short of immortality. Joyo was also shocked. The Emperor Xuanhuan in front of him was extremely terrifying before he had cultivated to immortality. Now that he has reached the realm of immortality, wouldn't it be even more earth-shattering? Immortal, you are not far off. Xuanhuan took out a piece of immortal divine crystal and gave it to her, refining, there is a thick immortal substance in it, which will shorten the time for you to break through to immortality. And your immortal catastrophe will have one more doom than others. It comes from the will of the Blood Moon Queen. You have to rely on your own strength to suppress and maintain your 9 Serenity Way. When the Blood Moon Queen was at its peak, it is the existence of the immortal triple heaven. I am afraid it is comparable to the barbarian god of war. Xuanhuan said, but now I have mastered a magical power called the reincarnation of heaven and earth. I will continue to reincarnate your memories, so that you can remember yourself deeply, so even if the Blood Moon Queen seizes you, you can still suppress it. After all, she is just a will and has lost her power. He wants to cultivate Joyo to the realm of immortality. Joyo has broken through to immortality. Not only can he complete a side quest, but with his help, Joyo can forge the set of artifacts left by the Blood Moon Queen into a puppet-like blood moon. The world is reincarnated. Joyo was shocked. She immediately entered into the reincarnation of heaven and earth that Xuanhuan had built for her. The infinite mana made her experience reincarnation from lifetime to lifetime. #C907 The Cursed King. The reincarnation of heaven and earth is extremely mysterious. Xuanhuan used Joyo to build the time and space of reincarnation with great mana, and experienced the reincarnation of life in one lifetime. But this is much more brilliant than the illusion method. Because in the reincarnation of heaven and earth, everything you experience is real, you cannot feel the difference, and it is only a short period of time for the outside world. Xuanhuan let Joyo experience the reincarnation of heaven and earth, which is also a kind of tempering for her heart. When the light of reincarnation on her body dissipated, Joyo slowly opened her eyes, exhaled a long breath, and asked, how long has it been since I have passed? I feel that within this reincarnation, I have spent thousands of years. After a long time, I woke up like a dream, and the eyes are still in front of me, but I am me, I know this very well. Less than 10 breaths have passed. Xuanhuan smiled. The power of the reincarnation of heaven and earth is very strange. When it is soft, it can be used to assist the strong to cultivate. When it is violent, it can make people fall into reincarnation. And the most powerful place is the reincarnation that dominates the world. It's only 10 breaths. Joyo sighed. How sure are you that you can break through immortality? Xuanhuan asked. I am now 50% sure. The biggest difficulty is that the Blood Moon Queen will seize my will. If I accidentally give up my previous efforts, I only have a 10% certainty, but with the power of reincarnation, I have the current 50%. Joyo thought for a while and answered truthfully. This is not enough, it is far from enough. I have reached immortality, and can help you fully control the Blood Moon artifact, and you can suppress the Blood Moon Queen with the power of reincarnation between the wills. Xuanhuan said. I see. Joyo sighed softly. She looked at the figure in front of her who smiled softly at her, but was actually a stalwart emperor who looked down on the world, excelled in the universe, and mastered the power of divine martial arts. The immortal figure in her mind could never be erased. I would like to thank your majesty for giving the divine crystal, and I will die for the empire. Xuanhuan let Joyo continue to attack immortality. Then he gave the immortal crystal to the Book of Enlightenment. The Book of Enlightenment has accumulated a lot, and his accumulation of laws and wills is enough. What is lacking now is immortal material. Cultivation well, the war will start, and the empire needs your strength. Qu Yuan said to him. 37 years of Xuanhuan. 2 months after Qu Yuan broke through immortality and summoned the immortal artifact. In the space and time of the universe, an extremely terrifying gloomy aura swept over like a gust of wind and torrential rain, and everything was impacted and decayed, and suddenly the power of the ocean-like curse drowned the Xuanhuan Empire. The last cursed artifact has been summoned. Boom. The door of the curse controlled by Qu Yuan is also shaking violently, and there is a force of backlash roaring, 100 times 1,000 times surge, and it wants the center to bloom and backlash within the Xuanhuan Empire. Qu Yuan stared at the void. He saw a jet-black scepter, and a vague figure holding a scepter bombarded his empire. Is it finally here? I've been waiting for a long time. Qu Yuan penetrated the heavens, holding the door of curse. He came out of the void in one step, and looked at the curse scepter. Although he had the ability to summon a cursed artifact a long time ago, he suppressed it for a long time, and knew that the gathering of the 9 pieces would form a perfection, and the power would show an extraordinary surge. However, once controlled, the benefits are immeasurable. Now the time has come. Qu Yuan already has enough ability to suppress the door of curse. The power of the scepter killed Qu Yuan. But he was unmoved and unaffected. However, the door of the curse has undergone a shocking change, and the 8 artifacts burst out with more terrifying power than before, and it looks like the door will be scattered. Qu Yuan suddenly exerted his strength. Now, instead of directly controlling the 9 cursed artifacts, he wants to use his own great power to reunite them as a whole. Click! The door of the curse was torn apart, and the 8 cursed artifacts flew away and gathered with the cursed scepter. In an instant, an incredible scene appeared, and a thick breath was sprayed from the jar of curse. Then the cursed skeleton revived, wearing a crown, wearing a robe, holding a scepter, and the rest of the pieces turned into the power of the curse and rolled into the cursed skeleton, enhancing the power. This is the final form of the cursed artifact, and an ancient cursed king appears. Fear of the gods and demons, the king of curses came to the world. He opened his eyes, and a shocking divine light fell on Qu Yuan. This turned out to be the legendary king of curses. The last time he appeared was when he bombarded the gods and was scattered by the gods. Now he has reappeared in the universe, and was directly summoned by His Majesty. The Book of Inspiration sees the great wonders of the universe, with fear and excitement. King of the Damned? Very well, I have been waiting for your appearance. Qu Yuan's eyes are vast, and there are fluctuations in the reincarnation of the universe. He clearly knows that if the 9 pieces are not gathered together, they will never have the ability to curse immortality. Curse kill. A strange curse sound came from the mouth of the cursed king. He stood in the starry sky, clicked with the scepter, and the power of the curse fell directly on Qu Yuan. There is almost no way to dodge this kind of curse killing, and can only be passively endured. But Qu Yuan seemed very calm. He didn't move. Just as the curse fell on him, a vortex like a starry sky appeared and dissipated into nothingness. The dark sickle suddenly appeared, and he wanted to cut off Qu Yuan's head directly. At the same time, there was a cursed giant axe in front of him. However, when Qu Yuan waved his hand, the power of his immortal god was completely revealed, and it was earth-shattering. No matter how the king of curses attacked and killed him, whether it was positive or secret, it was useless, and they were resolved one after another. The terrible thing about the cursed king is that his cursed power will erode into your body, spreading like a poison, and every time he curses a powerful being, his own power will become more terrifying. However, Qu Yuan was too strong. He is not afraid of the strangeness of the curse, and all can be suppressed by him. Curse. The cursed king also seemed to be angry. His breath was earth-shattering, and the air current that cursed and corroded everything filled the infinite starry sky. Boom! The torrent of the curse hit him, but he didn't move half a step. Control of reincarnation. Swish. Chu Yuan's big hand grabbed it out, and in the big hand built a domain of control over reincarnation, and the king of curses was immediately trapped inside. The cursed king roared in anger. This time, he reappeared in the heavens to show his terrifying majesty again, dancing wildly with his hands, but no matter how much he bombarded, he couldn't break this piece of heaven, earth, space, and time controlled by Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan didn't want to play with the cursed king anymore. When he put his hands together, immortal vitality was exuding, and he immediately saw that the cursed breath was compressed and turned into a cursed door again, and the cursed king was in it, becoming the cursed eye. #C908 The Book of Inspiration Breakthrough. Chu Yuan summoned the 9th cursed artifact with his immortal cultivation base. Boom! The cursed breath rolled in and drowned, and there were streaks of jet-black lightning. Ordinary immortals must not stay in it for too long, but Chu Yuan is fearless, and no matter how strong the will of the cursed king is, he will be suppressed by him. He used the door of seal to seal the gods, blockade them, the supreme human will is infinite, and the immortal vitality in his hands is poured out. And Chu Yuan also let the people of the empire see this scene with great supernatural powers. This move is to increase the confidence of the people. Think about what an indelible impression will be left in the heart of your own emperor, so powerful and suppressed by divine martial arts. It is absolutely impossible for people on the other side to attract people from the Xuanhuan Empire, and even the most ordinary people will sneer at it. Then what is the other side of Shenzhou? Where is it in the Xuanhuan Empire? At this moment, the people saw that a solemn emperor manipulated the power of the curse, as if he was controlling a plaything, and he didn't imagine the uncontaminated terror in it. The cursed gate is also different now than it used to be. Inside the jet-black stone gate, there was a jet-black skeleton, like a spring eye, and boundless curse power erupted from him. I have taken control of the gate of the curse, the chaos of the universe has re-emerged, and the situation is turbulent. All the soldiers of the empire will be fierce soldiers, sweeping the universe with me, and let the Xuanhuan Empire be the supreme ruler of the universe. Chu Yuan's Hanliang voice rolled out. Indeed, his current cultivation base has reached immortality, and the Xuanhuan Empire is going to participate in the war in the universe next, which is something that must be done. Xuanhuan is eternal. The emperor is invincible. The voice of the people also passed on to Chu Yuan. They are equally belligerent and want to fight. The years without war are torturous, which means that there is no contribution and no more resources in exchange. The fluctuations in the universe stopped. As soon as Chu Yuan closed the door of the curse. Return to the kingdom of the emperor. Ding. The host completed the branch line and gathered 9 immortal artifacts and condensed the door of curse, and obtained 1 million fate points, supernatural power x 2048, immortal artifact advanced card, rune sword x1, immortal divine crystal x2, random lottery chance x1. In the kingdom of the emperor, a cursed gate stands in front of Chu Yuan. He also had a strong confidence on his face. There is a great horror that curses and kills everything in this door of curse, and he also uses the time to speed up and continue to condense the door of curse. A piece of immortal divine crystal suddenly fell into the hands of the Book of Enlightenment. Your Majesty has rewarded the immortal divine crystal. I can't live up to His Majesty's love. I must break through immortality as soon as possible. At this moment, the Book of Enlightenment looked at another immortal divine crystal in his hand, with a determined face. He knew that if he couldn't break through in this way, he would be a waste, and he couldn't bear the importance His Majesty placed on him. The Book of Enlightenment will hit the immortal realm just recently. Chu Yuan said. He drew the runed greatsword. This sword is special, as wide as a door. It is not made of divine iron, but a sword of runes condensed by hundreds of millions of divine runes. Wind, thunder and fire, chaos, all kinds of forces are in it. The person holding this sword can exert the power of immortality before the energy is completely consumed. This sword is useless to him, it can be rewarded to the generals who are fighting in front of him, and the Heaven Shaker is urged to go. It is said that the immortality of the God Rune sect itself is nothing, but they control too many means of refining runes, they can form rune formations, and they can condense rune divine soldiers. If this force can be used by me, they will take several immortal statues. No change. Xuanhuan sighed. He grabbed the door of the curse. Suddenly, the power of the seal and the curse appeared at the same time, and he was forced to condense it into a cursed rune, but he himself was not proficient in refining runes, and it was the simplest and most rude use. He carefully calculated the power of the cursed door. In his hands, the immortal second heaven can also be cursed to kill, and can even threaten the terrifying existence of third heaven. In the universe, the immortality of the triple heaven is extremely rare. The spirit gods of the spiritual realm are considered one, and the wild realm gods of war are the most powerful ones. As for the feathering god emperor, the existence of the misty ancient emperor, their power can no longer be calculated by the immortal triple heaven. An immortal artifact advanced card, without even thinking about it, is directly used to upgrade the Imperial armor among the 7 artifacts. Originally, the immortal power condensed by the 7 divine artifacts could only be regarded as the weakest immortal first layer, but Xuanhuan's improvement could be compared to the ordinary first layer immortal. And, best of all, what he has upgraded is the Imperial God armor, which mainly focuses on defense. The strength of the Empire is getting stronger and stronger. Joyo and the Book of Enlightenment have the hope of breaking through immortality. Xuanhuan analyzed the power of the Empire. Time rolls like a wheel and never stops, and soon it will be the 38th year of Shenwu. The turbulent situation in the universe, the appearance of the other side of the Shenzhou has brought a different atmosphere to this troubled time, but it seems that it is because Xuanhuan killed a lot of their fakes in the Sea of Torture, but it is a lot low-key. However, this low-key will not last long, and the appearance of Shenzhou on the other side is to extradite more immortals. Their next high-profile action will not be when the war is at its most intense, but it will be when the Ascension God dynasty sweeps the heavens and the forces collapse, to pick up those immortals who have taken refuge in a hurry. Such as Xuanhuan, naturally do not want Xuanhuan dynasty to become the overlord of the universe. But on the other side of Shenzhou, they hope that Xuanhuan dynasty can achieve great things. After all, if they are defeated by all forces, there will be no one who yearns for the other side. The other side of the Shenzhou will become an accomplice of the Xuanhuan dynasty. With the Xuanhuan emperor's ruthless calculation and omnipotent character, he will definitely use their strength. Xuanhuan is very clear about this. The Emperor Feather is a very formidable opponent. No one is dealing with him now, and even many people have come to see him. It is also to win over all the forces that can be drawn. Xuanhuan will not refuse this. After all, let this Xuanhuan dynasty become the opposite of everyone. These two forces can use each other for their own best interests. As time goes by, the 39th year of Shenwu has arrived. The Book of Enlightenment appeared in the starry sky. I have been waiting for the realm of immortality for a long time. This time, with the trust of your majesty, I must break through the realm of immortality, and the immortal catastrophe will come. It is the Book of Enlightenment. He has accumulated enough power to reach the limit of breaking through, and he will calmly accept the bombardment of the gods and the universe. Boom. After half an hour, the power of divine calamity rolled in, transformed into 33 ancient worlds, and condensed 33 terrifying calamities. The Book of Inspiration seems to have become the protagonist, attracting much attention. The minister also asked the emperor to let all the subjects of the empire see the calamity of the minister, and let the people of the empire know how the immortal transcended the calamity and how to resist the calamity. This is of great benefit to the cultivation of the subjects. After the Book of Enlightenment finished saying these words, he had already devoted himself to the catastrophe. Okay, I will condense the picture for you, and let the people of the Empire watch you survive the calamity. #C909 Undeadly. The immortal catastrophe is very moving, and many people will find a quiet place before they dare to cross the catastrophe. When you are robbing, others naturally dare not break in. But you just broke through, and your strength is not stable. When you are the weakest, suddenly a powerful immortal kills you and takes your immortal substance, all flesh and blood. Just imagine, after finally breaking through, you will suffer a catastrophe. This hatred is enough to hate the sky and the earth. However, the Book of Enlightenment does not have this hidden danger. In the Xuanhuan Empire, with Chunyuan personally protecting him, he can confidently and boldly deal with the immortal doom, and let others see his experience of transcending calamity. The Book of Inspiration is about to break through immortality. The Book of Martial Arts is envious. Although he has reached the 4th step, he is still very far away from immortality. Everyone was watching his breakthrough. Boom! The terrifying thunderstorm came and changed. In order to destroy the sky and the earth, Chunyuan could ignore the catastrophe, but the Book of Enlightenment had to rely on his own strength to deal with it. The Book of Enlightenment is not a problem to break through immortality. Chunyuan also stood in the starry sky to watch. The accumulation of the Book of Enlightenment is too rich. He once opened up the book universe by himself, and painstakingly cultivated in the Xuanhuan Empire, and also obtained 2 immortal crystals. Today's breakthrough is the accumulation of accumulation. It will come naturally, and the time will come. The catastrophe lasted for a long time, for several days. The Book of Inspiration almost fell several times, but Chunyuan knew that he could deal with it. This is the fluctuation of the immortal catastrophe. Lu Qianfu, the Book of Martial Arts, Zhu Fengfeng and the others have also reached the limit of the 4th step. Watching this kind of doom is of great benefit to them, and they are all thoughtful. Qi Ling, the power of immortality. The power of Lei Jia did not penetrate into his body, condensing his immortal soul and possessing eternal life. And with his breakthrough, the divine calamity also dissipated, his immortal power spread out, and there was another endless existence of life essence in this universe. The Book of Enlightenment, immortal. I am immortal. The Book of Enlightenment has not yet adapted to the realm of immortality, so he moved in the direction of Chunyuan and saluted respectfully. I would like to thank your majesty for protecting the Dharma. The Empire has done its best to die. He knows too much. Being able to achieve immortality by himself, of course, has his accumulation, but the greatest help is Emperor Xuanhuan. Book of Enlightenment, although I have helped you, it is still your efforts to become immortal. This is very good. The Empire has one more immortal, and I will have more confidence in the future fight for the universe. Chunyuan smiled. Although he has the commander of the God of War, the commander of the prison, and the 3 immortals of the Slayer. However, these 3 statues are only suitable for fighting on the battlefield, and the Book of Enlightenment is full of wisdom and can better plan the overall situation for him. No matter how high the wisdom is, it also needs the support of strength. The Book of Inspiration now has this strength. Congratulations to Lord Qiling for achieving immortality. The Book of Martial Dao stepped forward and was extremely happy. After all, they were all book spirits. Yeah, immortal existence, important minister of the Empire. Lu Qianfu also went to congratulate. His Majesty has another master next to him, the Book of Enlightenment. He is not strong, but the ability to enlighten the spirit. In this way, the strength of the Empire will be improved in an all-round way. Yao Linger, Luo Yueying, and Shang Wangxian appeared beside Chunyuan. I'm still a long way from immortality, far less robust than the Book of Enlightenment. Luo Yueying frowned. I will definitely break through the realm of immortality. As a person of the Empire, I cannot rely on your majesty for everything. Shang Guangxian is also a proud person. Now that Qu Yuan is immortal, they are still the gods of the universe. They will die after a universe is reincarnated. They still want to accompany Qu Yuan to go on forever. Isn't Jiuyou almost immortal? Shang Guangxian said to himself. The universe is turbulent, and everyone has the opportunity to achieve immortality. Qu Yuan smiled and said, Book of Enlightenment, you have broken through immortality, and the Empire will hold an immortal banquet for you. The immortal banquet is not only a celebration, but also informs the people that there is another tyrannical existence in the Empire, which enhances self-confidence invisibly. The Bone God also came to celebrate the Book of Enlightenment. But after he celebrated, he left immediately, saying that he was going to Mingguang Xianzong to help the headmaster of Mingguang Xianzong to suppress the changes in the sect. He also told Qu Yuan that if Mingguang Xianzong's chaos, he couldn't suppress it, and asked Emperor Xuanhuan to help. Qu Yuan did not refuse. The breakthrough of the Book of Enlightenment also set off a cultivation frenzy in the Xuanhuan Empire. Lu Qianfu and the others have to cultivate to the realm of immortality when they are crazy. They clearly know that only immortality is the top combat power. Fair enough. The acceleration of time in the kingdom of the Emperor also provided them with more time. In the blink of an eye, it has been 40 years of martial arts. Your Majesty, I have received news that the exploration of the immortal time and space has come to an end, and an immortal land has appeared. Many immortals have gathered there. It is rumored that there will even be an immortal lord in that immortal land. One day, the Book of Enlightenment reported to Qu Yuan. The time and space of immortality is finally coming to an end. Qu Yuan's eyes shot out divine light and awe, reaching the end of the world, and said, The end of the immortal time and space represents the beginning of the cosmic war, and it is of great significance. The immortal master is not the most important. When he was still the god of the world, he explored the immortal time and space. Now his cultivation is even more immortal. Yeah, the Ascension God dynasty is very ambitious and wants to become the overlord of the universe, and what is even more worrying is the insidious calculation of the Ascension God Emperor, which makes people unable to predict his true power. Worry about being feathered away by the feathering God Emperor. The Book of Awakening Spirit said, so this time it will also prevent Yuhua Divine Dynasty from getting the most benefit. That's the truth, Yuhua Divine Dynasty is still the great enemy in the universe. Qu Yuan said, Let's go with me to the immortal time and space to see the movement, the Book of Enlightenment, and record everything you see. Follow your Majesty's orders. They flashed and went directly to the Sea of Cosmos. Undead Mountain. Airy. Qu Yuan looked at the sky, there was an immortal time and space with a strong immortality, the space was twisty, and there were many figures flickering. Go directly to the undead time and space. Qu Yuan said. He is fearless. This time he knows that there will be many powerful immortals in the universe, and there are also 3 heavens, but now he also has a terrifying power, and with the door of curse, the 3 heavens of immortality must be afraid. Although there is chaos in the immortal time and space, but after years of exploration, we have long figured out a correct way to enter. One after another silhouettes rose into the sky, the power was vast and strong, all immortals gathered here. Your Majesty, that is the undead land, so weird. After the Book of Enlightenment came to the core of the undead spacetime, he looked forward and was extremely surprised. #C920 Golden Crow God Emperor. Immortal time and space, gloomy, dim light. However, at the core, there is a light group of about 100 miles, the light is blazing, contains a strong vitality, is shrouded in fog, and the slightest flashes of bright and divine electricity are out of tune with the environment here. This is the undead land that the Book of Enlightenment speaks of. Around the undead land, there are many strong people, and there are many immortals. But they are very vigilant, knowing that there is a treasure in the light group, but worrying that the terrifying undead lord will be inside. They dare not shoot at will, but wait quietly for the time, with the leadership of the stronger. This light group has a strong vitality and represents the power of life. When things are extreme, they will reverse. The so-called fierce place must have vitality, Xuanhuan observed. He looked around, but saw a familiar person. Beiming Mountain was here, and there were a few old men beside him, all of whom were immortals of the barbarian realm. The barbarian god of war has encountered a change and needs this kind of strong vitality. Swish swish. Half an hour after Xuanhuan arrived, suddenly many dead figures rushed out behind the undead land, all immortal corpses, and some powerful immortal corpses, killing all around. Presumptuous. The Book of Enlightenment is stern. An immortal corpse with immortal strength was killed in front of them, and the Book of Enlightenment immediately shot and fought with the corpse. His immortal artifact is his body, a book, which records endless knowledge, and uses the book to suppress the corpse. Unfortunately, even if this corpse is suppressed, there is no benefit. His power has changed, it is all immortal power, it is no longer immortal, and their vitality has long been integrated into the light group. Your Majesty, this is terrifyingly undead. It looks full of vitality, but the interior is eerie and strange. At the beginning, the major forces lost a lot of power. The Book of Enlightenment. The ultimate of life is death, life and death. Xuanhuan said, "Don't worry, this time we are here to watch the show." North Ming Mountain. That man was Emperor Xuanhuan, and there was an immortal beside him. Several powerhouses in the barbarian domain focused on Xuanhuan. Yeah, the immortal beside him is called the Book of Enlightenment. When I first saw him, it was not immortal. It should have been a breakthrough recently. It seems that Emperor Xuanhuan went to the Tomb of the Gods and took away the blood of the gods there. Beiming Mountain Road. Well, you have done a good job. Although the god of war can deter Xiao Xiao, after all, the situation is special, and it is only the last card. At this time, it is not harmful to make more friends in the barbarian domain, at least not as an enemy. An immortal Dao with silver-white hair in the barbarian domain, his strength has reached the limit of immortality. He and Xuanhuan looked at each other, and although they didn't speak, they both nodded and smiled, expressing their friendly greetings to each other. The great Emperor Xuanhuan has never had the opportunity to visit the Xuanhuan Empire. I have come here to visit the Emperor with a few incompetent younger brothers. In the distance, a strong man came, an old man wearing a golden red robe and golden hair. Several people followed behind him. Golden Crow God Emperor. Xuanhuan looked at him. The limit of immortality is similar to Yu Beifeng of that day, and the world is still doubting whether the Golden Crow God Emperor has achieved immortality, but he is already immortal. Emperor Xuanhuan. It was his younger brother who came with him, and the bodies of the few Jinwu who had met Xuanhuan trembled. If you still haven't come, make amends with the Emperor? The Golden Crow God Emperor shouted. Also, ask the Emperor to forgive us for the offense that day. The few Golden Wu shivered. Today's Xuanhuan is no longer something they can compete with, and one look can make them die millions of times. It's all small things. Xuanhuan said. The Golden Crow God Emperor gave him face like this, and he was not bored enough to hold on to trivial matters. Great Emperor, it is very likely that there is an undead master in this undead land, that is an extremely terrifying powerhouse, and this time I brought a few younger brothers to capture a kind of immortal light, so that they can hope to be immortal. The Golden Crow God Emperor sighed, he was also a little anxious. Although he is immortal, his 9 younger brothers are only universe gods, and the strongest Urjinwu is still a little short of immortality. He looked at Xuanhuan, and in his eyes there was a disillusionment with the reincarnation of heaven and earth, which was unfathomable. Although he did not press him with strength, he still felt the unstoppable powerful force. He was in awe. Immortal light. Suddenly, hundreds of streamers flew out from the undead land, containing strong vitality. At this time, Xuanhuan also shot to capture some. Each divine light is thick with immortal substance, mixed with other powers, that is, the vitality, the power of life. Guangguang does not help immortality very much with some divine light, but it has a great effect on the universe god. He can actually seal the light of immortality, so that it will not be disillusioned. The Golden Crow God Emperor was in awe, and said, "Great Emperor, that group of immortal god emperors, in my opinion, is a special product formed by the mixing of countless immortal substances with the power of the immortal Lord." I saw it too. His vast and far-reaching eyes suddenly looked in one direction, and said indifferently, "People on the other side dare to spy on me, you are courting death." He grabbed it with a big hand, like fishing in the void, and the layers of void shattered, revealing a few people, who were the messengers of the other side. They were shocked. They had originally seen Xuanhuan coming. They wanted to see his current strength for this person who had suffered a big loss from the other side of Shenzhou. "Emperor Xuanwu, don't go too far. Your actions have already made the master of the other shore remember you. You are playing with fire." The powerhouse on the other side retreated again, and as soon as the terror caught just now, he knew that he was not his opponent. The other side of Shenzhou is not mysterious. When Xuanhuan was not immortal, he dared to kill the envoys from the other side, not to mention that now that he has reached immortality, he is even more fearless, killing them directly and taking their immortal material. He is also very moved to the other side. Knowing that the other side of Shenzhou has gone through cosmic reincarnations, it still exists, and the treasures collected have reached a terrifying level. If he gets it, his imperial heritage will be even more terrifying than Xuanhuan dynasty. Although these envoys from the other side retreated, but where they could retreat, they were directly obliterated by him. After harvesting a lot of immortal material again, Xuanhuan seems to have just killed a few ants. The Golden Crow God Emperor was also startled. It looked simple just now, but he could clearly see the horror in it. He immediately said, "The Emperor is powerful, and I am amazed, but the other side of the Shenzhou is mysterious. It's just some messengers. They don't even dare to show their real bodies. They only dare to use their fake bodies to walk the universe. If they kill them, they will kill them." Xuanhuan said indifferently, "And on the other side of the Shenzhou, I am also waiting for them." #C921 Goddess reappears. "Big brother, that Emperor Xuanwu is too strong, I just feel shivering beside him." The two golden crows were very close to the immortal realm, and at this moment, they felt a great terror, and they couldn't breathe. "Yeah, very powerful, I'm not his opponent." Jinwu God Emperor said. The fifth brother said that when he was in the tomb of God, the Emperor Xuanwu was only the realm of the universe god, but now he has become immortal, and I am very depressed around him. This is a very ambitious and powerful. The Emperor exists. Don't offend this kind of existence, but it doesn't need to be too close, just maintain some friendly relations. The Golden Crow God Emperor sighed, "I have never had any ambition to dominate the universe. I just hope that I can lead my 9 younger brothers through this chaotic world, and before this cosmic cycle ends, all of you can break through to immortality, and accompany me one by one in the cosmic cycle." Big brother. They know. If it wasn't for the divine light of immortality, the Golden Crow God Emperor would not have come to the land of immortality. The relationship between them is too deep. Get started. After a few days passed, Immortal, who was far away, took the lead. They blasted the power into the undead land, and the strong power was about to tear apart the divine light shrouded outside. The divine light surged, and the power boiled. Humph. The Ascension God dynasty wants to get the greatest treasure in the undead land, but we all refuse. Seeing Xuanhuan's shot, other strong men naturally wouldn't sit back and watch, and they also shot and bombarded the power out, but these people are very cautious, just bombarding power from a distance, but they won't let themselves in. Many powerhouses took action, and everything would turn into chaos, but this 100 miles of undead land was still not shattered. "Great Emperor, can't we do it?" said the Book of Qilin. "I said that this time it's just to watch a play," Xuanhuan said. "Big brother, you see that such a domineering person as Emperor Xuanwu is only watching the show. What should we do? Big brother should also break through to the 3rd level of immortality." 9 golden crows surrounded the golden crow god emperor anxiously. "Don't do it for now, the time and space of immortality is strange, so many immortals, it took so long to get here, we will also watch." The golden crow god emperor kept looking in the direction of Xuanhuan. Although some immortals choose to watch, there are still many people who do it. Although they know that there is great terror in the land of the undead, they are not so afraid as long as they don't enter it. Boom! Just a moment after these immortals bombarded. Suddenly, the immortal of the Ascension God slammed his power into one direction, and suddenly had a strong reaction. 2 large black hands, one grabbed towards the Ascension God, and the other grabbed the other side. Feathering sores. The immortal power of Xuanhuan dynasty condensed, and the big hand was bombarded back. However, although there are many immortals on the other side, they are not united. If a group of turkeys are defeated by one touch, the big hands of the dead ash go straight into the battle group, and there is a bloody storm. Do not. An immortal one-layer heaven was suddenly caught by dead ash's big hand and struggled with all his might, but was still brought into the undead land by dead ash's big hand, making a shrill scream that made the hair stand on end. The immortal lord. Just reaching out and grabbing an immortal, who has this kind of strength except the undead master? Ascension God Dynasty. These immortal wrath. They knew the location of the undead lord for a long time, and they attracted counterattacks, killing their immortal figure, making them angry and terrifying in their hearts. They would rather fight the heavenly emperor, the gods, who directly push the Invincibles, rather than the Xuanhuan dynasty. A group of turkeys and dogs dare to fight against me. The Ascension God dynasty is immortal and arrogant, and they look down on this group of turkeys. They are bound to become the overlords of the universe. Have the ability to fight directly and indirectly, and play some conspiracy and calculations. What is it? Haha, you are far from the emperor, that is the real Invincible, not like you group of Xiao. This group of immortals is also ironic. Strength decides everything, and you will be speechless when you die. Xuanhuan dynasty is immortal and indifferent. Don't bombard the undead land at will, be careful to be calculated by the Xuanhuan dynasty. There are immortal voice reminders. The situation is deadlocked again. This standoff will not last long. Xuanhuan knew that as time passed, there would be more and more immortals coming together. It would be difficult for the Ascension God Emperor to take action, and a powerhouse like the misty ancient emperor was also staring at him and would not let him kill indiscriminately. Except for the Xuanhuan divine dynasty itself, everyone hopes that the Xuanhuan divine dynasty will collapse, and they can share the wealth of the Xuanhuan divine dynasty. Xuanhuan also had this idea. But what happened next caught him by surprise. In the sky above the undead god emperor, a woman suddenly appeared, with Lingqian aura and a peerless beauty, and she slowly set foot here step by step. It's her again. Xuanhuan was surprised. Yes, it is the goddess. The last time I saw her, she was on the Star of the Gods. This time she appeared in the undead spacetime. What is she going to do? Is it to capture the undead land? The stronger the cultivation base, the more Xuanhuan can feel the horror of this goddess. He looked at her and speculated in his heart that this goddess is likely to be an existence that is not weaker than the Emperor Xuanhuan. What a mysterious woman. Xuanhuan sighed. This goddess does not know where she came from, where is her hometown, and no one knows her name. Every time it appears suddenly. In Xuanhuan's mind, she is far more mysterious than the other side of Shenzhou. However, he and this woman are also very fateful. She appeared 3 times, and she actually met this goddess. Is it this goddess again? The Book of Qilin was by Xuanhuan's side. Although the woman didn't suppress him deliberately, he felt that although she was immortal, if the woman just slapped him, she could slap him to death. When the goddess came, she couldn't help but stop at Xuanhuan for a moment, as if she was curious about why he was here. If she used to say that Xuanhuan was just a little ant in her eyes, but now it is an existence that cannot be ignored. It's this goddess again. When the goddess appeared on the Star of the Gods, she defeated the immortal at will, leaving a deep impression on many people. The goddess didn't care about the exclamations of these people. She didn't see the existence of these people in her eyes. Her jade-like palm directly patted the undead land, and suddenly a palm print fell lightly. One person wants to deal with the undead land, the undead master is not easy to mess with. The immortality of Xuanhuan dynasty does not care. However, after the woman's palm fell, the divine light boiled, and the mist that shrouded it disappeared inch by inch, becoming more and more bleak. Boom! The 2 big black hands grabbed out again and countered the goddess. But the goddess just raised her hand and understated it. The 2 big hands were slammed back, and then her power shook again, and the shrouded undead light collapsed, completely revealing the true face of the undead master. #C922 Undead God. The most mysterious place in undead land was broken by the goddess raising her hand. At this moment, everyone can see what is inside. Empty and lonely. On an ancient altar, there was an old man in gray clothes. His eyes were tightly closed. The flesh and blood on his body actually showed a black color, and he drew a series of runes on his body, like a seal. The most shocking thing is that on the altar, there are also chains with thick bowls, which tied the old man to it. Is this the Lord of Immortality? Why does he have so many divine chains on him, as if he can't leave? Who tied the undead lord to it? This person must be the Lord of Immortality. Such a terrifying fluctuation. The immortal who was caught before disappeared completely. Everyone trembled. The undead lord on the altar was too terrifying. Your Majesty, who tied the undying lord here? Why is it so weird? The Book of Enlightenment was also surprised. No, in my opinion, this undead lord doesn't seem to be tied here, more like he is tied up. Xuanhuan's eyes wanted to see through everything, and speculated. His body looks dry, but he sees a strong vitality. If I am not mistaken, he will set up a large formation, seal himself, and lock his vitality. It must be. If you have a plan, don't worry, let's see how the goddess makes a move. He knew that the goddess came here for the undead lord. Who are you? There is no you in my memory. The undead lord suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at the goddess. He had never seen this woman, but the power of this woman broke his prohibition. The goddess did not speak. Although Xuanhuan had met her several times, he had never heard her speak, with an indifferent expression on his face. And this silence adds to her mystery. Her jade-white palm slowly suppressed it, as if to wipe out everything. Die. The undead lord drank a word of death. The undead power gathers, and the air rushes. But when the goddess' hand fell gently, it completely collapsed, and then directly slammed into the body of the undead lord. Suddenly the altar completely cracked, and the undead lord also shook violently. What a strong power! You are a strong man. I have never seen the undead god, but I feel the terrifying magic power in your body. If I swallow you, I will have no obstacles and run rampant in this universe. Stop it. The real title of the undead lord should be the undead god. Without the altar, the chain was still tied to his body. He simply stood up, waved the chain, tinkling. The trembling sound resounded, like a furious dragon, directly bombarding the goddess. His mana attack, showing a vast chaos. Retreat, retreat quickly. This is the battle between the undead god and this goddess. The other powerhouses were also frightened and quickly retreated far away, for fear of being involved in the aftermath. The goddess seemed to be unarmed, and was about to be hit by the chains, and the fragrance would die, but her face was calm and terrifying. With a wave of her palm, divine light emerged, as if it was a kind of domain, making the chains unable to approach she. She stands in the air, and every wave has the power to manipulate the laws of the universe. A gust of wind blew past, and the immortal god retreated again and again. He was also horrified in his heart. Who is this goddess? According to reason, such a terrifying and peerless existence cannot be a nameless existence. Although he has sealed himself here, he can still receive information from the outside world through the undead mountain, and there is no information about this woman. And although his condition is not the same as before, it is not something that ordinary immortals can resist, but he has no resistance in front of this woman. It's too simple and straightforward. Xuanhuan watched. The goddess didn't have any earth-shattering magical power, she just waved her hand, the divine light emerged, and the avenue was reduced to a simple one, which made the undead god Venerable unable to resist, making it impossible to speculate how strong her strength was. Boom! Another extremely strong palm wind slammed into the body of the undead god Venerable. The seemingly simple move contains extremely powerful lethality. Everyone watching was also shocked. The strength of this goddess is terrifying. Although many people do not know about the undead god, but through the few records, they also know that the undead god is the existence that can compete for the hegemony of the universe. It looks too weak in front of the goddess. You have to fight. If you don't fight, you won't have a chance. Immortal god Venerable's dry body suddenly burst out with strong vitality, his energy was soaring to the sky, and the smoke was billowing. You forced me to use all my strength. The immortal god's voice was cold and harsh. The immortal god is angry, he is going to restore the peak combat power. Feeling the power of the immortal god Venerable, even immortals are afraid. If such an existence appears in the universe, I am afraid that only a few people can compete with him. However, everyone also knows that the state of undead god Venerable cannot last for too long, otherwise he will not seal himself. This goddess is still as usual. Although the power of the undead god is terrifying, the indifferent expression of the goddess is the most bizarre. The immortal god was proud, he rushed forward with strong steps, and his hands evolved an extreme law, just like a grinding disc. When the sky fell, he would directly crush the goddess without wasting time. Although he is in a strong state, he also knows that the longer it takes, the worse it will be for him. The goddess waved her hand, and a touch of divine light enveloped the immortal god Venerable. Immortal god Venerable's face changed, his fists and palms were like mortals bombarding the copper wall and the iron wall. Even if he was calm, he showed a horrified expression. How could this be possible? The goddess raised her hands, and suddenly the endless divine light drowned the undead god. Is she going to kill the immortal god completely? These people are trembling, and experts like undead god Venerable have been suppressed by her. The immortal god is over. Xuanhuan saw that although the undead god Venerable was still struggling, he already knew the ending. Sure enough, in the power of the goddess, the legend of the immortal god came to an end. The goddess actually refined him into an elixir with boiling essence, shining in the air, and the dazzling divine pattern on it made people excited. As long as you eat it, you can immediately achieve immortality. Undead god Zun's final fate turned out to be refined into a medicinal pill. If the Book of Enlightenment hadn't been seen with his own eyes, he would have thought it was an extremely absurd thing. This goddess is too mysterious. Xuanhuan looked at her. The goddess waved her hand, and the medicine pill was swept away by her, and then she was about to leave here. Mysterious goddess. At the moment when the goddess was about to leave, a figure of an overlord stood in front of her, the light and rain were colorful, and she was watching her closely, and said, I have been looking for you for a long time. #C923 Unstoppable the feathered god emperor came. He blocked the way the goddess left, and looked at this woman with domineering eyes, as if to conquer her, bring her into his harem, and become his person. Indeed, the goddess is too perfect and excellent, and there are no flaws, and it is naturally worthy of the existence of the Yuhua god emperor that shocks the universe. The Emperor Yuhua has both the domineering of the heavenly emperor and the insidious, despicable, and cunning like the devil. From Chuyuan's understanding, the Emperor Yuhua is an egoist. As long as he can achieve his goal, it doesn't matter what means he uses. He doesn't care about the process and only cares about the final result. Chuyuan doesn't care about this kind of character. Those who achieve great things are informal, and epics are written by the victors. What is the Emperor Yuhua going to do when he appears? Is it to deal with the goddess and capture the immortal pill? The crowd was amazed. If the Ascension God dynasty deals with the goddess, we will take action to stop his plan and draw the goddess into our camp. It is best to intensify their contradictions. People have an idea. When the goddess saw the Emperor Yuhua, she still had an indifferent attitude. Immortal God Venerable was refined by you into a great elixir of life, but his strength is not even half of the peak period, and he is locked in the undead time and space. The Emperor Yuhua said, the woman who becomes the emperor, the head of the harem, the emperor of the gods, the ruler of thousands, the supreme of the universe, let alone an immortal god at that time, the entire universe is ours, only you have it. Qualified to become the emperor's queen. He is domineering, does not hide his thoughts, and wants to accept the goddess as his empress. He does not lack women, but he lacks the presence of the goddess, a peerless presence. If the goddess becomes his woman, the strength of the Ascension God dynasty will be greatly increased, which is also a manifestation of his unscrupulous means. The goddess must never become the woman of the Yuhua god emperor. Except for Yuhuashan dynasty, everyone was anxious. Originally, the strength of the Emperor Yuhua was terrifying enough. If there was one more goddess and the two joined forces, wouldn't they be invincible? In this universe, how many people could stop them? But fortunately, the attitude of the goddess satisfied them. The goddess did not speak, and her face was still indifferent. She didn't feel that she was disdainful to speak, but that she didn't want to talk to the Emperor Yuhua, and she just took a step and was about to leave here. Seeing this kind of reaction, the people of Yuhuashan dynasty were angry. What kind of attitude? The Emperor Yuhua personally invited them, even if you refused, you still didn't say a word, this is not taking them seriously at all. You're very interesting and make me want to know your secret. The Emperor Yuhua's expression was as usual, neither happy nor angry, and the hazy divine light of Yuhua suddenly enveloped the goddess. With a grasp of his palm, the world suddenly turned into a cage. Since it is useless to talk about it, then use some tough methods. Emperor Feather has started. They all know that the Emperor Yuhua is a more terrifying existence than the immortal God Venerable. He is at the peak, and he can use all his power without fear, which is not comparable to the immortal God Venerable. Chuyuan frowned slightly. The goddess was neither sad nor happy, as if she was born with no expression. She slapped her palm, and the light of feathering that enveloped her dissipated, and then pushed out with a palm, the power boiled, and the divine light drowned the power of feathering. She moved her fingers lightly, like playing a piano, and a moving rhythm sounded. Where did she come from? Chuyuan couldn't help but ask such questions. He could hear the sadness in this rhythm, as if he was a person of absolute heaven and earth, who was homeless, had no home in his soul, could not find his hometown, and was drifting and lonely. This power hit the Emperor Yuhua and was blocked by the divine light of Yuhua. You can't go. The Emperor Yuhua walked towards the goddess directly and domineeringly, and there was a reversal of the sun, moon and Xinghe in his eyes. He made a move, only I was the only one, and I dared not to obey. The feathering power formed a feathering divine sword, which was his supreme overlord sword. As soon as this sword slashed, the entire universe seemed to be cut open by him. The goddess is fearless, just walking forward, her power is mysterious, no matter what the Emperor Yuhua does to her, it seems that she can't work. The Emperor Yuhua frowned. His feathering power was so powerful that he could feather even a giant of the rank, but he had nothing to do with this goddess, as if there was no way to deal with her. At this moment, the void turned into a void, she was hazy, she was about to walk into it, and she didn't know where to go. Feathering. The Emperor Yuhua also knew that once the goddess left, it would be difficult to find her next time. Suddenly, endless feathering divine light burst out from his body, as hot as the sun shining on the universe, a huge vortex shrouded, directly blocking the front of the goddess. The goddess didn't seem to see the existence of this vortex and walked over directly. Her courage is too great. There is a terrifying feathering power in this vortex. The Emperor Yuhua has already emerged as an immortal triple heaven. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but sweat for the goddess. They had never seen such a person who dared to ignore Yuhua's divine power. But an even more surprising scene appeared. The goddess looked at nothing, she walked into the vortex of feathering, and then appeared and left from the vortex. There was no power to stop her footsteps, and she disappeared in front of everyone. She disappeared again. Emperor Yuhua didn't stop her. The identity of this woman is a mystery, her strength is a mystery, and no one knows her purpose. Going to make the immortal god venerable into a divine pill, and then leaving calmly in front of the Emperor Yuhua, this strength. Every time the goddess appears, it will bring more doubts to everyone. Can you go? The Emperor Yuhua did not get angry, but calmly and indifferently said, when I sweep the universe, you have nowhere to escape, the entire universe will be the Emperor of Yuhua, and what God cannot do, I will do it. Emperor Feather, you are really confident. A mocking voice came out from the undying space and space, you claim to be the strongest in the universe, but you can't even stop a woman. This is your strength. This emperor thought you were strong, but it's really nothing more than that. A person who has failed twice is not worthy to talk to me. The loser will forever be swept into the dust of history and cry in front of me. There is only death. The Ascension God Emperor has seen that there are many terrifying beings outside of time and space. Ha 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 ha, you are too arrogant. I have fought against so many powerful superpowers, and I have never seen someone as arrogant as you. Although I lost to the hand of the Heavenly Emperor, I am also in awe of him. This is a great honor. Existence, control everything with domineering strength. The person who spoke was naturally Piamiao Ancient Emperor, and he mocked, and you and I will never be in awe, you are a sinister and despicable villain. He is taking advantage of this failure to attack the Tao heart of the Emperor Yuhua. I don't need your reverence, the reverence of the dead is worthless. Emperor Yuhua doesn't care, his eyes are indifferent, those who resist me will die, without exception, your head I have wanted for a long time. Come on then. #C9249 Immortal. Your Majesty, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes this time, I really can't believe that there is such a bizarre thing, it's just ridiculous and unbelievable. Immortal time and space disappeared in the Sea of Cosmos, and another relic was flattened. Xuanhuan and the Book of Qi Ling returned to the Shenwu Empire. The Book of Inspiration was too shocking. The goddess took action and refined the legendary undead god into an elixir, and the Emperor Yuhua didn't stop her after taking action. If you don't see it yourself, who can believe it? Who is this goddess? The Book of Enlightenment thought hard and didn't have a clue. Such a powerful woman is rare in ancient and modern times. There should be records in the universe. It is impossible to disappear so completely, without a trace. Don't think about it, this woman is very mysterious, the flower of the gods, the god of immortality, every time she makes a move, she seems to be taking what she needs and comes with the 33 towers. Xuanhuan said, now that the time and space of immortality is over, our eyes must be on the cosmic war. Yeah, the Emperor Yuhua should be about to move his troops, and there is a big move. The Book of Enlightenment nodded. The major forces will also have actions, but it is unclear now, where will the outbreak of the war start? No matter where we start, the Xuanhu Empire will definitely be involved. After all, the power of the Xuanhu Empire can't be ignored. What we have to do is to fight hard. This time I destroyed a few other side fakes at random, and the Shenma pond can be injected into it. Nourished. Soon, they return to the Xuanhu Empire. There is a kingdom of emperors, and the empire will have great changes every day. The avatar on the other side has little effect on Xuanhuan now. He used various precious treasures and immortal substances to smelt it into a pool of mysterious liquid, and the blood gold light was boiling like a frying pan. The energy of this god and demon liquid is violent and not gentle at all. Those who enter it need a lot of perseverance to endure this kind of pain. But if you stick with it, the benefits are huge. Xuanhuan can predict that a large number of world gods will be promoted to universe gods. Immortality is still difficult to break through. Lu Qianfu, Zhu Fengfeng, and the Book of Martial Arts are all at the limit of the fourth step, but immortality is still far away, and the immortal crystals in his hands are still too rare. Breaking through immortality can't be rushed. Xuanhuan shook his head. He does not lack ordinary resources. What he really lacks is the kind of top-notch that can make the universe god break through immortality. Time to Xuanhu 41 years. According to the news that Xuanhuan received, Yuhuashan dynasty has already shown signs of mobilizing troops and horses, but it is still unclear where they are going to attack first. The Ascension God dynasty is to declare war on the major forces of the universe. It is necessary to find a central point and sweep all directions. There are not many places here. Xuanhuan knew very well that this was not an ordinary war, and the Ascension God dynasty was going to be swept away with a terrifying power. He is not worried, he will fight if he wants to fight. The Xuanhu Empire has also come from a war, not to mention his current realm has reached the immortal god. The Book of Enlightenment is also very busy. He is helping the empire train soldiers and horses, and use his wisdom. After all, he is immortal, and ordinary closed-door cultivation is not very useful to him, and he needs to capture more tyrannical substances to help him. We must use a large number of immortal crystals to help the people of the empire break through immortality one by one. Xuanhuan must now cultivate more immortality, concentrate the resources to break through immortality, and make breakthroughs one by one. Only by becoming immortal can he become his right-hand man and follow him to conquer the universe. Space battleships are also rapidly being built. This kind of battleship is more powerful than the Star God battleship, and its protection is increased by 100 times. As its name suggests, it can travel through the universe and accelerate with the time of the Emperor's kingdom, ensuring that Xuanhuan can create more. Huh? Jiuyo began to impact immortality. At this moment, Jiuyo walked out of the kingdom of the Emperor, and she appeared in the starry sky, and began to transform her life level and impact the realm of immortal gods. Indeed, she should also break through. The immortal divine crystal Xuanhuan gave her 2 pieces, which built a solid foundation for her, and also had the treasures of the Blood Moon Queen. Someone in the empire has begun to break through immortality again. This kind of movement caught the attention of the powerhouses of the empire. Looking at Jiuyo in the starry sky, they were very unfamiliar, only knowing that it was a woman brought back by His Majesty. Queen of the Blood Moon, my breaking through immortality is your greatest chance, but it's also when I expel your will. Jiuyo's face is very cold. He is not afraid of the immortal catastrophe, but is very confident. Soon, the immortal catastrophe fell. Although Jiuyo possessed a set of artifacts from the Blood Moon Queen, she did not use it. She knew that the more she used it, it would not be good for her. Instead, there was a Jiuyo-like divine fire on her body, which was as bright as dark gold. All kinds of catastrophe fell on her body, and Joyo was unmoved. Her vitality is also rapidly depleting, but she relies on the Xuanhu Empire behind her, so she is not afraid at all, just devote herself to it. It's much easier for her to survive the catastrophe than me. The Book of Enlightenment sighed that although he had passed that day, he did not want to endure that experience a second time. The power of this calamity has fallen, and her life level is also undergoing earth-shattering changes. During this period of time in the kingdom of the Emperor, in the reincarnation of heaven and earth, she does not know how many immortal breakthroughs have been simulated. Moreover, she controlled the Blood Moon Queen's divine weapon, not to borrow her power, but to capture the Blood Moon Queen's experience in the confrontation of will. The immortal catastrophe is not the greatest danger to Joyo, but comes from the will of the Blood Moon Queen, which erupts from the inside out, but she can survive it. Xuanhuan said. Sure enough, just when Joyo experienced the last catastrophe with the most terrifying power, there was blood-colored brilliance emerging from her body, and she immediately had a fierce confrontation with her will. The timing of the Blood Moon Queen was also very good. The last calamity is the most powerful. Joyo has to be distracted and fight against her will. The struggle of the will is extremely dangerous. Although the Book of Enlightenment on the side does not know how dangerous Joyo is going through, it is also sweating for her. He does know some Blood Moon Queens. Only know that this queen is a mighty existence in the ancient times, the immortal triple heaven, and the strength at the peak is not weaker than that of the barbarian god of war. It's a pity that she died in the reincarnation catastrophe, and only left a will in her artifact, hoping to recover. The Blood Moon Queen had a good plan. If you hadn't met Xuanhuan, her plan would have succeeded. However, Xuanhuan's reincarnation of heaven and earth made Joyo strengthen her own will, and she fought against the will of the Blood Moon Queen countless times, which was doomed to her failure. After all, it's just a will, and even if you had the strongest means before, you wouldn't be able to turn the sky around in Xuanhuan's empire. The immortal catastrophe slowly dissipated. Joyo stood silently in the starry sky. Her breath has changed, it is an immortal power, immortal, not affected by the reincarnation of the universe, her life is immortal. With a wave of her palm, a bloody light shot out from the front, slowly condensing a vague female existence. #C925 Fourth Concubine. This vague blood-colored woman is the only remaining will of the Blood Moon Queen. After Joyo broke through to immortality, she directly expelled her power. Through the vague influence, you can also see her peerless elegance. The Blood Moon Queen seems to be still very unwilling, and is still launching various magical techniques to seize control. However, Joyo is already immortal, and she has not cultivated her Blood Moon way at all, so her struggle is destined to be useless. Ding! The host completes the side quests, helps Empress Joyo break through immortality, and gets 1,000,000 fate points, Immortal Artifact Advanced Card, Supernatural Power Fruit X2048, Immortal Divine Crystal X2, Random Lottery Chance X1. Joyo, congratulations on your achievement of immortality. Xuanhuan came to her and sent the most sincere congratulations. All this depends on the Emperor. Without the power of the Emperor's reincarnation, I cannot be immortal. Now I am afraid that I have been occupied by the Blood Moon Queen, how can I be today? Joyo understood this very well. Her gaze changed, looking at Xuanhuan, this man is truly invincible, like the Supreme Saint Emperor, the stalwart body stands here, making people worship and occupy the heart. Looking at each other, there is nothing to say. Xuanhuan stretched out his hand, and Joyo also put the warm and jade-like palm on Xuanhuan's hand, and announced it with action in front of everyone in the empire. Ha ha! Xuanhuan was in a very good mood, sealed the will of the Blood Moon Queen, and took Joyo back to the kingdom of the Emperor. Your Majesty's fourth concubine. And an immortal being. Even the immortal is willing to become your Majesty's woman, this is a big thing for the Empire. Sisters, we have to achieve immortality as quickly as possible, otherwise we won't be able to catch up with this man and be by his side forever. Shang Guangxian's eyes were also burning with fighting spirit, and said to Yao Linger and Luo Yueying. Jiuyo, although the will of the Blood Moon Queen was expelled, the set of artifacts she left behind is still extremely powerful. The top immortal refining, now I will take action and refine her into a blood moon. Chu Yuan said, and the Book of Enlightenment, you are responsible for urging the blood moon to enlighten the spirit. Follow His Majesty's decree, said the calligraphy of Qiling. Blood moon? Jiuyo raised her brows and nodded, okay, I also look forward to the existence of the blood moon. After the Blood Moon Queen's divine weapon was taken out, Chu Yuan grabbed her palm and injected her will into it. A force was injected into it, and a large amount of resources were liquefied, which seemed to be helping the Blood Moon Queen recover. But no. Chu Yuan wanted to use the Blood Moon divine artifact as the carrier, and her will as the core, which was equivalent to refining an artifact spirit, just like the book spirit in the book universe, which could mobilize the power of these divine artifacts by herself. Inspiration. His empire also has the Book of Enlightenment, the existence of enlightenment. The three immortals, with Chu Yuan as the core, have entered into it. Suddenly, decades have passed in the kingdom of the emperor, and this suit of clothes suddenly swelled up, and a woman's body suddenly appeared. This woman looks just like the Blood Moon Queen. But not. This is the artifact spirit that Chu Yuan gave birth to with the will of the Blood Moon Queen. However, it has her will and is a very complicated existence. Your Majesty, the Blood Moon artifact spirit has been born. The Book of Enlightenment immediately said, this artifact spirit is different from other artifact spirits. She has the will of the Blood Moon Queen, which is equivalent to inheriting the memory of the Blood Moon Queen. After all, the Blood Moon Queen is the pinnacle of the immortal triple heaven. The spirit of the artifact is unstable, and it will even become another carrier of the Blood Moon Queen in the future. This is the existence that carries the will of the Blood Moon Queen. It doesn't matter, no matter how she wakes up, she is not the real queen of the Blood Moon. Her real form has long since been scattered. In the palm of my hand, I can't turn the sky, but a powerful being in my hand. Chu Yuan said. This is the blood moon that he refined by the method of activating the spirit. Of course, he can also refuse the will of the Blood Moon Queen, so he will be completely loyal. However, such an artifact spirit is not powerful. How can such a blood moon be powerful, and directly have the power comparable to the immortal gods? Your Majesty, the Blood Moon person can be placed in the blood coffin. As a container to warm her up, it will be more powerful. Jiuyu said, but there are hidden dangers. This hidden danger can be ignored for the harvest. Jiuyu, the Blood Moon person will be handed over to you. When you reach the realm of immortal gods, you have to refine your own immortal artifact. You can ask Qi Ling for what kind of refining. Book. Chu Yuan said. I would like to serve the mother. Qi Lingji's calligraphy said. The dust settled here, and the empire also held a grand celebration because of the immortality of Jiuyu, becoming the fourth concubine of Emperor Xuanhuan. The archery bow can be upgraded to an immortal artifact. Chu Yuan improved the archery bow with the immortal artifact advanced card in his hand. 2 upgrades, coupled with a large number of Imperial powerhouses, is enough to exert the strength of the powerful immortal first layer. Recently, the commander of the God of War and the commander of the suppressing prison have swept through the restricted areas in the universe, bringing a lot of treasures to the empire. With the pool of gods and demons and a large number of medicinal pills, many world gods and universe gods have been cultivated for the empire. And these 2 leaders are not afraid of death, just like the other side's fake body, they can be reunited after death. It is nothing more than spending some time and resources. The acceleration of time in the kingdom of human emperors is not worth mentioning compared to the cost of harvesting. The empire is like fire, and it is developing in a very good place. It's still not enough. Xuanhuan knew very well that although the Xuanwu Empire was not weak, it still could not compare with the Yuhuashan dynasty. 3 months after Jiuyou broke through immortality, a familiar guest came to his empire. I have seen the emperor. The person here is Qi Shui. She has condensed the immortal body. Qi Shui. Xuanhuan said, you came, you should have been instructed by the bone god. The Mingguang Shenzong will have a big chaos. The bone god is worried that it will not be able to suppress it, and there will be unexpected changes. I specially asked you to ask for my help on behalf of the messenger. The emperor is wise. Qi Shui nodded again and again. She didn't dare to look directly at Xuanhuan at this time. Although she didn't radiate any power to oppress her, in her eyes, this was a glorious existence that could kill immortal gods. This is the letter of help that the senior asked me to send. Qi Shui hurriedly sent a letter of help. Xuanhuan took it and opened it, and there was a will of the bone god attached to it, indicating that it was written by the bone god. The meaning of the letter is also very simple. Mingguang Shenzong will have a big change. The Palm Church of Mingguang Shenzong will hold a sect meeting to completely solve the changes in the sect. However, the bone god was worried that with the strength of him and the headmaster Mingguang, he could not suppress it, and there would be unexpected changes. Therefore, I specifically requested that Emperor Xuanwu could come in person to help him deal with possible accidents. Xuanhuan nodded. Now the situation is changing, and no one knows what happened. Although he doesn't know the details of the changes in Mingguang Shenzong, it is very likely that it comes from external pressure, so that the bone gods have to ask for help. Also written above. If it can help Mingguang Shenzong to tide over this crisis, the headmaster of Mingguang is willing to take out a lot of fetishes and make a great oath of immortality, forever befriending the Xuanwu Empire and helping the Xuanwu Empire. Also ask the emperor to help me Mingguang Shenzong. Qi Shui knelt down. Option 1, go to Mingguang Shenzong, resolve the turmoil, and get the supernatural power fruit X 2048. Option 2, do not go to Mingguang Shenzong, get a random lottery chance X1. Hashtag C926 Xiaohan, Li Moran. Get up, I promised Bone God that if I need my help, I will take action. This is my promise to him. Xuanhuan said. If the turmoil in Mingguang Shenzong can be resolved and allies with firm support will be beneficial to the Xuanwu Empire now. He thought more and farther. Thank you, the great emperor. Qi Shui was still kneeling on the ground, excited. The chaos in the sect had lasted for a long time. She also knew that if Emperor Xuanwu did not take action, it would be difficult to suppress this chaos with their strength. Killer, follow me to Mingguang Shenzong for a walk. Xuanhuan took Qi Shui to lead the Xuanwu Empire. Ding. The host makes a choice and gets 20,000 fate points, magic fruit X 2048. Mingguang Shenzong has a long history. When Xuanhuan came, a very bright place suddenly appeared in front of him. There were air currents containing fairy light everywhere, refracting brightly, and there were ancient, sacred mountains standing here. Around the Taiku sacred mountain, there are also many people who have reached the level of the gods. He swept away at will. These many ancient sacred mountains have beautiful scenery, and there are immortal towers everywhere, all kinds of divine beasts, and all kinds of tianqi, which is a good place for cultivation. However, Xuanhuan felt an unusual atmosphere. Each disciple was in a hurry and had no intention of cultivating. The entire sect was very nervous. Qi Shui had already told him about the civil strife in the Mingguang Immortal sect, and for a more specific situation, only the headmaster of the Mingguang Immortal sect could negotiate a countermeasure. Mingguang Shenzong, the blessed land of the cave, was opened up for Mingguang's immortality. The giants of the immortal three-layered heaven once sat and talked with the Emperor of Heaven, but unfortunately, such an existence also perished in the great calamity of reincarnation. Xuanhuan looked at this case and sighed. The immortal triple heaven is almost the strongest master under the overlords such as the Heavenly Emperor, but it will also fall into the reincarnation catastrophe, which is sad and deplorable. Although immortality has infinite lifespan, it also has great calamity itself. The Blood Moon Queen also died in this reincarnation catastrophe. Great Emperor, this is just the periphery of my Mingguang Xianzong, and we have an immortal universe opened up by our ancestors, and there are a large number of living beings inside. That is our foundation and core place. Qi Shui said respectfully. My lord, you are finally here. It was the bone god who appeared from the immortal universe, and when he saw Xuanhuan, he was relieved. As long as he came, all the crises would be solved, and it would not be a problem. Next to him was a woman. Wearing an elegant robe, this woman looks very dignified, with a majestic eyebrow, and an extraordinary woman. But Xuanhuan felt a powerful force from her, and she turned out to be a giant of the immortal second layer. She is the supreme headmaster of Mingguang Xianzong. The emperor is here, so you didn't notice it, did he? The bone god said to the woman. He can't find it. The headmaster of Mingguang said, I am still the supreme headmaster of the Mingguang Xianzong after all, and everything here is under my control. No matter how ambitious he is, he will never be able to motivate Mingguang if he doesn't become a headmaster, and if he doesn't get a teaching order. The mystery of the universe. That's good. Bone God looked around. Great Emperor, let's not talk about it here, go inside and talk about it in detail. A few of them moved, and they immediately appeared in a hazy hall of immortal light. Li Moran, is this Emperor Xuanhuan? Headmaster Mingguang looked at Xuanhuan. Although she is the immortal second layer, she also felt an unfathomable oppression from Xuanhuan, and it came from the sky. Even if she was in the sect, this person could easily break it if she wanted to. Seeing is better than seeing. She had not heard of the deeds of the great Emperor Xuanhuan, but when she saw it now, she was indeed powerful. And Li Moran is also the name of the bone god. The bone god and the Mingguang sect were both born on the same star. They have known each other since childhood. Later, one of them joined the Mingguang immortal sect, and the other wandered in the universe. Of course, Xuanhuan is not interested in these gossips and has nothing to do with him. Yes, the great emperor was invited by me to solve the internal strife of the Xianzong. Bone God nodded. Great emperor, let me introduce, this is the Xianzong sect, Xiaohan. Thank you Emperor Xuanhuan for helping me Xianzong. Xiaohan nodded. Emperor Xuanhuan was invited by the bone god, and she would not ask or say anything. If you listened to my words and worshipped Mingguang Xianzong with me back then, or if you could be more cautious back then, you wouldn't have suffered a catastrophe. If there was no Emperor Xuanhuan, your fate would be unpredictable. Xiaohan's favor with Xuanhuan came from the bone god, because he helped the bone god many times. I won't talk about that. Now we will discuss with your majesty about the Mingguang Xianzong. Bone god doesn't want to say more on this issue. If he really worshipped the Mingguang Xianzong back then, he would certainly be much more stable, but he would never be able to break through immortality. What the bone god needs is a magnificent life. I'm here this time just to help the bones and spirits calm down. Xuanhuan said. The emperor also knows that Mingguang immortal sect is the immortal creation of Mingguang, immortal triple heaven. Mingguang immortal fell when he broke through the great calamity of reincarnation, and he also arranged the aftermath. If he can't come back, Xiaohan will become the new headmaster. Supreme. Gushan glanced at Xiaohan and introduced her. Mingguang immortality is my master. Master is like a father. Without master, I can't be immortal. When Xiaohan mentioned Mingguang's immortality, his eyes were also sad. She was originally a woman with a weak and gentle personality. She cultivated under the protection of Mingguang immortal, and did not bother about those things. When Mingguang Immortal fell, the burden of the entire sect suddenly fell on her, making her a little overwhelmed at first. She trembled and let the Zoman exist in a universe of reincarnation. However, Mingguang Xianzong also has an ambitious family, called Wanyue. He was the Great Elder at that time, and thought that after Mingguang Immortal's death, he would be able to become the sect master. He didn't expect that Mingguang Immortal would directly pass the teaching order to Xuanhuan. Wanyu is naturally dissatisfied. Xuanhuan is a junior in his eyes, and he is qualified to take charge of Xianzong. Xuanhuan didn't want to be the headmaster either, but this was Mingguang Immortal's entrustment to her, and she had to shoulder it. Wanyu once launched a power seizure, entangled with the elders of the sect, but was suppressed by Xuanhuan's command. I told you long ago that Wanyu is very ambitious, and he will not give up his position as headmaster. If he becomes headmaster, he will be able to occupy all the treasures left by Mingguang's immortality. At that time, he should be killed or obliterate the intellect, and you left him alive. Bone God shook his head. Xiaohan's temperament is somewhat uncontested. But she doesn't fight, someone wants to fight. When the master just died, the cosmos was changing, and the sect was in turmoil. I left Wanyu in the hope that he could repent and protect the survival of the immortal sect. When Xiaohan said this, she also knew that she was in danger of raising tigers, but at that time she had just taken over as the head teacher and had no experience. She continued, now that the universe is in turmoil, Wanyu has also cultivated to the second level of immortality. She has no nostalgia for the position of the supreme leader, but she is also immortal and has her own dignity and pride. She also knows that Wanyu completely regards the sect as a tool and will not try his best to maintain it. Wanyu is only suitable to be the Great Elder, not the headmaster. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. Bone God said, I suspect that Wanyu has colluded with external forces. He has attacked Xiaohan again and again over the years, and he has drawn other immortal elders in the sect. If it is just Wanyu, he can be suppressed within the immortal sect with the command of the headmaster. I was afraid that outside forces would be involved, so I invited the Great Emperor. The source of all this lies in Wanyu. Qu Yuan said indifferently. He has fully understood the situation of Mingguang Xianzong. Shahan, the Great Emperor is here. After 3 days, you can hold a sect meeting and meet Wanyu thoroughly. #C927 Xianzong's Choice. Clang clang. The loud bell rang in the Mingguang Xianzong, which was calling the strong men in the sect to start the meeting. A huge ancient temple with a very vast interior. This is the Mingguang Immortal Hall, which will only be opened when a large meeting is held for the Mingguang Immortal sect. Now Xiaohan has opened this hall. Sect Master, ring the Mingguang Immortal bell, this is going to hold a sect meeting, and something incredible will be announced at this meeting. This meeting will definitely be related to Elder Wanyu. Elder Wanyu is a number of reincarnations ago. The first ancestor of Mingguang held the position of Great Elder when he was still alive, and the Supreme Headmaster is the disciple of the first ancestor. There is a big contradiction between them. It is rumored that the Elder Wanyu wants to seize power. Shu, silence, these things are not something we can discuss and participate in, we will wait and see. Everyone in the Mingguang Xianzong was tense, and the tension in the sect was not a day or two, and everyone with a bit of status guessed what would happen today. This is a battle between the headmaster and the Great Elder. All the gods of the universe enter the Mingguang Immortal Hall. A voice resounded. Immediately, many cosmic gods entered the Mingguang Immortal Hall, with different expressions on their faces. Some supported the Great Elder, while some did not want the sect to change greatly at this time of change. At the gate of the gate, there was a tall middle-aged man as thick as a mountain. He took a steady step, glanced at the hall, with a look of contempt on his face, and walked in slowly. I have seen the Great Elder. All the gods of the universe saluted him respectfully. This person is the great elder of Mingguang Xianzong, the powerhouse of the immortal second layer, Wan Yu. Wan Yu's face was pale, but in fact his heart was already boiling. After so many years of planning to seize the position of headmaster, it is finally time to blossom and bear fruit. He sat on a throne. He closed his eyes and rested, showing his composure. After his arrival, 2 more immortals came in. A man and a woman also arrived at the Mingguang Immortal Hall. After seeing Wan Yu, they just nodded slightly. Counting Xuanhuan, Mingguang Xianzong has 4 immortals, and there are 2 immortals in the second layer of heaven, which can be called powerful. If the first ancestor of Mingguang did not fall, and there were 3 heavens in charge, this Mingguang Xianzong would also be a tyrant in the universe. Unfortunately, every time the reincarnation catastrophe, a large number of immortals will fall. And after the arrival of these elders, a ray of light projected from the top of the headmaster's seat, revealing Xuanhuan. Her face was indifferent, and there was a supreme majesty on the first seat, looking down at these people. Meet the supreme headmaster. No matter what these people think in their hearts, Xuanhuan is still the supreme headmaster on the bright side, and has great power. Headmaster Supreme, I don't know what to announce at the opening of the conference this time. I, the great elder, can do it for me. Wan Yu looked at Xuanhuan with no respect on his face. There is indeed a major event. Now the cosmos is turbulent, the undead time and space exploration is over, the Ascension God dynasty is moving in conjunction, and the war is on the verge of breaking out. My Mingguang Xianzong can't be alone. Xuanhuan said solemnly, Elders, what do you think my immortal sect should choose? She knew that Wan Yu wanted to take advantage of today's conference to seize her the right to teach. After all, this Wan Yu was also a great elder of the Mingguang first ancestor period, with high qualifications. Wan Yu was not in a hurry to speak. Another immortal from the sect said, Qi report to the headmaster, indeed we have to face a difficult choice again. Ascension to the divine dynasty, and the forces dominated by the misty forbidden area, the demon domain, etc., must make a decision. Oh? What do you think, Elder Lu Xian? Xuanhuan said. This Lu Xian is a firm supporter of Wan Yu. He is Wan Yu's one-handed help, and even personally searched for various divine objects for him, breaking through to the immortal realm. It was also thanks to Wan Yu's good luck that he cultivated immortality in every reincarnation of the universe, and finally let him cultivate one. Although Xuanhuan also wanted to cultivate immortality, how could immortality be so easy to cultivate, so she encountered today's predicament. As for the middle-aged woman, Mingguang's ancestor is an old antique. She doesn't care about anything, and it doesn't matter. If it hadn't been for the meeting today, and she smelled the unusual energy, she wouldn't even show up. There is no high opinion, only some humble opinions on the current situation. Lu Xingdao, Master, you see, although the major forces have joined forces to resist the Emperor Yuhua, the power of the Emperor Yuhua is too terrifying. I heard that after the mysterious goddess left that day, the misty ancient emperor gathered many immortal 3 heavens to fight against each other. No matter what, the Emperor Yuhua will cut and wound several people, so it can be seen that the Emperor Yuhua is unstoppable. If he can't stop it, why couldn't he leave the goddess that day? Xuanhuan said. She is aware of some external pressures, but she has not seen it with her own eyes, has no evidence, and cannot conclude. Although her temperament is indifferent, it does not mean that she is stupid. After inviting Emperor Xuanhuan, she decided to completely remove the obstacles. Lu Xian was also embarrassed when he heard this. Failing to stop the goddess did indeed take a certain blow to the prestige of the Emperor Yuhua. Okay, let's not talk about it for now. Wan Yu said, before the first ancestor of Mingguang fell, he left a secret treasure in the sect. I think the time has come. Please open the secret treasure and help my Xianzong survive this chaos. Xuanhuan's face did not change. She knew that Wan Yu's greedy secret treasure was not a day or two. The ancestors did leave secret treasures, but they can only be used before the sect encountered the catastrophe of annihilation. Xuanhuan refused. There was no expression on Wan Yu's face, but he kept sneering in his heart. In his opinion, he didn't want to share it, but he wanted to enjoy it by himself. The little girl back then, under the protection of the ancestor Mingguang, also became immortal. He has always been resentful in his heart. He has made such a great contribution to the sect. There is no credit or hard work. The position of the head teacher should be his, but it was given to Xuanhuan, who had just broken through immortality. What was this Xuanhuan at that time? The most irritating thing is that Xuanhuan broke through to the immortal second layer ahead of him. If it wasn't for the treasures left by the ancestors of Mingguang, how could it be so fast? She must be occupying the resources left by the ancestor of Mingguang, so that she is expected to become an immortal triple heaven. When the seeds of jealousy and hatred take root in the heart and grow stronger and stronger, it is not surprising to do anything. Well, since it's what the headmaster said, we won't talk about it. Wan Yu said, let's go back to the previous topic, how to choose in the face of this chaos, whether to rely on the Ascension God dynasty or join the alliance forces headed by the misty Forbidden Land, or Mingzhi, to protect himself. It seems that the elder has made a decision. Xuanhuan said. I have an idea. Wan Yu looked at the void and said coldly, but there are outsiders in Shenzong. Li Muran will appear. I already knew you were here. #C928 chilled and tired. Ha ha ha, you still remember me. The bone god strode in and said with a big laugh, Wan Yu, there have been many reincarnations in the universe, and we have met again. It's really time flies, and looking back on it as the past, it's very sad. He was no stranger to Wan Yu and had seen him a long time ago. Li Moran, I'm not surprised that you're here. After all, the Supreme Headmaster has a somewhat unclear relationship with you. Why, today is an internal meeting of my immortal sect. Does the Headmaster want an outsider to attend? Wan Yu began to have trouble. If you have something to make it clear today, internal and external troubles are not good for the sect, and it will be resolved at this meeting. Xuanhuan waved his hand, not caring about his attack. It is good. Wan Yu glanced at everyone coldly and said, as the great elder of the sect, I accompany the first ancestor of Mingguang to cut through thorns, and there have been many cosmic reincarnations in the establishment of Mingguang Shenzong. Zoman plan the future path. Xuanhuan frowned. Wan Yu's words were telling the cosmic god present his seniority. Cosmic gods can only live one cosmic cycle, and these cosmic gods were all born in this era. Only she, Wan Yu, Bone God, and the middle-aged woman had really seen the ancestor of Mingguang. Lu Xian has never seen it. Where's the way of my Mingguang Shenzong? Wan Yu shouted, we no longer have the first ancestor of Mingguang. The Emperor Yuhua is the strongest in the universe today, and the divine dynasty is bound to sweep the heavens. Those who do not obey will only have a dead end. Therefore, I suggest here that the Supreme Headmaster make a quick decision. Zong relied on Yuhua divine dynasty and became a descendant of divine dynasty. There is a saying, those who know the current affairs are Junjia, we must be Junjia, and we can't be the slaves of the dead sect after being trampled by others. What, take refuge in the Ascension God dynasty. As soon as you join the Yuhua divine dynasty, it means that there will be no Mingguang Shenzong in the future. The elders are cruel. He won't play with you to seize power at all, and the headmaster will not be able to do it directly, but once you join the divine dynasty, we must obey God's order. Yeah, in the universe, the war is imminent. I heard that wars have already started in many places. Although my Mingguang Shenzong is not weak, but there is no immortal triple heaven, and it can't resist such behemoths as the Yuhuashan dynasty. Perhaps it is the right choice to take refuge in the Ascension God dynasty. Active and passive treatment are completely different. But it still depends on the choice of the Headmaster Supreme. The thoughts of the universe gods present changed. They naturally know that this cosmic chaos is terrifying, but they can't be the master. The real decision-maker is in the hands of the Supreme Commander. To take refuge in the Ascension God Dynasty, is this the answer you gave me? Xuanhuan's face was cold and severe. Don't hesitate anymore, Sect Master, we don't have time. Then Lu Tao, after a dozen battles, the ones who died the most were immortal forces, like my Mingguang Xianzong. Please bring us to the Yuhua Divine Dynasty. Let's go to the Yuhua Divine Dynasty, this is my way to find a way for Mingguang Xianzong. Wan Yu sighed. The face of the bone god also changed. He originally thought that Wan Yu's purpose was to go down and take Xuanhuan's headmaster position, but he did not expect that he actually wanted the entire sect to join the Yuhua Divine Dynasty. This Wan Yu, he still underestimated him. This trick is cruel. If he can't become a headmaster, he will find a way out for himself and embrace thicker thighs. You are forcing this sect. Xuanhuan glanced at the people present. Some people's minds had changed. The strength of the Ascension dynasty made them fearful, and they felt that they could only survive if they took refuge. It's not forcing the headmaster, but I don't want Mingguang Xianzong to be destroyed in this war. Wan Yu said righteously. What if Benzong doesn't agree? Xiaohan's voice is getting colder and colder. She is the head teacher of a generation, and she is immortal. She also has her pride. If the headmaster doesn't agree, I can only use some tough methods. Wan Yu said lightly. Wan Yu, do you still want to do the opposite? Bone God sneered, you can turn the sky of Mingguang Xianzong upside down, you don't have this strength yet. The middle-aged woman didn't care about anything and wouldn't intervene in the battle, and Lu Xian could deal with it by himself. Xiaohan controlled the Mingguang Xianzong and used the sex heritage to suppress Wan Yu. I don't have this strength, but the Ascension God dynasty has this strength, and I don't want to oppose it, but to point a bright road for Mingguang Xianzong. Wan Yu said in a controlling tone, Master, I hope you don't be stubborn and let so many people be buried with you. Sure enough, you have already contacted the people of Yuhuashan dynasty without passing me. Xiaohan said. There is no way, I am not your opponent in the sect, only through the Yuhuan dynasty. As soon as Wan Yu's words fell, an icy aura swept across the universe, and many armies appeared in the starry sky. Golian Yuhuashan dynasty, betrayal. Gus Hen shouted, this is the answer you gave. Haha, I won't hide it from you until now. In fact, I have already taken refuge in the Ascension God dynasty. I was able to break through the second layer of heaven because of the help of the Ascension God Emperor. Today's attack was also ordered by the Ascension God Emperor. Wan Yu knew that Xiaohan had no chance after the arrival of the army of the Ascension God dynasty. The Ascension God dynasty is really terrifying, and it was laid out very early. This Wan Yu has been subdued by the Ascension God dynasty long ago, and no one knows, and now it has attracted the Ascension army, directly using tough means. The Bone God also shuddered. It is not the fear of these large armies, but the fear of how many powerhouses the Ascension God dynasty has secretly subdued. The Emperor Yuhua has promised that after the Mingguang Xianzong joins the Divine Dynasty, I will be the people of the Divine Dynasty, and I will also lead you to make achievements and build a career, and those who are willing to rely on the Divine Dynasty come to me. Wan Yu rode. Lu Xian did not hesitate and went directly to Wan Yu's side. The middle-aged woman glanced at Xiaohan, but didn't move, as if waiting for the headmaster's decision. At this time, many cosmic gods were also eager to move. This sect sees who of you dares to move. Xiaohan's power is still good, except for the universe gods that Wan Yu cultivated himself, those universe gods are all entangled. She looked at Wan Yu at this moment, and her mood was also very complicated. Although she had expected it, after the confirmation, Wan Yu's betrayal made her feel a chill and tired. She had paid so much for the sect for so many years. For what? Wan Yu betrayed her. Even if she left the sect, she didn't care. After all, she already knew this person's character. But without going through her directly, she handed over the Mingguang Xianzong to the Xuanhuan dynasty, which was her most angry place. Master, how good are you? Xuanhuan said silently. She figured out that she was for the master. Because the reincarnation of multiple universes has passed, all those who were immortal in those days were all dead, and those brothers and sisters of my own were long gone. Her eyes gradually became firm and cold. Do you still insist on teaching? Did you see that the Ascension God army is coming? If you insist, if the army moves, the sect will be broken, and the God Emperor has also promised that if you take refuge, he will give you the throne of the king. Still in command of the Mingguang immortal sect, I will also assist you. Wan Yu said again. I don't want to stop me from resisting to the end if I want to break the net with the headmaster. Wan Yu knew very well that Xuanhuan, a woman with great determination, would not join the Yuhua divine dynasty. The Feathering God army enters the Mingguang Xianzong. The army of the Ascension God army moved, and the leader of the team was a white-haired existence. The Yu Beifeng of the City of Wishes came to the Mingguang Xianzong. It's just that Yu Beifeng's realm is already the third heaven of immortality. #C929 You make me very disappointed. Yu Beifeng, immortal triple heaven, is already the strongest existence in the universe except for the Emperor Yuhuan. Although he has just broken through, this does not hinder his strength. If he kills the Mingguang Xianzong, and Wan Yu cooperates with each other, he will definitely not be his opponent. Too ruthless, Wan Yu hooked up with Yuhuashan dynasty and sold all the sects. This is to destroy Xuanhuan directly, and he never thought of giving her a way to survive. He wants to kill Xuanhuan and take everything left by the ancestor of Mingguang. Everyone who is on my side can live today, but if you learn from our headmaster and resist to the end, I'm afraid I can only collect your corpses, and I won't be able to save you. Wan Yu shouted loudly and seized power from Xuanhuan. These people will be the power in his hands after joining the Yuhuashan dynasty. Without an order from the headmaster, I see who dares to move. Qi Shui growled. Although Wan Yu attracted the Yuhua divine dynasty today, they were also prepared and invited the Emperor Shenwu. Kill. Yu Beifeng is indifferent, his feelings have long since passed away with his love, and now he is a killing machine without feelings, and he is not interested in watching Mingguang Xianzong slowly fight inwardly, wave his hand directly, and let the army enter. When the Ascension Divine Army came, the people of Mingguang Xianzong shuddered and looked at the Supreme Headmaster, waiting for her to make a decision. Xuanhuan, you can't beat me. Wan Yu said coldly. Not only did he want to seize power, but he also wanted Xuanhuan's life. The Feathered Divine Army. Boom. Infinite brilliance suddenly burst out in the starry sky, and a stalwart existence appeared. He looked up at the starry sky, looked down on the world, looked at the emerging God army indifferently, and a bright portal appeared, and suddenly the river of light drowned them. This existence refers to the sky and the ground, turning hands into clouds, and covering hands into rain. The offensive of the Feathering God army was blocked, and the Yu Beifeng divine sword appeared. He smashed Guanghe and looked at Chu Yuan, who had never spoken much, and said, It's you, Emperor Shenwu. He is no stranger to Chu Yuan. If he hadn't smashed the wish time and space with one sword, the immortality there would have been wiped out long ago. The Emperor has taken action. Guzhen breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately he had a friendly relationship with Emperor Shenwu, otherwise, where would he be able to invite this giant? You also invited the Emperor Shenwu. Wan Yu's face changed. This was an accident he didn't expect. This person stood in the starry sky, giving him monstrous pressure, and shouted, Humph! What if he is invited? It is a foregone conclusion that the Ascension God dynasty will dominate the universe. With the Ascension God army here, he can't save you. The power of Xuanhuan dynasty is too strong. He does not believe that Xuanhuan can change the situation of the battle. The following is the best. You will privately join the Yuhua divine dynasty without reporting to the Supreme Being. You have already betrayed the sect, and you still have the face to continue to be the Great Elder. Thieves, everyone gets them and kills them, and if they want to be beheaded, they will be punished with 1,000 swords and 10,000 cuts. Xuanhuan fell on Wanyu with one glance. The last thing he likes is people who betray. When he first arrived in this universe, the Prime Minister also hooked up with the Dakian dynasty, and Wanyu's behavior, introducing wolves into the room, was different from him. Hey, Emperor Xuanwu, this has nothing to do with you. Wanyu didn't care. The first ancestor of Mingguang didn't pass on the position of headmaster to him, so his heart was no longer in the sect. He continued, dare to intervene in this matter and anger Xuanhuan dynasty, you will die miserably. Does Xuanhuan dynasty still need me to offend? Xuanhuan was indifferent. His empire will also be involved in the cosmic war, and this dynasty of gods is the enemy of everyone at this stage. Kill. Yu Beifeng came at this time, he slashed out with a knife, and the cold light rolled, and anyone who stood in front of the Yuhua divine army would be smashed to pieces. Immortal Triple Heaven. Xuanhuan's eyes erupted with intense fighting intent. He shook the world with thunder and fire, making the starry sky pale. Xuanhuan directly took a big step and slashed over with the Emperor's supreme domineering arrogance. In an instant, Lei Ji's power and Yu Beifeng madly fought together. At the moment of the fight, the infinite starry sky collapsed. With such a terrifying power, the feathered divine army did not dare to enter easily. The Slayer went to help Mingguang Shenzong suppress the civil unrest. Xuanhuan waved Lei Gu again. At this moment, he is too domineering. Although Yu Beifeng is an immortal triple heaven, he has just broken through and still feels enormous pressure in the face of Xuanhuan's violent attack. But Yu Beifeng will not be afraid. Or that he has no feelings now, and he doesn't know how to write the word fear. His silver-white divine sword was also slashing continuously, severing the sky marks with each sword. Xuanhuan is majestic, and the thunder is boiling in the light, and all his powers have burst out. If he bursts out with all his strength, the immortal second heaven will also be killed by him. How so? Wanyu widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Yu Beifeng, who is an immortal third-level heaven, was actually stopped by this Emperor Xuanwu. From the looks of it, the Emperor Xuanwu is completely suppressed by force. How is it possible? All kinds of information. I never said that this Emperor Xuanwu is so powerful. Not only him, Bone God was also surprised. He was in contact with Xuanhuan a lot, but he couldn't see through it at all. Emperor Xuanwu is immortal, and his strength is unimaginable. Yu Beifeng was blocked by him and could not enter the Mingguang Shenzong for half a step. Xuanhuan, our opportunity has come. Yu Beifeng has been blocked by the Emperor, and he cannot spare Wanyu easily. This time, we must completely solve him. Bone God said to Xuanhuan. It is good. Xuanhuan was disappointed with Wanyu. She would rather Wanyu directly challenge her to seize power within the sect, rather than directly colluding with outsiders. After all, she is the head teacher, and it is a violation of the ban. Clean up Lu Xian. The Bone God shouted, and he slapped it with a palm. At the same time, the killers are also helping Mingguang Shenzong suppress. You make me very disappointed. Xuanhuan walked towards Wanyu. Her immortal light burst out, like an immortal master. Every step was colorful, and when her palm fell, it was dazzling. Her power only burst out at this moment, directly suppressing Wanyu. Haha, disappointed? What disappoints me the most is the ancestor of Mingguang. I paid so much for the sect, and what did I get? Bah. Wanyu said, do you think that Emperor Xuanwu can stop Yu Beifeng? He can't hold on for too long, and he must have burst into such a strong fighting force at a certain price. Once he is defeated, I will be the final winner. He is also immortal, and he is not afraid. The mountain-like body pushes out heavy power. But as soon as Huanyu's power collided with Xuanhuan, his whole body was shaken back 100 steps, and his blood was surging wildly. Your strength. Huanyu said in shock, so you have almost realized the limit of the third and second heavens. You are hiding so deeply. He thought that although Xuanhuan entered the second world earlier than him, he would not be too strong. Now, you should understand why the first ancestor passed me the position of headmaster. Xuanhuan said indifferently, I give you opportunities again and again, and you let me down again and again. #C930 loser. Star Universe. Chu Yuan and Yu Beifeng are fighting frantically. Even though Yu Beifeng was indifferent, he wondered how this person's strength could increase so much in a short period of time. Although he was strong in the wish space and time, he was far from being as strong as he is now. But even in doubt, he also knows that whether he can conquer Mingguang Xianzong today depends on whether he can defeat this person. He slashed out with a savage sword, ruthless, cut off all feelings, and only had an indomitable killing. Chu Yuan waved Rigo, that shook the world. His stalwart figure left an indelible mark in the universe. Rigo blasted out. Yu Beifeng's knife was fierce, and he couldn't break it at all, and he controlled the rhythm of the battle in his own hands. The way of imperial hegemony is different from the way of personal cultivation. It is difficult for an empire to conceal its power in a low-key manner. Sometimes the stronger you are, the more fearful you will be, and at the same time, it will attract more powerful people to surrender to you. Chu Yuan was not stingy, and unleashed his own power. The thunder swelled, and the thunder water splashed down into the ocean. Although he still can't kill Yu Beifeng's existence, it is not a problem to stop him. Help the adults. There are also several immortals in the Ascension God army. Although they cannot directly enter the battle group, they are in the distance, their strength is condensed, and the ocean-like Ascension God light washes over Chu Yuan. However, as soon as the feathering divine light came, Chu Yuan's black hole swept through and swallowed it all. He is not afraid of our feathering divine light. The Ascension divine army shook, and it was helpless to push him with immortal power. Chu Yuan dominated, splitting the world, shaking the world with a wave of Lei Ge, and suddenly a dozen bottomless chasms were split at the place where the army was standing. Yu Beifeng's power slashed. Crack the world. Chu Yuan is powerful. Emperor Xuanwu is too strong. The Bone God and the Killer jointly suppressed Lu Xian. This person could only be beaten passively, and his eyes kept looking at Yu Beifeng and Huanyu. Huanyu's situation at this time was also not good. Originally, Xuanhuan's strength was stronger than him, and in the Mingguang Xianzong, he suffered a series of defeats and retreats. He even suspected that Xuanhuan deliberately called him into the Mingguang palace to catch turtles in the urn, and set a trap for him to trap. And he originally thought that this was a good opportunity to seize power. After all, he invited Yu Beifeng, but it backfired. It was not what he imagined. Xuanhuan. Huanyu stopped calling the headmaster, and directly shouted Xuanhuan's name. I can't hold you anymore. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and the rich fairy light swept in, turning into a cage-like thing to trap Huanyu. The entire Mingguang Immortal Hall is shining brightly, and there are restrictions flashing to prevent the immortal bombardment from destroying the sect. By the command of the headmaster. Xuanhuan's hand commanded the headmaster, and the fairy light was dazzling, blazing a beam of light. The entire immortal universe was suddenly shocked, and in the Mingguang Immortal Hall, there was an old man with an immortal style and a bone, with long silver hair and indifference. This old man is just a phantom. His will is stored in the teaching order, and his body is condensed with the immortal universe to support his existence. The ancestor of Mingguang. Wan Yu was shocked and shouted, "You want to urge the power left by the ancestor of Mingguang to suppress me? What the master left me is this immortal universe, which can motivate his power. I have already said that it can only be used when the sect is in trouble, and why don't you understand?" Xuanhuan said. To motivate the ancestors of Mingguang, it is necessary to consume the source of the immortal universe, and this will can only be motivated in this universe. But it's also a big killer. The ancestor of Mingguang. The middle-aged woman was startled, her face suddenly changed, and she also said sternly, "Wan Yu, Lu Xian, you guys are ganging up on Yuhua Divine Dynasty, wanting to murder the headmaster. It is unbearable. We will suppress you today, according to the sect dispose of the door rules." She also saw the situation clearly, and could not continue to remain silent. Yu Beifeng was suppressed by the great Emperor Xuanhuan, and the headmaster stimulated the power of the ancestor of Mingguang, so there was no suspense in Wan Yu's suppression. If she doesn't react a little, this elder will do it. Play the Mingguang Immortal Hall. Wan Yu is extremely hateful. He has been planning for so long, and he is only one step away from success, but because of the appearance of Emperor Xuanhuan, he has fallen short. He also knew that if he continued, he would really be suppressed by Xuanhuan. Where would Xuanhuan let him go? He restricted his movements with the command of the headmaster, so that the first ancestor of Mingguang suppressed his will with both hands, and the ground was a prison, and Wan Yu was controlled in this small place. And Xuanhuan also shot, and every palm fell torn Wan Yu's body, leaving tragic bloodstains. If only relying on the will of the first ancestor of Mingguang, he would not be able to keep him, but Xuanhuan, a giant who is extremely close to the triple heaven, made a move, and Yu Beifeng had no way to enter the Shenzong to support him. These points are doomed to Wan Yu's defeat. Don't want. On the other side, Lu Xian has been suppressed, and he cannot escape from the three immortals. The headmaster order was shining brightly at this time, projecting a beam of light that enveloped Wan Yu, as if a mountain had suppressed Wan Yu's body. "Ha ha ha, I still lost, but I'm still not convinced." Wan Yu laughed miserably. Mingguang Shenzong, Emperor Xuanhuan. Yu Beifeng also saw what happened in the Mingguang Shenzong. Lu Xian and Wan Yu were suppressed one after another, and he broke the Wu Xuanhuan Emperor, and the situation where the God Emperor was clothed here was broken. He did not continue to stand with Chu Yuan, but left with the Ascension God army. As soon as he left, Chu Yuan also came to Mingguang Shenzong. "See the great Bone God and others are in awe." Chu Yuan nodded, and did not interfere in the infighting of Mingguang Shenzong to see how Xuanhuan dealt with the two. "Headmaster, I was wrong. I shouldn't have started a civil strife with Wan Yu. Please forgive me once. After all, I'm immortal. Keep me. I can do more things for the headmaster. The sect can't lose immortality fighting power." Lu Xian begged for mercy. The more he cultivates to immortality, the more he has eternal life. He realizes the beauty of life. He has not enjoyed enough and does not want to die. "Coward." Wan Yu was disdainful. "I wrongly believed you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here." Lu Xian was also very angry. He was able to cultivate to immortality. Although he relied on Wan Yu's help, after he became immortal, he returned the resources long ago. "In the past, I was too kind to you, and I made you unscrupulous. In fact, I am not attached to the position of the headmaster at all." Xuanhuan sighed. She walked in front of Lu Xian and raised her palm. "Don't want." Lu Xian already knew what Xuanhuan was going to do, and became mad, but the Bone God and the others suppressed him to death. Boom! Xuanhuan dropped a palm, obliterating Lu Xian, and was refined into a blood-colored energy by her. She can cultivate to immortality. How can she be a truly kind person? Before giving them another chance and letting her down again and again, she has long endured to a limit. She walked to Wan Yu's side. "Haha, if you want to kill or cut, you want me to say a word to you for mercy, Xuanhuan, if you are dreaming. I will not obey you even if I die. When Xuanyu arrived at this time, he calmed down instead. #C931 Unburden. Even though he was suppressed by the command of the headmaster and Xuanhuan's power, he still tried to stand up straight, without fear, and face the defeat calmly. Is begging for mercy useful? It's just adding humiliation. Xuanhuan had already spared him once, and he would not spare him a second time. Xuanhuan is calm, but she is definitely not a soft-hearted person. Haven't you seen her kill Lu Xian simply and neatly? Similarly, if Yu Beifeng entered the Mingguang Shenzong, he would not let Xuanhuan go. This time, he also knew that he had been planted, and the plan failed. The so-called winner and loser had to pay a price, and let the winner need it. It's too cheap to let you die. I won't waste your powerful strength. In fact, the opportunity has already been given to you. I won't stop you if you want to rely on the Ascension God, but I can't tolerate your betrayal. Xuanhuan raised his hand. I will obliterate your will and turn you into a puppet, protector of the law, and continue to serve. That's right, Xuanhuan didn't want to deal with him at first, and she was also attacking the immortal third layer. Once she reached this level, Xuanyu would not be able to turn the sky. But he attracted the Yuhuashan dynasty. If it wasn't for the Emperor Shenwu invited by the Bone God, she would be the unlucky one. If you can cultivate to immortality, how can you be soft-hearted? Protection God? When Xuanyu heard it, he heard a great horror, even more terrifying than death, and roared, "No! Even if I am completely destroyed, don't let you kill my will, Xuanhuan, seeing that I have so many reincarnations in the Mingguang Shenzong. Give me a treat. If I die, who will give me a chance?" Xuanhuan showed no mercy this time. This headmaster order mobilized the power of the immortal universe, and suddenly a beam of light shone, suppressing it with the power of the entire universe. Xuanyu's body trembled violently, his will was obliterated, as if he had become a puppet, unable to move. An unconscious Dharma protector has lost his mind and is not afraid of death. But the disadvantage is that the strength of the Dharma protector is fixed, and the realm is this realm, and there is no way to cultivate and grow. Xuanhuan also knew that. It is too extravagant to directly obliterate an immortal second layer, and refining it as a guardian deity is the most cost-effective. Headmaster. The middle-aged woman lowered her head. Although she helped suppress Lu Xian this time, it was in vain, only atonement. Fortunately, I never got involved in Xuanyu's messy affairs. Chu Yuan watched Xuanhuan clean up the door, but he was decisive. Although the tumor was eradicated this time, one immortal was beheaded, and another was refined into a guardian deity. It can be said that the loss was heavy, and the strength of the sect was greatly weakened. But he also knew. Xuanhuan had no choice but to do this, and colluded with the Ascension God dynasty to deal with her. Do you still keep it? At this time, her Qingxiu's face also showed deep fatigue, and she sat on the throne of the headmaster. Her eyes were a little dazed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Xuanhuan, what are you going to do next? On the other hand, the Bone God asked, now that the civil strife has been settled, and this time, the flags left by the Yuhua God dynasty have been cleaned up, and there is fear of retaliation. For now, the plan is to move closer to the Shenwu Empire and help the Emperor. I'm tired, very tired. Xuanhuan didn't answer directly, but said, Moran, do you know what I want most now? I miss Master, and I have the protection of Master. I don't need to bother God. I just need to practice step by step under his protection. It is good. She couldn't forget that the immortal spirit, kind and kind-hearted, took her as a personal inheritor, taught her to practice, and regarded her as the master of her biological daughter. After she cultivated to immortality, the first ancestor of Mingguang went to the reincarnation catastrophe with confidence, and passed the instruction to her. She didn't want the ancestor of Mingguang to go to the big calamity, but the ancestor of Mingguang also said that he couldn't escape this calamity, and there was still a chance to go. The change in the sect made her heart very tired, and she did not like to manage the sect. Tired. Bone God was startled. He nodded. Xuanhuan at this time was just like the weak little girl in his memory. He also said helplessly, "Yes, I'm tired, but the current situation does not allow us to stop. We must move forward, and retreat is death. The Ascension God dynasty is on the rise again. I have a hunch that this war will be more terrifying than ever." Xuanhuan said, "I don't want to take the position of headmaster anymore. I'm very tired. Now my only wish is to go to the land of reincarnation in person, find the remains of the master, and let him go to the ground for peace. This is what I can do. The only thing." "Headmaster." The old woman was shocked. "If you don't teach, what will happen to these billions of beings, and what should we do?" "Headmaster Supreme." All the cosmic gods also knelt down. "Can I still hold on? Can I shelter the sect?" Xuanhuan shook her head. She already had an idea, looked at Xuanhuan, got up and said, "Emperor Xuanwu, I haven't thanked you for today's affairs, and I don't have anything to give. If possible, I would like to bring Mingguang Xianzong to join. Xuanwu, I hope the emperor can protect the billions of souls of Mingguang Xianzong." She had no nostalgia for the position of headmaster, because the first ancestor of Mingguang agreed. "Go directly to the Xuanwu Empire." Bone God was also shocked. He didn't expect Xuanhuan to do it so directly. Certainly. He knew Xuanhuan very well and knew why. Xuanhuan has supported Mingguang Xianzong for so many years. She originally had an elegant temperament and took on the heavy burden. Now that the universe is full of storms, she also knows that Mingguang Xianzong is likely to be destroyed in this war. It's not bad if you take refuge in Emperor Xuanwu. Bone God thought so. He still has some understanding of the Xuanwu Empire. The people live and work in peace and contentment, the emperor shines on them like the sun, and the Emperor Xuanwu is kind to the inside, cruel to the outside, and becomes a citizen of the empire, will receive his kindness. That's true. In the war that swept the universe, let alone Xuanhuan, the immortal triple heaven, and even the respected series of the misty ancient emperor might fall. Today's Xuanhuan's light was too dazzling, which made Xuanhuan have this thought. Ha 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 ha, I have also received too much favor from the emperor. If the emperor does not dislike it, I, Li Moran, are also willing to join the Xuanwu Empire and fight for the empire. Perhaps this is the only way to overcome this disaster. Bone God wants to accompany Xuanhuan. He knew better that his Bone God sect was adjacent to the Xuanwu Empire and was sheltered by the emperor, but this was not a problem. He couldn't let the Emperor Xuanwu protect him all the time. Xuanhuan also looked at the Bone God. Li Moran made this decision more because of himself. She knows that although the Bone God is only a mortal first layer now, but when he is the strongest, he is also a mortal second layer, wanton in the universe, she can cultivate to immortality. A big reason is relying on the ancestor of Mingguang. The Bone God relies on himself. If the Bone God hadn't died once, with his ability, it is very likely that he was already impacting the third heaven. The souls of Mingguang Xianzong have entered Xuanwu, and that is the people of Zhen. Xuanhuan smiled and said, "Zhen is their god and their support." #C932 War. Xuanhuan was surprised but not surprised. Although Xuanhuan is strong, she doesn't like being the suzerain, just to fulfill her promise to the ancestor of Mingguang. And this time Wan Yu's long-planned rebellion made her disheartened and made this decision. There is also a reason. She knows that a chaotic war is coming. She can't shelter Mingguang Xianzong, and it is very likely to be destroyed in the war. Now that she has seen Xuanhuan, the will of the supreme humanity is affecting her all the time, making her understand that if the living beings of Mingguang Xianzong can become the citizens of the Xuanwu Empire, it will be better than her leadership. This is the best option. She's still not fit to be the suzerain. Headmaster. Many universe gods looked at each other in dismay. Participate in Xuanwu Emperor. Xuanhuan first saluted Xuanhuan and set an example for everyone. See Emperor Xuanhuan. Seeing that the Supreme Headmaster had made a decision, the other universe gods also knew that the overall situation had been decided, and they all knelt down and participated in the Great Emperor. They didn't resist Xuanhuan very much. After all, the scene of him fighting Yu Beifeng, the immortal Triple Heaven, was deeply imprinted in the hearts of this group of people like the ruler of the gods. The invincible posture of the gods made them in awe. Xuanhuan is a supreme human being and possesses the supreme divine weapon, the human emperor sword. This will affect this group of people all the time. And they also know that the more powerful they turn to, the more likely they are to survive in troubled times. Master, I'm still not suitable to be this sect master. In my hands, Mingguang Xianzong is not only not strong, but it is getting weaker. At this time, Xuanhuan said with ease, but the burden on my shoulders has been lifted. The greater the ability, the greater the burden, and in the face of the increasingly urgent situation in the universe, she felt that she was powerless to support. It has nothing to do with you. Bone God saw what she was thinking. He whispered comfortingly, after all, the ancestor of Mingguang is the immortal threefold heaven. You were only the first heavenly heaven back then. It would be too embarrassing for him to hand this sect to you. I can do what I want to do. Xuanhuan said. At this moment, the position of headmaster has changed hands, and Xuanhuan sat up, staring at everyone. Great Emperor, I can be a warrior of the Empire, sweeping the quartet for the Empire. The Bone God said at this time. Thinking of the war, his blood is also boiling. The matter of the war, everything has to wait for the movement of the Yuhuashan dynasty. What we need to do now is to accumulate strength, not blindly fight. From now on, Mingguang Xianzong will all move to the Shenwu Empire. Xuanhuan said. Although Xuanhuan handed over the Mingguang Xianzong to him, although he brought a large amount of combat power, this is also a responsibility, and the Mingguang Xianzong is not suitable for the battle of the large army of the Shenwu Empire, and needs to be well trained. The immortality of the Shenwu Empire is still too small. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on Qi Shui. This is an immortal crystal, which contains pure and immortal power, which can help you break through immortality. Immortal Divine Crystal. Qi Shui hurriedly took over the immortal divine crystal, her face was shocked, and she felt the strong immortal power inside. It's not too late to thank the Emperor. Xuanhuan is smart. She obliterated Lu Xian, and there is a complete immortal energy in her hand, and Emperor Shenwu bestowed the immortal divine crystal, which is the reward for her intentionally cultivating Qi Shui to become an immortal god. Qi Shui was her direct disciple after all. It also conveyed the news that the Shenwu Empire has the resources to make people immortal. Qi Shui thanks the great emperor. Qi Shui was excited. Now that the immortal god crystal and immortal energy are ready for her, just wait for her to break through immortality, but killing an immortal requires a lot of immortal material to cultivate her into immortality. Xuanhuan nodded secretly. With these two treasures and the accumulation she has prepared for her, Qi Shui has a great chance of achieving immortality. Seeing this scene, the other cosmic gods were envious. They had just announced that they had joined the Shenwu Empire, so Qi Shui had obtained such a great benefit. The Emperor Shenwu was too generous. The empire has its rules, and all rewards and punishments are clearly defined. These will be clear when you integrate into the empire. No matter how much Xuanhuan said, it would be better for them to live in the Shenwu Empire for a while. Xuanhuan, I will give you 3 days to prepare, and return to the empire in 3 days. Xuanhuan said. All resources are in the immortal universe, 3 days is enough. Xuanhuan is very relaxed now. It is good. 3 days are fleeting. Mingguang Xianzong disappeared in this starry sky. On the way. Xuanhuan looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, you are very close to the immortal threefold heaven, just a stone's throw away. Yeah, although it's a short distance away, this step is like a moat, and it's insurmountable. It's very likely that I won't be able to take this step until I die. I heard that Yu Beifeng also broke through with the power of the great wish of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan understands the difficulty of this step very well. The limit of the second layer and the third layer seem to be close to each other, but how many 3 layers are there in the universe? As my servant, I will naturally help you break through. Xuanhuan said. I want to go to the land of reincarnation now to see if I can find the remains of the master. The master is like a father. Without him, I cannot become immortal. Xuanhuan said. She didn't dare to go before, knowing that the land of reincarnation is very dangerous, and it is very likely that she will die there. What about Mingguang Shenzong, who will protect it? Now she has directly handed over the sect to the great Emperor Xuanwu, and even without her, there are still people who shelter the souls of Mingguang Shenzong. No matter what, she is more relaxed and open-minded now. Xuanhuan, the land of reincarnation cannot be taken lightly. The bone god's face changed drastically. That's where the great calamity is located. Although the great calamity of reincarnation has not yet begun, and the road to reincarnation has not yet been discovered, it is still extremely dangerous there. I do not approve of you going there. You have to go. Xuanhuan said. Wait for my second day, I'll go with you. Bone God said, I was the second layer of heaven back then. As long as I have enough fetishes, I can make a breakthrough very quickly. If he hadn't died once in the past, he might have already been impacting the third heaven. The Xuanwu Empire has arrived. Tianmen stands in front of the Imperial capital and is guarded by giants. Xuanhuan and the others passed through the gate of heaven and entered the Imperial capital. Seeing the national fortunes of the Xuanwu Empire, the will of the people, and the frenzy of cultivation in the entire empire, even Xuanhuan had to exclaim, it already had the atmosphere of the gods. Is this the secret realm of Xuanwu? When the bone god came here, he also suddenly noticed the flow of time here, far exceeding the outside world. Although he has come to the Xuanwu Empire many times, he is not from the empire, and it is impossible for him to enter the secret realm. My estimation is correct. The time flow here is 1 day outside and about 10 years inside. Xuanhuan was also shocked. There is also time to accelerate in the immortal universe, but it is far from being comparable to here, which makes her feel that her choice to join the Xuanwu Empire may be the right choice. 1 day, 10 years. Bone God was also shocked. With the help of the time acceleration in the kingdom of the emperor, the people of the Mingguang Shenzong can quickly apply to the empire. Xuanhuan smiled. After all, the empire is different from sects, bone gods. I will let you lead an army, and the name of the army is called the Heaven-seeking army. He didn't let Xuanhuan be the commander of any legion, because he knew that this woman's temperament was not suitable for leading an army. Although she was powerful, it would be better to let her join the elite army and be a free person, so that she could better use her strength. Okay, shake the Ascension God dynasty, shake this world. Bone God laughed. Li Moran. Xuanhuan looked at the Bone God and understood that he had died once. Although he re-understood himself, his personality had also changed a lot from before. After the explanation, Xuanhuan let them adapt to the development. Xuanwu 42 years. There was another happy event in the empire. Qi Shui lived up to her expectations. She successfully stepped into immortality. But Qi Shui was not proud. She knew that her immortality was obtained by killing an immortal. Your Majesty, the Ascension God dynasty has launched a war. Just 1 day in the 42 years of Xuanwu, the news of the war of Yuhuashan dynasty finally came. #C933, the place of reincarnation. A few years after the end of the immortal time and space, the Ascension God dynasty finally set off a war in the universe. As soon as he received the news, Xuanhuan immediately summoned the powerhouses of the empire in the Xuanwu Hall. Report to your majesty, the universe is too big. When the news was received, the war had already started. The Book of Enlightenment, his face is solemn. Where did the war start? Xuanhuan sat on the throne, with great power, and the black imperial robe represented the color of slaughter, listening to the reports of the ministers. The Ascension Divine Dynasty chose a place that surprised the ministers. They actually fought in the land of Reincarnation. Just a few months ago, the Ascension Divine City suddenly came to the land of Reincarnation, killing the strong explorers there and expelling all the people there. People, declare, to occupy the land of Reincarnation. The Book of Enlightenment was also shocked when he knew it. The land of Reincarnation is not a good place. The land of Reincarnation. Xuanhuan went to court for the first time. After hearing this, his face changed and he said, "The place where the great tribulation of reincarnation is located is also the center of the universe. See. It is very special there. The Ascension God Dynasty is to control the world of reincarnation." She is very clear about the land of reincarnation and introduced it to the ministers in detail. The so-called world of reincarnation exists in the land of reincarnation, which is exactly the point of the outbreak of catastrophe. After catastrophe again and again, many immortals have fallen there, so that there are many sacred artifacts left by immortality, and even the existence of heavenly emperors. Out there. Now that the reincarnation catastrophe has not erupted, it is still calm inside, although it is still dangerous, but some immortals will also go there to find ancient artifacts. The Xuanhuan dynasty did not choose to fight in the universe, but put the battlefield in the universe sea and occupied the land of reincarnation. Moreover, although the world of reincarnation represents the immortal catastrophe, it is a place of refuge for some people when it does not erupt. Ascension God Tiao is ruthless. Bone God said. Indeed, when the Ascension Divine Dynasty first entered the land of reincarnation, they slaughtered in the Sea of Cosmos. The Book of Qiling did not dare to be careless, Your Majesty, now that all the major forces of the universe have marched to the land of reincarnation, our Shenwu Empire has to make a choice. How to fight this battle and how to conduct it depends on Your Majesty's decision. What about the rest of the universe? Xuanhuan controls the overall situation. Not friendly. Lu Qianfu said, according to the information received by the minister, the Ascension God Dynasty did not start the war to kill the immortal first, but other forces first took action to destroy several immortal forces and killed many immortals, and now it is even more chaotic. That's it, with the misty forbidden land, the Temple of Slaughter, the Sea of Death, and the ancient demon Forbidden Zone as the first, and some first-class forces with the immortal threefold heaven as the second, they have taken the lead in forming an alliance. They have summoned the major forces in the universe to enter the land of reincarnation. Some people only after hesitating, the sect was destroyed. The Book of Qiling said, the strongest one that was destroyed is called Yunshan sect. The ancestor of Yunshan has been beheaded by the Temple of Murder, and announced to the universe that there is no neutrality in this battle, and anyone who does not fight will be killed first. Kill. Yunshan sect. Xuanhuan said, I know that Yunshan sect is quite friendly with Mingguang Xianzong. The ancestor of Yunshan is immortal, but he didn't expect to be killed like this. This battle is cruel. If she hadn't invited Emperor Xuanwu to suppress her that day, her fate would not have been good. In a short period of time, how can the preparation be so fast, the so-called neutrality of killing? I think it is just the selfishness of some people. After all, killing an immortal is wealth, but in this way, either to join the Yuhua Divine Dynasty, or join the Alliance power, or passive. Being involved in this war, in short, is forcing you to participate in the war. Xuanhuan said lightly. Your Majesty, what shall we do? Lu Qianfu asked. Alliance? I don't believe that this alliance can really compete with the Ascension Divine Dynasty. In my opinion, it is just a tool used by the misty ancient emperor and others to consume the power of the Ascension divine dynasty. By the way, they suppress dissidents, their own enemies. Xuanhuan saw through everything. The Xuanwu Empire participated in the war, but not in the alliance. We have our combat strategy. Everything obeys the orders of the emperor. The ministers said. The Ascension God dynasty takes the land of reincarnation as the center of the battlefield. In a special position, we have to let all the forces go to the battle, hoping to weaken the power of the major forces, and then sweep the war into the major universes. Although I am not familiar with the Emperor Yuhua, but through the records, I understand that there is also a sinister plan in this emperor's hegemony. Through the matter of the Mingguang Xianzong, he has been planning for a long time, and I don't know how many immortals are his Yuashan. People of the dynasty. And it seems that there are a lot of immortals attacking Yuhua divine dynasty this time, but I also know that the hearts are different, like chickens and dogs. Xuanhuan said slowly. For the emperor, see the overall situation and control the situation. The ministers nodded. His Majesty said so much, it is inevitable to participate in the war. God dynasty, there is only one God dynasty in the universe now, and the cosmic overlord is supreme, who doesn't want to achieve it. No matter how the battle of reincarnation develops, I will send elites to fight there, raise troops for thousands of days and use troops for thousands of days. For a while, you have not experienced the battle with the divine dynasty. When the ministers heard this, their hearts were awe-inspiring. Your Majesty has clearly understood what he meant. Fight, fight. The land of reincarnation is a big melee, and the situation there is complicated. Your Majesty will take this opportunity to train troops with the Ascension God dynasty. Also, since the eternal Great World, the Xuanwu Empire has not had any major wars for so many years, only local battles, and the opponents are too weak. Many soldiers have not yet adapted to this vast war. Of course they know that His Majesty is ambitious, and he also wants to win the divine dynasty and become the supreme overlord. I would like to be a pioneer for His Majesty. Bone God stood up. He had just joined the Xuanwu Empire, and he urgently needed to make a great contribution. In the land of reincarnation, the Emperor Feathering, the Miao Miao Ancient Emperor, the Lord of the Temple of Slaughter and many other superpowers are all there, and they are destined to be cruel. Supplement to the Book of Inspiration. The situation is unstable. In this battle, the gods and gods of all legions will follow me into the land of reincarnation. After so many years of training, they will move. Xuanhuan wants to go in person. He can't go. After all, the strongest people in the universe are all there, and he, the emperor, is going to guard the army. And this kind of battle is only qualified to participate in the gods, and it will no longer be possible for those cosmic god empires, gods, false gods, and true gods to pull out to make up the numbers and make up an army of tens of hundreds of billions. The gods are already gods, and only gods are qualified. However, when the gods went there, they were also cannon fodder. They had to fight with the army and mobilize the formation. The Book of Inspiration will stay behind the Xuanwu Empire. Xuanhuan's country has a long river of morality and infinite luck. He is not afraid that someone will deal with his empire, but he must leave corresponding experts to guard. The key to this battle, I will give you half a month to prepare. Xuanhuan said. When the meeting is over, Xuanhuan also has to make his preparations. His current cultivation base is only the immortal first layer, and he is eager to break through to the realm of the second layer. However, this step requires a lot of resources to promote, which is why he is so enthusiastic about the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation, immortal concentration, and reincarnation realm, may allow his realm to break through to the second level of immortality. I have seen this battle very thoroughly. The land of reincarnation is only the beginning of the battle with the Yuhua divine dynasty. It is difficult to grow without fighting, so let them fight against the army of the divine dynasty and learn how powerful they are. Xuanhuan is ambitious. And he can see clearly that in addition to the alliance formed by the misty ancient emperor, there are many careerists who are contributing to the flames. #C934 March into War. The situation of cosmic chaos is finally here. He has been preparing for so many years. It seems that Xuanhu has only established the empire for more than 40 years, but the kingdom of the emperor has already accelerated for a long time. If the situation is not chaotic, it will be difficult for Xuanhuan to make a difference, but in the turbulent world, he can use his fists and seize the opportunity to make the empire hope for the gods. Half a month ready. A large number of space battleships rushed out of the empire from the Tianmen, loaded with powerhouses above the gods, and entered the universe sea. Your Majesty leads the army to the Sea of Cosmos. We must also do a good job in logistics and collect information from all parties. Xuanhuan was not in the empire, and the Book of Enlightenment was in charge of the overall situation in the empire. He knew that although he could not participate in the frontal battlefield with the emperor, the logistics work was still very important. The land of reincarnation, the core of the universe sea. The endless mysterious and hazy airflow, and the flashing purple thunder, an incomparably huge continent seems to be the size of thousands of star fields, and the breath is on it, very mysterious. The land of reincarnation is also a battlefield. Throughout the ages, many immortals have died here. The place of reincarnation. In the space battleship, Xuanhuan looked at the place of reincarnation and muttered. She has wanted to come to this place many times. She is also looking forward to the place where the Xuanhu Empire sends troops to reincarnate. She hopes to enter the reincarnation world and find the remains of the master. She couldn't do anything for the master during her lifetime, and if she couldn't collect the corpse, her disciple would be too unfilial. I saw the Ascension God City. Xuanhuan's gaze pierced through the air current, piercing the city of reincarnation, and saw a majestic and huge Ascension God City. Countless billowing qi and blood were poured into the Ascension God City. Xuanhuan seemed to have seen a mouthful, wishing that the third ancestor was there. Wish dawn. God Emperor Ascension is destined to have many strong people die here in this battle. He bases his wish on the land of reincarnation, and his intention is to sacrifice to the dawn through the war, so as to generate a stronger heaven and earth wish. His Majesty. The news kept coming. The Ascension God dynasty was really scary. Many forces had taken refuge, became the people of the God dynasty, became their servant army. The reincarnation land has already been fought, and there are battlefields everywhere. Lu Qianfu said. With the Ascension God City as the center, the Ascension God army is slaughtering everywhere, and the major forces are also fighting in chaos in all directions. The purpose is to besiege the Ascension God City and pull out the snail. Xuanhuan said indifferently, Xuanhu Legion enters the land of reincarnation. Passing through the fog of the outside world, the space battleship broke into the land of reincarnation. Suddenly, the void here was 10 million times harder than the outside world, and even the soil was as strong as an artifact. Yes, this is the place where the reincarnation catastrophe broke out. The baptism of calamity again and again has long made this place suitable for immortal battles. It is rumored that the Heavenly Emperor was the hegemon back then, and his final battle with the enemy was in the more terrifying realm of reincarnation. Only in the world of reincarnation can the strong act unscrupulously. The dark black battleship entered the land of reincarnation. The battleships of the Xuanhu Empire were not gorgeous, but rather deep and fangs. Xuanhuan paid an incomparably huge price to build hundreds of these battleships, which could withstand the bombardment of the cosmic god and would not be directly destroyed. Xuanhuan also had to admit. The strength of the Xuanhu Empire is naturally not as good as the Yuhuashan dynasty, the ethereal Forbidden Land. But all kinds of equipment amazed her, everyone was armed to the teeth, especially the battleship cannons, which even the Ascension God dynasty did not have. She now really wants to enter the ancient road to find Mingguang's immortal remains, but let's not mention that the ancient road is blocked by the Yuhuashan dynasty, and the military orders are like mountains, and she can't leave the team without Chu Yuan's order. Great Emperor, the battlefield over there is the battle between the Ascension God dynasty and the misty Forbidden Land. The Bone God immediately pointed in the southwest direction. The soldiers of the Yuhuashan dynasty wore dazzling golden armor and held a long ge. Wherever they killed, they were the Yuhua Wangyang, and they had the arrogance of being a Shan dynasty. And the army armor in the misty Forbidden area is the kind of blue gold. The misty Forbidden Land should not be underestimated. The misty ancient emperor has also fought his opponents in the universe and fought against the heavenly emperor. He lost in his hands, but he did not destroy him. He fought against God again and lost, but he still existed. 2 battles and 2 losses, they seem to be losers, but who can ignore their strength? It can be said that if the Emperor Yuhua had not established the divine dynasty in advance, it would be the misty divine dynasty now, and their soldiers also had the arrogance of the divine dynasty. The misty ancient emperor is also very wise. He has the strength to establish the divine dynasty, but he does not stand, and he knows that once this title is used, not only the Yuhua divine dynasty will target him, but other forces will not form an alliance with him. The impact of a title is huge. This made Chu Yuan think that some people can't wait to become emperors, and the final end is to be destroyed and become someone else's wedding dress. Boom. On the other side, a group of people wearing dark golden clothes are also fighting. Although their number is small, they are all powerful, and they come from the Temple of Murder. The Lord of the Temple of Murder is powerful. According to everyone's speculation, even if he is not as good as the Emperor Yuhua, he is still equivalent to the existence of the god of war in the barbarian realm. Beacon fires are everywhere, wars are taking place everywhere. Kill. Submerged by endless artillery fire and bombarded with various energy, the battleships of the Xuanhuan Empire encountered the army of the Ascension God dynasty along the way, and they were also mercilessly bombarded and killed, but they saved many people surrounded by them. Those battleships are so powerful that they can withstand the bombardment of the universe gods without being shaken, and their artillery fire is too fierce. What kind of empire is this? Wu. Xuanhuan Empire. It's actually this Xuanhuan Empire, and they have also joined the battlefield. Thank you, Xuanhuan Empire, for helping. These people were also shocked when they saw the battleship of the Xuanhuan Empire. Such a ferocious battleship was absolutely eye-catching. It is not that there are no warships in the land of reincarnation, but where the Xuanhuan Empire looks shocking, not to mention the powerhouses above, these warships are enough to see the strength of this empire. They are not too unfamiliar with the Xuanhuan Empire. Chu Yuan slaughtered the powerful people on the other side in the Bitter Sea, which made many people remember their great emperor, Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, the war in the land of reincarnation will not end so soon, and the powerhouses from all sides are coming. Lu Qianfu said, we should find a place where the army can be stationed, and the advance can be attacked and retreated. The consumption is huge. The environment of reincarnation is complicated, and some Jedi are suitable for the army to hoard. When the reputation rings, more people will come to us. Bone God nodded. This kind of war, the extinction of sex, is too common. Even if you don't want to fight, the pressure from the outside world will force you not to fight. Such a person who is neutral will be hated by both parties. After all, you don't want to give anything. If you are a bum, whoever will spare you, you have to bite the bullet. It is necessary to build a fortress with troops. Chu Yuan looked into the distance, but our first battle in the land of reincarnation is here. #C935 Black Torrent. The army of the Ascension God dynasty is coming to kill. A dazzling door of light opened, and many armies wearing dazzling eye armor came. They held weapons and looked down on the world. The feathered divine army is definitely synonymous with power. The feathering god army has come here, and their goal is the Xuanhu Empire. In this large area, there are many small forces, and when they see so many ascension gods, they are terrified. If so many gods kill them, they will be wiped out in an instant. The Ascension God dynasty chose a good battlefield. Although it is big here, it can bring together all the forces in the universe, and they can dispatch troops to kill them as quickly as possible. But there is also a downside. If you are not strong, you will be blamed and become a joke. However, the Ascension God dynasty definitely has this strength. In front of the Ascension God army, an acquaintance of Xuanhuan appeared. It was Yu Beifeng. Beside him, there was a man holding two short daggers in both hands, which turned out to be the immortal god Triple Heaven. In order to send troops to deal with the Xuanhu Empire, they actually dispatched two immortal three heavens. It can be imagined that they attach great importance to the Xuanhu Empire. Ascension to the Divine Dynasty, in addition to the misty Forbidden Land, the Temple of Murder, the Xuanhu Empire is also their primary target. After all, Xuanhuan has destroyed their plans twice. Yu Beifeng, is that the Xuanhu Empire? The short man said. Although the Xuanhu Empire rose not long ago, the man did not take it lightly. He also knew that Yu Beifeng was blocked by Emperor Xuanhu in Mingguang Shenzong that day. It is the Xuanhu Empire, this is their army. Yu Beifeng said indifferently. The battleship is not bad, but it's a big sin to destroy the two major events of my Ascension God dynasty. The Xuanhu God Emperor is very ambitious and must die. Destroy their army first. The Dang Ge man's eyes are dazzling, and all the enemies of the God dynasty will be destroyed. Two immortal triple heavens. Xuanhuan looked stern. She said, Your Majesty, the power of my burning command can stop a triple heaven in a short time. No need, the army can go to battle. These two triple heavens do not dare to shoot at will. In the land of reincarnation, they have too many opponents. Once they fall into a fierce battle, the wolves will surround them. Xuanhuan presided over the overall situation. Xuanhu fights. Kill. 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 The battleship door opened, and the Xuanhu army went into battle. Even if they were about to fight Yuhua Shenchao, they were still not afraid, but had the will to fight. Xuanhu established the country with force, and Emperor Xuanhu was here, not afraid of any powerful enemy. A large number of soldiers in black armor appeared, and the armor made a sound of collision, like a golden drum, shaking the sky and the earth. From a distance, the two powerhouses formed a clear dividing line. One was the feathered divine army wearing dazzling divine armor, while the other's armor was much simpler, the color of pitch black, the color of slaughter. The imposing manner of this Xuanhu Empire is so powerful that it is still not afraid of the Ascension God army, and there will be a big battle. What a strong murderous aura, black armor, Xiao is awe-inspiring. This not-so-dazzling armor shocked many people. Whoa! At this time, the originally bright sky suddenly dimmed, lightning flashes, and thunder, violent winds and waves, and torrential rain fell. Every drop of rain was as big as a bean, and it washed over the soldiers on both sides. Don't underestimate this rain. This is the rain in the land of reincarnation. Every drop is equivalent to a blow from a virtual god. It is so dense that it cannot bear the strength without the strength of the gods. The black armored army was bathed in the heavy rain. Although the dim armor was not as bright as the opponent's camp, they were more like killing gods. Kill! Dango Man ordered. What kind of Xuanhu Empire will be wiped out in the face of the mighty strength of the Ascension God dynasty? It's about to fight. Countless people are far away from the battlefield, and only powerful beings dare to watch the battle. Although the Emperor Yuhua was good at conspiracy, but their army charged, they were also directly domineering, fearless of everything, and the roar of the sky shook the land of reincarnation and swept over. The battleship is the line of defense, and the artillery bombardment. Although Lu Qianfu is not immortal, he is too familiar with the way of the Xuanhu army, and he knows how to take advantage of it. Immediately, countless energy cannons tore through the sky and smashed the past. To deal with the God dynasty with a battleship, naive. The feathering God army has immortal mana, which is disdainful. Yes? The Xuanhu Empire also has immortal shots, focusing on those immortals. Kill the past. This kind of open-ended confrontation, conspiracy, and tricks are useless, only a direct battle. Xuanhuan was guarding the army. His eyes were on Yu Beifeng and Dang Ji's men, and he knew clearly that as long as he didn't move, they wouldn't move easily, and more soldiers would be killed. Let the army crush them. The short Gaman is called Zhao Ge. Yu Beifeng is guarding against the great Emperor Xuanhu, and he can't move lightly, and he has to guard against the immortal triple heaven that may be killed, but he firmly believes that with the quality of Yuhua Shenjun, he can definitely tear and destroy the opponent. There are many forces attacking the Ascension God dynasty this time, and it seems that there are many enemies. But Zhao Ge knew that the thoughts of His Majesty the God Emperor could not be guessed by these people. He secretly did not know how many traps he had laid, so he just waited for these people to enter the game and wipe them all out. This is conspiracy. Many people know that the Ascension God dynasty must have traps here. However, their positions are too critical, forcing these people to fight against Yuhuashan dynasty. This kind of chaos depends on the cooperation of the Legion formation. Xuanhuan was here, watching the battlefield secretly. Before she handed over the Mingguang Xianzong to Xuanhuan, she knew that if there was no strong backer, her Mingguang Xianzong would be cannon fodder if she joined the battle. Without the Mingguang ancestor, she would have no right to speak. Your opponent is me. Xuanhuan saw that an immortal was about to enter the army, and immediately shot. She was the strongest existence in the Xuanhu Empire besides Xuanhuan, slapped her palms, and launched an attack. Humph. Mingguang Xianzong will also die. This is immortal. He is also not afraid, although his strength is not as good as Xuanhuan, but he is also a second heaven, and he will not be killed by her, so it is enough to stop her. The guardian deity made by Wanyu was killed. The 7 divine artifacts were also driven out by Lu Qianfu, who gathered a large number of cosmic gods. Not afraid of death, the commander of the god of war and the commander of the suppression of prisons rushed into the enemy's line, hoping to kill the opponent's forces as much as possible before they were blown up. This battle is fierce. Bone God's eyes also flickered with scorching fighting intent. He was a daring person himself. He led the soldiers of the headquarters and rushed to the front. A halberd swept away and wiped out the emerging god army in large numbers. Don't dare. Immortal shot, lethality is too strong, no one can watch them kill like this. Boom. The black torrent and the dazzling divine light also collided completely, and they merged together to start a big melee. #C936 This is Xuanhu. The armies of the two sides quickly handed over, and the black torrent and the dazzling divine light converged, and a tragic battle broke out. The battle was too fierce, and the ordinary forces would be crushed when they encountered the Ascension divine army, but the divine martial army was extremely tenacious and fought with them. Rumble. The powerhouses on both sides fell in batches. The weakest of these people are the existence of gods, but they die in the war like ants, and they are the most ordinary soldiers. This is the top battle, the gods are like grass, and the cannon fodder exists. However, the large army is fighting, and it is not enough without cannon fodder. If you don't have a lot of gods, others can form a formation and suppress your powerhouse, which is also a kind of helplessness. Xuanhuan looked at the entire battlefield. From the perspective of the situation, the Ascension God army has an advantage, and the casualties of the Xuanhu army are obviously more than the opponent's. When fighting with the opponent, although he is not afraid of death, he is still a little scattered when he is hit, causing a large number of casualties in a short period of time. Xuanhuan also knew that there would be this result. After all, the opponent is the dynasty of God, and his soldiers are also very strong, and the record in the first confrontation is already very good. If it is developed with sects like Mingguang Xianzong, it can also be crushed, but after all, in the face of the impact of the divine dynasty, without the experience of fighting this series, it is natural to suffer. A powerful soldier needs to grow up in the fire of war, and it is absolutely not enough to retreat. As the war continued, the Xuanhu Legion gradually found a sense and stabilized its formation. The willpower of the Legion of the Xuanhu Empire is too tenacious, and it can stabilize in the face of such a shock from the gods. Yeah, it's us, the strongest wave of charges just now, the camp is scattered, and they have to flee in chaos, but the Xuanhu Legion just resisted the pressure with its strong willpower. Yes, the Xuanhu army is not afraid of death, and dares to fight to the death. You see, they have established a firm foothold, and under the command of the commander, they began to counterattack against the Yuhua Shenjun, and the exchange ratio between the two sides has also narrowed. This Xuanhu Empire is not easy. The two sides are fighting torrents. The Yuhua Divine Army originally wanted to disrupt the Xuanhu camp and eat them with a wave of charges, but they didn't expect that the other party was not afraid of death at all. Even if the companions around him were completely wiped out, they would not be shaken without commanding orders. This is the Xuanhu Empire. Don't give in even to the last person. What's more, their great emperor is still in the rear, to supervise the battle. Seeing this, Xuanhuan also nodded. He was not afraid of suffering. He was afraid of fighting. He didn't dare to fight. It is impossible for them to directly crush the feathered divine army. The other side. The immortal battlefield is also glued together. Xuanhuan had the upper hand with one enemy and two. Break through their defenses. Zhao Ge frowned. Although the Ascension God army had the upper hand, it made him very dissatisfied, and it was not such a force as the misty Forbidden Land, and they were still fighting so closely. So is the Xuanhu Empire really so difficult to attack? Kill, kill, kill. The Ascension God army launched a new charge. Stabilize the position, the Light Legion raises its shield for protection, the Dark Legion counterattacks, and other legions support all sides. What about the God dynasty? Xuanhu can also fight. Lu Qianfu is not immortal, but with the presence of the 7 divine artifacts, he can directly direct the battle situation from the front. The most commendable thing about him is his subtle control of the battle situation. By changing the positions of the soldiers, the steel torrent of the Xuanhu Empire has always been impenetrable to the opponent. The power of the Ascension God dynasty hit the Light Legion, and the Dark Legion immediately stabbed the long spear of destruction. And the most terrifying thing is that the Xuanhu Legion has gradually become familiar with the way of fighting against the Shen dynasty. That's the Xuanhu Empire, they actually have the strength to compete with the gods. The battle here naturally attracted the attention of more powerhouses, and the misty Forbidden Land, the Temple of Murder, etc. all paid attention. The combat power of the Xuanhu Empire surprised them. It is not easy to be able to block the charge of the Ascension God army head-on. This Emperor Xuanhu is also an ambitious man. He is powerful, and the Mingguang Xianzong has directly joined them. Their army may be inferior to the Yuhua Shenjun, but this fighting spirit that is not afraid of death is too terrifying. These giants can see the horror of the Xuanhu Empire. It is impossible for the Yuhua Shen dynasty to directly eat the Xuanhu Empire. Anyone who slashes the Feathering God army can get a lot of military merit. The commanders of each legion shouted fiercely, and if their legions performed well, they would get more attention from His Majesty. Your Majesty is behind you, why don't you make a brave effort to kill the enemy and let His Majesty see our strength? Xuanhu is eternal. The fighting spirit was high, and the black armor of the Xuanhu Legion was covered with blood, mixed with the rain, and each one was bloody. The slayer is on a rampage. He is the god of killing on the battlefield, with a broadsword in his hand slashing continuously. Skyshakers raise their flags and roam the battlefield. Although Shenyu's is not immortal yet, with his bizarre assassination ability, he assassinated many gods of the universe and cut off human heads. This made Xuanhuan also nodded. The Xuanhu Empire does not lack frontal attacking powerhouses, but it lacks the immortal who is proficient in assassination, such as Xinyu. If he is cultivated to immortality, he can even assassinate immortality with his bizarre abilities. He watched as the armies of the two countries fell like waves of wheat. His complexion did not change, and there was no price to pay for the battle on the battlefield. The dead empire would give compensation, and the living would be the most elite soldiers of the empire, giving them the most generous rewards. We're stuck with them. Zhao Ge looked ugly and looked at Yu Beifeng. Without a single blow to collapse the Xuanhu army, they lost the opportunity to completely wipe out the Xuanhu army. As time passed, the stalemate battlefield would make more hungry wolves smell the blood. The drums of war resounded. The army of Xuanhu became more and more courageous, and the blood and energy were beaten out. Xuanhuan's brilliance was extremely dazzling, like the sun shining on them. The Xuanhu Empire seems to be able to deal with all this by itself without our support. In the distance, another large number of heroic warriors appeared, all of them burly, armed with weapons, watching the battle under the leadership of immortality. This is the warrior of the barbarian domain. They also came to the land of reincarnation. They heard that the Xuanhu Empire was fighting with the Yuhuashan dynasty, and they rushed over. There are people from other forces surrounding us, wanting to besiege us. Zhao Ji's face changed suddenly. He has received information, and more immortals are coming here. He knew why. If he could directly break through the Xuanhu Empire in a way that would destroy the Knuckles, this group of people would not dare to come over, but the Xuanhu Empire had entangled them. This made many people unable to bear it. No matter how strong the tiger is, it will never be able to defeat the siege of the wolves. Ascension God Army, retreat. Although Zhao Ge was unwilling, he could only issue an order to retreat and let the army withdraw from the battlefield. #C937 sharpened in blood and fire. The Ascension God Army retreated, orderly and calmly, and withdrew, slowly. Battles on the battlefield are by no means brute force, but take into account many factors. Zhao Ge knew that if the fight continued, this group of people would attack like hungry wolves and eat the corpses, which would be detrimental to them. The battle in the land of reincarnation will not end so soon. There will be opportunities to accompany them to play slowly in the future. The Feathering God Army has retreated. Everyone was surprised when they saw this scene, and the Xuanhu Empire resisted the ferocious offensive of the Yuhuashan Jun. On the battlefield, there was a bloody mess. Although the battle was not defeated, the Xuanhu Empire still suffered heavy losses. The living people gathered the bones of Peos, and it was clear that there was no undead in the war. And the living will be stronger. They were not afraid either. Although there were a lot of casualties, they also severely dampened the spirit of the Ascension God dynasty, killed many soldiers of the God dynasty, and made the black battle armor even more bloody and bloody. At this moment, they also put the battle flag fiercely on the battlefield. Xuanhuan watched all this. He didn't expect those onlookers to stop the Feathering God Army at all. These people, if they defeat the Ascension God dynasty, they will not hesitate to come over to take advantage. But Yuhua Shenchao left calmly and did not come forward. This is the disadvantage of forcibly piecing it together. If you command so many strong men, none of them can escape. Looking for a foothold, Xuanhuan ordered the army to leave here temporarily. Old clan, the Xuanhu Empire is very powerful. They fought head-on and were not defeated by the opponent. Look at their soldiers, brave and belligerent, not inferior to the warriors of our barbarian realm. The powerhouses of the barbarian realm watched the Xuanhu Empire retreat from a distance. The Xuanhu Empire also became famous in the first battle, injecting a powerful new force into the land of reincarnation. A burly dressed. The old man with white hair said, "Old clan, my barbarian territory and the Xuanhu Empire are also friendly. Why don't I go to see the Emperor Xuanhu now? The situation here is complicated, the Yuhuashan dynasty, and what alliances are there, none of which is easy to mess with." The strength of the Xuanhu Empire refreshed their cognition again and again. Especially this time, let the barbarians know that the Xuanhu Empire is very strong and can definitely become their companions in the land of reincarnation. The situation in this war is complicated, and if they do not unite, they will become cannon fodder. Don't go for now, the Xuanhu Empire has just experienced a war, and the losses are not small. After they have established a foothold, they will visit again. The barbarian clan said that he is very wise and knows when to see and when to disappear. The environment of the land of reincarnation is complicated. Xuanhuan led the fleet to find a place shrouded in chaos, where there are thunderstorms, and there are always strong winds and rains to set up a city. The army is stationed here for repair. Masters, how do you feel about this battle? In the hall, Xuanhuan sat upright and asked everyone. It's very powerful, it's hard to fight, and the soldiers and horses of the God dynasty are well trained. This time we seem to have resisted their wave of attacks, but our damage is several times theirs. Fortunately, my gods and soldiers are brave and strong-willed, someone else might have collapsed long ago. Lu Qianfu said truthfully. He has commanded Xuanhu soldiers and horses for so many years, and naturally he knows the gap with Yuhuashan dynasty. What King Zhongyong said is reasonable, but this is only one of them. The Ascension God dynasty has often fought against major forces for so many years. They have a lot of fighting experience. Although our empire's soldiers and horses are well trained, they have never fought against such forces. After all, loss is inevitable. Bone God said, except for the beginning, the empire's soldiers and horses are not inferior, and their will is tenacious. This place is a training ground, and it should be a soldier of 100 battles. Soldier of 100 battles. Xuanhuan nodded. The biggest advantage of the Xuanhu Empire is that it has strict military discipline, tenacious fighting spirit, is not afraid of death, and fights extremely fiercely. But it is undeniable that the Ascension God dynasty is very strong. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, "We are only fighting with one of them, not the most elite. There are more fighting against the misty forbidden land at the same time, but this is also our advantage. After this battle, with God the gap between North Korea and North Korea will be evened out." All the ministers are right. Fighting is used to support wars. The empire must strengthen itself in battles, temper it in blood and fire, recognize its own gaps, and work hard for it. Xuanhuan nodded. If you don't drag the army to the land of reincarnation to fight, you will always be flowers in the greenhouse. Pressure is good, and pressure is the only source of courage. Your Majesty, the barbarian realm is immortal, and Shenfuzong is immortal. At this point someone reported. The people from the barbarian domain and the God Rune sect are here. Xuanhuan was not surprised, smiled, and said, "Announce them into the hall." "I have seen Emperor Xuanhu." The sturdy white-haired old man saluted. His cultivation base has reached the 3rd level of immortality, and he is the principal of the barbarian domain in the land of reincarnation, saying, "Old man Baimingfingya, I have heard the name of the emperor for a long time, and today I have the opportunity, come to see you." Although the barbarian domain had visited the Xuanhu Empire in the past, it was not worth seeing Baimingfingya in person, but now he is fully qualified. "Thank you." Xuanhuan smiled and said, "I have also heard about the deeds of the god of war in the barbarian realm, and I would like to discuss the changes of the universe with the god of war when I have the opportunity. The god of war is in a bad situation, and I don't know if there is any chance of recovery." I came here from the barbaric domain, and I also wanted to capture more sacred objects, so that the god of war still exists, but the god of war is still there, and he can burst out stronger than when he was at his peak. Combat power. Bai Mingfuno did not hide the status of the god of war, but instead revealed a message to the outside world. If the god of war goes crazy and sublimates to the extreme, there will be no problem in cutting off a few immortals. Many people know this news. And the more generously you admit it, and tell the world, don't force the god of war to fight with you, the more people will be afraid. After all, there are a few who will fight to the death with a god of war who is half dead, but terrifying after the outbreak. I am also helpless to join this battle. The immortality of this god Fuzong is an acquaintance of Xuanhuan, and he was rescued in the place of desire before, called Gushan. He had a bitter look on his face. If the Fuzong did not participate in the war, they would be wiped out by others, and they also had a deep cooperation with the Xuanhu Empire. This time, when they saw the fighting power of Xuanhu, they naturally hoped to watch and help them. Xuanhuan knew the purpose of their visit. It is nothing more than seeing that they are strong, and it is impossible for them to unite with the strongest forces in the misty Forbidden Land, and they are likely to be used as cannon fodder by them. Xuanhu is powerful and does not occupy a dominant position, and is a good teammate of the United. Bai Mingfuno came this time also hoping to hunt and kill immortality in the land of reincarnation, seize immortal matter, and maintain the existence of the god of war. The general situation in the world is changing. In this land of reincarnation, immortality is also the norm. I also need your help around me. The alliance is strong, and the division is weak. There are many plans here, and it is difficult to implement with the strength of my country. Xuanhuan said, in the land of reincarnation, our purpose is the same. Everyone is smart. Bai Mingfengya and Gushan all looked at each other and smiled, and they all understood what Emperor Xuanhu meant. Emperor Xuanhu wanted to do great things in the land of reincarnation, and he also needed a few allies around him, and they were precisely the best allies. However, they are also happy to accept this kind of cooperation. Indeed, the battle in the land of reincarnation is too cruel. With their strength, if they do not unite, they will be killed by the strongest. Bai Mingfengya couldn't help but think, it would be great if the barbarian god of war could unscrupulously break out his peerless combat power. #C938 Squeeze out. The conversation with Barbarian Domain and Fuzong was very pleasant. The three parties all intend to unite, not only to protect themselves, but also to obtain greater benefits in this land of reincarnation. Xuanhuan was also happy to accept it. His Xuanhu Empire is immortal after all. In an instant. He has also been in the land of reincarnation for 3 months. In the past 3 months, the Xuanhu Empire has gone through dozens of battles, big and small, and the bone god almost fell in this mad battle, and even the soldiers he brought with him suffered 2/10 of casualties. But the benefits are equally huge. They hunted down an immortal one. Shenyus has outstanding talent, and took this opportunity to break through to the immortal god. It's too tragic. While resting, Bone God is also sighing. It's only been 3 months, and 2/10 of the casualties have been lost, and it has not yet reached the most tragic time. I don't know how many tough battles will be fought in the future. However, everyone who survived has experienced blood and fire, and their overall strength has doubled. Emperor Xuanhu wants to establish a dynasty of gods. If these soldiers can go back alive, they will be the most powerful soldiers of the dynasty in the future. Silent. White clothes beat snow. Xuanhuan walked to the bone god in plain white clothes, and said, "Remember our young years? It was the happiest time. I remember when I first arrived at Mingguan Xianzong, Master's earnestness teachings, but you left Mingguan Xianzong back then. The past is gone, and now we are all important ministers of the empire." Gus Hen smiled. "I know what you want to do, don't think too much. Emperor Xuanhu is ambitious, and will help you find the remains of the ancestor. Let's go, Your Majesty calls a meeting. Bon Shinto. He is the opposite of Xuanhuan. He likes this kind of killing challenge environment, and he also feels that he is very close to the immortal second heaven. Recently, after every war, Xuanhuan will hold a meeting. Analyze the current situation. After all, the situation has changed recently, and the situation has changed rapidly. Your Majesty, the Ascension God dynasty is still standing firmly in the Ascension God city, and the battle is stalemate, but according to the news, the misty ancient emperor will soon make a big move and will attack the Ascension God city. Recently, a group of mysterious powerhouses have appeared, whose identities are unknown, hunting and killing. Immortality on the side of the alliance. Lu Qianfu reported. This group of mysterious powerhouses is likely to be the other side of the Shenzhou. The Bone God was murderous, they are afraid that they will not be chaotic, the more chaotic the world, the better it will be for them. Xuanhuan nodded, it was their possibility. The other side of Shenzhou hopes that the Yuhuashan dynasty can defeat the alliance forces, so that under the sweep of the Yuhuashan dynasty, they can lead more immortals to the other side. But these mysterious people didn't take action against us. Lu Qianfu added. This is the fear of being killed. Xuanhuan smiled. Indeed, the other side of the Shenzhou suffered a great loss in his hands. Your Majesty, send an order from the misty forbidden ground. At this time, someone reported, holding an alliance decree, 3 days later, please go to Misty City to discuss the major event against the Ascension God dynasty. This is going to attack the Ascension God dynasty. Xuanhuan said sharply. Yes, they are not interested in slowly fighting the Ascension God dynasty here. The key to this battle is to break the Ascension God city and capture the territory of the Ascension God dynasty, but this order is not good. Xuanhuan said slowly, Ascension Divine City is not so easy to attack, and the price to be paid is very tragic. Option 1, go to Ascension God City to participate in the Alliance Conference in person, get 20,000 fate points, and an ordinary random immortal artifact X1. Option 2, refuse to participate in the Alliance Conference, get 20,000 fate points, and refine a random artifact X1 from the Immortal Triple Heaven. Option 3, send your ministers to represent the Empire, participate in the Alliance Conference, get 20,000 fate points, and Immortal Crystal X2. Since we are discussing the Ascension God dynasty together, the Empire will naturally not ignore it and will join this battle, but they let me go directly. Are they ordering me? Treat me as their subordinate? I did not join their alliance. Xuanhuan said, Xuanhuan, you will go to the conference on behalf of me, and go with the people from the barbarian realm. Yes, it's the most suitable for me to go. This alliance order is to transfer His Majesty as a subordinate. I just represent the Shenwu Empire to discuss the matter against the Yuhuashan dynasty. Xuanhuan nodded, and she went to participate on behalf of Xuanhuan. Ding. The host completed the third choice, and obtained 20,000 fate points, Immortal Crystal X2. Another 2 immortal crystals, Xuanhuan will next raise Lu Qianfu to the realm of immortality. However, his aptitude is not very good, and 2 pieces may not be enough, but Xuanhuan needs his ability to mobilize on the battlefield, and he must also break through to the point where he is not embroidered. In the past 3 months, Lu Qianfu has commanded many battles and has made great achievements. And a few days later, Xuanhuan came back, her face was solemn, obviously this conference brought bad news. It is indeed to attack the Ascension God city. Xuanhuan conveyed the meeting and said, when I went, they directly asked why His Majesty didn't come, but I ignored them, and in the next meeting, led by Misty Forbidden Land, they hoped that my Shenwu Empire would take the lead, for the sake of Pioneer, promised to break down the Divine City and reward us for meritorious deeds, which will give us the greatest benefit. Pioneer? Humph, how can the Ascension Divine City be so broken? What kind of pioneer? I think it is to let us be cannon fodder, weaken our strength, and play a good trick. Gus Hen sneered disdainfully, at the cost of huge casualties, in the end they get the most benefit. This is suppressing dissidents. The Bone God said it's right. This is to use the power of the Alliance to let our people die. This pioneer can't do it. Otherwise, once the Ascension God City starts to attack, I don't know how many soldiers will be lost. Also, they not only let the Xuanhuan Empire be the vanguard, but also ordered a few not weak forces, but not affiliated with the Alliance and several thorns in the Alliance, and they attracted a group of people to attack together. Xuanhuan knew the means very well, everyone can see their purpose, but this move is forced by the power of the Alliance. If you are not the vanguard, you will be pressed with power, forcing you to take action. This misty ancient emperor is a good way. Although the ministers were filled with righteous indignation, Xuanhuan was not angry, and his face was as usual. He had already thought of this. He has been in the limelight over the years. As a strong emperor, he is a thorn in the eyes of others, and naturally no one will see him continue to become stronger. I just want to use the people of the Yuhuan dynasty to kill myself, but also to weaken the strength of the other party, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. You can disagree, but if you disagree they have a reason to deal with you. Many people know the purpose of the misty ancient emperor, but as long as their own interests are not harmed, they are also happy to watch the play. I didn't take their vanguard, and I saw that it didn't do us any good whether I took it or not. Xuanhuan continued. If you don't pick it up, if you want to force us to be the vanguard, it depends on whether they have this strength. Bone God sneered. You have done a good job, and I will not accept this order. I can attack the Yuhua divine dynasty with them, but I will never give them the orders of soldiers as pioneers. Everyone knows the heart of the misty ancient emperor. And I am not a member of their alliance. The Xuanhuan Empire has its own combat strategy, and will not be dictated by them. Xuanhuan is indifferent, it is all imperial power, he understands it too well. Emperor Xuanhuan, I am the alliance messenger. I am here to tell you today that after half a month, the alliance will launch a strong attack on Yuhua Divine City. On the order of the alliance leader, I specially ask your Xuanhuan Empire to prepare for the vanguard. Xuanhuan ignored them at the alliance meeting, and the alliance immediately sent someone over. #C939, do not commit suicide. Outside the city, a large number of strong people appeared, and their eyes were cold and harsh, conveying the meaning of the alliance. The one headed by the Cultivation base reached the second level of immortality, and he held a token in his hand with a terrifying will attached to it. That Emperor Xuanhuan is arrogant, will he take the token? Someone asked next to this person. If he doesn't take it, he has to take it. The Xuanhuan Empire is strong, but it can't compete with the misty ancient emperor. It's okay to take it. If you don't take it, wait for the alliance to force him with tough means. This is what the situation forced. The man sneered and repeated, Emperor Xuanhuan, don't you take it? Tantai Peak, he has broken through to the second level of immortality. The Bone God was slightly surprised when he saw this person. He knew a little about Tantai Peak. When he first entered the land of reincarnation, he was still in the first layer of heaven. He didn't know what benefits he got, but he actually broke through to the realm of the second layer of heaven. He is arrogant, he is a strong man himself, and there is an alliance behind him, to support him. Even if the Xuanhuan Empire knows that they are going to die, they have to go. The general trend, you have no choice. They have long noticed the rise of the Xuanhuan Empire against the trend, and it is likely to threaten them, so they will use the hands of Yuhua Shan dynasty to eradicate them. But when he arrived, the city was still closed, and the soldiers were doing their own thing, as if they didn't see him, and regarded him as heir. He stood in the void for half an hour, not to mention welcoming him into the city, not even a single answer to him. Emperor Xuanhuan, is this to resist the alliance order? He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. His immortality would give him face even if it was an ethereal forbidden land, but he was ignored in this way. After half a month, the Xinwu Empire will definitely participate in the battle to attack Yuhua Shenzheng, but the empire has its own combat strategy. The bone god responded to him. The meaning is very clear, you will definitely fight, but how to fight, the Xinwu Empire will have the final say, and you will not be dictated by you. Oh? It seems that you are dissatisfied with the arrangement of the alliance? Tantai Peak Road. The empire has its own arrangements. Bone God said. Humph. It's a joke. If everyone resists the alliance arrangement like your Xinwu Empire, the alliance will become a joke. How can we achieve unity? It's just that the Xinwu Emperor does not come to the alliance meeting. This time, it will be open. Resisting the alliance's orders, there is no alliance in sight. Tantafing shouted. The Piaomio ancient emperor also knew that the alliance was a turkey in the eyes of the Ascension God dynasty, and he was also contacting several powerful people to clear the alliance from top to bottom, clean up those disobedient thorns, and combine them into a whole. Obviously, the Xinwu Empire is a thorn. There has been this trend recently. This loose alliance, by clearing it, begins to coalesce. This is a good thing for the alliance, but not a good thing for Chu Yuan. When the Xinwu Empire is free to participate in the war, when will it become your subordinate? Bone God continued to respond, Tantai Peak, let's go back, we are all immortal, some words do not need to be explained, they are clear to themselves. Nice. The alliance is still too loose. Everyone learns from you. How to fight the Yuhua divine dynasty. The leader has said that this battle must be mobilized by the alliance, and those who do not follow, don't blame us for using other means. Tantafing shook his head. Other means? Bone God shook his head, excluding dissidents, consuming the power of others, and strengthening yourself, this is your alliance? My Xinwu Empire has never admitted to be a member of the alliance. In addition to this order, there is also a decree. The leader of the alliance declares Emperor Xinwu to enter the Misty God City, and canonizes Emperor Xinwu as the commander of the Vanguard Legion. In this battle, the Vanguard Legion he organized will attack the Ascension God City. Tantafing made another will. What? To make the great emperor their commander-in-chief is humiliating. Your Majesty is the emperor, who rules a country, and is powerful. How can he condescend to be their vanguard commander? This alliance is forcing us. The people of the Xinwu Empire were all angry. The Xinwu Empire may not answer, but I do not guarantee the end, I am here waiting for a reply. Tantafing knew that the Xinwu Empire was not weak, but he was not afraid. He had the support of the alliance behind him. Emperor Xinwu was so ambitious, how could it be possible for him to continue, and he had to be severely suppressed. Don't you want to see me? Come in. Chu Yuangu's voiceless voice came out, and the door of the city opened. Emperor Xinwu. Tantafing's sharp eyes immediately saw a majestic presence in the city. He hesitated and did not go in. Emperor Xinwu, you have no sincerity. If I were you, I would take the initiative to come out and take the order. After all, I am a pioneer. Although it is dangerous, once the Ascension God City is attacked, the benefits are huge. You talk too much. Chu Yuan's terrifying aura directly stunned Tantai Peak, and suddenly the sky collapsed, turning into an endless torrential rain around him. What are you going to do? He suddenly saw that a stalwart figure came towards him, radiant and stalwart. I don't like threats. Chu Yuan said. When you see the emperor, don't hurry to kneel and salute. Bone God shouted. Let me kneel, it's not possible. Tantafing noticed that Chu Yuan's strength was unmatched, and quickly retreated. Kneel down. People who are good are bullied by others, and horses who are good are ridden by others. Chu Yuan didn't show any strength today, and the misty ancient emperor really thought he could be needed by them at will. How could he be the one who was afraid of threats? He grabbed it out with the hand of God, and the terrifying power enveloped Tantai Peak, and the power like the sky collapsed to make him kneel. Humph! Tantai Peak saw that the 5 fingers were oppressed like a giant mountain. Although he was panicked, he was not afraid. After all, his cultivation base also has the immortal second heaven, and he immediately slammed his hands into the sky, trying to break the hand of Xuanhuan. Dare to confront the Alliance messenger directly, okay, this is your response to the Alliance. He is not afraid to shoot at him, which is also what the misty ancient emperor expected. But his power impacted the hand of God, and he was easily suppressed. At this moment in his eyes, he could not see the specific shape of Yuan, which was an infinitely huge group of light people. The gate of God was suppressed. Boom! This power was so huge that it shattered all the secret techniques of Tantai Peak. His body was shaking wildly, his legs were weak, and his knees actually knelt down, unable to move. An immortal existence was suppressed by Xuanhuan to the point of kneeling down. What a terrifying scene. Kneel down and talk. Xuanhuan was indifferent, his eyes swept away, and he knew that there were many people hidden in the void, who were watching here, waiting for his response. To anger Emperor Xuanhu, this is self-inflicted sin and cannot live. Bone God sneered. I was suppressed to the point of kneeling? Tantai Peak was still in disbelief. He didn't kneel down when he went to see the Pyamiao ancient emperor, but today he knelt at the feet of the great Emperor Xuanhu in front of so many people. He saw a lot of people pointing and pointing, obviously saying something humiliating. Emperor Xuanhu, do you know what you're doing? I'm here on behalf of the Alliance. What you do is to slap the Alliance in the face. If you don't go to the Alliance in person to plead guilty today, your end will be worse than being a pioneer. Although Tantafing was humiliated and angry, he was still calm and brought out the Alliance behind him. Emperor Xuanhu, the existence or death of the Xuanhu Empire is in your mind. It doesn't matter if I kneel down. Offending the Alliance will destroy your empire. Let the empire be destroyed? Xuanhuan was murderous. Ding. The current branch line has been released, and the hosts of the 3 branch lines can be freely chosen. Side line 1, let go of Tantai Peak and let him return to the Alliance. Second line, go to the Alliance in person and meet the misty ancient emperor. Subline 3, kill Tantai Peak. #C940 attack the city. Emperor Xuanhu, it doesn't matter if you humiliated me, because your strength is stronger than mine, but you are angering the Alliance and the misty ancient emperor. It's not good for you to continue. Tantafing felt aggrieved in his heart. He knew that the Emperor Xuanhu would not end well no matter what he did, and he was included in the list of mortals. It was enough that this person had strength. The most important thing was that he was ambitious and could not be recruited as a subordinate. All he wanted was that when Emperor Xuanhu died, he could step on him a few times. His words made people more and more angry. What I don't like the most is the word threat. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Tantafing was about to speak, but suddenly his eyes turned black, his head was covered by a palm, and he still wanted to speak. The hand of God was shaken down, and all his will was wiped out. He died. Xuanhuan grabbed his hand directly, and the energy of this immortal second layer was swallowed up by him, leaving no bones. I'm afraid, when Tantai Peak came, he would never have thought that this place would become his dead place, nor would he have thought that Emperor Xuanhu would kill him if he said it, and would not listen to his nonsense at all. Ding. The host made the third choice, kill Tantai Peak, get 1 million fate points, supernatural power fruit x 2048, immortal artifact advanced card, immortal divine crystal x2, random lottery chance x1. Tantai Peak was beheaded. His beheading swept the entire land of reincarnation like a cosmic storm. Emperor Xuanhu was too ruthless, he didn't take the threat of the Alliance seriously at all, beheaded the people sent by the misty ancient emperor, and left no one behind. Better fight and kill each other. The people of the Ascension God dynasty thought this way. Of course they knew that the alliance was going to besiege the Ascension God city, and it was best to fight on their own, so as to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Tantafing's death, the alliance is not silent. However, as soon as they sent people, Barbarian Domain and Xuanhuan immediately had strong people and Shenwu Empire to get together. The meaning is very simple. If you want to move Shenwu Empire, they will not agree. Baiming Funi knew that when attacking the Ascension God city, the alliance most wanted to kill those who did not join the alliance. In the end, the alliance did not move, and swallowed the breath. They also knew that Tantai Peak had died in vain, and the alliance would have to pay a huge price for deploying troops against the Shenwu Empire. There was no fight, and Yu Huashan dynasty was also very disappointed, but it didn't matter. They saw the disunity of other forces in the universe. This universe depends on strength to speak. Sure enough, when Tantai Peak was beheaded, the alliance did not send anyone over to point fingers. To deal with the existence of Emperor Shenwu, there are not a few immortal triple heavens that cannot be dealt with. What's more, there are barbarians who share the same spirit with them. At this time, Chu Yuan ignored the external fluctuations. He understands that if he listens to the dispatch of the alliance, he will definitely be trapped by them. Devouring Tantai Peak, although he has not yet allowed himself to break through, his realm has also been greatly promoted. The Hao Divine Crown has been advanced to an immortal artifact, and this set of 7 artifacts can exert the power of the immortal first layer limit. For immortal divine crystals, all of which were given to Lu Qianfu by Chu Yuan, made it difficult for him to break through to the immortal realm. I am immortal. There was no excitement in Lu Qianfu's eyes. He knew that if it weren't for His Majesty's love, it would be impossible to cultivate to immortality with his talent. Everything he had was bestowed by His Majesty. I have nothing in return, only one life. Lu Qianfu knelt down in front of the palace where Chu Yuan was. He knew very well that if these immortal divine crystals were given to the Heaven Shaker, 2 pieces would be enough, and he would have to consume several times the resources. Boom! Suddenly, there was a clash of gold and iron in the land of reincarnation, the sound of war drums, and the sound of war from horns, which made the vitality of the entire land of reincarnation viciously shake. Countless armies, many immortals have jointly exerted mana. Chu Yuan's eyes pierced the sky, and outside the Ascension God city, many strong men surrounded this God city. Great Emperor, they have attacked the Ascension God city. Baiming Fingye immediately gathered around Chu Yuan and watched the war that was about to break out. Half a month has come, and the war has started. After all, they can't waste too many things in the land of reincarnation and the Ascension God dynasty. This battle is very difficult. The Ascension God Emperor is too sinister and tricky. Gushan arrived and said, "How should we fight the Great Emperor? They are now dominated by the Shenwu Empire." To be honest, they were surprised that Chu Yuan directly killed Tantai Peak that day. They thought that Chu Yuan and the alliance would be false, but they did not expect to act so directly and decisively. Although it angered the alliance, the benefits are also obvious. Originally, some people were very dissatisfied when they were selected as pioneers this time, and they did not dare to resist. Chu Yuan gave them a good start, and they stopped playing with you one by one. Don't you, misty ancient emperor, want to be the supreme overlord? Go and send someone to attack it yourself. The alliance was also forced to change its strategy because of the Shenwu Empire. Instead of appointing a vanguard, it sent a mix of elites. I also tell you what I think. I am not very confident in whether they can break the Ascension God city, and we are participating in the war to seek benefits for ourselves. As soon as this war begins, the powerhouses of Shenfuzong act with the Empire and use runes. Bombardment. Chu Yuan said, "Friends of the barbarian realm, let's help each other with the Empire. After all, Shenfuzong is weaker, and weaker than Mingguang Xianzong, but they have unique skills that allow them to fight directly. The barbarian domain is powerful, and Xuanhuan can't mobilize them. I have no opinion. Gushan nodded, he was also forced to fight. Okay, according to the meaning of Emperor Xuanhuan. Baiming Fingye Road. Attack the Ascension God City, look for opportunities, and seek benefits. Rumble. Thousands of troops are galloping, and only the void in the land of reincarnation can withstand such a movement. Xuanhuan personally led the army to approach the Ascension God City and went to the other side of the God City, not in the same direction as the misty Forbidden Land. The divine city of the Ascension Divine Dynasty is so majestic, the size of a world. The countless feathered gods in the city are also grinding their weapons, and their faces are cold and arrogant, and they seem to show a strong disdain for this multi-force siege. The Emperor Yuhua must have conspiracy calculations, but now it is not clear how he will calculate. However, in the face of powerful strength, any conspiracy will be crushed. Ascension God City is guarding the position of entering the world of reincarnation. Xiaohan shouted. In the ancient road of reincarnation, the remains of her master are buried. Reincarnation, I saw it. Xuanhuan looked at the world of reincarnation. Behind the Ascension God City is a huge chaotic vortex, spinning all the time, the ripples are spinning like a nebula, and the inside is a mysterious world. This is the world of reincarnation. The current reincarnation world is still in a quiet period, and there is no outbreak. #C94110 Great God Kings. The world of reincarnation is a path of fear and fascination. Every time the great calamity of reincarnation occurs, it first erupts from the world of reincarnation, spreads to the land of reincarnation, and then spreads to the entire universe. It is rumored that if you can control the world of reincarnation, you can control the entire universe, the source of countless powers. The so-called control is not the unity of the universe, it is above the universe, controlling the reincarnation of the universe with its own boundless magic. This is the real Lord of the universe. But this step has not been reached yet. However, every time the great tribulation of reincarnation breaks out, although many immortals will die, it is also an opportunity. Those who can survive have obtained great fortune. The Emperor Yuhua came out alive, and he single-handedly created the Yuhua divine dynasty. The current reincarnation catastrophe has not yet erupted, and there are treasures left by two ancient powerhouses in the reincarnation robbery. Perhaps we can find someone who can completely treat the wounds of the Lord of War. Baiming Funao sighed. No matter how much immortal material is taken, it will only cure the symptoms, but not the root cause. If it can be fully recovered, the strength of the God of War will be even more terrifying than that of the Temple Lord, and it can even compete head-on with the Emperor Yuhua. God of War in the barbarian domain, this is the limit of immortality that has been cultivated, and it must be honored. Xuanhuan said. The horn of the war is getting stronger and stronger. Xuanhuan led the army on the side of the Ascension God City. He is also observing the actions of the misty forbidden area, waiting for them to launch an offensive first, and then he can enter. Your Majesty, many people are moving towards us. Lu Qianfu observed the entire battle situation and saw many wandering people far behind them. Let them get closer. Xuanhuan said lightly. These people are relatively weak sects, and they know that following the alliance in the most frontal attack will inevitably be used as cannon fodder, and following the Xuanwu Empire may be able to pick up some cheap attack. About an hour has passed. Xuanhuan saw an ancient emperor wave his hand. The order to attack was issued, and immediately countless misty armies swarmed mountains and seas, shouting to kill Xintian, and charged with rolling power to kill the Ascension God City head-on. The feathered divine army attacked, and they also had strong men, who personally led the army to block the misty army. This is a signal. The battle on this side has attracted the quartet, and more troops are rushing out. The Lord of the Temple of Murder. The lord of the Temple of Murder was slender, wearing a dark gold robe, with a dark gold mask on his face, holding a dark gold divine sword, and slaying it with one sword, eclipsed the world. The lord of the Temple of Murder is ancient and extremely powerful. Bimingfingye said. Boom. Ascension God City, an existence standing in the sky also started. He ignored the Temple Lord of Slaughter God, and his weapon was a halberd, such as a storm controller. His power exploded, and the terrifying power directly shook the Lord of the Temple of Slaughter. This man was so powerful that he actually resisted the attack of the god-killing Temple Master. Fengshen King. Bimingfingye Zhendao said, that is the Fengshen King of the top 10 gods under the Emperor Yuhua. The general immortal Triple Heaven is not the top 10 gods, all of them are incomparably brave warriors. It is rumored that the strength of each god king is strong. There are immortal god limits, and even honorable ones. Top 10 divine kings. Xuanhuan nodded. Really strong. However, without such a powerful strength, the Emperor Yuhua would not have such a domineering desire to unify the universe. Although it is rumored that there are 10 god kings, we have only seen 3 or 4 god kings take action. Maybe they lied to us. There are not so many god kings. The Emperor Yuhua is too good at using conspiracy methods. Gashan said. Around the Ascension God City, many forces are working, and it is true that several gods have appeared in several places, but as Gashan said, the ones that have appeared are those who have appeared before. I would rather believe what it is than not believe it. It is precisely because of the insidiousness and cunning of the Emperor Yuhua that it is even more impossible to be careless. I know that the king of the heavenly god among the 10 gods, his strength is comparable to that of my barbarian god of war. Bimingfingye rode. The ancient demon Forbidden Land, Yao Xingyue also shot. That Yaoxinyu is a banshee, with a hazy moon shadow. She is not like a demon, but an immortal in the sky. She is a direct disciple of the demon god. After all, the ancient demon Forbidden Land had the existence of a demon god. Although the demon god left and disappeared, his strength is still strong. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Emperor, the powerhouse under God's command, is missing, otherwise it will be more lively. Bimingfingye sighed, even my barbarian god of war is in the world, these 2 beings have really fallen and died? I don't believe it. All-out war is on. Xuanhuan ignored their sighs. Nowadays, there are wars all around the Ascension God City, and the major forces are besieging and fighting. This is exactly the situation he wants to see. Only in the more chaos can they find opportunities and strengthen themselves. War. Xuanhuan drank a word. The army of Shenwu suddenly moved, murderous and bloody. The awe-inspiring black armor torrents rolled, causing a storm of heaven and earth. These soldiers and horses are no longer what they were when they first arrived. They have resolute faces. After many battles, they have been tempered by huge casualties. The soldiers and horses of the Shenwu Empire are powerful. Bimingfingye was also shocked. All of his savage warriors are brave, and if they fight alone, one can kill several, but it is also seen that the opponent is the real army fighting, and the torrent of steel is enough to crush his savage warriors. When the army came out, a bloody storm broke out as soon as it came, and a black torrent interspersed the battlefield, carrying countless stumps like a sharp knife. Gushan led the Shenfuzong powerhouses in the center of the Shenwu army. Instead of facing the challenge directly, he commanded them to throw a Zhongfuzuan and kill them wantonly. For the immortality of Shenfuzong in the land of reincarnation, he even used his old money. Emperor Shenwu has promised that after this battle, he will be distributed to him in the most equitable way. The warriors of my savage domain can't fall behind, let's fight. Bimingfingye's eyes were blood red. He was naturally belligerent, and everyone was the bravest warrior. Seeing how fierce the Shenwu Empire was, how could he fall behind? Immediately under his command, a large number of burly and majestic warriors roared out. On the battlefield, the fighting was extremely brutal. Xuanhuan had already seen several immortals destroyed, some of them from the Ascension God dynasty, and most of them from the Alliance army. No way, this battle is tragic. Immortal wants to escape from the world, it is difficult to do, many people are forced to join, there is no power to change the general trend. Is it finally here? In the Ascension God city, the Ascension God Emperor watched the battle, his face was neither sad nor happy, but he was just calm. Piao Ancient Emperor, you really cooperated, using the lives of these trash fish to consume my strength? This is your 2 defeats. Experience, so you're still a loser. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? There are people around the Emperor Yuhua. Emperor Misty is so cooperative, how can we not be as good as he wants? Emperor Yuhua said, I don't look at the process, I don't look at the means, I only look at the final result. #C942 Motley Crew. The war is breaking out. In a short period of time, several immortals have been blown up, which can be intense. Although there were a lot of people this time, Xuanhuan didn't think it was that easy, and the Emperor Yuhua must have left behind his back. However, Xuanhuan's participation in the war was not to defeat the Yuhua divine dynasty, but for his own interests. The Xuanhu Legion and the barbarian powerhouses went hand in hand and rushed into the battlefield brazenly. The main battlefield, on the front of the Alliance and the Ascension God dynasty, is the most tragic. Xuanhuan's side is only one side. The army entered, and everything along the way was strangled, and the black torrent set off a monstrous killing. Kill them! Bai Mingfengye shouted, and he rushed in. I saw a large number of enemies in the front, and there are many immortals, but they are not the regular army of Yuhua Shan dynasty, but the miscellaneous army who rely on Yuhua. Kill, kill, kill. Shouting to kill Zhentian, the chaos is extremely chaotic. As soon as these miscellaneous troops were attacked by the savage warriors, they fought together. Yu Beifeng, the Xuanhu Empire and the barbarian territory cooperated to hunt and kill our servant army. They entered the depths. You and I attacked at the same time, trapped them here, and killed the living forces as much as possible. Zhao Ji's eyes were fixed on the army of Xuanhu. The last time he retreated, he was always worried. Okay. Yu Beifeng responded with only one word. Kill. The horn sounded, Zhao Ge, Yu Beifeng 2 armies attacked, like 2 long knives interspersed fiercely, a large number of feathered gods destroyed the dead, and strangled some people who stood in front of them. At the same time, with the trumpet of the war drum, there are also a large number of servants who are cooperating with the action, using the tactics of the sea to drown the Xuanhu Empire. The Xuanhu Empire is getting stronger and stronger, letting them know that this is also a strong opponent. So many people are dealing with the Xuanhu Empire. We can't follow them and avoid them quickly. The goal of the Xuanhu Empire is too big, and it just so happens that they have attracted too many powerhouses from the Ascension dynasty, and the battlefield has formed a partial vacuum. We are in the vacuum area and wait for the end of this battle. In such a war, life is the most important thing. Originally, a large number of people in this battlefield followed behind the Xuanhu Empire, but they also retreated when they saw the strong attack of the Ascension God army. Many of them were forced to participate in the war because of the cosmic situation. They knew that they had several pounds and several tails, and several immortals were destroyed, which also made them fearful. They only wanted to survive, and they never thought about seizing benefits. Don't worry about those people, it's better to retire and save trouble. Zhao Gu was very disdainful of this group of people and did not regard them as a target. Although there are many people, they are all native chickens and dogs, and they are vulnerable. The bone god saw those people retreat, and was very disdainful. He looked at the army that was drowning toward them like a tide, and he was not afraid. He looked at the Emperor Xuanhu standing on an ancient emperor's car. He is like the sun, shining the magic, he doesn't fall, it doesn't matter how many enemies come. The enemy is coming. Gushan is also very afraid. Bei Mingfeng ya, I led the army of Xuanhuan to block you Bei Feng, Zhao Ge, these servants are handed over to you in the barbarian domain to fight, can you do it? Xuanhuan said. Ha ha ha, Emperor Xuanhuan, don't worry, a group of miscellaneous army, the combat power is far worse than the regular army of the Yuhua Shenjun, my barbarian warriors are enough to deal with them, let them see today, my barbarian combat power. Bai Mingfuno laughed, only in this kind of battle would his blood boil. He knew that although this group of servants had a large number, their combat power was far worse than that of the Ascension God dynasty. As long as the Ascension God army was not involved, he had enough confidence to deal with them, so that they didn't even know their parents. The warriors of the barbarian domain, kill me, and teach them to be human. Bai Mingfeng rushed out brazenly, leading in front. His weapon was a mace, which was very fierce. Wherever it hit, there would be pieces of mud and screams. The people in the barbarian domain are fierce, and these people are not their opponents. An immortal way. It doesn't matter, I never hoped that they could do much. After all, there was a god of war in the barbarian realm, as long as it can be blocked, the real enemy that is difficult to deal with is this Emperor Xuanhuan. Zhao Ge looked at the battlefield. Boom! At this moment, the Yuhua Divine Army and the Divine Martial Army also collided with the shocking sound, and started a tragic fight. This time, Zhao Ge frowned, seeing the melee between the two sides. The Xuanhuan army was not beheaded in a large area, but quickly stabilized the formation, the Black Torrent interspersed, and actually played a very beautiful exchange ratio with them. Compared to the first time, their strength is stronger. The divine light in Zhao Ji's eyes was horrified, but the more this is the case, the less we can let them continue. It is true that when they first came to the land of reincarnation, the Xuanhuan army had never fought against the soldiers of the Shen dynasty, and it was inevitable that they would suffer a great loss, but the tempering of the past few months has already made them reborn and adapted to this kind of war. Kill them. Zhao Ji's eyes have been staring at Xuanhuan. The two torrents collided with blood, and a large number of people were blown up in a short period of time, and the tyrannical combat power of the Xuanhuan Empire kept his face gloomy, and they could no longer gain an advantage. Seeing the army fighting, Xuanhuan nodded, but he was not at all complacent. What Zhao Ge led was only part of it, and the more elite were the Emperor God army under the command of the 10 God Kings and the God Emperor. There is still a long way to go for the Xuanhuan Empire to develop to this level. Immortal is also at war, and the tragic degree of this area is only second to the battlefield on the side of the God King. The Alliance army headed by the misty Forbidden Land also nodded when they saw the battlefield here. Although this Emperor Xuanhuan did not listen to the Alliance order, which made them unhappy, the battle was still very fierce. If there are no people from the Xuanhuan Empire and the barbarian realm in that direction, they will have to bear more pressure. Let the Ascension Divine Army consume their strength severely. Many people thought so. Xuanhuan naturally knew what they were thinking, and he didn't care. He did not participate in the war for the so-called alliance, but to sharpen his army, kill the opponent in the melee, and supplement his national strength. The bone god sings forward and wields a halberd. He is a warrior on the battlefield. Xuanhuan also took action to deal with many immortal enemies. Although Lu Qianfu has become immortal, he fights alone. He clearly understands how to deal with suicide, put the protector on the left wing, and then put the 7 divine artifacts on the right wing. The combat power of the Xuanhuan Empire is getting stronger and stronger, they are too terrifying. Yeah, you see, the Ascension God army no longer has the upper hand, but a very hard battle together. Also, if the Xuanhuan Empire is not strong, how can it dare to contend against the Alliance order? It is their strength that makes the Alliance not take action against them even if they are beaten in the face. Should we join in? You want to die? You didn't see that both sides were red-eyed. Except for their own troops, they didn't care. Now is the most tragic time. Many people are watching the battle, they don't care whether they can break the Ascension God City, they only care if they can survive the war. Xuanhuan Empire, no matter how strong it is, it will eventually be destroyed. A fierce feathering immortal weapon swept across, suppressing Qi Shui repeatedly retreated, and the feathering divine light that often swept over made Qi Shui very uncomfortable. After all, she has only broken through to immortality, and her strength is weak. Bomb her into the army and besiege her. This immortal also knows that although Qi Shui is weak, it is still too difficult to kill by himself, and he can only use the army to grind and kill. Just when he shot again, a ghostly existence appeared behind him, and a flickering scimitar appeared in his hand, and the curved arc was just enough to put his neck in, with a strange posture. Cut to his head. #C943 Light and Curse. This immortal felt that his neck was cold, and suddenly turned to look. A person appeared behind him without warning, and the scimitar Hanmang wanted to put his neck in. Not good. He secretly said that it was not good, and he would dodge this move. Qi Shui sneered, being under pressure for so long, how could she let him escape easily when she finally got this good opportunity? There are wolves in front and tigers in the back. The attack method of the gods is too strange. The machete cuts off, his own nothingness penetrates his mana, and a head rises into the sky. He was unlucky. This kind of large army battle is completely different from fighting alone. There are enemies in all directions. It is difficult for you to completely guard against his power like fighting against one person. In addition, the Xinyu's shot is really weird, and you are assassinated by the Xinyu Zhan. However, the immortal vitality is strong, although the head is cut off, but the problem is not big, his head and body will withdraw from the battlefield. But Xinyu's and Qi Shui finally seized the opportunity. Where would they let him escape? Take him back. Zhao Gu immediately ordered that many immortals rescue this person immediately. Don't let their rescue succeed. Lu Qianfu snorted. Immediately, the 7 divine artifacts rushed over. Boom! The 2 primal qi exploded at the same time, and the 7 divine artifact stood in front of him and was blown up by the immortals of the Ascension God dynasty. The 7 divine artifact was divided into 7 pieces, and the cosmic god who had motivated it in large numbers backfired and vomited blood. He was seriously injured and could not participate in the battle for a short period of time. Lu Qianfu quickly took back the 7 artifacts. However, the immortal whose head was beheaded was also killed by Xinyu's and Qi Shui together, and he died tragically on the spot. To sum it up, although the Ascension God army has blasted the 7 divine artifacts, these 7 divine artifacts were originally motivated by vitality. And the other party is an immortal life lost, and no amount of cosmic gods can exchange it. Zhao Ji's face was gloomy. This time the loss was too great. He didn't expect the other party to have such an existence who was good at assassination. After he saw the assassination of the goddess, he hid in the void again. Zhao Gu also wanted to make a move to find out the Xinyu, but the Emperor Xuanhuan was still staring at him. Moreover, if the gods hide, even if they don't appear, they are a threat to the battle situation. Mighty! 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 Weapons were raised, and the morale of the Imperial army was boiling. Killing an immortal would have a huge effect on the motivation of the army, and it also severely dampened the spirit of the Ascension God army. Warriors, we can't let them down. The savage warriors are also fighting like chicken blood. The more they fight, the more courageous they are. In the face of some miscellaneous troops, if they can't gain the advantage of destroying the dead, they will be shameless. Retreat for healing. Lu Qianfu mobilized the formation. Those cosmic gods have retreated to heal their wounds. Defend the opposing cosmic god with a space battleship. Xu Yuan doesn't care about the damage of the space battleship. As long as he has enough materials and enough time for the Emperor's kingdom, he can build a lot of it. I can't go on, let's press, the Emperor Xuanhuan. Zhao Ge could no longer watch the army continue to fight. He walked out, the sky and the ground were shattered, the two short Gehanmang flashed in his hand, and there were thunder lights in the vertical and horizontal directions. This was a battle in which he performed meritorious service. Although he is the immortal Triple Heaven, he also wants to become the divine king under the Emperor Yuhua. Emperor Xuanhuan, let me experience your strength. Zhao Ge is very powerful. He knows that the leader of the enemy army is Emperor Xuanhuan, and if he suppresses him, he can boost his morale. Suddenly, his fighting spirit is boiling, his strength is wild, and Dang Ge is killed fiercely. The immortal Triple Heaven has started. The crowd got nervous. When the immortal Triple Heaven takes action, it is the most intense moment of a war. The moment Zhao Ge came to kill, an extremely bright portal suppressed him, and his Changgu was killed in the light with a heavy meal. Kill. Yu Beifeng is unfeeling and unrighteous, he doesn't speak much, and he strikes ruthlessly, and his long knife splits the world. The two immortal three heavens attacked Chu Yuan at the same time, and Baiming Fingye was pressing down on the motley army, and it was impossible to lend a helping hand now. I am here. Chu Yuan had the Gate of Light in his left hand, but a Gate of Curse appeared on his right. A force of curse and killing danced wildly with both hands of the Gate of Curse, and bombarded Zhao Ge directly. Zhao Ge didn't know what kind of power this was at first. But the power of his curse eroded into his flesh and blood, and his face changed drastically. This is the power of the curse. The portal seems to be the source of the curse, turning his power into the power of the curse, which is corroding him and making him extremely uncomfortable. The power of the curse, the king of the curse. He was shocked to see the cursed king inside the cursed gate. How could he not know such a strange power, but what puzzled him wasn't it blasted away by God back then? This person actually gathered 9 pieces and dared to unscrupulously cast the power of the curse. Using the power of the curse, aren't you afraid of being cursed? Zhao Ge shouted. Curse. Chu Yuan ignored him. He let the cursed door hit countless cursed powers, such as violent storms, falling into the Ascension God army, and suddenly a large number of Ascension God army cursed, some weaker or just a gas. Let them scream, their bodies all rotted. The more powerful the cursed king curses, the stronger his strength will be. Light and curse. At this time a very strange scene occurred. The Xuanhuan army had the light of the Empire's luck, and was sheltered by the Emperor and stepped forward with weapons. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan. Baiming Fingye also looked here, trembling in his heart. It's not that he hasn't seen an existence that uses the power of a curse, but he has never seen someone like the great Emperor Xuanhuan. The Emperor Xuanhuan used the power of the curse, and he was not dark and weird himself. Instead, he was more like the master of the gods, the controller of the curse, the unimaginable brightness and sacredness, and regarded him as a kind of power for himself. Chu Yuan's humanistic, supreme will is distributed. He bombarded with the cursed gate, and the billowing cursed gas rushed out. Zhao Ge responded, but he was worried and knew that he was not the Emperor of Xuanhuan, and it was impossible to ignore the power of the curse. Once it was eroded, it must be resolved immediately. He was also very depressed. Yu Beifeng was also breaking out, but Chu Yuan had already fought against him a long time ago. With the shocking strike of Lei Ge, the thunder water splashed out, and the powerful figure just blocked his bombardment. Thunder Sea, Light, Curse. 3 strange forces appeared in the hands of one person at the same time, dazzling everyone. This Emperor Xuanhuan is weird. He has too much power and can control everything. Curse kill. A cursed beam falls from the sky. He precisely cursed and killed, in addition to wielding a large amount of curse power. He also specifically cursed and killed the powerhouses in the Feathering God army. Ah! The screams were repeated, and a large number of feathered powerhouses were cursed and killed, and their bodies rotted into pus. Xuanhuan is indeed unable to kill the immortal Triple Heaven now, but he is not afraid, and his various means are enough to stop them. You! Zhao Ge shouted angrily. This kind of curse power is difficult to contend with, and he feels very uncomfortable, not to mention those soldiers, and he also knows that he must be blocked, and he cannot use the power of the curse unscrupulously. Can you stop it? Standing the gate of curse in the void with one hand, and waving the world-shaking Rigo with the other, Xuanhuan fought against the immortal Triple Heaven. Kill! At this time, the miscellaneous army also collapsed, and finally could not bear the indiscriminate bombardment of the barbarian warriors. #C944 Retreat to the Circle of Reincarnation. These alliances were pieced together by the forces that relied on the Ascension God dynasty, and their strength was far inferior to the Ascension God army, and their fighting spirit was not tenacious. Originally attacked by the barbarians, it was difficult to support them, and they were still waiting for the Ascension God army to support them. This time, not only did the Ascension God army not gain an advantage, but also the cursed power was extremely miserable. The Ascension God army is like this, how can they still have courage? This time, the morale collapsed, and the army collapsed. Let them scourge the Ascension God army. Bai Mingfengye looked reckless, but he was actually as careful as a needle. He saw that the motley army collapsed. Instead of chasing and killing them, he ordered the barbarian warriors to form an encirclement, as if bombarding the prey into an encirclement and bombarding them into the emerging God army. The Ascension God army was originally in order, but this time it was attacked by the miscellaneous army, and the formation immediately became a little chaotic. Incompetent bungler! Zhao Ji's face was ugly. He had never counted on these miscellaneous army, and the God dynasty accepted them only for consumption. He looked at the other battlefields of Ascension God City, there were wars everywhere, and it was impossible to support here. Ha ha ha, Emperor Xuanhuan, I'm here to help you. Bai Mingfengye laughed wildly. You Beifeng, I heard that you are heartless and unrighteous, the younger brother of the Emperor Yuhua, let me teach you your strength. He swung out his mace, his strength was violent, and he immediately fought with Yu Beifeng. Without Yu Beifeng, Xuanhuan was able to fight Zhao Ge wholeheartedly at this time. He is bright and boiling, lightning strikes the sky, and controls the audience. Such existence cannot allow him to join the battlefield. Kill! Zhao Ge is not afraid. Although he has no advantage, he does not expect to be able to defeat the army of Xuanhuan. Now he just wants to stop them and hope that other battlefields will turn around. It is best to have the King of Gods to help. He wants to turn this place into a quagmire and hold back the army of Xuanhuan. The drums were loud and the blood was boiling, and the battlefield here had turned into chaos. Lu Qianfu mobilized his troops and horses. He also deliberately let the miscellaneous army infiltrate the Ascension God army, so that there are loopholes in their flawless cooperation, so that he can seize the flaws and kill them ruthlessly. Chaos. Those who are defeated indiscriminately, kill without mercy. The Ascension Divine Army also knew that they couldn't let the miscellaneous army attack them, and killed some who came over, and finally stabilized the formation temporarily. Boom! Bai Mingfengye and Yu Beifeng fought, and the strength of the other side also put him under a lot of pressure. There were wounds on his body, all of which were scraped by the sword. This Yu Beifeng's achievement of the immortal threefold heaven is short, but with such strength, he is worthy of being the younger brother of the Emperor Yuhua. If you give him a chance, he will be able to fly. If this continues, it is very likely to add to the Yuhua divine dynasty. God King. Bai Mingfengye was also shocked. They must be killed fiercely. Bai Mingfengye was also violent, his blood was boiling, the smoke billowed, and the mace danced more and more violently. Kill. The savage warriors are also berserk, and they are also very smart. They hand over the regular army to the Xuanhuan army to deal with, and they specifically focus on killing those miscellaneous army. Good chance, let's kill it too. In the distance, those watching the battle who dare not easily join the battlefield also smelled the flesh like wolves, and stopped silent. Suddenly, more people rushed over in a disorganized camp. They saw that the Ascension God army had no advantage, and they fought hard, knowing that their opportunity had come. They won't do it if they die, but they won't let it go if it's good. Don't be disturbed by them. Lu Qianfu saw the chaos of those people rushing in. He immediately made the army into a whole, like a millstone, moving as a whole on the battlefield, and those who interfered with the formation, regardless of whether they were here or not, were mercilessly killed. Boom! The two short daggers and Xuanhuan's world-shattering Rigo clashed, and the cold light was rolling. Now he wants to display the boundless camp to balance his strength. The Guard Corps, attack. He also had a part of his strength, which was his personal guard, and the number was not large. But all of them were elites, and it was he who faced the unfavorable situation. Instead of killing the Xuanhuan army, he went to the periphery of the battlefield to hunt and kill those who had just participated. These personal guards are like wolves and tigers, and they are the new force on the battlefield. Once they join the battle group, everyone can see their killing. Yu Beifeng was also indifferent, and he also let his own guards go out. Xuanhuan can deal with the Yuhua regular army, but it does not mean that these people can. Ah! The screams came out one after another. These people wanted to make some cheap money, but they suddenly encountered the killing of the guards, and they panicked. In a short period of time, a large number of people left their lives here. Get out, get out. These people don't want to fight, they just want to live. How can it be so easy? Zhao Ge is ruthless. The two guards used the same strategy as in the barbarian domain. Killing was the second, chaos was the main, and the group was forcibly expelled into the battlefield. Since you let their motley army attack, they also want this group of rabble to attack both sides. Because of the mutual impact of the two sides, the battlefield became more chaotic, and there were tragic fights everywhere. It's really a mob, vulnerable to a single blow, can't help, let alone making trouble here. It's better to stay far away from here, so as not to see them irritated. Bai Mingfuno's face is also very good-looking. The feathered divine army fought chaos against chaos, and the advantage they finally achieved was leveled by them. This so-called alliance is not reliable at all. Stabilize the camp. Lu Qianfu commanded calmly. He doesn't like this kind of chaos on the battlefield, but he also understands that the turbulent waters of the Ascension God army will also affect them. Now I don't want to kill a lot of opponents, but to wait for the war to continue to calm down. Emperor Xuanhuan, now entangle your people here, and wait to be killed if you can't escape. Zhao Ge was suffocating in his heart. Ha 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 ha, one of our god masters is about to draw a tie, and he will lead an army to surround and kill you. In fact, he didn't know if there would be a god lord coming here, but to attack the enemy's heart, he wanted to make Emperor Xuanhuan panic. What Xuanhuan responded to him was just a savage blow from Lei Gu, who shook the world. Humph. Zhao Ge stopped talking. Anyway, no one has gained any advantage in the current battle situation. Suddenly Bai Mingfeng shouted, the great Emperor Xuanhuan, the battle situation has changed over there. What? The battle situation has changed. Zhao Ge was also shocked. Is it good or bad? Woohoo! The low-pitched horn was also blown at this moment. It was blown by Yuhuashan dynasty. Zhao Ge heard that this was the horn for retreat. Could it be that the most intense side couldn't hold on anymore, and the army was about to retreat? He was surprised. Sure enough, he saw several god kings retreating under the tyrannical offensive, and a large number of feathered god army were killed and wounded in the melee, and began to retreat slowly. The Ascension God army is going to retire. Do you want to give up the Ascension God city? Baiming Funo didn't figure out the purpose of Xuanhuan dynasty for a while. Retreat to the world of reincarnation. The Ascension God army retreated, and the place they retreated turned out to be in the world of reincarnation. #C945 Chase. The Ascension God dynasty was defeated and retreated into the world of reincarnation. This makes people not too strange. Although the Ascension God dynasty is strong and has many masters, they are facing the joint attack of many forces. The pressure is great, and the number is too large. Even a few God kings are covered in blood and injured. Especially the Fengshan king who fought against the Lord of the Temple of Murdering God, almost beheaded half of his body, dripping with blood, and his source was severely depleted, and he almost fell. However, when Xuanhuan watched the fall of the Xuanhuan dynasty, he always had a strange feeling in his heart. From the emperor's keenness, Xuanhuan emperor, a sinister and cunning person, always felt that things were not that simple. The army retreats. Zhao Ge also widened his eyes, but the order to retreat echoed in his ears, and he had to retreat, and issued the order, retreat to the Samsara realm. The order was issued, the Ascension God army was well trained, and there was still no chaos, but orderly. As for the chaotic army, he couldn't control their life and death. Want to go? How can it be so easy? Baiming Fengya was fierce, and all the enemies retreated to the Samsara realm. How could he miss this opportunity and immediately lead the barbarian warriors to kill them like a wolf, like a tiger? You dare, old man, you will break through your savage territory in the future. Zhao Ge shouted, You Beifeng, you and I lead the guards to block them and cover the retreat of the army. The Gate of Thunder. Without thinking about the things in the world of reincarnation, Xuanhuan couldn't watch them retreat easily, and suddenly the world-shaking Rigo evolved into a sea of thunder, which was extremely gorgeous and killed the past. Humph. Zhao Ge admitted. He can't help the Shenwu army, but he can't stop them if they want to retreat. The war was fought again. Retreat, don't be confused, entering the world of reincarnation is the God Emperor's strategy. There is an immortal commanding the battle situation, the immortal second heaven, which is Zhao Ji's right-hand man. King of the damned. Under the urging of Xuanhuan, the door of the curse blossomed with his divine might. The terrifying power of the curse. The black light swept through the sky, filled the sky, and the entire portal suddenly disintegrated. A cursed king came out and stretched out his big black hand to grab this immortal. This immortal was still in command, and was suddenly attacked by a curse, and his face changed drastically. He used his own strength to resist, but he was not Zhao Ge, after all, his strength was limited, and the power of the cursed king was extremely strange, and immortality would also be terrifying after the completion of the 9 pieces. Black air shrouded him, and the 2 hands of the cursed king had caught him. Duanqing. Zhao Ge wanted to say Duanqing, but he saw that there were also strong men coming quickly from a distance, and he knew in his heart that the large army had already withdrawn into the world of reincarnation. If he didn't leave, it would be a siege waiting for him. Shenwu Empire, when I am the king of gods, I will definitely break your empire. Zhao Ge had never been so angry before, he gave up saving Duanqing and could only lead the army into the world of reincarnation. At this point, Duanqing could no longer escape and was trapped by a curse. With the power of the cursed king alone, Duanqing can only be trapped, and it is impossible to kill him. But now, the army has retreated, and no one can help him save him, that is, it has completely fallen into the control of Xuanhuan. Roar. The cursed king roared like a beast, not wanting to give Duan to him, but devouring the spoils himself. Reset. Xuanhuan used his strength to control the cursed king, unable to resist, turned into the cursed door again, and then directly swallowed Duanqing. Terrible. To turn the cursed king into his own tool is something that Baiming Funo never dared to imagine. Although the Ascension God army paid a lot of money in the process of retreating, it still successfully retreated to the Samsara realm. Great Emperor, the Ascension God army retreats into the world of reincarnation, what should we do? Bai Mingfuno asked. Watch the changes and watch the movements of the misty ancient emperor. Xuanhuan is not in a hurry. He devoured Duan Qing, his mana became more refined, and he reached the late stage of the immortal first layer. At this moment, the Ascension God army no longer exists in the Ascension God city. They have retreated into the world of reincarnation, and the goal of attacking the Ascension God city has been achieved. Will they pursue it? Yao Xingyue looked at the misty ancient emperor and asked for his opinion. After all, he was the only one who could compete with the feathering God emperor. In the world of reincarnation, the danger is abnormal, and many ancient immortals have fallen. There are evil corpses. It is very risky to chase and kill them, but if they don't chase, this battle will not be achieved. They can attack at any time. The Piaomio ancient emperor was not in a hurry to attack, and pondered, the Emperor Yuhua is ruthless, I am afraid that before the war, he wanted to retreat to the samsara realm. Yeah, the situation in the world of reincarnation is too complicated, and there are ancient overlords who have fallen there. Yao Xingyue nodded, and although their losses are not small, our losses are also very large. There are many treasures in the world of reincarnation. The Emperor Yuhua can completely search for treasures in the world of reincarnation. Now the catastrophe has not yet begun. Although it is dangerous, it is not impossible to set foot in it. It is a great threat to fight for war. The Lord of the Temple of Murder wore a dark gold mask, his voice was unusually hoarse, and he spoke slowly. Indeed. Another strong man spoke, from the Sea of Death. He looked at the master of the Temple of Murdering God. This person is indeed powerful. If not for the rapid withdrawal of Yuhuashan dynasty, Xuanhuan would have been beheaded by him. Don't we have to guard the reincarnation world and deal with the attacks they kill? Only by eradicating it completely can we feel at ease. I have different opinions. I don't agree with directly entering the world of reincarnation. The internal situation is unknown now. The Emperor Yuhua is insidious and cunning, and no one knows what traps he has laid. I am worried that this is a big pit. The Lord of the Temple of Murder shook his head, he did not agree to go in. The best thing is to destroy him with the power of thunder, and let him be like a rootless plant and have to come out. That's not right either. Yao Xingyue said, Master of the Temple of Slaughtering God, you also said that the Emperor Yuhua is insidious and despicable. What if he deliberately set up this game and deliberately let us go to the Yuhua divine dynasty? And there are only a few god kings appearing today, the strong god king has not yet appeared. They all find it tricky. The shadow of the Emperor Yuhua gave them too much. If they faced the heavenly emperor, they would never have such concerns. My opinion has been given. How to decide is up to you. The Lord of the Temple of Murder is cold and arrogant. If you want to kill you, I will also accompany you. All right. The misty ancient emperor was silent for a while, and said, the world of reincarnation is dangerous, but aren't they dangerous? Inside, our situation is equal, and the world of reincarnation is not something that Emperor Yuhua can control. If you attack the Ascension God dynasty, no one knows what he has left behind. If you don't get rid of their masters, the Ascension God dynasty will not be able to enter, so I decided to enter the samsara realm, and it is best to bury the Ascension God emperor there. Then listen to the words of the misty ancient emperor. They all nodded. Indeed, in a pairwise comparison, entering the reincarnation world is the safest. Great Emperor, they have entered the world of reincarnation. Bai Mingfeng Road. Do you want to enter the world of reincarnation to pursue it? Ding. The current branch has been released, and the host can choose freely. Sideline 1. Personally lead the army into the world of reincarnation and leave. Second line, exit the land of reincarnation. Hashtag C946 Reincarnation Corpse. Although the world of reincarnation is dangerous, I am not afraid. Xuanhuan looked at the world of reincarnation. Although he knew that the interior was dangerous, it was also a place that contained treasure opportunities. The system has obtained so many years, the more complex and dangerous tasks it looks at, the greater the final reward. Just like last time in the City of Wishes. He wants to break through to the second level of immortality, and the reincarnation world is a good opportunity. The whole army rests for a while and enters the world of reincarnation. Xuanhuan gave the order. His strategy this time around is not complete. At present, although a large number of powerhouses are chasing and killing into the world of reincarnation, there are still many people who hesitate to move forward, and they are also afraid of the danger inside. After the Xuanhu army rested, under the leadership of Xuanhuan, they rushed into the world of reincarnation. Emperor Xuanhu, I have another purpose in entering the world of reincarnation in the barbarian realm, looking for a divine artifact for the god of war. However, after Bai Mingfengya entered the world of reincarnation, he was separated from Xuanhuan, but the two left a mark of mutual help. Xuanhuan did not force them to stay. The barbarian people are powerful, unlike the Shenfu Zong, who can be coerced at will, and the things they are looking for must be very rare, and they are embarrassed to use the power of the Shenwu Empire. Immortal, what should we do, retreat or advance? Or act alone? A strong man from Shenfu Zong whispered to Gushan. They were caught in the middle by the army of Shenwu this time, but they had no loss. Madness! Gushan scolded, what's our strength? It's not enough to shove others' teeth. If it's not forcing me, I won't participate in the war. Do you want to die when you separate from the Shenwu Empire? Then it's better not to enter the world of reincarnation. It's too dangerous inside, so let's get out. They are also afraid of reincarnation. One by one universe is reincarnated, accumulated, and immortals have died a lot in it. Don't come in? Gushan had this idea. Said, that's an even more stupid way. Do you think it's so easy for you Hua Shenqiao to retreat this time? It's more dangerous to stay outside, and you can survive only by following the Shenwu Empire. Gushan is very smart, and only by following the Shenwu Empire can he survive. Here is the world of reincarnation. The place where the great calamity of reincarnation broke out, where the master fell. At this time, the army of Shenwu had entered the world of reincarnation. Xiaohan looked ahead and made a sound. In the world of reincarnation, there is a brand new world, as if a road to stepping out of the reincarnation of the universe has been constructed. It is rumored that as long as you control the world of reincarnation, you can control the reincarnation of the entire universe, the real master of the universe. But this is too illusory, and no one can do it. What attracts many immortals is that it is said that as long as you penetrate the world of reincarnation and reach the end of this world, you may not be troubled by reincarnation and reach a new world. This rumor seems to be true, as if someone really left the world of reincarnation, but there is no way to verify it. The chaotic fog and the hazy light make everything here gray, as if covered with a gray veil. The environment in the land of reincarnation is sinister enough, but it is even more sinister and changeable. Sometimes the seemingly peaceful place suddenly erupts with a terrifying law of strangulation, and an unpredictable force swallows and pulls you in. And now, the reincarnation catastrophe has not yet erupted, and it is still the most peaceful time. The end of the reincarnation world. Xuanhuan's eyes pierced into the deepest part of the world of reincarnation, but he couldn't see through anything, as if the world was infinite, and there were layers of fog ahead. Boom boom boom. They entered a little later, and everywhere, there was a war breaking out, and the sound of shouting and killing could be heard. The world of reincarnation is dangerous, and no one can control it, and it is precisely because of this danger that the Emperor Yuhua can't control it. Xuanhuan said. The army was one. He led the army forward and saw a big mountain. There were many corpses, some from the Ascension God dynasty, and some other forces. They were fighting each other. Looking at their appearance, it seems that they were attacked by other ferocious things during the fight. Bone analysis. These corpses have claw marks and various bite marks. They have seen immortal bloodstains, but they have not seen immortal bones, but dragged bloodstains. Reincarnation evil corpse. Xuanhuan said, a major danger in the world of reincarnation is the evil corpse of reincarnation. They move in the world of reincarnation. They are all immortals who fell here in the past. Because of the strange power of the world of reincarnation, they have become corpses-like existences, but they can become corpses. Evil corpses are immortal, and there were such things as undead corpses in the undead time and space, but they are far from comparable. The Ascension God dynasty retreated into this place to counterattack with the help of the reincarnation corpse. Bone God thought, but the probability of them encountering an attack is also equal. I can't speculate on the person of the Ascension God Emperor. I don't think it's that simple, keep following me. In the world of reincarnation, the suppression of immortal spiritual thoughts is very great, and evil corpses often appear, they are brutal, and they merge with the breath of reincarnation. Scoff. Just after Xuanhuan passed through a layer of fog, he saw a large number of people and horses. Judging from their clothes, they were all people from the Yuhua divine dynasty. They were resting here, and they were shocked when they suddenly saw the Shenwu army coming. All killed. Xuanhuan said. When they met on a narrow road, Xuanhuan encountered a group that had been broken up, screamed, and quickly cleared the battlefield. They continued to move forward, and Xuanhuan was also looking for whether he could find the remains of the ancestor of Mingguang. The gray breath is vast, and it is difficult to see the specifics. There is a human figure vaguely there. This humanoid existence seemed to smell the breath of flesh and blood creatures. He suddenly rushed out, as fast as lightning, and was not suppressed in the reincarnation world. Xuanhuan slammed him away with a palm and pushed him back, only to see his specific appearance. This is an old man, wearing a high crown and wearing an extremely ancient servant. It is not as dry as a corpse as he imagined, but it is similar to when he was alive, but his spells are cast with fierce and evil power. Reincarnation evil corpse. It was the first time that Xuanhuan had seen a corpse. Unlike those skeleton resurrections, the reincarnation corpse has preserved its strength well and is not so weak. And they can cast all kinds of spells, but they just lost their consciousness and became a wandering existence here. The existence of the age of 10,000 laws. Bone Shinto. The strength of this reincarnation corpse is as high as the second layer of immortality, and the aura of Xuanhuan and others is completely different from him. With a wave of his hands, it is an endless spell shock, and the black light is billowing. Boom! Xuanhuan reached out and grabbed the old man directly, holding it in his own hands. No matter how strong you are, you will be able to cast spells again. After all, it is not during your lifetime that you will lose your consciousness and be controlled by the power in the world of reincarnation. Xuanhuan saw through the essence of the reincarnation corpse. It was stronger than other corpses, but they were still dead. Their bodies were no longer alive, but were dominated by another power. The reincarnation corpse, there are many in the reincarnation world, which are accumulated from reincarnation and reincarnation. Xuanhuan said sadly, Master, maybe here too, I have become a corpse. #C947 Treasure. This reincarnation corpse is still struggling in Xuanhuan's mana. The power of reincarnation spreads out, and it will directly impact Xuanhuan, and even turn him into an emotionless corpse. Great phagocytosis. Xuanhuan's palm shook. The reincarnation corpse disappeared, including his reincarnation breath, which was also swallowed by Xuanhuan. The turbulent energy was flooded and turned into his cultivation. Good place. For Xuanhuan, the world of reincarnation is a blessed place. These reincarnation corpses contain powerful energy, and they are not the kind of rotten bones. they are exactly the substances he needs. If he swallows a lot, Xuanhuan will be able to break through to the realm of immortality. At this moment, the army of Xuanhuan continued to walk in the world of reincarnation. During this period, he also encountered several reincarnation corpses. Xuanhuan carefully identified it to see if it was her master, but all shook his head. She guessed that the first ancestor of Mingguang should have gone to the very depths of the cycle of reincarnation. It's too slow to find the reincarnation corpse. Xuanhuan also shook his head. Ordinary people are afraid of the reincarnation corpse, but he regards the reincarnation corpse as the greatest treasure. Your Majesty, the battle in the world of reincarnation is getting more and more intense. I heard the tragic screams of the servants, and there were even waves of immortal fall, but I don't know the specific situation, who has the upper hand. At this time, the shocking sound that came from made them stop and feel the fluctuations passed on. I'm afraid a big change has taken place in the world of reincarnation. Xuanhuan was also feeling the fluctuations, and it was difficult for him to explain the specific situation. He said, the Ascension Divine Dynasty itself has retreated into the world of reincarnation with all kinds of weirdness. Go, we don't have to get involved, we have other goals. Now he just wants to find a lot of reincarnation corpses and break through to the second level of immortality. The reincarnation is too huge. Xuanhuan led the army for a few days, and only explored the tip of the iceberg. He tried his best to see through the end of the world of reincarnation, but he still shook his head. Before the catastrophe of reincarnation broke out, he could not find the end of the world of reincarnation. And along the way, Xuanhuan also saw that the war was spreading more and more widely, the dark world was stained with blood, severed limbs could often be seen, and the rumbling sound was endless. Fortunately, it is in the world of reincarnation, placed in the universe, and the world will be destroyed. At this moment, Xuanhuan personally led the army, and all the soldiers condensed their strength into the 7 divine artifacts, so that even weak gods could contribute their own strength in the world of reincarnation. In the world of reincarnation, it can be said that chickens fly and dogs jump, and wars are taking place everywhere. The vast light swept across the world of reincarnation, and Xuanhuan led the army to push across the foggy areas, hoping to find more. This kind of sweep is crazy. In just a few days, Xuanhuan and the others beheaded 4 or 5 corpses, and also killed more and most of the Ascension Divine Army who were scattered. Only under the leadership of His Majesty can we be so crazy. Gushan is also very happy. If he came, he would have to be careful, but following the Xuanhuan Empire, they didn't feel any danger, and they also obtained a lot of materials for refining rare talismans. Backed by a big tree, it is good to enjoy the shade. Your Majesty, there is a water pool there. Lu Qianfu looked forward. Boom! Suddenly there was a roar of water in their ears. Chaotic and foggy, Xuanhuan saw a water pool that was thousands of feet in front of him. The sky seemed like a hole was split open, and a column of water poured out, pouring water into the pool. This is? Xuanhuan looked at the pool. The water was not clear, but rather turbid, and every drop of water glowed with black light. If it's just this, it's fine. When you look at this pool of water, you will unconsciously immerse yourself in it and see an inexplicable scene. In the end, the whole person will be out of control, lose their self, and walk into the pool to drown themselves. Don't look at this water. Xuanhuan screamed and woke up the army. They can't control themselves just by looking at the pool of water, even if they are immortal. I know, this is the Samsara pond. The Samsara realm is densely covered with large and small. There are countless such Samsara ponds. It is rumored that in the deepest part, there is even the real Samsara Master Pond, which once drowned the Overlord Supreme. Xuanhuan was shocked. There is only a small pool in front of you, and it has such magic power. It is hard to imagine the horror of the real main pool. I am afraid that if she looks at it, she will be deprived of herself. The pond of samsara, the world is reincarnated. Xuanhuan has no scruples. He didn't seem to be afraid of anything. He stared straight at the samsara pond. In the middle, there was a small flower, a silver rhizome, a golden flower, and arcs flickering around the edge. Reincarnation flower. Xuanhuan was surprised. I heard that this reincarnation flower is a treasure in the world of reincarnation. The more reincarnation flowers you get, the greater the possibility of surviving the great calamity of reincarnation in the future, but reincarnation flowers are rare. Yes, it is the flower of reincarnation. I have read the records and felt the strong energy contained in it. In front of everyone, Xuanhuan actually flew up, grabbed directly towards the reincarnation flower, stretched out his palm, and was about to take it off. Whoa! A terrifying will suddenly swept through, and the peaceful reincarnation pool exploded, and a ghastly corpse in ancient clothes appeared, rolled up the vast pool of water and grabbed it towards Xuanhuan. Presumptuous. Xuanhuan also patted a palm in the air, and saw that this corpse was guarding the reincarnation flower. 2 by 2, the corpse was photographed into the bottom of the pool, and the sky-shattering splashes rolled up. His hand of God went directly into the bottom of the pool, and he picked up the reincarnation corpse and struggled frantically in his hands. Xuanhuan looked at the evil corpse. Instead of swallowing it, a flame burned and turned into juice, which he poured on the flower of reincarnation. The reincarnation flower is nourished by this power, and it is full of spiritual energy, crystal clear, and emits a violent aperture, which makes people intoxicated. What is your Majesty going to do? Looking at the beautiful reincarnation flower, everyone has a doubt at the moment. This reincarnation flower is very attractive to these evil corpses. Xuanhuan said lightly. Your Majesty, this is to urge the flower of reincarnation to attract the evil corpses in the world of reincarnation. At this time, they saw that Xuanhuan's huihua was like the brightest beacon in the dark night, and the attraction to the reincarnation corpse was huge. Xuanhuan just took a bait and was trying to attract those corpses are moving towards here. The evil corpse was wandering in the world of reincarnation, suddenly felt the breath, and really took the initiative to move closer to it. No, this is too slow. Xuanhuan plucked the reincarnation flower, turned on the mana, and hit the human emperor sword with the power of the reincarnation of the world, as if there was a resonance, so that the reincarnation flower bloomed with a bright light. After all, the reincarnation corpse in an area is limited, and more places must be attracted. He took this flower and walked quickly in the land of reincarnation, that is, holding a lighthouse in the dark. It was too dazzling. Boom! It was a terrifying scene. The army of Xuanhu quickly shuttled in the world of reincarnation, and behind them, 1, 2, a dozen, and more reincarnation corpses were constantly joining in. #C948 Immortal 2 Heavy Heaven. The breath of the reincarnation flower is too tempting. Xuanhuan's unbridled urging, tossing around in the reincarnation world, naturally attracted many reincarnation corpses to join in. It's almost 20. Gushan also wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even if these reincarnated corpses no longer had the power they had before they were alive, but with so many slaughterings, they could definitely wipe them out in an instant, and only the great Emperor Xuanhu had such audacity. Boom! An area in the world of reincarnation was violent, and the movement caused by so many reincarnation corpses was hard to conceal, and many people saw this scene. What happened to so many reincarnation corpses? Look, those are the troops of the Xuanhu Empire. Did they stab the hornet's nest? No, reincarnation flower. I understand, Xuanhu Empire obtained reincarnation flower, which caused the madness of these reincarnation corpses. These people really want to spend their lives, so don't throw it away, and still hold it in your hand. The reincarnation flower is a good thing, these people all want it, but when they see the Xuanhu Empire coming this way, they immediately dodge, lest they avoid it. Emperor, how many reincarnation corpses are needed? Gushan's throat became more and more dry. Even if he was immortal, he would be scared to death at this moment. After going around, Xuanhuan finally returned to the Samsara pond. His eyes swept across the reincarnation corpses, and he made a satisfied voice, "Very good, there are more than 20 of them, and only in the reincarnation world can they be gathered so easily. You can do it." Although the reincarnation corpse in front of him was brutal, Xuanhuan laughed. In his eyes, these are all treasures, crops that can walk, and the source of his strength to break through the immortal second layer. Roar. Roaring like a beast, a reincarnation corpse rushed over. They wouldn't say anything about cooperation, and they were all attracted by the reincarnation flower. Xuanhuan immediately shot, and her fairy-like jade palm slapped out immediately, and immediately grabbed one, but these dozens of them rushed up together. Even if she was very strong, she couldn't resist it. All right. It's time for me to harvest. Xuanhuan's eyes turned yin and yang, and the world was upside down. He walked directly to the middle of the evil corpse of Samsara and dominated the battle. Immediately, more than 20 evil corpses wrapped him, and various avenues of supernatural powers bombarded him. But these forces bombarded him, leaving Xuanhuan motionless. At this moment, a black hole appeared on his palm, covering the top of the head of a reincarnation corpse, and it disappeared instantly. In the vortex of the black hole, one after another evil corpse disappeared before his eyes. The great devouring technique refined them into billowing energy, and his realm was rapidly advancing towards the second heaven. The great emperor's great devouring technique is too terrifying. Gushan is shaking. Others regard the reincarnation corpse as a great terror, but Emperor Xuanhuan treats them as nourishment. Don't be surprised, you will see more terrifying powers of the great emperor. Following the great emperor will be of great benefit to your God Rune sect. Lu Qianfu was not shocked, he only had lofty admiration for Xuanhuan. He knew that the emperor had always wanted to subdue Shen Fuzong and was willing to use it for himself, and he was also instilling in him the invincibility of the emperor's invincibility. I know. Gushan took a deep breath. If he hadn't followed the Xuanhuan Empire this time, the people who came in from his Shen Fuzong would probably have been wiped out here. The reincarnation corpse also has a characteristic, that is, they can only act in the reincarnation world, and once they lose the reincarnation breath, they cannot maintain their power. But there are exceptions. Whenever the great tribulation of reincarnation breaks out, the heaven and the earth change drastically, and the breath of reincarnation is everywhere, which will chaotic the entire universe. Immortal double heaven. Boom. Xuanhuan killed and refined the last evil corpse of reincarnation, and captured enough immortal material. The vigorous accumulation made him directly impact the realm of immortal double heaven at this moment. Immortal second layer heaven, with the blessing of the Emperor Sword, Xuanhuan has the power of third layer heaven, not to mention that he has powerful and incredible means. The realm of immortality seems to be very few, only the triple heaven. But every breakthrough in the sky is no less difficult than breaking through a big realm, and the strength growth it brings will also be like a big realm. Only in the world of reincarnation, where treasures are everywhere, can Xuanhuan achieve such a breakthrough. Breakthrough. Xuanhuan smiled. Ding. The host completed the side quest, broke through the immortal god's second heaven, and obtained 1.5 million fate points, supernatural power fruit x 2048, immortal artifact advanced card, immortal divine crystal x2, random lottery chance x1. Ding. The current branch line has been released, breaking through the immortal god triple heaven. Your Majesty's strength has increased. Everyone felt that Xuanhuan's power was much stronger than before, and it suppressed them like the sky, as dazzling as mortals looking at the sun in the universe. But the stronger Xuanhuan is, the more they will have the chance to survive in this troubled world. Your Majesty, do we still want to explore deeper? She wants to go. It's better not to go. Gushan shook his head violently. There is an existence comparable to the Supreme Overlord in the depths. It is too dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be killed there. Supreme Overlord. Chu Yuan's eyes were bright. A big change has occurred in the world of reincarnation. Now I am not in a hurry to explore the depths of reincarnation, but to find out what happened. Although they met a lot of people during this time, they were all trash, and they didn't know how far the war was going. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous breath swept in, a black fog appeared in front of him, and within the fog there was a black existence that made a sound of walking, and a cold air swept over. A more terrifying reincarnation corpse. Xuanhuan said in surprise. Her hair was standing on end, just feeling the breath. She felt that she was going to die, and she was no match for her strength. Could this be the existence of stepping into the supreme realm? They are clear that there are too many terrors in the world of reincarnation. Chu Yuan's face was majestic. He slammed the light with a palm to dispel the fog, and then he could see his specific appearance. It was a young man, but although he looked like a human, he had fine scales on his body, forming a strong defense. An arc appeared on his face, as if he was smiling at Chu Yuan, but with his appearance, it looked eerie. Finally, the breath of samsara flower attracted the terrifying existence in the depths of samsara. He grabbed it with one palm, and his scaled palm fell into the air. According to the rolling law, even if he had become a reincarnated corpse, his strength still gave people the impression that he was no weaker than a god king in the Yuhuan dynasty. Killing, all kinds of killing laws are vertical and horizontal. Another corpse. Chu Yuan stood in front of him, majestic and domineering, and smashed it with the corpse with a single palm. Immediately, the infinite reincarnation aura rolled, evolved into chaos, and fell down. This evil corpse was motionless, and his strength was much stronger than what Chu Yuan had encountered before. A pitch-black whip-like knuckles appeared in his hand, as if it was pulled out from the spine of a powerful being. The moment it fell, it was swept away by Chu Yuan's sword. After the corpse was swept away by Chu Yuan, it did not appear and disappeared into the mist, as if it had returned to the most mysterious end of the world of reincarnation. #C949, the true face of the Temple of Murder. This reincarnation corpse is different from the others. It seems that there is still some mind, and he disappeared into the shady world. Chu Yuan didn't go after him. The reincarnation world was too weird. He knew that there would be even stronger corpses, like the scaled man. Even with his current strength, even if he went to the extreme depths, he might even fall. This reincarnation world. Chu Yuan put his hands behind his back, imposingly. It's time for us to leave the world of reincarnation. This time our purpose has been achieved. It's really going. Gushan hurriedly said, I have noticed an unusual chi movement, and if I don't leave, it's very likely that I won't be able to leave. Are you going? Master, where did you go? Xuanhuan was unwilling to find the ancestor of Mingguang, but he knew that he couldn't stay here. Withdraw. Unless you go deep into the deepest part of the world of reincarnation, Chu Yuan won't get much benefit. He led the army and left outside the world of reincarnation. The more you go back, the more battles you see, and many people are retreating frantically. He is also unambiguous, and when he sees the Ascension God army, he kills it at will. The melee between immortals. On their way away, Chu Yuan encountered a large number of strong men chasing and killing one side. The people of the Xuanhu Empire. The group of people being chased panicked. After seeing the troops of the Xuanhu Empire, they quickly approached them, and behind them there were a large number of powerful enemies chasing and killing them. It's the collapsed army from the Dead Sea. What happened? It's so embarrassing, the form is not good. Lu Qianfu recognized them from their clothes, and was thinking, and suddenly looked at the group of people who were chasing them. Naturally, there is no need to mention the Ascension Divine Dynasty, but a group of people shocked him and shouted, "Why are the people of the Temple of Slaughter with them?" Yes, the Temple of Murder and the Ascension God Army jointly hunted down these defeated troops. "You are forcing me. I will perish with you, the great Emperor Xuanhuan, the Temple of Murdering God has betrayed, please join us to defend the enemy." The person who spoke was an immortal third heaven, but he was dripping with blood, his breath was weak, and there was a big blood hole on his back, which was bleeding all the time. It was obvious that someone took advantage of his unpreparedness and attacked him from behind. What, the Temple of Murder has betrayed? Their minds were also a little dazed, and such a shocking event happened in just a short period of time. Emperor Xuanhuan. The people on the other side also saw the existence of Xuanhuan and others, and they were murderous. Damn, this group of people has bad intentions and deliberately lured the enemy over. What is the common defense against the enemy? He deliberately called out the name of Xuanhuan, just to let the Yuhua Shenjun deal with us, they can get away, and their hearts can be punished. The bone god drank angrily. Their purpose is really like this, after attracting the Ascension God army, they flee in the other direction. In the list of the Ascension God dynasty, Xuanhuan is definitely listed in the must-kill, and it is much more valuable than them. Emperor Xuanhuan, we have inherited your kindness, and we will come to thank you in the future. Seeing that the Ascension Divine Army did not pursue them, this group of people also shouted hypocritically. If the Ascension Divine Army could perish with the Xuanhuan Empire, it would be even more perfect, so that the universe would lose one great enemy. Court death. Xuanhuan was indifferent. It's so easy to lead the enemy to them, and he's not easy to mess with. It's too simple to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Kill them. What this group of people never expected was that Emperor Xuanhuan did not follow the dramatic changes at all, but instead attacked them with his troops, unwilling to take any loss. You dare! The group of people shouted angrily, "We are allied forces of the alliance, kill us, and your Xuanhuan Empire will be punished." Then let them all die. Xuanhuan is very indifferent. This alliance must have collapsed long ago. In the future, he will become a god, and his enemies will be everywhere. Suddenly, a force immediately enveloped him, and a monstrous force killed him. Kill them, take all their material, and expand their empire, so as not to play tricks with this group of people. This person is very strong, but he was seriously injured, struggling with the power of Emperor Xuanhuan, but to no avail, he was soon beheaded by Xuanhuan. This group of remnants was also killed by the Xuanhuan Empire, chopping melons and vegetables. The Yuhua Divine Army in the distance saw that Xuanhuan was unreasonable and killed the coalition forces. It seemed that they saw that their strength was terrifying. The Ascension God Army doesn't dare to come to fight. Gushan was secretly shocked. Your Majesty, something really happened. The Temple of Slaying rebelled, but we don't know the specific situation. Lu Qianfu said. While withdrawing to the outside of the Reincarnation, figure out the situation. Xuanhuan ordered in an orderly manner. The situation was quickly clarified. The Temple of Murder was indeed a rebellion. To be precise, the Temple of Murder was not a rebellion. They themselves were secret chess arranged by the Emperor Yuhua, and they had long belonged to the Emperor Yuhua. The actions in the land of reincarnation are just in accordance with the instructions of the Emperor Yuhua. This news is amazing. The Temple of Slaughter, which occupies a powerful force in the alliance, belongs to the Ascension God dynasty. The Lord of the Temple of Murdering God also revealed his true face. He is one of the 10 kings of the God Emperor Yuhua. The Lord of the Temple of Murder is actually the King of Murder. If it didn't happen, who would dare to believe this news? Before entering the world of reincarnation, the Lord of the Temple of Murdering God also persuaded the misty ancient emperor not to go in. He can only say that he pretended to be too good, deceived everyone, and was arrogant and domineering in multiple universes of reincarnation. No one doubted that they would be a person who has become a god. After entering that day, led by the misty ancient emperor, they did a large-scale damage to the Ascension God army. But at the most critical moment of the battle, the Lord of the Temple of Murdering Gods suddenly stabbed a knife in the back, counterattacked in the coalition, and killed a figure in the Sea of Death who was comparable to the 10 kings of the gods. However, the misty ancient emperor kept his hand. He didn't trust anyone. He was well prepared, and the loss was relatively light. But also because of the counter-kill of the god-killing temple master, the good situation completely collapsed, and the Ascension God dynasty turned around and began to hunt. How many people in this universe have taken refuge in the Emperor Yuhua, and how many of his successors have not been revealed? I even suspect that the Dead Sea, the ancient demon Forbidden Land, and even a familiar person is his person. The Bone God was so shocked that his teeth were chattering. Even the Lord of the Temple of Slaughtering God is his king of slaughtering gods, who else can believe it? I am afraid that after this battle, no one will join any alliance formed in the future. Who knows if the alliance will become the secret hand of the Emperor? Even among the same forces, there will be a lot of disbelief. This hand is ruthless enough to put everyone in the universe at risk. The Emperor Yuhua was also ruthless, deliberately letting the alliance kill and injure the Yuhua Shenjun in large numbers, just for this layout, and he succeeded, shattering the power of the alliance. More of their hands will be placed at the exit of the reincarnation world. We will protrude from there. Don't panic. Although the Emperor Yuhua has many secret hands, it is impossible to dominate the battle at one time. This battle is mainly about attacking hearts and minds. Chu Yuan saw it thoroughly, and a mark on his hand suddenly glowed. The people of the barbarian realm are in great danger that they cannot contend with, and they are asking for help. #C950 Union Split. The barbarian territory is led by Baiming Fingya, who is extremely powerful. If he encounters several immortal triple heavens, he will not let him send out such an urgent request for help. There must be great difficulties, but barbarian territory is our ally, and we will not let him send out such an urgent request for help. It's useful, but it can't be saved. Chu Yuan thought about the pros and cons, and the people in the barbarian domain wanted to save him. Looking at the light spot on the mark and his position, he immediately led the army to turn around and rush to the barbarian domain. A place in the circle of reincarnation. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 strong men besieging the barbarian realm, and Baiming Fingya was besieged by 3 people, and he persisted. Old clan, our losses are too great. Many warriors have died in battle. You should leave with the flower of reincarnation and send it back to the clan. This will have a great effect on the god of war. It doesn't matter if we die, you can't die. An immortal figure in the barbarian region was bathed in blood, and the wounds on his body saw bones, and he said anxiously. What's the hurry? I have already sent a request to Emperor Xuanhuan for help. I believe the Emperor knows that he will be able to come to help us soon. Baiming Funo remained calm. But although Emperor Xuanhuan is powerful, he is not sure if he will come to save them. After all, everyone in this world of reincarnation is in danger. Our rescuer has arrived, and Emperor Xuanhuan is here. Baiming Fingya suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He saw the army in the distance cut through the sky and the earth, and a supreme being came quickly. The Emperor Xuanhuan is here, the situation has changed, retreat. Unexpectedly, the group of people who drove Baiming Fingya to a desperate situation, after seeing the arrival of the Xuanhuan army, actually disappeared directly. Emperor Xuanhuan just came and shocked them to retreat directly. Baiming Fingya quickly came to Chu Yuan's side, and suddenly felt a suffocating feeling hidden in Ye's stalwart. He deeply knew that during the time of separation, the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan had undergone earth-shaking changes. Thank you for your help, the Emperor, or I will wait for danger. Baiming Fingya said gratefully, these people are from the other side of Shenzhou, hateful. When we withdrew from the world of reincarnation, they suddenly attacked us, which is extremely despicable. The people on the other side of Shenzhou are still haunted. Xuanhuan did not pursue them. Yes, the other side of Shenzhou is very hateful. I also have a gap with them in the barbarian domain. They want to lead the god of war to the other side, but the god of war will agree to deal with us, and definitely don't want us to return to the barbarian domain. Bimingfengye was murderous, they are still in this reincarnation world. There has been a change in the world of reincarnation. The master of the temple of slaying God is the king of killing the gods. The alliance has collapsed, and all the forces are fighting the world of reincarnation. Xuanhuan told Bimingfengye a shocking news. What? God slaughter king? Bimingfengye was calm, and when he heard the news, he was stunned. The lord of the temple of murdering God was in existence with the same name as the god of war, and he was actually a lackey of the Ascension God dynasty. He took a deep breath and said, I also noticed that the atmosphere in the reincarnation world is different, but I never thought that it was this kind of change. If the temple master backstabs the alliance, then this alliance has collapsed and disintegrated, and the Emperor Ascension is sinister and vicious, murdering and punishing hearts is more difficult to deal with than the Heavenly Emperor. He felt a chilling fear about the methods of the Emperor Yuhua. Not only in the world of reincarnation, but there is also a lot of bloodshed outside the world of reincarnation. Xuanhuan said. He doesn't care about the means used by the Emperor Yuhua, and his purpose of entering the world of reincarnation this time has been achieved. Xuanhuan said, Friends of the barbarian realm, follow me to the world of reincarnation. Okay, everything depends on the Emperor. Bimingfengye knew that if he did not follow Emperor Xuanhuan today, it would be difficult to beat him with his strength. At this time, the exit of the reincarnation world is also a huge grey whirlpool. On this necessary road, countless armies appeared, and the Lord of the Temple of Murder was also here. He stood beside a splendid existence, holding a dark gold killing sword with bloodstains on it. Many people are roaring angrily and fighting with the feathered god army. Your Majesty is wise, and now the position has changed, from a prey to a hunter. The misty ancient emperor thought that forming a coalition would weaken my feathering strength, but I don't know that these are all fueled by His Majesty behind the scenes, for this battle. Fengshenwang Dao. He had indeed fought to the death with the Lord of the Temple of Slaughter before, and the fight was real, and he was almost killed, but if he didn't act like this, how could he deceive this group of people? This time, I won. The Emperor Yuhua said indifferently, this battle is the second most important thing, and the more important thing is to kill the heart. Together, it will always be a little troublesome. If it is scattered, it is a mess, which can be cleaned up one by one. As for the loser of the misty ancient emperor, just let him disappear forever. Fengshenwang nodded. The Emperor Feather is too wise. Even the existence of the Temple Lord of Murdering God may become the subordinate of the Emperor Yuhua, and there is no one who can believe it. The situation on the battlefield is also true. The original complete alliance has been divided, and the major forces are fighting each other. They no longer dare to unite with others, and they are scattered and want to rush out of the world of reincarnation. Can't blame them either. In the alliance, the Emperor Yuhua also placed chess pieces. When they organized to charge, they suddenly backstabbed, causing another wave of huge losses. These beheaded people were used by the Emperor Yuhua to sacrifice the wish bowl. Emperor Feather, your means are ruthless, I still underestimate you, you are scarier than the Emperor of Heaven, it's not your strength, but your scheming. The misty ancient emperor was not flustered. He had experienced too many failures and setbacks in his life, and what was in front of him was nothing. However, he was still uncomfortable, and his alliance was disintegrated by the Emperor Yuhua. Heavenly Emperor? It's a pity he doesn't know where he's going. The Emperor Yuhua said indifferently, those who achieve great things are casual, you, a loser, are still alive in the world. Domination depends not only on strength, but also on brains. Obviously you are not enough. The Emperor Yuhua was saying that the misty ancient emperor had no brains. Living is the greatest victory. The misty ancient emperor was unmoved. Although the alliance lost a lot this time, the loss of the misty forbidden land was not big. He originally used the alliance as a tool of consumption, and it didn't matter how much he died. But this kind of failure still made him unhappy. In fact, he has long known that there are traitors in the alliance, which is inevitable. There are so many people talking, he can't tell them apart, but he didn't expect this traitor to be the Lord of the Temple of Murder. The Master of the Temple of Murder is arrogant and domineering. How could such a person be the lackey of the Emperor Yuhua? But this time you can't survive. The Emperor of Heaven is still not cruel enough, and he also pays attention to benevolence and righteousness. As for God, he is very great, and he does not put you in his eyes. Although the Emperor Yuhua spoke indifferently, his words were heartfelt, and he was attacking the confidence of the misty ancient emperor, which showed that he was fierce. What makes me strange is that when someone like you, the Lord of the Temple of Slaughter, took refuge in the Emperor Yuhua? The misty ancient emperor was puzzled. He looked at the world of reincarnation, and suddenly realized, this emperor understands, the world of reincarnation. Last time, you and God Emperor Yuhua went to the world of reincarnation and came back alive. #C951 kill. It must be at the time of the last reincarnation catastrophe, the Yuhuashan dynasty, that the Lord of the Temple of Slaughter took refuge in. Otherwise, how could someone so arrogant as the Temple Master of Murdering God become the lackey of the Ascension God Emperor? He thought that everyone else might be a chess piece, but he just didn't expect to kill the Temple Master. But figure it out, what's the point? To lose is to lose. To be honest, he would rather fight an existence like Heavenly Emperor that is so powerful that people feel powerless to resist, rather than fight against a sinister and cunning area like Yuhua Divine Emperor. It is too tiring and frightening. Piao Miao Ancient Emperor, today I can let you Miao Miao go away safely, and the Ascension God dynasty will not do anything to you. The Emperor Feather spoke again. Do you have such a good heart? This emperor is the leader of the alliance and will lead the alliance to fight out, and will not give up on them. The misty ancient emperor scoffed. This Ascension God Emperor is too insidious. At this time, he deliberately let him go. Without him leading the resistance, a few people who entered the reincarnation world could escape. In this way, he could take this opportunity to eliminate a large number of masters who resisted him. And he will be the joke of the universe. The other side is getting stronger and stronger, and it is no longer possible for him to gather a powerful alliance. He has failed twice, and can't afford to fail a third time. Let's fight. The misty ancient emperor has high fighting spirit and will not be frustrated by any failure. He stands between the heavens and the earth, pointing his weapon at the Emperor Yuhua, shouting, "Today this emperor will lead you to kill. Yuhua will not be destroyed, everyone is a chopping block. Let him need the meat you want, and if you don't want to die, just follow the emperor to kill him. Kill kill kill, fight against Yuhua Divine Dynasty." Those people also know that it will be too late if they don't work hard at this time. It is impossible for the misty ancient emperor to be the person of the feathered God Emperor, and they are assured of this. The fighting spirit is tenacious. The Emperor Yuhua didn't care. He suddenly looked at one place and said, "Emperor Xuanhuan, you are here too." Emperor Xuanhuan. Everyone's faces changed slightly, and they looked into the distance. An ancient chariot broke through the air, the Black Emperor robe stirred, and a majestic emperor led the army here. "Emperor, the situation is really not a second." Bai Mingfengya said aside. "The great Emperor Xuanhuan is here." Chu Yuan's reputation has been very loud in the universe recently. The misty ancient emperor's eyes flashed. "Since you are here, Xuanhuan, you still haven't joined forces, and you have burst out with all your strength and killed them?" The Emperor Yuhua suddenly made a shocking statement. "What? Could it be that Emperor Xuanhuan is also a person from Yuhuashan dynasty? How is it possible that Emperor Xuanhuan killed many powerhouses in the Yuhua divine dynasty, destroyed their plans several times in a row, and created the Xuanhuan Empire? What is impossible? Even the master of the Temple of Murdering God can take refuge in the Emperor Yuhua. What is impossible? Maybe this Emperor Xuanhuan is also his subordinate. That's right, it's very likely that everything is an illusion. Damn it, how many chess pieces did this Emperor Yuhua have arranged? Many people's eyes changed, because of the words of the Emperor Yuhua. The rise of the Xuanhuan Empire was very short, and it was indeed full of all kinds of weirdness. If anyone who cares to pay attention to their history will know that the Xuanhuan Empire has developed at an astonishing speed, it would be incredible if God helped. It is very likely that it is the support behind the Emperor Yuhua. Emperor Xuanhuan, is it really related to Yuhua divine dynasty? Bai Mingfuno was also taken aback and felt that everyone could not believe it. But Emperor Xuanhuan was tidy and murderous, and none of them were shaken by the words. How could their invincible emperor be someone else's subordinate? Xuanhuan, don't you return to the God dynasty? The Emperor Feather said again. Does the world call you insidious and cunning? Xuanhuan said indifferently. It is indeed ruthless. He deliberately said this sentence to make others think that he is a person from the Ascension God dynasty, and put a label on him, so that the distrust of the alliance is strengthened again. Indeed, the world has seen too many of his conspiracy methods. What else is impossible? He also had to admire the means of this emperor. Ha 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 ha, God Emperor Ascension, why don't you say that I am Misty is also your subordinate? Everything today is planned by me and you? You, sometimes cleverness is mistaken by cleverness, fight with me, a dignified fight, you and I are both beings that have stepped into the supreme existence. So don't play with this humble little trick. The misty ancient emperor laughed. He didn't believe Yuhua divine emperor's nonsense at all. How could Emperor Xuanhuan be his subordinate? He felt an aura from Xuanhuan's body, that is, the temperament of being self-reliant and the emperor's domineering. This kind of temperament will never be found in others, only someone as ambitious as him can have it. The Emperor Yuhua still wanted to play the means of splitting, which made him feel shameless. Obviously very strong, but also attacking scheming. But I also know that, winning the king and losing the bandit, the Emperor Yuhua will do anything to achieve his goal, and those who don't even want to face are the most terrifying. He looked at Xuanhuan. This person stood there calmly, as if there was an invisible black hole vortex shrouding him, making him unable to see through this person. Come to fight. The misty god emperor took great strides, and the force of killing one after another rushed out. He is the only one here who can compete with the Emperor Yuhua. If he doesn't set an example, how can other people fight? And in order to survive, this group of people will fight with all their might. Except for his ethereal forbidden land, he wouldn't care if other people died, but it was definitely not the death of being slaughtered by the Ascension God dynasty. He knew very well that the people of the Ascension God dynasty were powerful, and whether this group of people were surrendered or sacrificed to the wishing bowl, it would not be good for him. It is best to use today to make others hate the Ascension God dynasty even more, and let him save some opportunities. There are still more people in this universe who will fight against the Ascension God dynasty. The misty ancient emperor has been killed. Ha ha. Ascension God Emperor has countless conspiracies in one thought, he is a sinister and powerful aggregate. I don't care when I see the misty ancient emperor coming, his strategy has been achieved, and there will no longer be an alliance against the Yuhuashan dynasty. Boom. The two emperors shot, causing monstrous fluctuations in the world of reincarnation, and this force spread out, even if the immortal were implicated in it, they would die without a place to be buried. This kind of battle of the strongest is terrible. Xuanhuan was indifferent and looked at the two emperors, which indeed gave him a big change. This is the terrifying aspect of being a supreme being. Even if I am a savage god of war, my strength is strong, but I haven't stepped into this realm. Strong, too strong. Bai Mingfengya couldn't help trembling. The power of the two emperors, even the aftermath, suppressed him. With the fight between the two emperors, the entire reincarnation world was boiling, a large number of people were killed, and the Ascension God dynasty also sent a large number of strong people to kill. We can't be stuck here. Bai Mingfengya roared. Kill it out. Chu Yuangu's chariot charged forward, with supreme humanity and infinite will. The glory of his god swept out, and countless gods guarded him, killing the power of the gods and directly hitting the outside world of reincarnation. #C952 Go away. The Xuanhuan Empire wants to rush out of the world of reincarnation, so they can't be let go, they must be killed here. Zhao Ge suddenly saw the Xuanhuan Empire rushing over, and shouted, I'm here to fight you. Retreat, you are not his opponent. The Lord of the Temple of Slaughter said coldly and sternly, his strength is stronger than before. This person is strange. If he is captured, it will have a great effect on the divine dynasty. Just as the Piamiao ancient emperor speculated, he indeed surrendered to the Yuhua god emperor in the last reincarnation catastrophe, and was willing to be his god king in the universe for him. Layers of layout, his chess piece broke out at this time. I'm not as good as him? Zhao Ji's face turned hideous, but the Lord of the Temple of Murdering God said, he didn't dare to refute, the opponent's sword could kill him, so he could only bow his head and say, yes, please let the adults deal with him. Emperor Xuanhuan. The dark gold killing sword in the hands of the Lord of the Temple of Murdering was radiant, and his powerful force killed him. A skyrocketing sword light could easily annihilate a star field in the universe, slashing at Chu Yuan's head violently. The Lord of the Temple of Murder will be dealt with by me, and the army will kill the intruding enemy. Chu Yuan ordered. He brought the glory of the heavens and the brilliance of his power in an instant. At the moment when he was killed, the yin and yang universe reversed. The sky is falling apart, and the world has lost its color. The sword of the god-killing temple master did not help Chu Yuan, and his power was taken over. What a powerful force! The Lord of the Temple of Murder was awe-inspiring. But his sword stance did not weaken in the slightest, and he was still strong. His sword light condensed and his strong murderous aura sword. This person's power was purely for the purpose of killing, so that all enemies fell under his sword. Boom! Chu Yuan rose into the sky, the road of light swept through, and the vast thunder light swept through. He was the master of the gods, and he swayed incredible power in his hands. The thunder came, like a scourge. Under his random condensation, thousands of thunder soldiers swept through, and at this moment he was the thunder master, and groups of divine thunders exploded continuously, manipulating all methods. After he broke through to the second level, all kinds of blessings, as long as it is not the real supreme, can't help him. Why is he so powerful? Zhao Ji's eyes widened, unbelievable. The power of Emperor Xuanhuan was not a little bit stronger than before. He couldn't imagine why a person could be so powerful in a short period of time. He now understands why the Emperor Yuhua valued him so much. Excalibur. After all, the Lord of the Temple of Slaughter has infinite mana. Immediately, he clenched the divine sword in both hands, and countless god-killing powers condensed. In an instant, a sword light slashed down in the air, and everything along the way was swept away, directly killing Chu Yuan's head. Chu Yuan's eyes froze. Clang! The explosion resounded. The golden light burst out from Chu Yuan's hand, and the grip of the god of war was already an immortal artifact. The sword was actually blocked by his raising his hand, and the power of the domineering and stalwart swept through, preventing his sword from falling. Hand-to-hand sword, this scene is too shocking. Okay, the Lord of the Temple of Slaughtering God has been blocked. Today's plan of the Emperor Yuhua is likely to be, because he is not perfect. The misty ancient emperor and the feathering god emperor were also under great pressure. When he saw Xuanhuan, his eyes lit up. He saw that this person was unfathomable, and also understood that if this person did not die, it would also be a great threat to him, but in the situation of the universe, it is also a good thing to have more people like Xuanhuan stirring up the world. And this moment. Although the sword was blocked, the other hand of the god-killing temple master slashed horizontally, hitting the door directly. Xuanhuan did not retreat, he also slammed away with a palm, and immediately saw blood in his fists. The killing of the two was extremely direct. The world is reincarnated. Xuanhuan suddenly launched the reincarnation of heaven and earth, and a strange light enveloped the opponent. This is. With the mask on, he couldn't see the face of the temple master, but his eyes changed dramatically. He seems to have returned to the outbreak of the reincarnation catastrophe, the kind of involuntarily being controlled. His body also trembled a little, and he suddenly roared, trying to break this very uncomfortable feeling of being controlled. Boom! Xuanhuan squeezed his palm, and the reincarnation exploded, with violent fluctuations, and the Lord of the Temple of Murdering God was severely beaten and exited. The Lord of the Temple of Murder is still unable to stop him. His Majesty the God Emperor is dealing with the misty ancient emperor. I will help you. When the Fengshen King came, Xuanhuan's threat was too great, and he was about to become the #1 enemy. The Emperor Xuanhu has become a crucial part, and the King of the Wind God cannot be interfered with. Yao Xinyua's white clothes were stained with mottled blood, which belonged to her. She was almost beheaded by the temple master of murdering God before, and she hated him, and also made her lose what the demon god left. At this time, no matter how much hatred he had in the past, he must let go of the gap, and fighting out is the most important thing. But some people made trouble in the back, and the chess pieces arranged by the Emperor Yu Hua appeared one after another, and began to stab and attack the backstab. Chaos! Chaos! Immortals are falling, let alone under immortality. I don't know how many are dead. The Xuanhu Empire followed the Emperor Xuanhu, urging power to counter the enemies that came from all around. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across. He knew very well that the purpose of the day was not to kill the enemy, but to fight it out, to destroy the purpose of the Emperor Yu Hua by the way, and to defeat the Lord of the Temple of Slaughter in front of him. The Lord of the Temple of Murder is also a proud man. Master of the Temple of Murdering God, the moment you joined the Emperor Yu Hua, your pride was shattered, and you still want to become the supreme. That is impossible, you can only be his lackey in this life. Someone is destroying the mind of the Temple Master. Then I will kill all the people in the universe with the Emperor Yu Hua, and wait for the gods to unify and control the reincarnation. This world will create a prosperous world of Yu Hua, which proves that my choice is not wrong, and I can also become the supreme. The Lord of the Temple of Slaughter made himself unaffected by these sounds. His sword became more and more fierce and domineering. He chose to fight with blood to see blood. Looking at Xuanhuan, he only had one thought, which was to destroy him. The main sword of the Temple of Slaughtering has gone crazy. He wants to prove at this moment that he did not choose the wrong way. Emperor Xuanhu is going to face the wrathful slaying the Temple Master. He can't collapse on this side, collapse the line and move the whole line. It is best to lose both with the Temple Master. This is the best choice. Everyone is nervous, whether it is the Emperor Yu Hua or Xuanhuan's side is too important. You dare to block my way? Xuanhuan's eyes were terrifyingly indifferent and terrifyingly overbearing. Kill. The Lord of the Temple of Murder only responded to Xuanhuan with the word kill. His sword fell again. Get out of here! Xuanhuan shouted. A terrifying breath erupted. There was also a sword in Xuanhuan's hand, the Supreme, the 9 supreme rays of light on it circulated, and they were cut directly with a domineering sword. This sword is invincible, representing the strongest of humanity. Click. With a trembling voice, the moment the Temple Lord's sword touched the human Emperor sword, it couldn't bear the force and shattered into two pieces. #C953 Future Situation. The Lord of the Temple of Slaughter, his sword was broken. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Xuanhuan just pulled out his Emperor's sword, and easily broke the sword of the Temple Master. Everything was so easy, it was like breaking tofu. You must know that the sword of the Temple Master is not an ordinary sword, but an artifact that he has condensed into multiple cosmic reincarnations. Kill out of the world of reincarnation. Xuanhuan grabbed the half-cut sword in his hand, with infinite power. Boom! The ancient chariot charged, and the Lord of the Temple of Murdering God failed to stop Xuanhuan, let alone the feathered god army. Under the charge of the army, they immediately fell into pieces and rushed directly to the outside world of samsara. Come on! Seeing the Xuanhuan Empire rushing out of a passage, Yao Xingyue also flashed, and took this opportunity to step out, and then more troops rushed out of the reincarnation world following the Xuanhuan army in the chaos, breathing the outside air. Ha 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 ha, God Emperor Yuhua, your well-planned conspiracy has not been completely successful. You can't calculate everything after all. You can't calculate some people. We still have to fight. Now this emperor will not play with you. The misty ancient emperor never worried about whether he could go out. Seeing that the Xuanhuan Empire had opened a gap, he also left with his own people. Many people escaped, but many people stayed in the world of reincarnation forever. His Majesty God Emperor, I didn't stop Emperor Xuanhuan, it was my dereliction of duty that made so many people run away. The Lord of the Temple of Murdering God grabbed half of the dagger, knelt on one knee in front of the Emperor Yuhua, bowed his head and pleaded guilty. It's not your fault, and I didn't expect that this person's sword is so powerful, but I also know that this battle can't be wiped out, but our goal has been achieved. The Emperor lost this move. The Emperor Yuhua did not blame the Temple Master, but said, your sword is broken, I will condense a new sword for you personally. I know that you have a demon in your heart, this sword is broken, a new sword is born, this is your new life. He watched many people rush out, his face did not change, but he just thought that there would be another opponent in the future. But it doesn't matter, he still has a lot of pawns left. Emperor Feather. A group of people walked out of the reincarnation world, looked at the Emperor Yuhua, and left directly in front of them. The other side of the Shenzhou. The Emperor Yuhua said indifferently, you have been mysterious for so long, do you really think that you can never be found? But I still need your strength now, you are all my pawns. He has too many conspiracies, and no one can count how many other than him. Sad Wind, come here. The Emperor Yuhua looked at Yu Beifeng. His Majesty, the God Emperor, please order. Yu Beifeng was indifferent, even in the face of God Emperor Yuhua, he didn't show any respect, just answered in a mechanical tone. The people around God Emperor Yuhua, including God King, were nervous when they saw Yu Beifeng's attitude, so they didn't dare to say a word. Only Yu Beifeng would dare to do this, to the Emperor Yuhua, right? I still have grudges, blame me for not saving her back then? The Emperor Yuhua shook his head, after all, he was his younger brother, and said coldly, I said before that kindness is useless, and you have to rely on your own hands for what you want. Go take it, Wuzhen, can you cultivate to immortality? Is your heart really dying? Are you still pretending to be in front of you? Yu Beifeng did not speak, and his expression did not change. Okay, after telling you so much, you still haven't been able to completely forget it. Don't think that I can't see through your heart. The Emperor Yuhua asked the three ancestors of wishes to come over, entering the bowl of wishes. I have planned a great wish for you this time to make myself stronger. Seeing that the Emperor Yuhua wanted to give Yu Beifeng all the energy collected by the gift of wish, even several god kings were envious. There are too many powerhouses offering sacrifices this time, and Yu Beifeng will not be weaker than them, or even stronger than them, if he gets this opportunity. The gift of wish is amazing, but it is of no use to me. I want the entire universe to control reincarnation and do things that others have not done. Unification is just the beginning. The Emperor Yuhua looked at the vastness and said, "The Emperor of Heaven, the Demon God, the Fa. I know where you are all, waiting for me." Ding. The host completed the side quest and entered the reincarnation world and left, and obtained 1.5 million fate points, Immortal Artifact Advanced Card, Supernatural Power Fruit X 2048, Immortal Divine Crystal X2, Blood Warrior X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. The moment Xuanhuan left the world of reincarnation, the reward for the branch line was issued. He has accumulated tens of millions of fate points, and even has accumulated many lottery chances. But he didn't plan to use it right now, but had to wait for the day when the Lisan dynasty opened, after the Super Mall opened. As for the Bloody Warrior, Xuanhuan also saw it. It was a middle-aged man, extremely burly, wearing armor and a blood-colored cloak. He held a heavy hammer stained with blood in his hand. With the Xuanhuan realm, he was also immortal as practice. Endless life, endless bloody battles. This is the Blood Warrior. Right now, there is an extremely tragic scene outside the world of reincarnation. There are bloodstains everywhere. These people who have not entered the world of reincarnation have also encountered the killings of the Ascension God dynasty, which is even worse. Ascension God dynasty is too cruel. Gushan was afraid. Fortunately, he has been closely following the Shenwu Empire. The Battle of Reincarnation can be described as failure. The alliance also exists in name only, and all major forces are damaged. Although the Ascension God dynasty has also paid a small price, it has achieved its strategic goal. Seeing this tragic situation, Lu Qianfu said, "There will never be an alliance attacking Yuashan dynasty in the future. No one will believe in the alliance. God Emperor Yuhua is really powerful." Xuanhuan said, "He used this battle to completely collapse and disintegrate the siege. But it will be the beginning of the Battle of the Heroes. The Piaomiao Ancient Emperor will not give up. Although he has failed many times, he has lived a long time and accumulated a lot of strength for himself. His strength is not damaged. Bone Divine Tao, I'm afraid that next, it will enter the stage of annexation." Unfortunately, the Ascension God dynasty still firmly controls the entrance to the Samsara realm. Baimingfengye Road. The world of reincarnation is uncontrollable, and the misty ancient emperor will not be forming any alliances. He will most likely establish a god dynasty, set up a banner, and fight the most positive war with the Yuhua god dynasty. Xuanhuan looked very far. The alliance is unreliable. Only the power under his control can fight Yuhua. The establishment of the gods will attract many people who have hatred with Yuhua to join them. Yeah, once the gods are established and supervised by luck, it will be difficult to think about backstabs, and I speculate that the misty ancient emperor will come up with all kinds of exciting benefits to join them. Baimingfengye also hopes to see this situation, otherwise he will not be able to hold on. He asked again, "Great Emperor, after you look back, will the misty ancient emperor immediately establish a god dynasty? He has this strength and background. If the misty god emperor is not holding the situation today, he will not be able to escape in the reincarnation world. No, he will not stand immediately. This emperor is cautious. Although he has ideas, he is still waiting for an opportunity." Xuanhuan said, he doesn't want the two heroes to compete for hegemony, but wants to stand against each other. #C954, the whole army set off to conquer the spiritual realm. Shenwu Empire. This time the army returned with blood. In the land of reincarnation, the loss was huge in a few months, with nearly half of the casualties, but the survivors were all the soldiers who had experienced the great battle, the elite of the empire, and the brave warriors who could compete with the gods. The name of the Shenwu Empire spread all over the universe because of this battle. Who doesn't know the Xuanhu Empire now? After Xuanhuan returned to the Xuanhu Empire, he received a lot of news, which made his face sink. Your Majesty, the minister's actions are unfavorable, causing the empire to suffer losses. The minister has done it, and please punish Your Majesty. The Book of Qi Ling knelt in front of Xuanhuan, his face full of shame. When His Majesty led the army to fight in the land of reincarnation, the empire was attacked by Tianjun of the spiritual realm, and the commander of the prison led his team to encounter a sneak attack in the universe. 3 warships were destroyed, a large number of soldiers were killed, and even the commander of the prison was destroyed once. In addition, Tianjun repeatedly shot and killed the soldiers of our empire outside the country. The strongholds encountered poisonous hands, so that the people of our empire could not leave the territory of Xuanhu for fear of being attacked. Kill. It turned out that Tianjun started his revenge while Xuanhuan was in the reincarnation world. And he was extremely forbearing and chose the time when Xuanhuan entered the world of reincarnation, such as the poisonous snake that had been dormant for a long time finally began his hunt. After he succeeded in consecutive attacks, he originally wanted to break into the empire and create boundless killings. But in the empire, there is a national movement to protect him, and he didn't do it. Tianjun suffered a big loss in the hands of Xuanhuan last time, and instead of sinking down, he broke through to the 2nd level of immortality. There is no way for the Book of Enlightenment, his strength is not as good as Tianjun, and the other party uses sneak attacks to restrain the people in the empire, can't leave the Xuanhu Empire, and wait for the return of the emperor. But it is impossible for the people of an empire to hide in the empire and not go out, and there are some strongholds of Xuanhu in the outside world. Fortunately, concubine Yu took the shot. She took the shot and resisted some of Tianjuan's offensive. Let us withdraw most of them, otherwise we will lose even more. The Book of Enlightenment bowed his head to the ground, ashamed in his heart. Thanks for your hard work. Xuanhuan looked at Jiuyou, who had just returned to the empire, and nodded to her. I am also a member of the empire. Jiuyou shook his head, but I can only do so much, that Tianjun is already crazy, he will do anything, and an immortal 2-layered heaven is aimed at the empire, this is very scary. During this period of time, she could only reluctantly contain Tianjun with the blood moon. She couldn't stop the mad immortal 2nd layer. Fortunately, there was a blood moon and the will of the blood moon queen. Although there are only 3 levels of immortal realm, but the difference between each level is huge, and it is comparable to a big realm. It is very good that Jiuyou and the blood moon person can do this. Your Majesty, although that Tianjun has retreated now, he is hiding somewhere, and he may take a bite at any time. The empire does not have the energy to face a lurking immortal. The Book of Enlightenment. This kind of immortality that only wants revenge and kills indiscriminately is terrible. I know where Tianjun is, he hid in the spiritual realm. Xuanhuan's face was terrifyingly cold. He fought against Tianjun many times, leaving behind his aura, and his whereabouts can be vaguely calculated based on the endless origin. Tianjun obviously also knew that the reincarnation world war was over, Xuanhuan's strength was stronger, he was not an opponent, so he simply hid directly back to the spiritual realm, and when Xuanhuan went to fight, he would take revenge again. Kill, must kill back. The powerhouses of the gods and martial arts experienced a battle in the world of reincarnation, and all of them were murderous. Bone God said angrily, this Tianjun is a cowardly rat. If you want revenge, you can come to the emperor directly, and find some immortals for revenge, so what is it to make people fear his immortal majesty? If he had the guts, he wouldn't use this method. Lu Qianfu was also very disdainful. Tianjun is not dead, how can he defend the majesty of my Xuanhu Empire? Kill the spiritual realm and destroy Tianjun. Yes, kill, we must kill, and simply destroy the spiritual realm directly. We even dare to fight the Ascension Divine Dynasty, are we afraid that he will only have a spiritual realm? The strong people were enraged, and Shi Tianjuan's actions against the weak angered them, and the uneasy feeling in his heart was not extinguished. Shi Tianjun, I almost forgot about him. Chu Yuan's voice was very cold. He really didn't take Shi Tianjun to heart. He didn't expect this stone to give him a big gift. It doesn't matter if the 13 battleships are destroyed. The commander of the prison can also be reborn in the prison pool, but the soldiers who died because of his revenge cannot be resurrected. These are all fresh lives. Chu Yuan didn't say anything about Shi Tianjuan's revenge. Fighting, any means may be used. Since you use revenge, he will not endure it, but will use more ruthless means to retaliate. Does he think that if he escapes back to the spirit prison, he can be safe? When everyone heard the words, they were all in awe. Chu Yuan said that he was about to start. Your Majesty, the spiritual realm was opened up by the spiritual god, and the spiritual god existed in the same period as the ancestor of Mingguang, and his strength is by no means comparable to the ordinary triple heaven. He has also been to the reincarnation catastrophe, but when he came back, he seems to have suffered something. Changes cannot be easily manifested. Xuanhuan said, he is hiding in the spiritual realm, which is very troublesome. No trouble. Chu Yuan said, the Book of Enlightenment, pass on my imperial decree, and let the spiritual realm hand over Shi Tianjun. I want to impose a capital punishment on him, and comfort the soldiers who died in his hands. If the spiritual realm is not handed over, my army will soon step on. Peaceful spirit realm. Follow the decree. The Book of Enlightenment was shocked. Your Majesty's decree is too overbearing, let the spiritual realm hand over Shi Tianjun. This is not a cat or a dog, just hand it over, an immortal second layer. Where it is placed is a big man. Is it possible to hand it over to the spiritual realm? If it really has to be handed over, I am afraid that Lingyu's face will be gone. The imperial decree was introduced into the spiritual realm. This kind of overbearing imperial decree, if the spiritual realm is not angry, it is fake. But the disappearance of Samsara realm let them know that the Xuanhu Empire is strong and cannot be easily provoked, so they quickly responded. They said that everything was a misunderstanding. Shi Tianjun did not intend to kill Xuanhu people, but fabricated that he encountered a powerful enemy and accidentally involved Xuanhu, which caused this unfortunate thing. They said they were willing to compensate the Xuanhu Empire, cherish the memory of the fallen soldiers, and express their condolences. The spiritual realm will also send strong men to worship these soldiers. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the spirit realm is cowardly, not daring to confront the Xuanhu Empire head-on, but using a twisted method to give the Xuanhu Empire face, and hope that the Xuanhu Empire will also give them a step up. They said that they would restrain Shi Tianjun and that such a thing would not happen again in the future. Spiritual realm really doesn't make friends. After all the ministers found out, they were very dissatisfied with the result. Although the other party was submissive, they exposed it lightly, and felt very unhappy in their hearts. The time of existence of the spiritual realm is very ancient. Chu Yuan asked Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was startled and replied, very ancient, even older than Mingguang Xianzong. The whole army goes on an expedition and treads the spiritual realm. Chu Yuan said indifferently, if they don't pay, I will fight them myself and pacify them. #C955 Spiritual Realm. Soldier Spirit Realm. The entire Xuanhu Empire was boiling. If you don't make friends in the spiritual realm, then fight over them and pacify them. From Xuanhu Tianmen, a large number of warships rushed out. All the soldiers were murderous, and their bodies had a strong smell of blood. They had to fight directly into the spiritual realm to defend the dignity of the empire. After months of preparation, the commander of the prison has recovered in the prison pool. Moreover, due to the breakthrough of Chu Yuan's realm, they have also reached the combat power of the immortal second layer. If you don't pay Shi Tianjun as the culprit, then we will know that we will enter the spiritual realm and let them know the power of our Xuanhu Empire. Spiritual realm is courting death, and immortal actually uses this kind of inferior means, which makes people shameless. Kill, kill, this time, the spiritual realm must pay an unbearable price and remove the universe. The morale of the soldiers was high, and it would be fine if Tianjun took revenge in an open and honest way, but this kind of sneak attack made them feel aggrieved and angry. Fortunately, Emperor Xuanhu was not a person who swallowed his voice. He was more domineering and direct, and directly attacked and killed the spiritual realm with a large army. The universe is vast, and it will take a while to rush to the spiritual realm, but the news of the Imperial expedition has spread rapidly. Just after the end of the war in the world of reincarnation, when the major forces were licking their wounds. This Xuanhu Empire is restless again, and is going to attack the spiritual realm. Is this going to be a war to destroy the realm? Although the spiritual realm is not the strongest in the universe, there is a spiritual god, and it is not weak. The Xuanhu Empire's posture is to fight the war to destroy the country? What kind of wrath did the spirit realm do to provoke this evil star? Some people were frightened, because in the world of reincarnation, Chu Yuan's sword to cut off the temple master was too eye-catching, letting them know that this emperor was very powerful. It seems that Tianjun sneaked into the strongholds of the Xuanhu Empire, causing a large number of casualties. He asked the spiritual realm to hand over, but the spiritual realm did not hand over, and finally angered the Xuanhu Emperor, which caused the army to overwhelm the realm. Humane. So that's the case. I'm also angry at me, but the Xuanhu Empire is too stubborn, and if you say attack, you will attack. The news of this battle is rapidly fermenting, and many people in the universe are paying attention to this battle. The Lingyu side also responded quickly, saying that they were willing to compensate tenfold, but they would never submit the matter of Tianjun. In the face of the army of Xuanhu, they were also actively preparing for this battle. Just handing over an immortal statue, do they need face in the spiritual realm? The spiritual realm has an ancient existence, and there are a large number of spiritual things gathered there. Flowers and trees are spirits. The holy stone of the mountain is the spirit. Weapons and fetishes are spirits. All kinds of things, as long as they are spiritual, can be called a member of the spiritual realm. A huge world, seen from the universe, this is a flat continent, shrouded in endless bright aura, radiant, and the aura turns into smoke and rises into the sky. This is aura. In the spiritual realm, even the most ordinary stone has a great possibility of giving birth to its own wisdom. However, the sloppy atmosphere of today's spiritual realm is no longer there, and it is depressing and dull. A large number of spiritual realm powerhouses are looking out of the world nervously. The army of gods is here. The mysterious black armor is solemn, and the soldiers are murderous, standing in the universe. They are all the strongest warriors, and many of them have experienced the battle of reincarnation, reflecting the cold light of the weapons into the spiritual realm, which is terrifying. Spiritual realm. The Book of Enlightenment first looked at the spiritual realm. The spiritual light was bright and beautiful, looking at the stalwart existence on an imperial car. Your Majesty, this realm is the spiritual realm. You look at the spiritual realm world. It is not an ordinary immortal universe. It was left by a supreme powerhouse who achieved the supreme, and later evolved into the spiritual realm, and it is rumored that the spiritual god was also born in the spiritual realm. He had also longed for the spiritual realm before, which is the holy land of the spirit. However, although the beautiful scenery in front of us was splendid, the Book of Enlightenment had also seen it. When Emperor Xuanhu issued an order to attack, the place would turn into a scorched earth. He sighed that he would come to the spiritual realm in such a way. Hand over Tianjun. Hand over Tianjun. Hand over Tianjun. The weakest soldiers who participated in the battle were all gods. They roared in unison, the universe was breaking apart, and the spiritual realm was in turmoil. When the people in the spiritual realm heard the voice, some of their legs trembled, and they were scared to death. The blood warrior stood beside Xuanhuan with a huge banner of Emperor Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan, are you going to attack my spiritual realm with such a big battle today? Although the powerhouses in the spiritual realm were shocked by the powerhouses of the Xuanhuan Empire, those in power were not afraid, and they were also angry at the fuss of the Xuanhuan Empire, so they killed some ants. Is it worth your anger? What appeared was a black-haired old man, who was not tall and a little stout. The cultivation of the immortal triple heaven. In the years when the spirits and gods did not appear in the world, he would preside over the overall situation of the spiritual realm. And his body is a divine armor with extremely strong defensive power, and he named himself Lu Jia. He was also very angry about Shi Tianjuan's sneak attack on the Xuanhuan Empire, but if an immortal second layer was handed over like this, how would the spiritual realm stand in the universe in the future? Also, he doesn't think it's a big deal. Humph. Lu Jia, the Empire is here today, and I won't tell you any nonsense. If you hand over Shi Tianjun as the culprit, your spiritual realm will be protected from the military disaster. Otherwise, the army will attack and your spiritual realm will be destroyed. The Book of Enlightenment shouted. Let my spiritual realm be destroyed? Lu Jia said calmly, Emperor Xuanhuan, I know that your strength is very strong. It is no trivial matter. You have performed illustrious deeds in the civil war of reincarnation, but don't underestimate my spiritual realm. How can you exist for so long without a trump card? We just don't want to. Fighting with you will cost you a lot, but you won't feel better if you are in a hurry. I still say that, I am willing to pay 100-fold for the loss caused by Shi Tianjun, and I will spare you and forgive me. I will give you steps today, and I hope you will too. Give me a step. He didn't want to fight the Xuanhuan Empire. He could see that once the war started, the spiritual realm was no match for this group of brave people, and could only rely on the spiritual realm itself. There are no steps to go down. Xuanhuan said indifferently, when the army reaches the spiritual realm, there is only battle. His will cannot be changed. Even if the spirit realm surrenders Shi Tianjun, this battle must be fought. He can't let such a huge threat go unnoticed. The powerful forces that hate him so much can only be destroyed by the most succinct means, and plundering their wealth is what he wants. What is 100-fold compensation? Is there a great value in a spiritual realm? I see that you are completely trying to destroy my spiritual realm. Lu Jia felt Xuanhuan's thoughts, and this emperor's domineering. This is the battle after the reincarnation world, and it is about to start annexation. However, his ambition is indeed great, and he has a great appetite when he finds his target in his spiritual realm. I don't know if you can eat my spiritual realm. Be careful not to break your teeth and burst your stomach. Lu Jia said coldly. There are also a large number of strong people in the spiritual realm. They can exist for so long, and they are also powerful. I can eat as much as I can. #C956, don't give up. The war is about to begin. The Xuanhuan Empire has no intention of retreating. The people in the spiritual realm were shaking a little, and the army of the Xuanhuan Empire was overwhelmed, giving them too much pressure. Emperor Xuanhuan, you are determined to fight with us. Lu Jia snorted. Haha, there is something that can't be discussed properly, why do you have to go this far? It's really not good for anyone. Emperor Xuanhuan, although brother Lu Jia is not your opponent, the master in the spiritual realm is a spiritual god after all. At this time another voice suddenly came over. An old man in blue clothes appeared. Yeah, the spiritual god is powerful, it's better to shake hands and make peace. Taoist brother Qinglu, and I should be a peacemaker. How about letting the spiritual realm compensate the Xuanhuan Empire? The demonic energy rolled, and a burly man appeared. These two people are actually the cultivation of the immortal triple heaven. Who are you? Lu Qianfu asked for Chu Yuan. I'm Jiqing Lu, and this is the Holy Master of the Demon Dragon. We have no other purpose in coming today. We just hope that it is better for the Xuanhu Empire not to attack the spiritual realm. It's not good for everyone. Jiqing Lu, an old man in green clothes, said. You are here. Lu Jia also breathed a sigh of relief. Jiqing Lu and the Holy Master Demon Dragon are not strong in the spiritual realm, but friends in the spiritual realm. They have benefited from the spiritual realm. He invited him to support the scene in order to force the Xuanhu Empire to retreat. He is not afraid of fighting against the Xuanhu Empire, but he also does not want to make Lingyu suffer huge losses. You want to fight against my Xuanhu Empire? Lu Qianfu shouted. No. Jiqing Lu smiled, it's just that we have all heard of the prestige of Emperor Xuanhu. We came here today to visit the Emperor. He spoke calmly, but everyone could see that he wanted to support the spiritual realm. Join this warrior. All are my enemies. Chu Yuan signaled that the bloody warrior emperor flag danced wildly, which was a signal. Jiqing Lu, the demon dragon holy master, was startled. This Emperor Xuanhu was as domineering as in the legend, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Defense. Lu Jia hurriedly shouted. The universe in which their spiritual realm exists is left by an ancient supreme, and countless restrictions are arranged. Suddenly, one after another light bursts out, shrouding the spiritual realm, and the powerful defense makes people desperate. This kind of defense, unless the supreme act, it is difficult to break the series of killing the temple master. Isn't your army going to conquer it? Lu Jia knows that you are powerful, and he will not collide with you head-on, so he will open the ban and spend it with you to see who can consume who. The prohibition of the spiritual realm will make it impossible for me to bombard it for 10,000 years. The demon dragon lord smiled when he saw the ban. Now the situation in the universe is changing. If the ban cannot be broken, the Xuanhu Empire will not be able to waste it here. Kill. Chu Yuan glanced at the ban. Many powerful people in the spiritual realm, from the immortal to the most ordinary, are all activating a kind of spiritual power. The sword shook the sky, and the power of the supreme divine sword shook the sky. Chu Yuan didn't care about this restriction at all. He directly pulled out the emperor's sword and aimed it at the spiritual realm. In an instant, a huge sword light condensed. This sword. When Lu Jia saw the human emperor sword, his heart was shocked. The killing sword of the god-killing temple master was broken by collision with this sword, but he was not afraid. The defense of his spiritual realm was not broken by a single sword. He glowed brightly, showing the phantom of a divine armor. With a lore sword, the experts in the spiritual realm did not believe that Chu Yuan could break through with a single sword, but when the human sovereign sword fell, countless auras were extinguished, pointing directly at the location of Lu Jia and falling to him. Boom! The destructive fluctuations of the universe, Lu Jia just propped up the defense, the emperor's sword broke the aura shield with one sword, the sword energy swept across his body, and unexpectedly broke his defense with one sword and swept him out. With just one strike, Lu Jia's whole body was dimmed, and the defenses covering the spiritual realm were collapsing. He also trembled, if not in the spiritual realm, if the sword fell, his divine armor would be completely shattered. What, a sword broke the defense of the spiritual realm? Jiqing Lu and the Holy Master Demon Dragon still had the heart to help the spirit realm, but when they saw the power of this sword, they were shocked and never dared to mention the matter of helping the spirit realm again. Lingguang still wanted to reunite. Chu Yuan glanced at random, and the brilliant sword chi fell, and there were countless screams. The defense of my spiritual realm has been broken. Lu Jia lost his soul, obviously unbelievable. He saw the army of Xuanhu marching towards the spiritual realm with neat steps, and understood that the Emperor Xuanhu was determined to destroy his spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is unbreakable, guard the spiritual realm. His face was pale, and he still shouted loudly. Hand over me, their target is me. Shi Tianjun came out with only one arm, his eyes were full of hatred and resentment, but he was helpless. There is no problem in repairing a broken arm with his strength, but he regards it as the greatest shame in his life. On that day, he escaped from the Sea of Cosmos, and with this hatred, he cultivated to the second level of immortality. He thought he could take revenge on Xuanhuan, but he did not expect the power of Emperor Xuanwu to make him despair. When the seeds of resentment grew, he changed his method and destroyed the Xuanwu Empire. He fled back to the spiritual realm, but the Emperor Xuanwu directly attacked the spiritual realm with his troops. Shi Tianjun, do you think he really did it for you? This emperor is very ambitious. He is going to destroy my spiritual realm, plunder all the spiritual realm creatures, and even if they hand you over, they will not retreat. An immortal is drinking. This is a tree person, which makes Xuanhuan's eyes fluctuate slightly. The body of this tree person is actually a tree of origin. It's all my fault. Shi Tianjun would never have imagined that the Xuanwu Empire was so powerful that it became a behemoth. It's useless to talk about whose calamity now, and now it's to resist the conquest of the Xuanwu Empire. Lu Jia was also very annoyed. This disaster was indeed caused by Shi Tianjun. But at this time, is it still useful for him to scold Shi Tianjun? The other party's ambitions are very clear, and it is clear that they want to destroy them, and they will not give up until their goals are achieved. He originally wanted to use the universe itself to resist the army of Xuanwu, but the opponent's sword did not know what quality it was, and it was so powerful that his plan was shattered. Now there is no other way but to fight in blood. Brother Qing Lu, Holy Master of the Demon Dragon, if you help me win this battle in the spiritual realm, there will be a heavy gift. If you want something, I will give it to my spiritual realm with both hands. Lu Jia understood that their spiritual realm alone wanted to block the disaster of the Xuanwu Empire. If there were two immortal three-level heavens to join, it might be possible to reverse the overall situation. We want something. The eyes of the two of them suddenly lit up, but they suddenly looked at Xuanhuan and shook their heads. We are just being a peacemaker and won't interfere in this battle, sorry. They don't dare to shoot at will. In the world of reincarnation, Emperor Xuanwu is too dazzling. Damn, they are afraid of Emperor Xuanwu. Lu Jia was angry in his heart, but even without their help, he had a lot of trump cards in the spiritual realm. We can only rely on ourselves. Even if we fight a river of blood today, we have to fight with blood. Emperor Xuanwu, for many years, no one has invaded my spiritual realm. You are very powerful and your power is very strange. I feel it. #C957 All Souls figure. Spirit God. This voice was made by the spiritual God. For example, Xuanhuan is the god of the Xuanwu Empire, and the spirit god is also the god of the spiritual realm. As long as he does not fall, he will not be afraid of any opponent. He also had to show up. In the hazy light, a middle-aged man walked out of the hazy fog. His figure was not majestic, but rather thin, but as he walked out slowly, he supported the sky of the spiritual realm and made Lu Jia feel at ease. There is a spiritual god here, what is he afraid of? It's just that the spirit god has not appeared for a long time. Since he came back after the last reincarnation catastrophe, he has been retreating in the spiritual realm. Many people doubt whether he has fallen. However, Lu Jia felt the spirit and was stronger than before. The spiritual god was born, and my spiritual realm is stable. Lu Jia said, but he was also angry, and glared at Shi Tianjun. To disturb the spirits, Shi Tianjun, you have a big sin, and you brought it here. I'm guilty. Shi Tianjun was extremely respectful in front of the spirit god and knelt down. He is the Holy Spirit Stone, and he was also enlightened by the spirit god before he cultivated to immortality. He knew that this time he had committed a catastrophic disaster, and the spirit god woke up. Okay, the universe is unstable, Even if there is no Emperor Xuanhuan, there are Emperor Yuhua and ancient Emperor Piamiao. I can't calm down. Lingshan's voice was gentle, and he didn't blame anyone. He looked at Chu Yuan and said, most people in the world think that I can't reproduce, just like the god of war in the barbarian realm, and that's true. I went to the great tribulation of samsara, and I did. Half asleep, but I'll be stronger when I wake up. His indifferent words overwhelmed the killing momentum of the Xuanhuan army. He alone can withstand countless armies. Spirit God. Chu Yuan's eyes penetrated. This spiritual God is not flesh and blood. There is a dazzling and boiling divine light in his body, and the initial aura is stirring. He seems to see a flawless orb, which should be the body of the spiritual God. Lingzhu. Chu Yuan suddenly laughed. With the most important immortal heart in Xuanhuangshu, you will become the most dazzling pearl in my divine artifact. The method of creating Xuanhuangzu was obtained when Chu Yuan was a god in the world, but it has been delayed until now, and it has not been successfully created, because the lack of immortality. What is he talking about? He wants to make Lord Lingshan the most dazzling pearl on his artifact. Kill him. The Xuanhuan Empire is abominable. Chu Yuan's understatement angered them, and the most taboo thing for the spiritual realm powerhouses is to refine them into artifacts. What Chu Yuan said was a big taboo for them, making them want to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Lingshan was not angry, but very calm. Emperor Xuanhuan, come to fight. He waved his hand, rumbled, and countless spiritual lights shot out, and a huge treasure map appeared, and the power radiated was terrifying, far exceeding the majesty that the immortal artifact could exude. The treasure of the spiritual realm, the map of all spirits. The Book of Inspiration recognizes this image. This myriad spirit map was not refined by the spiritual God, just like this universe was not created by the spiritual God. It is an older powerhouse, so ancient that it is rare to calculate. It is rumored that it was left by the spiritual God Venerable. There are even more rumors that the body of the spiritual God is a congenital spirit bead, which has a great relationship with the spiritual God Venerable. He went to the great tribulation of reincarnation just to find the place where the spiritual God Venerable stayed. All the powerhouses in the spiritual realm enter the myriad spirit map. Lu Jia shouted, and he turned into a spot of light and entered the myriad spirit map. It is densely packed, one after another, and countless spiritual lights have entered the myriad spirit map, making this map extremely bright, emitting a star-like light spot, and there is no life in the spiritual realm. They all provide power to the spirit gods within the 10,000 spirit map. The strength of the spiritual God is already powerful and terrifying. Now that he is in charge of the myriad spirit map, so many powerful people in the spiritual realm provide him with mana, which is simply unimaginable. For Lingshan, this is the greatest value of the spiritual realm. The more spirits there are, the more powerful the map of all spirits. Originally, the Xuanhuan Empire's expedition to the spiritual realm attracted the attention of many people. The scene of the spirit god was not dead, and the scene of activating the Wanling map made the situation in the universe even more turbulent, and they couldn't help but look here. Wanling too is an ancient powerhouse, and it is called the supreme treasure refined by the spiritual god. It is said that the spiritual god also exists because of the spiritual god. If there is no corresponding divine weapon to contend with, it will be suppressed to death. There is also a terrifying sword. This battle is destined to be a battle between dragons and tigers, very fierce and dangerous. For some people, they hope to see that the Emperor Xuanhuan can be defeated. After all, the spiritual god does not have such great ambitions, but the Xuanhuan Empire is very ambitious, and has the same ambitions as the Yuhua dynasty. Xuanhuan is eternal. The Imperial soldiers shouted in unison. All of them had a dazzling light that fell on Chu Yuan's body. This was the power of the Empire's national fortune, giving the power to Chu Yuan. They all knew that if Lingshan used Wanling Tu, and the strong in the spiritual realm entered, they would not be able to fight with an army, and could only give power to the emperor. A power that carries the spiritual realm. And one is the emperor of the empire, and the magnificent national fortune is turbulent. When he raised his hand, Xuanhuan had the boundless domineering of the supreme human sovereign. By his side, the situation changed, chaos appeared, and the power of the entire empire was on him when he raised his hand. Go back. Ji Qinglu and the demon dragon holy master's faces changed drastically. Although they were both fighting between immortals, this power had surpassed their confrontation. I found some of the power of the spiritual god venerable in the great tribulation of reincarnation. It is this power that makes me sometimes awake and sometimes in a coma. With this battle, it is very possible for me to completely control and step into the supreme realm. This is mine. Doom is also an opportunity. Lingshan's eyes are bright, and this battle is inevitable, so take it as an opportunity. He slapped over with a palm, it was a strong spiritual power, surging a large cosmos, and transformed it into infinite vitality, which could turn stones into gold, and make things that could not have life become living things. Xuanhuan strode away, the power of the gods is vast, the gods are glorified, and his powerful mana controls everything. He threw a punch, unparalleled in the world, electric lasing. The human emperor sword is not a direct sword beheading, it is the symbol of the human emperor, just like the picture of all spirits, dazzling, gathering national fortune, and transmitting the power of terror to he. Lingshan was also looking at the human sovereign sword. With his knowledge, he didn't know what kind of sword it was. He only knew that it was very powerful, like the strongest sword of humanity. The human emperor sword is indeed different from other divine weapons. It is the most powerful artifact representing the emperor of humanity. Its power can be extremely weak, but at the same time, it can be infinitely powerful. It depends on Xuanhuan's empire, how many people he has under his command, and how many people admire him. Boom. At this moment, the first wave of confrontation between the two had already been bombarded, and in an instant, terrifying divine might shot out in all directions, turning the position of the two into a sea of light. Xuanhuan stepped forward, fierce and brave. His hand of God was like fishing in the void, controlling a universe. Lingshan is not an ordinary powerhouse either. As soon as he came, he regarded Xuanhuan as a great enemy of life and death, and the myriad spirit map glowed. Countless spiritual realm powerhouses passed on their power to him, and they also fought back with a big hand from Lingshan. #C958 Big Terror. This kind of fluctuation is too violent, and it is the peerless powerhouse in the universe fighting for the front. The world was amazed at the mighty strength of Lingshan, and even more shocked by the boundless stalwart of Emperor Xuanhuan. How he cultivated, like opening up, every time his strength showed an unparalleled drastic change. If it weren't for the power of Emperor Xuanhuan being so strong that he couldn't spy casually, someone would really want to spy on his secrets. Xuanhuan shot. His stalwart body brought unparalleled oppression to the spiritual god, like a kind of mountain, insurmountable, and the oppression made his mind very dull, but he was not afraid, and he just stepped forward and shot. Pull the spirit realm. As long as the spiritual god is still immortal, Xuanhuan has a way to suppress him. He dropped his big hand, rolling in confusion, and the light of the spirits and spirits collapsed. The human sovereign sword is the most dazzling light, dazzling, standing in the sky, supreme and invincible, suppressing Wanling Tu. He shook the world with his backhand, Rico appeared, and the powerful divine light was poured out, and opponents like Lingshan also aroused his excitement, making his blood boil, and he could fight to the fullest. In addition to Wanling Tu, Lingshan himself is a powerful divine object, and with a move of his arm, he resisted the fluctuations of Rico that shook the world. The world-shaking Legu swept again, Xuanhuan Ba Wu attacked, like a gust of wind and rain, each wave was stronger than the next. With the blessing of the human emperor sword, There was no difference between his realm and the spiritual god, and now it is the means to fight. And heritage. His power continued to run continuously, opening up the world. Boom. The two powerhouses collided head-on again, and their battles were no longer limited to the surroundings of the spiritual realm, but as they moved, the battlefield became larger and larger. Lingshan wanted to use Xuanhuan as a tool to hone his strength, but Xuanhuan also regarded him as a touchstone. Instant brilliance. With this blow, Xuanhuan turned into a shooting star, with an instant power, boundless breath, and the spirit of the gods resisted with both hands, but he was smashed and flew out, and he took 100 steps to stabilize his body. Shape. Even the spiritual god can't be good in his hands. Lu Jia was also frightened in Wanling too. At the same time, the spiritual light became more boiling, and some weak spirits burned themselves like moths and returned to their original bodies, but they also made the spiritual god stronger and stronger, and they wanted to step into the realm of the Supreme. Lingshan pushed out his hands, and a flash of spiritual light penetrated fiercely. Bright. Xuanhuan grabbed the palm of his hand, and the world was bright. The yin and yang universe reversed, and the heavens and the earth were turned upside down. With Xuanhuan's shocking strike, he instantly came to the spirit god and smashed him fiercely. Immediately, the spiritual light exploded, and all the spirit god's mana was lost. Boom! The myriad spirit map was even more boiling, and the spirits did not become decadent because of this. The airwaves were overwhelming. He raised his palm, and the 5-finger aura turned into a solid body. Spiritual God is also very uncomfortable at this moment. Originally, he had the myriad spirit map, and there were not many people in the universe who could do anything to him. However, the existence of the human emperor sword in Xuanhuan made his advantage disappear. Xuanhuan is domineering and indifferent. Every drop of his power was heavy, wiping out the power of the spirit god in one. A finger of the rhinoceros. Lingshan raised his hand, that is, a pointing, punched through the future, infinite time and space. Xuanhuan waved his hand, which is the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The radiance of Lingshan's body is getting stronger and stronger, and at this level, he also understands that it is impossible to repel this powerful enemy without doing everything. The army of Xuanhu is not far behind, burning their own energy and spirit, and struggling to fall. They must pass on their power to the emperor. Xuanhuan clenched his iron fist tightly, and he pierced the universe directly through a big black hole. Kill. The power of the two is boiling, and the battle has reached the most critical moment. There are no fancy moves, only fluctuations of absolute destruction. This sword. Suddenly, at the moment when Xuanhuan and Lingshan were at their most intense, a strong man suddenly appeared. He looked at the human sovereign sword that followed him like a shadow, and his mouth was drooling, knowing that this sword was very famous. Tear the feathering god map, smash the wish time and space, and break the killing sword, and now Wanling too is helpless. This is a powerful fetish, who wouldn't want to have it? The person who shot this shot was also very strong. Suddenly, he took advantage of Xuanhuan's battle with Lingshan and was distracted. He also calculated it when he shot, and even if he couldn't take it, he could withdraw. This sword is in hand. Just when this person was about to come into contact with the human emperor sword, an infinite will condensed out. It was Xuanhuan's emperor's figure, and with an indifferent push of his hands, there were infinite brilliant ripples. This ripple is like a vortex, rolling and spinning. Boom! In an instant, the infinite surging rays of light drowned him, and that will sent the power of the reincarnation of heaven and earth, and slapped him fiercely. Boom! He was beaten to the point of blood. It's hard to retreat, this sword can't be captured, it's terrifying, I can't bear the will of this sword. He backed away in fright. But what frightened him the most was that the sword light swelled and involved him. My sword is also something you can touch casually? Chu Yuan was indifferent. When he raised his hand, the human emperor sword flew into his hand, slashed away with a single sword, and a beam of supreme sword light, the world reincarnated, and slashed directly out, leaving the man stunned for a moment, and the whole body was broken in half. The sword light swept through, and the body wanted to escape, but was directly involved. Chu Yuan grabbed him, swallowed him, and turned it into a rolling force. It can be considered that he is unlucky. He wants to seize the human emperor sword, but he does not know the horror of the human emperor sword. This kind of supreme artifact, the human emperor saber, is something he can collide with and is directly injured by the supreme sword power. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be really difficult to kill him. His death also reminded everyone. Although the sword is good, it is not something that ordinary people can touch, and cannot bear the power of this sword light. Spirit God, our battle should be over. Chu Yuan devoured one person, and his strength soared again. He hit the strongest blow, pierced through the sky, passed through the sky like a lightning bolt, and dominated the world. Although the spirits were also prepared, they were also repeatedly retreated by heavy blows. Let's fight in blood. Lingshan also fought crazy. Thinking that he has encountered countless dangers since his cultivation, and he has never encountered a strong man like Emperor Xuanhuan who cannot be treated with common sense, but he is not afraid to break through such dangers. His aura shook violently, and an innate spiritual bead spun rapidly. There was no other way, he was desperate for Chu Yuan's persecution. Fight. The powerhouses in the myriad spirit map are also burning themselves wildly. As long as the spirits are not dead, even if they burn out their spirits, they can still give birth to new spirituality if they leave their own bodies. Chu Yuan soared into the sky and used an unparalleled divine move to overwhelm the spiritual god. Spirit God is mad. This battle can't be postponed any longer. If it drags on, there will be changes. No one in this universe will see that I can successfully kill the spiritual god, and there will even be people who will stop it. I want to end the battle before they can make a move. Chu Yuan's eyes swept across the void. His biggest opponent is the pressure from the outside world. Some people even jumped out suddenly and took his spoils when he and Lingshan were waiting for both sides to lose. #C959, the end of the spiritual realm. Spirit God has already fought. In the myriad spirit map, all the spirits boiled, and a large number of spirits burned and disappeared. Even the immortals of the spiritual realm are all pale, and they have contributed the most power, and they are almost at the limit, and they can't stand it anymore. Xiantian Lingzhu. The spiritual god disappeared, and he turned into a fist-sized orb. It was his body that shot into the myriad spirit map. Boom. This orb entered, and Wanling to suddenly burst into the most dazzling light, like the finishing touch, the flood-like force impacted, like a beast, even if you do everything, you have to struggle to the end. This is the most critical time. The world is reincarnated. Chu Yuan's various supreme supernatural powers were instantly displayed and turned into the power of the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The majestic figure, the spirit of controlling the world. He grabbed his hand fiercely, and suddenly the picture turned upside down on his palm, enduring a wave of fluctuations in the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The world is reincarnated. Lingshan also made an uneasy sound. He had never felt this way before. No matter how he shot, this person had the means to restrain him. Is he going to perish here today? A body of cultivation base vanished into ashes. Do not. He definitely doesn't want such an ending. He is a spiritual god, the favored son of heaven, and has inherited the existence of great luck. I have one last move. Lingshan's dull, sky-defying voice came out, transforming the spirit. The whole spirit orb emits a radiant light like a feather, and the power of Wanling Tu is also urged to the strongest. There is not much of the spirit in there, but the powerful power in exchange is like a rolling tide breaking through the heavens and the earth. Landslides and tsunamis, large swaths of the universe are shattering, if it is the end. Lingshan went mad, regardless of everything, it was terrible. Humanity is supreme. Although Wanlingtu is terrifying, he has a more powerful human sovereign sword. His sword light slashed, and a huge gap that was difficult to heal appeared in the universe, and it slashed onto this myriad spirit map. The spiritual light collapsed wildly, countless formations were stopped, the light exploded, and Lu Jia and the others were going to faint. But this Wanlingtu's offensive continued unabated, and it was still rushing towards Chuyuan. He used the ultimate power to explode all the power in the myriad spirit map, creating a dazzling light. Within that dazzling light, a spirit orb suddenly shot away, hitting Chuyuan's head. Lingshan almost used up all his strength, only to get heavy damage to Chuyuan. The Lingzhu was spinning too fast, and it was covered by the power of Wanlingtu. However, Chuyuan's face was extremely calm. He stood here quietly, and it evolved into a swallowing vortex. The Lingzhu was originally very fast, but when it came to him, it quickly slowed down. Devouring hand. Chuyuan's hand grabbed the spirit orb violently, and he drilled it fiercely in his hand, but he wiped out this force with the power of devouring, making the spirit god struggle weaker and weaker, and finally return to peace. Spirit god venerable. Lingshan was unwilling, and made a final voice, calling out the name of the ancient, supreme being. However, it was useless, he was doomed to die. Chuyuan wiped out all his spirituality, leaving only his body. Spirit god was killed. Whether it is the existence of the light or the dark, when I see this scene, I am terrified, thinking that such a powerful existence as Lingshan has been wiped out of wisdom. Chuyuan held the Lingzhu, and his eyes swept across the universe. He knew that many people were spying on this place, but he didn't care. Spirit god. Lu Jia cried and roared sadly, and the faith in his heart collapsed. Chuyuan didn't keep him, he directly wiped out his spirituality and got a cyan golden armor. Winning the king and defeating the bandit, I caused chaos in the spiritual realm. I, Shi Tianjun, are guilty and ashamed of the spiritual god, damn it. Shi Tianjuan's face was pale, and today he was completely defeated. Because of his revenge, the entire spiritual realm was destroyed, and the spiritual god was also dead. He closed his eyes and wanted to kill himself. But a hand grabbed him suddenly and controlled Shi Tianjun. Emperor Xuanhuan, give me a treat. At this moment, Shi Tianjun really had no choice but to die. Chuyuan was indifferent, did not answer him, and directly sealed his power. His fate would be even more miserable. Wanlingtu. The myriad spirit map is already dim, there is no spiritual power to support it, and there is no light at the moment. Wanlingtu, this is a good treasure. The Book of Enlightenment was in the distance, and he sighed after seeing it. Option 1. Sacrifice the Tai Pill Furnace with Wanling Diagram, 3 immortal artifacts, and 100 cosmos artifacts, restore it to the immortal artifact, and obtain 20,000 fate points. Option 2. Do not sacrifice and repair the Tai Dan Furnace for the time being, and get 20,000 fate points. The long-awaited promotion option. Chuyuan has been waiting for a long time. He has broken through immortality for several years, and he has obtained some immortal artifacts, but he can't wait for the promotion option of Tai Dan Furnace, and what he needs is so harsh. The myriad spirit map is refined by the existence of the ancient supreme being, the spiritual god venerable, and it is by no means an ordinary immortal artifact. Sacrifice. Chuyuan didn't think much about it. The promotion of Tai Pill Furnace to Immortal Divine Artifact is too important, which means that Immortal Divine Pill can be refined. Over the years, he has accumulated some materials that can be used to refine the Immortal Divine Pill, because the Tai Pill Furnace has not been promoted. Ding! The host made a choice. With the myriad spirit map, 3 immortal artifacts, and 100 cosmos artifacts, he sacrificed and repaired the Tai Dan Furnace, and obtain 20,000 fate points. Ding! Taidan furnace is being repaired. Ding! The Taidan furnace has been successfully repaired. The immortal artifact level Tai pill furnace has a vast internal space like the universe, and the ability to refine medicinal pills is greatly enhanced, and the rare immortal god pill formula also shines. The innate spirit orb was directly used by Xuanhuan to create the mysterious yellow book. When the book was completed, it was earth-shattering, and Xuanhuan also quietly waited for the day when the book was completed. The army returns to the empire. Xuanhuan ordered. It seems that the army did not directly participate in the war, but the price they paid was not small. Many people were exhausted, passed out, and contributed their strength. They are all heroes of the empire, and they will be greatly rewarded when they go back. He ruled the world, and a huge vortex swept out. It was too slow to search in the spiritual realm. Xuanhuan was even more domineering. He directly collected it into the system space, annexed it into the empire's territory, and made the spiritual realm like a pearl to adorn his empire. The spiritual realm disappeared and was taken away by Emperor Xuanhuan. The Xuanhuan army has retreated. The spiritual realm has been destroyed, the spirit gods died in battle, and all the spirits no longer exist. That Shi Tianjun is also a sinner. For his own revenge, he buried the entire spiritual realm. But with so many universes reincarnating, are there still few forces that have disappeared? There is no shortage of his spiritual realm. Yeah, the real tragic battle has not yet started. Look, more forces will be destroyed in the future, and countless myths will disappear. The general trend of the Xuanhuan Empire has been completed. It will be difficult to deal with them in the future. The situation will become more and more chaotic, and I can only struggle in this wave. After the Xuanhuan Empire left, seeing the chaos and disappearing spiritual realm in front of them, they all realized the difficulties in the future. #C960 Mysterious Yellow Book, Mysterious Yellow Army. The battle of the spiritual realm ended with the great victory of the Xuanhuan Empire and the defeat of the spiritual realm. Before the war, no one would have imagined that the outcome would be like this. Some people thought that this battle would end with each side taking a step back, but the fight was so fierce that the powerful existence of spiritual God was obliterated. The name of Emperor Xuanhuan once again shocked the universe. This is a ruthless man who can even wipe out a spiritual god. This battle had a great impact. Not only was a spiritual realm wiped out, but more importantly, it added more variables to the current volatile situation. Originally, the Yuhuashan dynasty was the strongest, and the misty ancient emperor also had the ambition to establish the Shan dynasty. Now there is another Xuanhuan empire rising like a comet. Is it going to form a three-legged situation in the future? With the current strength of the Xuanhuan empire, the price to be paid for attacking them would be very high. On the way back from the expedition, the Book of Enlightenment was established, allowing the spiritual realm to exist within the Xuanhuan Empire, forming a spiritual realm that was part of the empire. This universe was left by an existence called Spiritual God Venerable. Although this battle had destroyed all the spirits in the spiritual realm, it just destroyed the spirits and did not hurt their bodies. Those spirits who believe in spiritual gods will naturally not stay, but will be wiped out. However, he can give birth to his own spirituality. The new spirit, like a blank piece of paper, will be completely loyal to the Xuanhuan Empire, and he is willing to take on this important task. Xuanhuan agreed that there is indeed no spirit, just a pile of stones, flowers, and trees, and remnants of soldiers. As soon as he returned to the empire, he used the gate of fairy spirits to extract the rolling fairy spirit and watered it, making the spiritual realm bright and hazy, like a fairyland. It's time for the empire to expand. The significance of this battle is too great, not only to shock the universe, but also to collect countless treasures from the long history of the spiritual realm, all of which were distributed by Xuanhuan. Linger has also cultivated to the realm of immortality. The Book of Enlightenment in the spiritual realm was directly given to Yao Linger by Xuanhuan, and suddenly with this power, she stepped directly into the immortal realm. Your Majesty's 4 concubines, Jiuyou, and Yao Linger are all in the realm of immortality. Shang Guangxian and Luo Yueying are also very envious. They also wanted to cultivate to immortality, but they refused Xu Yuan to help them with immortal crystals, but bluntly said that this kind of good thing should be left to the heroic warriors of the empire. They know that as long as their majesty can continue to be brave and invincible, it will be a matter of time to cultivate to immortality. Xu Yuan didn't say much. Mark the contribution of the immortal divine crystal, and let the imperial people cultivate wildly, and exchange it for contribution. Time has come to the 46 years of Shenwu, and several years have passed. The universe is too big, and the matter of his annihilation of the spirit realm has become more and more violent in the past few years, and in the past few years, the Ascension God dynasty has actually been in a kind of calm. Zhu Fengfeng also cultivated to immortality. Xu Yuan took out a lot of fetishes from the treasure house of the spiritual realm, allowing Xiaohan to cultivate to the 3rd level of immortality in the past few years, and the bone god to break through to the 2nd level of heaven. Although I have cultivated to the 3rd level, I am far from the master of the year. The strength of the master was not weaker than that of a god king in the Yuhua divine dynasty. Xiaohan was not proud. There are too many divine objects suitable for spiritual cultivation in the spiritual realm. The Book of Enlightenment has broken through the 2nd heaven, the Book of Martial Arts has also broken through immortality, and even the Heaven Shaker has reached the realm of immortality. It can be said. In the past few years, they have conquered a spiritual realm, plundered their wealth, and refined a large number of divine pills in the etheric pill furnace. These are the years of the rapid development of the Shenwu Empire. A large number of new spirits were also reborn in the spiritual realm, but they had no memory of the spirit gods, and only had allegiance to Emperor Shenwu. Forget the past and recreate the new life. Xu Yuan looked at the new spirit in the spiritual domain and nodded. Ding! The host completed the side quest to create the mysterious yellow book, and obtained 1.5 million fate points, Immortal Artifact Advanced Card, Divine Ability Fruit X 2048, Immortal Divine Crystal X2, Mysterious Yellow Legion, Mysterious Yellow Shield, and a Random Lottery Chance X1. One day in the 46th year of Shenwu, Xu Yuan was thinking about it, and the long-awaited Zuan Huangshu was finally successfully created. The Zuan Huangshu looks like an ancient book, the color of Xianhuang is shrouded in a hazy mist, and sometimes Xianhuang blood and thunder flashes past. But even though it is a book, it is extremely heavy. When you put it in your hand, it is like a black and yellow universe. Ordinary immortality can't even be picked up, let alone used. He opened the mysterious yellow book, each page was vast, like a small universe, but many places were blank, and he needed to fill in and enhance the power of the mysterious yellow book. He turned over the page containing the mighty power, and immediately saw that there was a huge and vast universe in the Xianhuang book, no weaker than the myriad spirit map. Moreover, the universe in the Xuanhuan book can continue to expand, devour fetishes, and continue to grow stronger. It is really like the Xuanhuan universe, accommodating the world. This is what Xu Yuan valued most, accommodating the world and continuing to become stronger. One page at a time, this is the Xuanhuang book, and it is also a book of the universe. Xuanhuang? Heaven and earth. Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang means heaven and earth, heavy and vast. Xu Yuan also saw that millions of people appeared in the Xuanhuang book. These million people looked solemn, wearing black-yellow armor, thick as black-yellow, motionless like a mountain, they were a legion. Obviously it is the Black and Yellow Legion mentioned in the side rewards. The weakest person in this Xuanhuang army is the Holy Spirit. Million Holy Spirit. Xu Yuan's eyes immediately fell on the first man, who was as heavy as a mountain, like a stone statue. He was the commander of the Xuanhuang army. Commander Xuanhuan brings the Xuanhuan army to see the emperor. The Xuanhuan army all knelt down. The power of Xuanhuangshu. Zhu Yuan understood. Although the system had rewarded the War God Legion and the Prison Suppression Legion in the very early days, Zhu Yuan knew that the Xuanhuan Legion was different from these two legions, and was bred by the power of Xuanhuangshu. The limit of numbers is not just millions. But the current Xuanhuangshu, the power of this page, can only supply the existence of 1,000,000 Xuanhuan army. As the power of the mysterious yellow book increases, the pages of heaven and earth are filled, and more can be born, 2 million, 3 million, 10 million, or even over 100 million. And now, the Xuanhuan book is only one page of Xuanhuan heaven and earth. This Xuanhuan commander also seems to be an artifact spirit in the Xuanhuan book, where his spirituality seems to have a congenital spirit bead. This is what is different from the commander of the god of war and the commander of the prison, and he truly has his own life. If he died in battle, Xuanhuangshu would be severely damaged accordingly. And the more the Xuanhuan Legion died in battle, of course, another split could be born in the Xuanhuangshu. However, the power of the Xuanhuangshu will also be weakened, and even the loss is too heavy, and a page of the universe will be destroyed. The mysterious yellow book is a fetish, and there is no definite level. Flat body. Zhu Yuan said, "Great commander, lead the Xuanhuan army to practice in the Xuanhuangshu." He looked at the reward of the Xuanhuan shield. This is not an artifact, but a magical power that everyone can cultivate. It is to condense a black and yellow shield with one's own mana, which is thick and sturdy, and can be used when the army is charging and advancing. This magical power is very practical and must be learned by everyone. Immortal Artifact Advanced Card. Zhu Yuan upgraded the boots to Immortal Artifact, and now the last piece has not been fully upgraded, but the power that erupted can barely compete with the weakest Immortal Triple Heaven. After 7, it is the real consummation. The strength of the empire is developing rapidly. Zhu Yuan held the Xuanhuan book in his hand, wore the emperor's sword, and sat on the throne, constantly thinking about the future development of the empire. His eyes suddenly opened in amazement, and a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of him, with large characters flashing on it. "Your Majesty, the barbarian realm has undergone a shocking change." #C961 Barbarian God of War. The barbarian territory lives in the same place. Since the god of war is seriously injured, there is no desire to fight for hegemony. The barbarian territory is far away from the Ascension God dynasty and the misty Forbidden Land. Who is doing it? Zhu Yuan suddenly looked at the sky, pierced through the layers of nothingness, and light spots appeared on the bitter sea, and the huge Shenzhou moved again. Could it be the other side of this Shenzhou? You guys are not being honest. Since that's the case, I'll go to the barbarian realm and see what's going on. The Shenwu Empire has also opened up the channel with the barbarian domain in recent years, so that the news can be exchanged with each other, otherwise he will not know the news of the change in the barbarian domain within the empire. The barbarian god of war is very famous. Although he is not the real supreme, his combat power is terrifying, even if the supreme is not so easy to kill him. The savage domain exists in a wild place in the universe. At this moment, many masters are besieging the savage domain, and there is no lack of immortal realm. The people of the barbarian domain are fighting hard, they are not afraid of death, they are the most brave warriors. God of war in the barbarian realm, I follow the order of my lord on the other side to lead you to the other side of the Shenzhou, not to destroy you in the barbarian realm. The master of the other side is kind, seeing that your time is approaching, so I want you to enter the other side and disintegrate your own injuries. I hope you don't be stubborn and live up to the good intentions of my lord. This is not good for you or the barbarian realm. Sure enough, they were people from the other side. They wanted to lead the barbarian god of war to the other side. Haha, that's how the other shore is introduced? If you don't agree, you will use forcible means to besiege, bah. I am not afraid of the sky or the earth, and I am not afraid of everything, only the people who died in battle, and never surrendered. Bimingfingya and a large group of patriarchs guard the barbarian territory, and they are extremely disgusted with the people on the other side of Shenzhou. The barbarian god of war was seriously injured, and no matter how much they paid, they could only maintain the life of the god of war. Will the other side of Shenzhou be so kind? How much does it cost to treat an existence like the god of war? If there is no price, they will not believe it if they are killed. Biming Funo, the strong man on the other side, dealt with him in the reincarnation world that day, precisely to weaken the power of the eel, but unfortunately it was destroyed by the great Emperor Xuanhuan. Don't be stubborn, we come with good intentions, and if we don't enter the other side, the god of war will die in this turmoil. When we enter the other side is hope. There is no catastrophe, and everyone yearns for it. The strong man on the other side said. Your kindness is to kill with swords and soldiers. This kindness is really kind. Biming Funo sneered disdainfully. Extraordinary means in extraordinary times, said the strong man on the other side. Let me go to the other side. My injury may also have something to do with you. If it wasn't for God to conquer the universe, I would have been led to the other side long ago. In the barbarian realm, a tall and burly middle-aged man with black hair and a shawl came out. His chi and blood were weak and not strong, but his eyes were very bright, with a strong glow like the sun and the moon. He is the savage god of war. Mars. The barbarian people are angry. They knew that the god of war was too seriously injured. He had been sleeping for many years. Using this method to delay death, every time he woke up, he was one step closer to death. But the crisis from the other side of Shenzhou forced him to wake up. These people are all for him. It's okay, it's a blessing, not a disaster, it's a disaster that can't be avoided, there will be this day. The god of war spoke in a difficult tone, and every word was spoken slowly. That tall and burly body was hunched up, like an old man in the twilight, whereas there a little demeanor that was called the god of war in the world by the Emperor of Heaven. The barbarians are sad and distressed, their god of war has become like this. God of war, follow me to the other side, this is your only chance to survive. This man was very cold, and he regarded it as a great honor to be the god of war, to lead the other side. For how many years, the master of the other side has not given up on me. The war god of the barbarian territory shook his head. I am afraid that the price I have to pay is to become the protector of your other side, lose myself, no longer myself, become the puppet of the master of the other side. You think too much. The other side of the strong said. I don't think much of it. The squatted back of the barbarian war god gradually straightened, his whole body was glowing, and his momentum gradually climbed to the peak. He said in a strong tone, there is no way to go. This is the last time I use my strength. Either way, death is my destiny. Mars. The barbarians cry in pain. The god of war can no longer fight. When he fights again, it means the end before death. God of war, is this your choice? The people on the other side don't care about the power of the barbarian god of war breaking out. In his view, it's just a struggle. He said coldly, it doesn't matter, even if you die in battle, you can take your body back. My lord's means are beyond your imagination, and your body is equally extraordinary. Boom. Many strong men on the other side are doing it. They pushed the barbaric realm into the formation on the other side, and the surging sea of suffering was submerged. And that man also looked directly at the god of war. He was the main force against the god of war. He also knew that this person was very powerful. Although he looked like he was about to die, it was still terrifying to burn everything like a meteor in exchange for the final brilliance. Although I don't know which ancient existence before the reincarnation, but I can see that you were also a supreme, but when you are willing to believe in the master of the other side, you can't be regarded as the supreme, you are the lackey of the other side, there is no more arrogance, no more arrogance. How to exert the supreme and invincible combat power, you have handed over your supreme power and soul, but it's just a fake. The god of war of the barbarian territory is dazzling, without the slightest weakness, his terrifying power distorts the world, his black hair is flying, his eyes are like electricity, and he stands upright. Without my lord, I would have died a long time ago, and you will never know how terrible my lord is? Such is the supreme being in the world, the Emperor Yuhua. It can't be compared with my lord. The man sighed at the god of war, isn't it bad to live? You have to choose a dead end. It's better to live like a running dog than to die. The barbarian god of war has his own pride. He would rather die in battle than go to the other side. He knows that it is not a good place. If he really goes, he will not be the god of war. You will regret this. The man's tone was getting colder. He bombarded with one blow, and his power traversed the ages. Baiming Fingya's triple heaven only feels that in this person's power, they only have the share of being toyed with and cannot compete. You are not what you used to be. Ares, fearless. At this time, his strength has reached the peak, with the intention of begging for death. This outbreak, the injury in the body will be like a flood of beasts, and it is no longer possible to live. And you can't have your peak power. This person took the god of war's move and said coldly, but you are really powerful, you have not become a supreme, you can compete against people of this level with your strength alone. No wonder the emperor as strong as the gods praised you as the god of war. It's a pity, there is no possibility of becoming supreme. At least it's enough to deal with you who have lost heart. In my opinion, the lord of the other shore can't even compare to the Emperor Yuhua. At least all the conspiracies of the Emperor Yuhua are for the hegemony of the universe, not like him who only dares to hide in on the other side of the Shenzhou. The barbarian god of war sees through the essence of this person. He was not afraid, and used his last and strongest combat power to bombard this person. #C962 Last request. The barbarian god of war is unparalleled in combat power. He displayed the unparalleled power at his peak, and his eyes were so bright that he had an unparalleled demeanor. Even dragging his sick body, he never retreated, every punch was overwhelming, and what was even more frightening was that, instead of weakening over time, he became more and more violent. His eyes were hot, and the void evaporated. A man from the other side who besieged the barbarian domain screamed and was evaporated into nothingness. Back then, he was able to compete with the Emperor of Heaven and was called the God of War. How could he be weak? He exploded like this, he did everything, and he was stronger than when he was at his peak. You dare to besiege my savage domain? The barbarian war god's black hair fluttered and rose into the sky. A strong man on the other side was setting up a formation, and he was grabbed by his palm, booming. The whole person was shattered into blood mist and inhaled into his wreckage. He is sucking other people's immortal substances to prolong the time of his mad war. God of war in the wild territory, no matter how much immortal material you devour, it can't repair your injury. The man was drinking loudly, and his face was also very ugly. The fighting power of the barbarian god of war is too strong. Even if he is injured like this, he is still unparalleled in combat power, making him helpless, knowing that his realm is higher than that of the god of war. No, but it can make my last fireworks more gorgeous. The barbarian god of war also knew that it was useless. He waved his hand, and killed several strong men on the other side in a row, rushed out, and killed this person with an iron fist. The man resisted the barbarian god of war, and then let out a grunt, and the whole person flew backwards. I see how long you can hold on. He also got mad. Definitely longer than you think. The barbarian god of war said this to himself. The explosion in his body was due to the injury breaking his body, but his strength did not weaken, and he slaughtered the strong on the other side and waved the fist of the god of war. A loud bang. The war in this universe is too loud. Suddenly, the god of war seemed to have transformed into a powerful supreme being. He walked towards this person, completely suppressed his breath, and swung out the fist of the god of war, and all the time and space around this person were locked. Not good. This person secretly said that it was not good, but he was unable to retreat, and could only passively take a punch. His body was almost blown up and suffered extremely severe injuries, and he shouted at the barbarian god of war, "You have already realized the supreme way, but unfortunately your body can no longer allow you to set foot in this realm. It is a pity," and a sigh. "Ah, a powerful being is about to fall, and the universe will not have you as a supreme being in the future, and you are unwilling to enter the other side of me. It is doomed that you have only one dead end. The barbarian god of war is too strong, and dragging him with a sick body can force him to such a situation." But he also sneered, "Even if you are strong, so what? After this fight, he will perish." The barbarian god of war did not speak, his power became stronger and stronger, and the domain of the god of war enveloped him, and he wanted to perform the final lore. Humph. This person also knows that the barbarian war god knows that he can't live, and wants to pull himself to death together. With this punch, he is very likely to be killed by the barbarian war god. To die together, he wouldn't do such a stupid exchange. "I misestimated your strength, you are cruel, the god of war in the wild, rest in peace, I will bury you." This person left and did not fight with him. Pity. The barbarian god of war hopes that he and himself will fight for the last move, but the other party just left, and he can't chase after him in his condition. The aura of the god of war declined, unable to maintain the brave attitude just now, like a dying old man, sitting down paralyzed. Mars. Everyone in the barbarian region knelt down and cried out to the god of war. Children of the barbarian domain are not allowed to cry. The god of war shouted fiercely. "We don't cry." Bimingfingya and others wiped their eyes, went to the god of war, and said, "Please also ask the god of war to absorb our immortal material and return to sleep again. For the god of war, we can contribute everything, including life. It's useless, the injury has eroded the whole body, and now I am like a crock, full of cracks, and if I take more strength, I will collapse directly." The god of war shook his head. He looked at heaven and earth. "Many people are waiting for me to die, but I am not at a loss in this life. Although I have never been to the Supreme, I have played against the Supreme." He got up and walked tremblingly. Someone wanted to come over to help him, but he threw his hand away and drank it away. "I'm not weak enough for someone to help me, I'll walk this road myself." Finally, he walked to the top of a small hill and looked at the star that was shining brightly in the savage realm. At this moment, it turned into a sunset, and the brilliant evening light fell, as if his life was ending. This small hill is very common in the barbarian realm, and Biming Funo and others know that this is the favorite place for the god of war. Seeing the old appearance of the god of war is completely opposite to the previous scene where he showed his great power, and he couldn't help his nose sour. Heroes also have their twilights. Everything is gone. The god of war thought of his parents when he was a child, the kind old people in the tribe. And the little girl who accompanied him on the hill to watch the sunrise and sunset also had a smile on her face. The people in the barbarian domain didn't dare to say anything, and quietly said goodbye to the god of war. Perhaps a battle after doing everything, and a battle at the last moment of life is the most desired destination for the god of war. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Emperor Xuanhuan, are you here to see me off for a dying person?" "I'm here." Xuanhuan came to the barbarian realm. The battle was over, and the strong man on the other side retreated. He didn't see the heroic scene of the god of war, but only saw an old man in the twilight. Also, at the last moment of my life, the great Emperor Xuanhuan saw me off. I'm not afraid of death. Death in battle is my destination. I'm tired of the sleeping years, but what I can't let go of is the barbarian domain. The barbarian war god said quietly, What should I do if I don't protect them? And I can't protect them forever. I can see that you have great ambitions. If you can, please protect the barbarian region as my last resort. Ask. Is this your last word? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, last words. How close is death to me now? Immortality is known as infinite life, but it will also die. All kinds of catastrophe are waiting for us. The barbarian war god said, Bei Mingfingya, this is my last order. From today, the barbarian region will join the Xuanhu Empire, and everyone will obey the orders of the Emperor Xuanhu. He can't protect it anymore, so he can only let Emperor Xuanhu protect it. His barbarians are the best warriors. Even without him, they are still strong. Mars. Bai Mingfuno cried bitterly, if it wasn't for death, how could the god of war make such a decision? Actually, I still want to fight. The Emperor of Heaven is not dead, and God is very likely to be resurrected. The universe in the future will be brighter, and ancient and powerful supremes will appear. So many powerful enemies have not yet fought. Unfortunately, I have no chance. I still want a few reincarnations. The voice of the barbarian god of war is getting weaker and weaker. You still have a chance to follow me to conquer the universe. Xuanhuan suddenly said. Haha, is the great Emperor Xuanhu trying to recruit me? The barbarian war god laughed. Now, even if I want to fight with the great emperor, I am powerless. I am a person who is about to die, and I have no chance. Hashtag C963 Pseudozoon. Let me continue to live in the world. After hearing this, the god of war did not fluctuate, but was very calm. He smiled indifferently, his eyes were bright, and he could see through everything in the world. Emperor Xuanhu, I know my own injury best. If it could be repaired, it would have been repaired long ago. You are mysterious and powerful, and there may be some heaven-defying things in your hand, which can allow me to continue to live, but I have had enough of that kind of living, so forgive me that I can't fight the universe with the Emperor. Master God of War, as long as you are alive. Bai Mingfuno was anxious. He followed Xuanhuan to the land of reincarnation, and he said that if the god of war can survive, it must be rewarding. The savage realm is inseparable from the god of war. This kind of life is not what I want. The god of war shook his head. He wanted to be at his peak, not to survive. People like him could only die in battle. The battle with the powerhouse on the other side, although he was on the verge of death, he fought equally happily. What if it's not living? It's about allowing you to fully restore the combat power that you only have at your peak. There is no hidden danger, and you may even hope to be supreme in the future. Xuanhuan said something shocking again. What? To fully recover Lord God of War, does the Emperor really have such a shocking thing in his hands? Bai Mingfingya and the others were shocked. They suddenly knelt down to Xuanhuan and said in unison, Please also ask the great Emperor to save the god of war in my barbarian realm. The god of war has been so brilliant in his life, he has fought against many strong men. Although he is not the supreme being, he can rival the supreme being. Although he was defeated by the heavenly emperor, the heavenly emperor can also appreciate him. The name of the god of war was also spread from the heavenly emperor. I'm afraid the universe cherishes such a thing, and the price is very high. The barbarian war god was not surprised by this, but looked at Xuanhuan for a long time before saying, What do I need to pay? If the other side said the method, I would rather die. I am fighting the universe and want to establish a dynasty of gods. I am lacking the existence of the god of war. You are so powerful. I hope you can follow me to fight the universe and become the god of war under my command. When Xuanhuan spoke, a humane supreme power radiated out. Divine power was unparalleled in the world, such as the greatest holy emperor came to this world. In the eyes of the god of war, he saw a glorious existence. This power gave him a great shock. Emperor Xuanhu. The god of war felt this majesty, and there was a kind of shock in his heart. He had never seen such a stalwart person. It seemed that the Emperor of Heaven was not as good as him. Aware of this momentum, he knew that even if the barbarians joined the Xuanhuan Empire, they would be sheltered by this holy emperor, and they would never become a puppet like entering the other side, losing themselves forever and being manipulated by the master of the other side. In the future, the great world will be bright, and the heroes will compete for hegemony. I want to open up a grand event that has never been seen before. Don't you want to see it and join in the development of this prosperous world? The cycle of reincarnation in this universe will also change. Xuanhuan's words hit what the god of war wanted most. In a prosperous world that has never been seen before, I want to see that my sick body is naturally unable to fight. If I can recover, it will be my honor to follow the emperor to fight. The barbarian war god's eyes suddenly burst out with yearning light, and his blood boiled again. He is no longer the god of war he was when he fought against the heavenly emperor. After experiencing the changes in the world, his temperament has long since settled down. He still wants to fight again, and doesn't want to be lonely. The future universe is too bright. Take it, and you can get back to your peak. Xuanhuan took out the immortal god healing potion, which was very precious. He can't refresh the current maul, and can heal all the injuries of the immortal god, saying, "Fortunately, you are still immortal, not the real supreme, otherwise I can't save you." The god of war was stunned. Is it a good thing that he didn't step into the supreme? Looking at this emerald and green potion, he didn't hesitate. He was a dying person, and he was afraid of being poisoned by others. With the arrogance of Emperor Xuanhuan, he didn't bother to do it. Can a potion restore the god of war, who has been silent for many years, to his peak? Bai Mingfuno and the others all widened their eyes, watching the miracle happen. The barbarian war god drank the potion, and he trembled in an instant. The wounds in his body were repaired at an alarming speed. However, his body was very violent, and his eyes were tightly closed. Master God of War. The barbarian widened his eyes. Naturally, they would not suspect that Emperor Xuanhuan would harm the God of War, but they were afraid that the effect of the medicine would be too strong, and the God of War would not be able to bear it at the moment. I'm fine. God of War, his sick body is not there. His figure stood tall and straight again, and slowly stood up from the hill, majestic, reckless like a dragon, with thick black hair, and every move had the power to shake the world. His blood was rushing, and the long-lost power filled his body. This is not the kind of power when competing with the strong on the other side, but the power of being able to display his own strength as he pleases, without having to worry about injuries. My power is back. The God of War made such a sound. The God of War is no longer damaged, and his power is stronger. Bai Mingfuno cried with joy, and at the same time was full of deep awe for Emperor Xuanhuan. He saved the God of War just by taking out the potion. Such a method is unimaginable. The potion you take, I can only take one tube now. Xuanhuan smiled. Remember the Emperor's life-saving grace, all I can do is follow the Emperor to fight the universe. The God of War knelt down on one knee to Xuanhuan, which was the etiquette of a minister in general, and solemnly said, I also want to see what a grand and prosperous world the great Emperor will open up, whether it will be more brilliant than the time of the Emperor of Heaven, who ruled the universe. 9 full reincarnation eras are over. I want to make this universe free from catastrophe, and reincarnation is under the control of one person. Xuanhuan said, but I know better that the plan has to be implemented step by step. Now it is necessary to establish a dynasty and conquer the starry sky. Only the unity of the universe can realize my plan. Master the reincarnation of heaven and earth. The God of War was shocked. At the beginning, God wanted to do this too, but he was defeated, and now Xuanhuan's words made his blood boil. Even if you are smashed to pieces, the great Emperor's wish is the wish of everyone in the universe. God of War, after this recovery, you have also realized the way of the Supreme, and you are also expected to be supreme. Chu Yuan said. Yes, being injured is also a good thing for me. I used to be too arrogant and easy to break. Now I have settled down and have realized the path to the Supreme. The God of War said to himself, I am only in the Supreme domain now, that is, the real Supreme Being, the Pseudo-Supreme, the Emperor of the Sky, the gods, etc., and the Supreme Being who has unified the universe will be stronger and control the infinite power of creation, not comparable to ordinary Supreme Beings. Chu Yuan nodded. The Supreme Realm is also an immortal God. The realm of the Supreme Realm is understood, but the realm has not been reached. It is a transitional stage for becoming the real Supreme. The God of War is very strong, although he is not a Supreme, but his strength can wrestle with the real Supreme. This time, Chu Yuan used a tube of immortal God healing potion to let the God of War join his Xuanhuan Empire, which was indeed very cost-effective. Of course, it was also because the God of War was in a state of being on the verge of becoming sluggish, and he gave him another goal, making him willing to surrender. I didn't expect to become a member of the Xuanhuan Empire like this. The barbarians have nothing against the Xuanhuan Empire. After all, the God of War was rescued by Chu Yuan, and they cooperated many times in the land of reincarnation. On the contrary, because of the God of War's recovery, the fighting spirit boiled over to each of them. #C964 Demon Domain. When will your majesty stand up to the gods? The God of War was also scalding with blood at this time. This kind of unscrupulous use of his peak power was too happy, and he couldn't help but go to find a strong enemy to fight. He is the God of War in the barbarian realm, and he should fight the sky and the battlefield. The Lisan dynasty will not be too far away, I am already planning, and I also hope that you can enter the Supreme Realm sooner and become the first God of War under my command. Chu Yuan knew his desire to fight. Entering the Supreme is just a matter of time for me. I have just recovered, and I need to sort out my strength. Now I need a stronger and more violent force to help me advance to this realm. Speaking of which, although I joined the Empire, but in fact, His Majesty saved me and gave me the possibility to become the Supreme. The barbarian God of War sighed. That's right, without Chu Yuan, he is already sitting down now. Where would he be so excited at this moment, seeing the road to the Supreme? After all, Chu Yuan is his benefactor. This is different from being led to the other side. If he reaches the other side, he is not himself, but in Xuanhu, he is still the God of War, and his prestige will become stronger with Xuanhu's conquest. Although I have been asleep for many years, after I wake up, I also know that the current situation in the universe is not optimistic. The Emperor Yuhua is very strong, and even more terrifying than the Emperor of Heaven in terms of conspiracy and calculation. After all, the arrogance of the Emperor of Heaven will not play tricks with you, but feathering is different. Even if he has the power to completely suppress you, he will play tricks with you. The God of War said solemnly, I have learned from Baimingfengya that the alliance planned by the misty ancient emperor has been defeated so miserably, and the misty ancient emperor I know, who has fought with the Emperor of Heaven, is the formidable enemy of the emperor at that time. After this failure, there will be no more alliances. Chu Yuan said lightly, the Piaomiao ancient emperor is also waiting for the opportunity to establish a god. Yeah, the dynasties of the gods stand side by side, they will merge first, and then they will fight decisively. The God of War sighed, unfortunately, it is difficult for an existence like the Emperor of Heaven to appear now, and they may appear only during the great tribulation of reincarnation. The barbarian domain will not move for the time being. Now no one knows that the barbarian domain has become an imperial force. Many people think that you have already sat down. Chu Yuan smiled and said, the barbarian god legion is set up in the barbarian territory. You, the God of War, are the president of the legion, and Baimingfengya will help. Okay. The God of War nodded, I am reborn, I am not only the God of War of the barbarian realm, but also the God of War of the Xuanhu Empire. God of War, you follow me back to the Xuanhu Empire, without your breath. I'm afraid more people think that you are already sitting down, and also select a large number of powerful barbarian warriors to go back with me first. You will be the sharpest in my hands. Weapon. Xuanhuan said. I would like to be your majesty's soldier. The savage strongman responded. Xuanhu Empire. The barbarian people crossed the gate of heaven and came to the magnificent country, with bright luck. This is your majesty's kingdom. The barbarian god of war looked at the weather of the empire and couldn't help but be startled. Seeing those soldiers who were trained, the warriors of his barbarian realm were brave enough, but the soldiers of the Xuanhu Empire were not inferior, and everyone had an arrogant self-confidence and feared nothing. The flow of time here is very different from the outside world. 1 day in the outside world, 10 years in the empire. The barbarian war god sensed, and his face was shocked. He can naturally change the flow of time, but it is impossible for the Xuanhu Empire to be so fast. Since the 9 attributes of the human emperor sword were all unsealed, the power of the supreme artifact, the time acceleration of the human emperor kingdom has penetrated into every aspect of the empire. That's true. After I set foot on the supreme being and establish the gods, the flow of time will be faster. If I can master the entire universe, the reincarnation of heaven and earth, all the flow rates will be determined by me. Xuanhuan said. This is a pond of gods and demons, training a powerful body like gods and demons. I let the warriors of the barbarian region come, and it is precisely to let them enter the pond of gods and demons. Only the best warriors can bear this unforgettable pain. Xuanhuan took them to the Shenma pond. The warriors of the wildland enter the pool. The barbarian god of war naturally saw the unfathomable depth of this pool. After Emperor Xuanhu took out a tube of potion and saved his life. He already knew that Emperor Xuanhu was mysterious and unpredictable, making him completely incomprehensible, especially seeing the atmosphere of the empire, which made his choice even more firm. You are also cultivating here. Xuanhuan said. Time passed, Xuanhu 47 years. Not long after the barbarian god of war regained his strength, he was also using the resources of the empire to replenish his lost power. He is no longer confused about the road to the supreme, and now he is waiting for the opportunity. If Xuanhu stands in the dynasty, with the impact of the national fortune of the dynasty, he can also shorten the time for him to enter the supreme. The barbarian army of the barbarian gods has been established, has stepped up training, and is always ready to fight for the empire. Next time. After Xuanhuan recruited barbarian domain, he was also planning his next move. Now that the universe has entered a strange calm, the Ascension God dynasty has not fought. I don't know what tricks this emperor is playing, and there is no news from the misty ancient emperor, and it seems to be dormant and accumulating. This calm situation is the most uncomfortable and difficult to break. The Gate of 10,000 Demons. Xuanhuan looked at the Gate of 10,000 Demons, and his eyes fell there. It seems that we can only start from there first and accumulate the power to establish the gods. He came to the Gate of 10,000 Demons, his eyes pierced with all his might, as if there was a universe connected to the portal, and there were countless ghosts flickering inside, and there were many terrifying existences. There's a magic realm out there. His Majesty. Ning Shouchen is respectful. He has not yet entered immortality, but he has already cultivated his immortal body. Join your Majesty. The barbarian god of war, Xuanhuan, and other strong men in the empire came over after receiving orders from Xuanhuan. The barbarian god of war. Xuanhuan was also shocked when she saw the war god of the barbarian realm. She was consolidating the realm of the 3 heavens during this period of time. She didn't know about this, and she was surprised. How could such an existence come to the Xuanhu Empire? Moreover, it is not rumored that the barbarian god of war has been seriously injured, but how can there be any injuries in the current situation? The barbarian domain has joined the empire. Chu Yuan smiled, Xuanhuan, from Mingguang Xianzong. What, even an existence like the barbarian god of war is willing to listen to the order of the emperor? Xuanhuan also felt unbelievable. The heavenly emperor had recruited him, but without success. God also said that he was willing to accept the god of war, but it was also unsuccessful. But he came to the Shenwu Empire. Mingguang Xianzong, I also saw Mingguang immortal in the last reincarnation catastrophe, and had a brief conversation with him. God of War of the Wild Territory said. You have seen Master. Xuanhuan was shocked and said, Ask Senior God of War, how is he, Master? It should never come out. I only saw him go to the depths of the reincarnation world, and there is no trace again. The barbarian god sighed that in the great tribulation of reincarnation, such a strong man has seen too many, and it is not surprising. Thank you, Senior. Xuanhuan was silent. There are indeed too many strong people buried in the world of reincarnation, and there are too many mysteries, the outbreak point of each catastrophe. Chu Yuan said, Today, I called everyone here for the sake of communicating with the demon world within the gate of 10,000 demons. #C965 Demon God, Demon God. This portal communicates with a huge world. It is the legendary demon realm, a world suitable for demon cultivation. Is your majesty calling me to come to the demon realm? The barbarian god of war also knows behind the gate of 10,000 demons. He has the highest knowledge, living fossil-level existence, and recognized the origin of this portal at a glance. I am for the demon domain. Chu Yuan nodded. After he got the gate of 10,000 demons, he knew that this gate was a bridge to communicate with a world. He also found the origin of the demon domain from ancient books. It was a world that gathered countless demons. The demon realm is the holy land of the demon Tao, where there are countless powerful demons, and there are often evil disasters. These demons emerged from the demon realm, and in the extremely ancient years ago, a giant named Demon Venerable was born in the demon realm. But that Demon Venerable is just as difficult to reproduce as the Heavenly Emperor. His Majesty wants to attack the demon realm. I would like to be the vanguard for His Majesty. God of War, please fight. He is belligerent, and the person who wants to fight the most is him. Imagine being injured for so many years and not being able to use his power to the fullest. For him, it was more uncomfortable than death, and he couldn't stand it anymore. With the God of War as the vanguard, the army will overwhelm the realm, sweeping the demon realm, and I will personally open the passage between the two realms. The universe was calm. Chu Yuan couldn't find the target to start, and could only hit the idea in the demon realm. He looked up ancient books and knew that there were many devils in the demon realm, and they existed for an ancient time. There were many treasures there. The goal of his battle was to plunder treasures, and plunder the devils. With the help of the gate of 10,000 demons, the demon domain often attacks other forces in the universe, and now Chu Yuan is counter-attacking them with the demon gate. Two-world channel. Chu Yuan urged the gate of the void, and suddenly the torrent of the void swept out, and a stable channel was created, which communicated with the world of the demon domain. This portal. It is the power of the void. Although the location of the demon realm is not difficult to find, without the portal of the Great Emperor, it is also difficult to transport the army in quickly. The God of War was amazed. The passage between the two realms has been completed, and the army is heading to the demon realm. Chu Yuan ordered. It is good. The army of the barbarian gods, follow the gods, and go in. Every time the universe is in chaos, this group of demons will take advantage of the chaos. The God of War has entered the demon realm. A large number of legions also rushed to the demon domain like a torrent. The demon realm is huge, with a dark vacuum, rolling demonic energy, the existence of the sun, moon, stars, and galaxies. It feels like a miniature universe. Small, but complete. It is also a part of the universe, unlike the other side of the Shenzhou, where the laws seem to have transcended this universe, and are not disturbed by the reincarnation of the heavens and the earth. The other side of the Shenzhou is the most mysterious. The god of war's eyes gleamed, and the place he most wanted to enter was the other side of the Shenzhou, to see who the owner of the other side was. Go directly to the core of the demon domain. Xuanhuan looked at the huge demon universe and ignored those worlds. His army directly killed the place where the devil's demonic energy was strongest and the masters were the most. The huge army was murderous and passed through the demon realm with great momentum. This demon territory is simply a paradise for demon cultivators. When they were killing all the way, there were still a large number of demons fighting each other in every star and galaxy. Although they didn't deliberately sweep these ordinary demon domain star regions, the army swept all the way and still collected a large number of demon heads and swept the past. Do not kill me. A galaxy was swept away by the army, and a demon in the immortal realm was caught by the god of war, shivering, and there was no immortal dignity, just like a chicken cub. Hand over your soul, spare you immortality. God of war said. Come on, I'll pay. This demon realm immortal handed over his soul very simply and neatly. The demon territory is the strong prey to the weak. It is common for a small devil to be annexed by a big one. It is normal to encounter a stronger one. As the army entered the demon realm, Xuanhuan also clearly sensed that the atmosphere in this realm had changed. Countless masters were summoned, and when they entered the deepest part of the demon realm, they converged in one direction. Your Majesty, the demon army is gathering. Lu Qianfu said. I have seen that the army is entering with great momentum. It is impossible for the demon realm to have no movement. They are preparing to resist our attack in the deepest part of the demon realm. It's okay, the masters gather, save me trouble, and slowly look for the past. It is impossible to hide from the masters who dominate the demon realm in the conquest of the army. Since they gathered in one place, it was in line with Xuanhuan's intentions. He simply slowed down the march of the army and gave the demon domain time to gather, so that they could be wiped out. Woohoo! The low-pitched demonic horn resounded in the demonic realm, and it has not stopped since the army of the Shenwu Empire entered. Although the demon territory is seriously fighting, and no one obeys the other, it will unite whenever it encounters an attack by a foreign enemy, knowing that if it does not do this, the demon territory will be pushed down by others long ago, and it will no longer exist. The deepest part of the demon realm. The vast demonic energy, a huge portal appeared in the sky, and it was also the door of 10,000 demons. Behind the demonic door, there were densely packed, and the shadows of a large number of demons flickered. Shenwu Empire, my demon territory is based here, and I have no grudges against you. Today you lead an army into my demon territory, are you going to start a war? Behind the magic door, there was an ancient magic sound which contained deep anger. With such a large army and such a scale, this is already a battle to be swept away. My demon realm is not a spiritual realm, so it's not that easy to settle down. Another person made a sound of anger. The struggle for cosmic hegemony, the struggle for national fortune, has nothing to do with grudges. Today, I lead the army into the demon realm, and I don't need to say more about the purpose. There are only two choices in front of you, surrender or die. Xuanhuan said coldly. The hegemony in the universe is all for profit. If he can swallow the demon realm and add the barbarian realm, he will have the background to advance to the divine dynasty. As soon as he established the dynasty, his strength would also undergo a qualitative change. You are so arrogant, haha, Emperor Shenwu, we know that you destroyed the spiritual realm, just when you were in high spirits. Unfortunately, the strength of my demon realm is much stronger than the spiritual realm. You hit us with your idea, that is completely wrong already. Boom. A powerful force came over. This was an old man, full of demonic energy, but his breath was as thick as the earth. He was wearing a black robe and looked at Xuanhuan with cold eyes. His strength is very strong, and he is definitely a pseudo-exalter who has stepped into the supreme realm. Earth Demon God. The Book of Awakening Spirit exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is the Earth Demon God in the demon realm." Who else? I remember that there is a god of the devil, also a pseudo-Zun, the two devil masters of heaven and earth, who are the strongest devil in the demon domain. After the disappearance of the strongest demon head in this demon domain, it also appeared together. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across, bringing great pressure. Emperor Xuanhuan. Another old man came. He was wearing pure white clothes. He was not as strong as Earth Demon God. His strength was stronger than Earth Demon God. The demon god's face was solemn. Although he is in the demon realm, he also knows the fame of Emperor Xuanhuan, rising like a comet with mysterious methods. He just conquered the spirit realm a few years ago. The two demon lords of heaven and earth appeared together. This is the strongest person in the demon domain today, but their mood is not at all relaxed. Because the Emperor Xuanhuan they faced was a mysterious and eccentric existence. #C966 Conquering the Demon Realm. The army pressed down, the army of Xuanhuan held weapons, and the cold light swept out, and the people who shone were frightened. The weakest ones who can join this battle are the gods. They formed an array, they were indifferent, slaughtered, and the formation was solemn. As long as the emperor gave an order, they would rush out in an instant. On the other hand, there are many strong people in the demon domain, but the formation is scattered. They are all forcibly gathered by the two demon gods of heaven and earth, where is there any lineup to speak of? Seeing such a large army, the people of the demon domain were also very terrified. Although they were accustomed to fighting, most of them fought fiercely. Facing the lineup of a large army like the Xuanhuan army, the impact it brought to them was too strong, and their momentum alone overwhelmed them. The army of the Xuanhuan Empire is terrible. The demon god admitted that the Xuanhuan army was very strong. He looked at Xuanhuan, this emperor is tall, he dominates the world, and he dominates all beings. His every move has earth-shaking power. But my demon domain is not easy to deal with. If there is no means, can it exist to this day? Earth Demon God. He said again, Emperor Xuanhuan, I advise you to withdraw from the army, don't fall into the quagmire of war, your opponent is not us, but you Huashan dynasty, it is not good to fight with us here, there are many strong people in my demon domain, your Xuanhuan Empire you are the only one who is powerful, what are you going to use to fight us? War. Xuanhuan's words fell, the bloody warriors waved their flags, and the army took a few steps forward. It seems that they won't withdraw, the demon gods, I have long heard that the strength of this Emperor Xuanhuan is mysterious, just right, taking this opportunity, I want to see how strong his strength is, can you and I two demon gods suppress him? The heavenly demon god and the earth demon god are all beings who have stepped into the existence of pseudo-respects, and they are not afraid of Xuanhuan. Many immortals in the demon domain also roared. According to their information, the only person who is really powerful in the Xuanhuan Empire is Emperor Xuanhuan. Your opponent is not the emperor, but the god. The barbarian god of war came out. You are. The earth demon god looked at the burly middle-aged man, overlapped with a figure in his memory, and exclaimed, God of war in the barbarian region, aren't you going to die? Why are you still alive? Did you take refuge in the Xuanhuan Empire? It's not stupid, said the savage god of war. What's going on? The barbarian god of war is not seriously injured and is about to die, but I only have a flourishing, most prosperous posture from his breath. Where is the slightest weakness? What happened? Earth demon god couldn't understand it either. Emperor Xuanhuan, everything comes from him. Although the demon god couldn't understand it, he knew that it was all because of Emperor Xuanhuan, so he immediately said, the god of war is immortal and has an inseparable relationship with him. In the devil's prison, we are not afraid of him. The minds of the two demon gods changed rapidly. All troops attack, kill. The army of Xuanhuan also killed at this time and went out to the demon realm. First, they wanted to conquer this world, and second, they wanted to train with them. Xuanhuan also knew that in the demon realm, the strong prey on the weak, and if he wants to subdue them as his own strength, he must suppress them with great strength. The barbarian god legion took the lead. They all just joined Xuanhuan, but the barbarian region was a warlike one. Kill the past. The demon god was not reconciled to failure, and immediately ordered, and instantly a large number of demons were killed. Xuanhuan army, kill. The Xuanhuan legion in the Xuanhuan book was killed, and their breath was heavy, like heaven and earth. Under the leadership of the Xuanhuan commander, although there were only 1 million, they were more than 1 million holy spirits. The shield of mysterious yellow. The army opened the profound yellow shield and slowly advanced. The strength of these devils is also very strong, and they fight all day long. However, in the face of the strangulation of the regular army like Xuanhuan, they show their weaknesses. There is no order, and they are almost fighting each other. How can there be so many strong people in Xuanhuan? The Xuanhuan army is an army that is not in their intelligence. Moreover, after the first battle in the spiritual realm, a large number of treasures in the spiritual realm were obtained, and the Tiao furnace was upgraded to an immortal artifact, which has greatly improved the overall strength of the Xuanhuan Empire. Bloody flowers, the army turned on the strangulation mode. This is a battle to conquer the demon realm. And this domain Xuanhuan must conquer into his own territory. Heavenly demon god, earth demon god's face is gloomy. Originally, they were fearless, but the barbarian war god belongs to the Xuanhuan Empire, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, completely breaking their deployment. It is impossible for the barbarian god of war to fully recover from his injuries. Perhaps Emperor Xuanhuan used some taboo method to make him look safe, so I will test his strength to see how far he has recovered. The earth demon god did not believe that the barbarian god of war had completely recovered. He looked at the army that entered the gate of 10,000 demons and fought a group, and shook his head. He didn't count on these people. How could they resist the iron-blooded division of the Xuanhuan Empire? God of war, fight me. The demon god of earth came out. He was the demon of the earth. He was powerful. He swept across with a punch, sweeping away like the power of heaven and earth. Let me deal with these two great demon gods. The barbarian god of war has been silent for too long. He is eager to fight. He stepped out and bombarded with the bronze-colored god of war. At the same time, his domain also expanded, evolving the world of war, punching heavily. Boom! He bombarded directly, and the face of the earth demon god changed suddenly. He felt that he was hit, and his entire body was about to shatter. He was blasted out, and smashed heavily on the gate of 10,000 demons, vomiting blood. Defeating the earth demon god with one punch, this is the strength of the god of war. Your strength. Earth demon god's teeth trembled, and he made an unbelievable voice. In your peak state, you have realized the path to the supreme. Is this what Emperor Xuanhuan brought you? No need to guess, I did comprehend the path of the supreme. The supreme is just a matter of time for me, and I also tell you the fact that I am fine, and my injury has been completely cured by the emperor. Barbarian war god's fierce eyes swept across, and his power was extremely huge. The two devil gods of heaven and earth, the only way out for you is to take refuge in the Emperor Xuanhuan and be completely loyal to the empire. There is no other way. It's never that easy to get us to take refuge. Earth demon god shouted fiercely, heavenly demon god, the two of us join forces, and with the help of the power of the demon domain, no matter how strong he is, we can suppress him. Then let's fight and beat you all. God of war smiled. If the two demon gods of heaven and earth directly surrendered, he would find it meaningless. The power of heaven and earth. These two demon gods are both pseudo-vendors, and they may not be very powerful alone, but when the two are united, they are the most powerful pseudo-vendors, and their power will shock the sky. Xuanhuan watched the battle between the god of war and the god of heaven and earth, and he remained calm. #C967 You win. The Xuanhu army was like a rainbow, pushing it horizontally. Although these devils are all very powerful, it is difficult for them to fight alone, but when the army swept past, they completely defeated their lineup, leaving patches of blood fog surrounding the demon realm. Lu Qianfu calmly ordered. He knew that His Majesty's battle was different from fighting the spirit realm. It was not to completely destroy the opponent, but to collapse and disintegrate the opponent's will to resist, so that the resources of the entire demon realm would belong to the Xuanhu Empire. The top strong against the top strong. The demon domain is actually not weak, it is immortal, and it fights with the Xuanhu Empire. However, the army will not work, there is no combat power at all. How can it withstand such a brave impact of the Xuanhu army? On the other side, the savage god of war fought the two great demon gods of heaven and earth alone, completely suppressing it, which was also terrifying in the eyes of the demon powerhouse. The two strongest men in their demon realm, the power to mobilize the demon realm, could not solve the barbarian war god. Not to mention that the existence of the god of killing spirits, Emperor Xuanhu, is still standing there, without taking any shots. The obedient will prosper and the disobedient will perish. Kill those who resist to the end. Drop your weapons. The voice of the army rolled. This kind of big army battle is too shocking and intense. Many demon cultivators squatted down and held their heads in fear when they saw the army passing through, expressing that they did not want to fight anymore. The demon domain. Earth demon domain. The faces of the two demon gods of heaven and earth are getting more and more ugly. The god of war is too strong. No matter how powerful the two of them are, they will be crushed by him with one punch, and nothing can stop his fist. God of war realm. The barbarian god of war is full of fighting spirit, his blood is boiling, and he enjoys the feeling of fighting very much. He grabbed with 5 fingers, and with a rumbling sound, the domains of the two demon gods collapsed. There were 2 forces bombarding out, and the 2 demon gods were knocked out. Do you only have this power? Dare to resist the Xuanhu Empire's conquest with this power? Don't give up your resistance. The god of war was proud of the world, and he looked coldly at the 2 demon gods. His power suppressed the 2 of them so much that they couldn't lift their heads. You are forcing us. The demon god definitely does not want the demon realm to be conquered. You must know that here, they are the existences who call the wind and call the rain, and I am the only one who will kill whoever they want. If you become someone else's subordinate, you must obey the orders of others everywhere. This is not the life they want. Then go on. The god of war was not used to them either, his fingers snapped open and the realm was shrouded. No matter how the 2 demon gods held up their demon realm, they would all collapse under his power. God of war is powerful. If he was not strong, he would not have been called the god of war by the heavenly emperor back then. Xuanhuan was majestic, and he nodded when he saw this battle. It was a wise move for him to save the god of war with potion. He recruited such a powerful subordinate for himself that he did not need to take action to conquer the demon realm. Of course, the god of war also wanted to follow Emperor Xuanhu and open up a new era of Xuanhu together. Do you really have to be so aggressive? The army's confrontation was a complete defeat, and even he and the earth demon god were far from rivals, and the heaven demon god shouted fiercely. The person who knows the current affairs is Junjie. Today, the universe cannot allow you to continue to exist alone in the demon realm. The barbarian god of war covered the sky with his 5 fingers, shrouded the 2 demon gods, shot them down, beat them into the void. His body was about to collapse, he coughed up blood again, and his face was extremely gloomy. If the ancient demon venerable is still there, how could you be arrogant here? Earth Demon God shouted. Demon Venerable is the real supreme being, who ruled over the universe. At that time it was really a paradise for demons. But as the 9 universes passed through reincarnation, Demon Venerable disappeared like the Heavenly Emperor. Unfortunately, you are not Demon Venerable. The God of War slammed the palm of his hand, sending both of them flying. The power of the demon realm. The two of them looked ruthless. The reason why the demon realm still exists and has not been broken is that they can use the source power of the demon realm, and suddenly there are 2 distorted sources of heaven and earth coming down from the entire demon realm. In the power of this demon domain, the power of the 2 is rising steadily. This is what you forced. When it was not a last resort, they really didn't want to use the origin of the demon domain. Every time they were reincarnated, they were able to survive. The big reason was that they depended on the demon domain itself. But once the source of equity is used, even the real supreme can resist. I want this piece of demon realm. A mysterious yellow scripture appeared in Xuanhuan's hand, representing heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, the book was expanding infinitely, and it actually enveloped the demon realm and contained it. What power is this? Heaven and Earth Demon God was shocked. When the power of the Xuanhuan book was enveloped, they found that the power of the origin of the demon domain could not come down, as if the entire universe was contained by this book. Look carefully at where this demon realm exists. Xuanhuan suddenly made a sound. Where? The 2 demon gods hurriedly left the demon realm, but the God of War did not stop them and let them see. Our universe is wrapped in a book. The Earth Demon God made the sound of teeth chattering. It was originally outside the demon realm, the universe, but when they looked up, the sky was dark yellow, and the phantom of the entire book enveloped the demon realm. Xuanhuan saw them take action before, but he was actually urging Xuanhuangshu to cover the demon realm. How did you do it? The demon god shouted in horror. What kind of artifact is this? It can accommodate our demon realm. It's just a demon realm, the whole universe is under control. Do you still have to resist to the end? Emperor Xuanhuan's robe was fluttering, majestic and domineering. As soon as he collected this book, the entire devil prison could be directly brought back to his Shenwu Empire. We surrender, we are willing to surrender, and obey the orders of Emperor Shenwu. Many demon cultivators have lost their mentality. It was not an opponent in the first place, and now the entire demon domain is under the control of others. What do they use to fight? Is it possible to beat them with the head? For demon domain people, it is common for them to surrender to the stronger. These useless things. The heavenly demon god's face was extremely ugly, and he shouted, Emperor Shenwu, don't force us to die with you, the rabbit will bite people in a hurry, not to mention that we are not, the earth demon god and I are both stepping into the supreme realm. If you work hard, you have to bear it. Huge loss. A book can take away their demon realm, which is something they can never imagine. Desperately? Xuanhuan's face did not fluctuate, and he said in a very calm tone, God of War, if they can't be used by me, then kill them, and I will extract their power to see who is more loyal and give their demon power to whom. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, the eyes of the other demons in Moyu lit up. In fact, they are not loyal to the gods of heaven and earth, they are only forced by powerful forces. Emperor Shenwu, you. The great Emperor Shenwu didn't care about their threats at all, and the demon gods of heaven and earth knew that if they continued to fight, they would not need the great Emperor Shenwu to take action, and the barbarian war god could kill them by himself. They were shivering all over, and there was nothing they could do in the face of such a powerful and domineering existence. You win. Heaven and Earth Demon God said weakly. #C968, no one breaks, I will break. The 2 demon gods of heaven and earth are very powerless and decadent. When they made this decision, they aged a lot in an instant, and they no longer had the previous monstrous aura, and their heads hung down. They have no way, and are simply unable to resist the conquest of the Xuanhu Empire. They are also all-powerful existences, but after all, they have not achieved the supreme. Even the god of war can't beat them, let alone compete with this mysterious Emperor Xuanhu. If the demon domain was still in their hands, they would dare to fight to the death. But now, the demon domain is out of hand. Whatever they do to fight, if they continue to fight, they are courting death. With the ruthless means of Emperor Xuanhu, the god of war will definitely kill them. They don't want to surrender, and they don't want to die. It is not easy to cultivate to this realm, and it is killed from countless demons. There is hope in life, but in death, there is nothing. We are willing to surrender to Emperor Xuanhu. The two gave up their resistance. Although surrender is humiliating, but in the demon realm it is the strong prey to the weak, and then I thought that even the war god of the barbarian realm had taken refuge in him, so it is not humiliating to surrender myself, right? If compared to fame and strength, the god of war is definitely above them. Perhaps it is not a bad thing to take refuge in the Xuanhu Empire. You must know that in their impression, the god of war is a dying person, and it is because he has taken refuge with the great Emperor Xuanhu that he has become alive and well, and there is a possibility of becoming supreme in the future. Above immortality, hand over your soul, or you will be killed without mercy. Xuanhuan said. Forget about immortality, but immortality is definitely in his own hands. They are not savage war gods. He personally recruits them and has faith and loyalty. Once this group of demons is stronger and has no absolute strength, they will see the wind. We pay. The two demon gods of heaven and earth are like roosters that have been defeated in battle. Their lives cannot be saved, and they still care about their souls. Even the two demon gods of heaven and earth have handed over, although there are still a few hard bones, but it is useless. Just go with the flow. It was not until these immortals handed over their souls that the demon domain was completely in his hands. Xuanhuan nodded with satisfaction. With the barbarian war god and the two demon gods of heaven and earth, he had 3 false venerables. This strength is already very strong. In his empire, there was already a formation of the demon god army, and now he just incorporated them into it, allowing the two demon gods of heaven and earth to practice. Their souls are already in their hands, and they are not afraid of other strange thoughts. Moreover, Xian Huangshu swallowed the demon realm. Xuanhuan can perceive that this book is getting stronger and stronger, and the strength of Xian Huang's commander will also evolve with this book, with the strength of a pseudo-respect. Return to Xuanhu. The army was in high spirits and returned to Xuanhu. I am afraid that those forces in the universe still don't know that Xuanhuan's empire already has 2 powerful forces, the barbarian domain and the demon domain. However, although these demon powerhouses are strong, they were used to being sloppy before and were not constrained by it, but it doesn't matter. Xuanhuan has many means to train them, and they will become a powerful army in his hands. This is the Xuanhu Empire. And after the demon god of the earth entered the empire of gods and demons, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him, which was almost like a god. Handing over their souls meant that Xuanhuan could completely control them. There were a lot of resources collected from universes in the demon domain. After they were charged into the treasury, they were refined into medicinal pills and fed back to them. The empire can refine immortal pills in large quantities. The immortal pills that the two demon gods of heaven and earth were issued, some of which they desperately wanted and were difficult to refine, now appeared in their hands. The pseudo-respect is still immortal after all, and there is a great demand for immortal pills. Devil God, these immortal pills are too precious and extremely difficult to refine. They are suitable for magic cultivation, and they are definitely not in stock. You see, they are suitable for us and must be refined according to our needs. Earth Demon God. Yeah, His Majesty distributed these divine pills to us. Of course, he had the idea to improve our cultivation, but it was more of a shock. He told us that his methods are very strong, and the immortal pills can be refined at will. Heavenly Demon God said, if you are loyal, everything is easy to say. I've also heard that many immortal pills are most suitable for their own strength and are accurately distributed. This is terrifying. His Majesty's methods are more mysterious than we imagined. Earth Demon God. As soon as we come, we are at peace. We are losers. Don't think so much in the future. The soul is under His Majesty's control. What kind of waves can we turn out? Heavenly Demon God took it calmly, resigning his fate. In the future, obey His Majesty's orders, and the proud people like Barbarian God can take refuge in. We should take refuge in the current affairs, and if we die, there will be nothing left. I am more afraid of death. Perhaps it is also a good thing for us to be able to take refuge in Xuanhuan. Yeah, what's the use of thinking so much? The Earth Demon God also sighed, my life is being held by others. His Majesty is ambitious, and he also wants to establish a dynasty. We will be the pioneers in the future. Xuanhuan 48 years. The atmosphere in the universe is even more unpredictable, and it is still in a calm state. No one has started the war first, and they are all waiting for an opportunity. The undercurrent is turbulent, and the more the Emperor Yuhua doesn't move, the more disturbing it becomes. This emperor has too many tricks, and I don't know what conspiracies and tricks he is arranging. So uncomfortable. Some people think that if it is the supreme character of the Emperor of Heaven. At this time, wars are raging everywhere, and the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals have begun to attack and push the various forces in the universe. Not this calm. Although the misty forbidden area is also calm, the misty ancient emperor must also be very uncomfortable. The movement of Yuhua Shan dynasty made it difficult for him to fight, and he did not establish Shan dynasty, but secretly accumulated strength. God Emperor Yuhua, what are you thinking? Do I really hate fighting with people like you? This emperor would rather have another existence like the Emperor of Heaven, and I am willing to lose, but I really don't want to see people like you. The misty ancient emperor is in the misty forbidden land. Xuanhuan Empire, there are naturally many people here. After all, this empire can't be seen through. News to the outside world, since the Xuanhuan Empire destroyed the spiritual realm a few years ago, there has been no major action. Although the barbarian domain belongs to the Xuanhuan Empire, Chu Yuan and the God of War have never fought, and no one will think in this direction. And the war in the demon realm was carried out in an independent demon realm, and the movement was blocked, so naturally no one knew about it. Many people are wondering who will break the peace first? The limit of the immortal second layer, the savings have long been enough, but it is still unable to break through the third layer. There was a huge light curtain in the place where Chu Yuan retreated, which recorded the positions of the various forces in the universe, and he watched. After leaving the Samsara realm, he destroyed the spirit realm and conquered the demon realm. He had already accumulated a lot of resources. After the realm was pushed to the limit of the immortal second layer, he would not be able to break through the third layer. Chu Yuan understood that his strength would be comparable to that of the Supreme Being when he broke through to the third heaven. This is a very crucial step. I need a stronger force to let me break through the triple heaven. Chu Yuan stood up slowly. Inside the hall was a miniature version of the cosmic star map. Looking at the location of the Xuanhuan Empire, he said, since no one wants to break the peace in this universe, then let me break it. #C969 Lishan Dynasty. It is indeed time to establish a god. Today's universe is terrifyingly calm, with turbulent undercurrents. Emperor Yuhua was planning a big conspiracy, and the misty ancient emperor was dormant. Although everyone knows that if this calm is continued, the stronger the horror that erupts in the end, but no one has the ability to break this calm. Since neither of you will break it, then he, the great Emperor Xuanhuan, will break it with his own hands. As soon as his godly dynasty stands, the universe will set off a huge wave, completely breaking this peace, entering the new era, and entering the real era of conquest. But it doesn't matter. Xuanhuan looked at the universe's starry sky and knew that it would be meaningless to continue to wait. The demon territory has been conquered, and the divine dynasty is not established. The territory of the divine dynasty is divided. Is there any place for him to conquer? Moreover, he needs to use the luck of the Lisan dynasty to let himself break through to the immortal threefold heaven in one fell swoop. Once he reaches the immortal three-layer heaven, with the increase of the human emperor sword, he will have a real supreme strength, and with the blessing of the gods, his strength will be even stronger. In everything, strength is the most important thing. Lisan dynasty, Xuanhu God dynasty. Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted to all parts of the empire's territory along with the national fortune. His Majesty is about to establish a god. Xuanhu dynasty. From now on, we will be the people of God's dynasty. Xuanhu is eternal. God Emperor is invincible. The people of the empire are all boiling. They don't think about the series of shocking changes brought about by the establishment of the gods. They just want to follow the Emperor Xuanhu to conquer the universe and become the supreme ruler of the universe. They are also not afraid of the great war that will be brought about by the dynasty of gods. What are you afraid of? Follow the supreme Emperor Xuanhu to fight all the way, until no one dares to call the Emperor of the universe. You must surrender. Following the decree of the Lisan dynasty, Xuanhuan immediately felt the strong national fortune pouring down, which was invincible confidence. However, the establishment of the divine dynasty is not something that can be established by him issuing the decree, but after many tedious preparations, various ceremonies, and recognition from all walks of life in the universe, can the real divine dynasty be established. Okay. Your Majesty is about to start the divine dynasty. When the god of war in the retreat learned the news, his eyes suddenly burst into flames of war, and the fighting spirit was boiling. But no one will watch the empire successfully establish a god, and then it will be when I go to war. Your Majesty, this person is too mysterious, I can't see through him. The dynasty of God is about to be established, and the war is about to come. Your Majesty is very ambitious and chooses to establish the dynasty of God at this time. This is to break the peace in the universe, and I don't want to wait any longer. When the demon god knew, he also shivered. Many people want to establish a god dynasty, but there are a few who end up well. Many people just shouted their reputation and immediately killed them. If you want to establish a god dynasty, there are a few false gods that will not work. However, this is His Majesty's decision, and as subordinates, they only need to be loyal to it. Prepare for the ceremony of the divine dynasty and announce the major forces of the universe. Xuanhuan was not afraid. He does not establish a god, and cannot break through the immortal triple heaven in a short period of time. As long as he has the strength comparable to the supreme, what is there to be afraid of? The news of Xuanhu Lisan dynasty also swept across the universe in a short period of time like a gust of wind and rain, like a meteorite hitting a star, and the fluctuations that shook the sky shocked many people. They were all unexpected. These people all know that there will be a second divine dynasty in the universe, and it should be the Miao Miao ancient emperor. Why is it suddenly the Xuanhu Empire in the divine dynasty? That's not right. Isn't the Lisan dynasty going to be a living target at this time? The Yuhua divine dynasty is very ambitious. They won't allow a second divine dynasty to exist. What is Emperor Xuanhu thinking? Yeah, it makes people feel unbelievable. I can't imagine that Emperor Xuanhu is very strong, but it doesn't seem to be the time to establish the gods, right? It's hard to explain. It's precisely because this empire is so mysterious that people don't know what they're thinking, and it's hard to know their cards. No matter how you say it, the Xuanhu dynasty has been established, and now all we have to do is to wait and see what happens. All forces in the universe have changed dramatically. Some people even suspected that this was fake news and deliberately released it to muddy the water. Some people came to Xuanhu to inquire, only to know that it was true. The Xuanhuan Empire will hold a ceremony of the Shen dynasty in March. Everything is true, Xuanhuan will be promoted to Shen dynasty after 3 months. They all felt incredible. Your Xuanhuan Empire is not weak, but it should be much worse than the ancient power of the Yuhua Shen dynasty, and it will never turn. This is to be targeted, and it should be flattened first. However, these people are also very smart. They say congratulations, but they are really waiting for the situation to change. If it is an ordinary period, who would dare to say that the gods are established? There will be a large number of masters who will go to your empire in person, and this time it is not their turn, and the most repercussions will be the Yuhua gods. Ethereal Forbidden Land. Like the heavenly realm of the ethereal fairy, there are pure auras everywhere, and there are thousands of atmospheres. This is an excellent realm. The misty ancient emperor is definitely very powerful. Although he has never won, he has lived for a long time and is supreme in himself. Over a long period of time, the Forbidden Land has accumulated a large number of immortal and above powerhouses. His long existence is also his advantage. Your Majesty, what's going on? Why did the Xuanhuan Empire establish the divine dynasty first, and what was the Emperor Xuanhuan thinking? A large number of masters appeared in the Miao Miao temple, looking at the Miao Miao ancient emperor on the supreme emperor's throne, and they did not understand. This emperor can't tell. Although I saw this emperor in the world of reincarnation that day, I can't see through him either. At this time of the gods, the time chosen is indeed very strange. The misty ancient emperor is also thinking. Could this be another conspiracy of the Emperor Yuhua? These people have some shadows on the conspiracy of the Emperor Yuhua. Won't. The misty ancient emperor said to himself, whoever can establish a godly dynasty is not ambitious, and the Emperor of Feathering cannot control such a character, but it's okay, this emperor is worried about how to break the calm situation, and the Emperor Xuanhuan gave it to him. I was pleasantly surprised. Your Majesty, we also want to establish a dynasty of gods. Now that the Xuanhuan Empire is ahead of us, we can't fall behind. There are strong ones. What are you worried about? The first one who established the god dynasty has been robbed by the Emperor Yuhua, and the second and third are different. The misty ancient emperor shook his head. Now this emperor is not concerned about Yuhua divine dynasty, but what kind of cards the Xuanhuan great emperor has. It's very strange to dare to establish divine dynasty. Let him stand second. Your Majesty, what should we do? Someone asked. Let's wait and see, the situation doesn't understand. Originally, this emperor was the #1 opponent of the Emperor Yuhua, but as soon as Xuanhuan stood up, he would immediately be targeted by the Yuhua Shen dynasty. I learned that the Yuhua Shen dynasty is gathering an army. The leader of the King of Reverence has gathered in the Xuanhuan Empire. Misty Ancient Emperor Road. The Ascension God dynasty is going to attack the Xuanhuan Empire. Exactly, this emperor is waiting for the result of this battle. If it is defeated by the Yuhua divine army, this divine dynasty will become a joke. If the Yuhua divine army retreats, the divine dynasty will stand, and the universe will be the two gods. There is no reason to continue to endure it, and the Misty God dynasty will immediately stand up, forming a three-legged situation. #C970 God's War. The storm was violent. The news of the Xuanhuan Empire's Lishan dynasty quickly fermented. Many people are watching the play quietly. Numerous targets also converged on Yuhua Shen dynasty to see how they would react. It didn't surprise them, the Ascension God dynasty mobilized the army in a short period of time. As the only God dynasty in the universe, when others established the God dynasty, they were provoking them and must send troops to kill them. The Xuanhuan Empire is immortal, and the third Shen dynasty will also appear. Dominate the universe alone, how can you tolerate the existence of other forces? The last general invites the battle, leads the army to destroy the Xuanhuan Empire, and defeats them. Feathering God was in the court, and the king of Fengshan invited to fight, and the fighting spirit was burning. What is this Xuanhu Empire going to do, to face and provoke them like this? Do you really think that you have the ability to establish a god? The last commander also invites to fight. A powerful existence is asking for battle. The god of heaven, the god of wind, the king of demons, the god of fire, the king of thunder, and all the troops and horses to fight the god of war empire. The voice of the Emperor Yuhua came out. He ordered the generals, and the 5 kings of the gods would fight. What, let the heavenly god king also fight? The Fengshan king was shocked when he heard the name. In the land of reincarnation, the heavenly god king did not fight. This time, for a Xuanhu empire, the heavenly god king, the head of the 10 gods, was attacked. The king of gods is powerful. Although the Fengshan king is also one of the top 10 god kings, it is far from comparable to the heavenly god king. It is rumored that this god king is about to break through the realm of the supreme realm, and it is not comparable to the ordinary supreme realm. Even if the general supreme shot, trying to kill the god king, it is extremely difficult to do. To be able to make the king of gods fight, you can imagine the importance of the Emperor Yuhua to the Xuanhu Empire. If the heavenly god king goes to battle, Xuanhu will die. Fengshan king secretly said. The minister takes orders. The king of gods is now. He seems to have appeared from the ancient world, with the highest breath, wearing a battle armor, taking the imperial order from the Emperor Yuhua, holding the battle flag, and waving it at the generals. Let's go. The king of heaven's voice was calm, and he didn't say anything rhetoric. Destroy Xuanhu, capture Emperor Xuanhu. This is a kind of provocation, contempt for the majesty of the Ascension God dynasty, and the faces of the many Ascension God army are angry and disdainful. You also want to become the God dynasty, you are simply courting death. Just wait, their army will soon pacify the Xuanhu Empire. Woohoo! With the sound of war drums and the sound of horns, the King of Heaven led the 5 kings of God to go out to the Xuanhu Empire. The momentum was huge, and the expedition of the Ascension God dynasty immediately alarmed the universe, especially when he learned that it was headed by the King of Gods. He was even more shocked. The Ascension God dynasty sent the heavenly God King. This battle is destined to be fierce. Who can resist the heavenly God King in the Xuanhu Empire? Although he is not the real Supreme, it is very difficult for the Supreme to kill him. Do you want the Xuanhu Emperor to do it? I really can't think of anyone who can compete with the heavenly God King. Yeah, in short, everything is in the fog, and it will only be clear when the war is over. Let's see the reaction of the Xuanhu Empire. All the major forces in the universe are paying attention to this battle. If Emperor Xuanhu takes action against the heavenly God King, he will be inferior, and if he cannot even resist the attack of the 5 great God Kings, the Li Shen dynasty will become a joke. However, if the attack of the 5 God Kings can be resisted, there will be one more God dynasty in the universe. Ethereal Forbidden Land. Even the heavenly God King has been mobilized. The Emperor Yuhua takes that Emperor Xuanhu very seriously. Looking at the situation of the universe, the misty ancient emperor said lightly, I can't be idle in the misty forbidden area. I have to prepare with both hands, and the army should be able to attack at all times. He understands. The Emperor Yuhua didn't move, and was also guarding against other masters. After all, the Ascension God dynasty is not only a Xuanhu empire. If the country is empty, it is likely to cause sneak attacks by others. In other words, if the Xuanhu Empire can resist this wave of attacks by the heavenly God King, it will not be destroyed by ordinary means, and it will also have the qualifications to establish the God dynasty. Xuanhu Empire. Your Majesty, Yuhua Shen dynasty, with the God of Heaven as the leader, send the King of Thunder God, the King of Demon God, the King of Wind God, and the King of Fire God to lead the army to suppress the realm. Lu Qianfu reported. Go to battle. Xuanhuan was so calm that he had known for a long time that there would be a battle, and said, "The gods of war, the gods of the gods, and the gods of earth will lead the army to fight the Yuashan dynasty in the starry sky, and block them from the empire. If this battle is repulsed feathering, God is standing." The Emperor Yuhua has a lot of thoughts, and Xuanhuan is also catching his thoughts, making him unable to guess himself. Now many people are paying attention to his Shenwu Empire. Finally, it's going to be a big battle. God King, I've heard his reputation a long time ago, it's really loud. The barbarian god of war is excited, he is belligerent. The two demon gods of heaven and earth are too weak, and he has no fun in the demon domain. For him at this time, let alone the God King, he wants to fight even the Emperor of Feathering. The heavenly demon god and the earth demon god have also heard the reputation of the heavenly God King, but fortunately they were not allowed to resist. Let's go. Xuanhuan handed the flag to the barbarian god of war. This battle is not about any deployment, but the two sides put on a stance to launch the most positive offense and defense in the universe. Yes. The Shenwu army is dispatched. Teams of troops attacked from the Tianmen. Facing the overwhelming army of the Yuhua divine dynasty, they did not have the slightest fear on their faces. Instead, they had a strong fighting spirit, and they also wanted to make achievements and defend the upcoming divine dynasty. The god of war also had to praise that the soldiers of the Shenwu Empire were the best soldiers. All of them are not afraid of death, no matter how bad the battle situation is, they will not be defeated. It makes sense to lead such an army. The god of war is the main, and the space battleship hits the starry sky. The Shenwu Empire has challenged, and a large number of warships rushed out of the empire. What? The Shenwu Empire is going to put on a stance in the starry sky and compete head-on with the Yuhua Shenchao. Shouldn't it rely on the local luck, stick to the national luck, and maximize its own advantages? The Shenwu Empire is too confident to defend the Yuhua divine dynasty in the starry sky and fight head-on. Seeing the combat strategy of the Shenwu Empire, many people were shocked. This is not right. Unlike the script they got, the frontal combat style is too fierce. They can all see the luck of the Shenwu Empire, which is powerful and terrifying. Who is the leader? Has Emperor Shenwu dispatched? Many people have questions. No, Emperor Shenwu has not moved. He is still in the empire. Someone sent an envoy to see Emperor Shenwu in the name of He Shenchao. He is indeed still guarding the empire and has never attacked. Humane. That's strange, Emperor Shenwu doesn't move, so who is leading the team? Emperor Shenwu is wise, and the powerhouse he sends will definitely be able to compete with the King of Heaven. I really can't think of who is the commander. The more the Emperor Shenwu does not move, the more fearful the Emperor Yuhua will be, and the more unclear they are about their cards. The two emperors have already fought each other. No need to guess, the fleet of the Shenwu Empire is about to collide with the Ascension God dynasty, in a wild star field.